Chapter 91, Sunday, 27th September, 2020, Jonah. I entered into a completely white room. White tiles, white walls. The room was empty. I looked around. Where was the challenge? How did temperance apply here? There were no temptations for me to resist. I knew I could not ask anyone for help. I tried to mind-link Noah just to be sure. Nothing. Silence. The white wall directly in front of me and opposite to the door changed suddenly. I glanced back at the door, making sure it did not disappear. Black spots appeared on the wall and converged to form words. Don't shift. Don't leave the room, no matter what. This is temperance. What? The words disappeared, so I had to resist the urge to shift, and I could not leave the room. Simple. I remained alert in case something jumped out at me. I began searching the room, looking for more to the challenge than those few words. There was nothing. This was temperance, which was basically self-control, so maybe I should meditate or something. I sat on the floor and remained calm, though there was something unnerving about the white room. As soon as I sat down, cross-legged on the floor, I felt a presence behind me. It made the hairs on the back of my neck stand up. I did feel like shifting in case I had to fight, but I forced myself not to. I turned around and stood up. My heart plummeted at the sight before me. Angelique was standing in the corner with a demented smile on her face. It's an illusion, I convinced myself. It's part of the test. Jonah, said Angelique, stepping towards me. I realized she was wearing a wedding dress with a long train and veil behind her. She was a mass of white lace. She was barefoot. I gasped at her footprints. They were bloody. Was the blood hers? I sniffed the air. I knew that smell anywhere. Star. The blood smelled like star. What did you do? I snarled, fighting the urge to shift. It was not real. I had to keep reminding myself of that. A good alpha had to be in control of his wolf at all times. I backed away from Angelique so I did not have to smell the blood. My back hit the wall. The room was not that big. What a macabre task. Star's father came up with this? What do you want? I growled as Angelique continued to take small, slow steps towards me. I made myself look at her face, and not the bloody footprints. She did not answer me. She simply began humming the wedding march. Angelique, stay away from me. I warned through gritted teeth. She cackled madly. She began to sing. Here comes the bride, all dressed in white, she sang off-key. Her high-pitched voice was grating like nails on a chalkboard. Shut up, I roared. Do you want to know what her last words were? Asked Angelique. This isn't real, I told her. The illusion of Angelique began to mimic Star, sounding exactly like her, clearly by supernatural means. Angie, please, don't do this. We're cousins. I've always wanted us to be friends. I never meant to take anything from you. Angie, don't. Stop. Somebody help me. Please. Jonah. Jonah. She screeched in Star's voice. I covered my ears. It was horrible. I was shaking. The instructions said not to leave and not to shift. Could I attack the doppelganger in human form then? Something told me that went without saying. Attacking didn't seem like a good representation of self-control. Star is alive, and she's on the other side of that door, I hissed, pointing to the door. You sure? Go see for yourself, ordered Angelique. I don't need to, I said confidently. I know she's there. If she were dead, my whole body would be aching. She has my mark. The thing pretending to be Angelique frowned. Well, aren't you so clever? It hissed. It rushed towards me, shrieking at it came closer. I caught a glimpse of its true form. It was some kind of imp or ghoul. Yeah. Its eyes practically bugged out of its head as it flew at me. I put my hands up to block it, shutting my eyes reflexively. Nothing happened. I slowly opened my eyes. I was in my house. What? I ran around, covering more distance than the room could have possibly had to see how far this setup extended. This magic was astounding. I had to marvel at it a little. The phone rang, making me jump. It was the phone in Dad's study. That was one of the only rooms in this huge mansion that had a landline. I ran to Dad's study, flung the double doors open, and rushed to the phone. I hesitated to pick it up, suddenly terrified of who or what was calling. I picked it up, took a deep breath, and put the receiver to my ear. Jonah, said my father's voice. His voice sounded thick like he was crying. He sniffled. Dad, what's wrong? I asked, worried. It was hard not to get lost in here, lost in the narrative. It was all so real. Your mother, said Dad. What happened to Mom? I asked, trembling. It's your fault, snarled Dad. Dad would never say that. I hung up on him. I rushed to the door and found my dad standing there physically. "Stay away from me, you're not my dad," I told it. "You told me that curse was broken," snarled the thing masquerading as my dad. "It is!" I roared, getting angry now. I knew my eyes would have flashed black for a split second. I needed to calm down. I had to keep calm for Star. I took some deep breaths. "It is," I said in a much more measured tone. Dad laughed maniacally. "I listened to you. I trusted you. Jonah, my firstborn," lamented Dad. "I proposed to your mother after all these years," said Dad, tears running down his face. "She wanted to elope right away, so we did. We found a random chapel open and got married there like love-struck teenagers," said Dad. "Throughout the ceremony, this noise unnerved me. This creaking coming from above us, coming from the ceiling. What was that?" "I figured the chapel was old," said Dad, collapsing into this chair behind his desk. I stayed far away from him. "She said I do," said Dad with a faint smile. I stared at him blankly. "And do you know what happened when she said I do?" asked Dad. I shook my head, though I could hazard a guess. The creaking got louder and louder. I looked up. "She was there," hissed Dad. "Who?" I asked, my pulse racing. "Georgiana, the witch. Sitting among the rafters high up, swinging her legs as she watched us, making that creaking noise," said Dad. I was transfixed by the horrifying story. I just stared at Dad. "She descended upon your mother," said Dad, trembling. I rushed towards them, but when I reached them, the witch was gone. Your mother was lying there, dead. "Her neck at an odd angle," said Dad, wringing his hands together. "Do you want to say hello to your mother?" asked Dad suddenly. I ran from the room. I would not shift. I looked at the hallway. It was filled with doors. All of them replicas of the temperance door. There were 30 exits or more. Someone was coming towards me in a wedding dress from the far end of the hallway. The stairs were gone. The only place to go was out, which would ruin the task. The bride dragging her feet as she trudged down the hallway was not Angelique. I recognized my mother's silhouette and her perfume. "I will not leave this place, no matter what you do." I roared at it. I stood my ground. The thing paused. I breathed a sigh of relief. I'd relaxed too soon. It broke into a run, rushing towards me. I shut my eyes. "I'm not leaving and I won't shift," I said to myself over and over again. I opened my eyes. I was panting. The thing was gone. I was in the white room again, alone thankfully. I sighed. The original door creaked open. The creaking sound disturbed me a little. I hesitantly approached the door but stopped myself midway. I looked at the wall. Black dots were appearing. They formed a new message. "You are free to go. You have displayed temperance." I dove out of the room. The door slammed shut behind me. I was panting, my chest heaving. "Jonah," squealed Star, rushing into my arms. I crushed her to me. "Someone call my mom," I said before I realized how childish that sounded. Just so that." I began trying to explain myself, but Noah was already on the phone. "Phones can work in here, but MindLink can't," said Zaya incredulously. "Neither can work in here," said Eli, glancing at Noah's phone. Noah nodded, putting his phone away. "No communication with the outside world," said Heath with a strange smile plastered on his face. "Your mom is fine," said Azriel reassuringly. "It's just an illusion and you did really well." "Did you all see everything?" I asked. Star nodded. She was crying. She was holding on to me just as tightly as I was gripping her. Heath did not offer any congratulatory remarks. I frowned at him. That had seemed like overkill, and to top it off, he was being cold even though I had passed. "You did amazing," said Azriel. "You were so disciplined. You didn't break. I'm proud of you. Watching that was maddening. I would have failed. I almost shifted just watching," admitted Star, snuggling closer. I held her to me, breathing in her sweet, clean smell. "Way to go, big bro," said Eli. Zaya clapped me on the back. Noah was fidgeting nervously. He was next. "Holly." I searched through the darkness. I was not a wolf, so my eyes would not adjust to this impenetrable darkness. I sighed. I kept searching. I was crawling on my hands and knees on a cold, hard surface. It was not smooth enough to be tiles or marble. It was rough. Concrete, stone, a dungeon? I felt something soft. I pulled on it, fabric. I rubbed it between two fingers. Denim. Someone's jeans. Heath always dressed pretty casual, though I did not remember exactly what he had on. I crawled along the side of someone's body, presumably Heath's. I felt the planes of the person's face. A strong jaw. The angle of the nose and cheekbones were familiar to me. This was definitely Heath. Harper looked just like him, so I knew his features anywhere. I felt his neck. I found a pulse. I put my hand on his chest. It moved up and down. He was breathing, and he had a pulse. I breathed a sigh of relief. "Heath," I whispered fiercely, not knowing if someone was lurking in the darkness, watching us. "Heath," I called a little more loudly. I put my lips closer to his ear rather than speak more loudly. I did not want to alert Holden in case he was still nearby, and Heath, with his wolf eyesight, would be able to tell. "Heath," I hissed directly in his ear. He jumped, startled. I imagined his eyes opening. "Where are we?" I asked quickly. "Some kind of dungeon," he muttered. "That bastard," roared Heath, lashing out. "He must have struck the bars of our cell because I heard the clanging of metal." "Can we fit through the bars?" I asked. "No, they're too close together," said Heath, sounding defeated. "Can you break them down?" I asked. "I can try," he said softly. He struck the bars again. I heard the clanging following by a hissing sound this time. "What is that?" I asked. I smelled something like burnt skin and flesh. I quickly scurried across on my hands and knees to the bars and felt them. "What's that burning smell?" I asked Heath. He struck the bars again, and the burning smell intensified. "Stop!" I shrieked. "Those bars are silver, aren't they?" I asked. "Yeah, so," grumbled Heath. "Why didn't you say anything?" I asked. "We need to get out of here. I won't let him destroy Harper's life like he did mine. I won't let him hurt you," said Heath. Heath did not want his son to experience the pain of living without his mate. Heath struck the bars again and again. "Please don't. It's no use. Let's try another way," I said. I quickly searched my pockets to ensure that I still had the lotus. I didn't. "He took the lingering lotus," I said, close to tears. I took a deep breath. I had to compose myself. I felt that the bars Heath had been hitting, they were still much too close together. It would take hours to escape this way. "Can you mind link anyone?" I asked. "I'm trying, but it isn't working," snarled Heath, frustrated. I knew his frustration was not directed at me. I did not want to tell him that his mate was alive and had been alive all this time because I did not know if she would still be alive by the time we got out of here. Speaking of Hesper, I needed to intercept Holden before he got to her. I could still possibly save her and expose the imposter at court if I could get out of here. "Harper should realize you're missing soon enough," said Heath. "And Star and the Quads will know that you're missing. They're waiting on you to start the 4 Cardinal Virtues Challenge, right?" I reasoned. Heath nodded. "Noah. Next in birth order and in this challenge is Noah, who will demonstrate prudence," announced Heath with a taunting smile. I was terrified, but I did not want to show it. Star's father seemed to be enjoying this too much. It was weird. He did not like us that much, with the exception of Eli, but he certainly did not hate us. I could not imagine him enjoying our suffering. Watching Jonah's challenge had been horrible enough. Now I had to enter the arena myself. I remembered how amused Heath had been while watching Jonah. "Oh, one more thing. Try to move quickly, boys," instructed Heath. "The creature in the arena is a shape-shifting ghoul. It has not fed on flesh for the day. The hungrier it gets, the harder the challenge will be, so each task will be harder than the last." "Great," said Zaya sarcastically. "So glad I'm last then. What happens if someone fails a task? Shouldn't you feed the ghoul so it won't be actually dangerous? Won't it try to eat us, especially if we fail?" questioned Ely. "We'll get you out of there in time if things go south," said Heath. "You were supposed to feed the ghoul right before we started," hissed Azriel in Heath's ear. "You said you wanted it sated to safeguard the boys," said Azriel. Heath frowned. "Must have slipped my mind," mumbled Heath, seemingly not concerned. "Can't you feed it now?" asked Star, alarmed. "No," said Azriel sadly. "Not once the challenge has started. It would be seen as cheating to placate the ghoul during the actual challenge. If we don't uphold the integrity of the challenge, we might as well cancel it." "No," I said. "I'll be quick," I promised. My younger brothers and Star were counting on me. Without looking back, I went up to the doors. I knew which one was Prudence instantly. It showed a wolf hunting for fresh, healthy prey rather than eating from an old carcass nearby, likely to be diseased and putrid. Prudence was about discerning the appropriate action in a situation. The best choice wasn't always the easiest one. I knew that all too well. I stepped into the arena. Chapter 92, Sunday, 27th September, 2020. Holly. Holly. Mind catching me up to speed in the meanwhile? What the hell is going on here exactly? You seem to know a lot more than you're letting on, said Heath, his gaze and tone accusatory. I nodded reluctantly, wondering how I was going to omit the very little detail concerning his mate being alive somewhere. I suspected something was amiss, so I came here to try to catch the false queen in the act. I said simply. And you just suspected this randomly? Asked Heath, furrowing his brow. Well, not exactly, I admitted. Well, he said slowly, tell me exactly how you came to suspect that. I paused, deliberating for a few moments, and then deciding that a bit of the truth was better than none of it. My grandfather was the doctor who bundled Princess Star up in a blanket, passing her off as the afterbirth, on Hesper's instruction so that she could be hidden somewhere until her 18th birthday, I confessed. Heath raised his eyebrows, widening his eyes. His eyes were exactly the same shade and shape as Harper's, and heavily lined with thick, long lashes, just like the prince. I hoped he would wake to find me missing, find it strange and come searching for me. I found my grandfather's journal, I continued. It documented his suspicions about the evolving situation at the Ice Moon Castle at that time. He did not believe that Hesper would kill herself, knowing she had 2 living children out there even if she thought you were dead, I said. Well, obviously, Holden pushed her and then made up that story, snarled Heath. When I get out of here, I will rip his head from his shoulders, he roared. He began pacing the cell. He was getting increasingly frustrated. He tried bending the silver bars again. I could hear the hiss of his flesh as it was singed by the silver. I grabbed both his wrists and yanked them away from the bars. Please don't, I beseeched him. You have any other ideas, he snapped. I sighed. Harper. Helena took me to the highest tower of the Ice Moon Castle. I noticed the window there had been flung open. Did Holly enter through here? I asked. Helena snorted. A shower of golden dust puffed into the air, indicating a yes. I entered the tower and looked around. There was no other sign of Holly, save for the open window. Wait right here for me, I said to Helena, who could barely fit her snout through the floor-length window, but that hadn't stopped her from trying. She nodded. I descended a staircase. This top floor was the Queen's quarters. I had never actually visited her quarters before. Few came up here. I found myself in a long, wide hallway lined with paintings of dragons. I picked up a faint whiff of Holly's scent near a table. I looked under it, though her scent wasn't nearly strong enough for her to still be there. Of course, no one was under the table now, but her lingering scent troubled me. It meant she had had cause to hide her from someone or something. If she was hurt, I would kill everyone responsible. I walked down the hallway. There were double doors at its very end. This was the only place she could have gone. I found the double doors locked. I shook the door, but it would not budge. I banged on the doors in frustration. I just knew she was in there somewhere. Perhaps I did not need to open the door. I had been practicing my fey magic with Cousin Azriel whenever I got some free time. I closed my eyes and focused on myself instead of the doors, imagining feeling light as air. I concentrated on just subliming into thin air, being shapeless, formless, free. I opened my eyes and stepped straight through the door as though I were a ghost haunting the castle. Once inside, I made myself solid again. "Holly!" I called. "Holly!" I hissed. I tried to mind link with her, but I couldn't. The Queen's room looked just like I had imagined. It was opulently decorated in snow white and ice blue with gold and silver accents. The room looked like winter personified. It was beautiful, but it had this unmistakably unsettling atmosphere to it. I felt like an intruder, though. I probably had more claim to these chambers than the Queen herself. They were originally meant for the Ice Moon Alpha and his Luna. The Queen was nowhere to be found. I looked everywhere while my anxiety grew steadily. I looked under the bed, searching for a trapdoor of some kind. I checked all the books on the shelf in case removing one of them opened a secret doorway. I did the same thing with the ornaments on the mantelpiece, in case that was a hidden door. I looked on every surface for a snow globe. I just knew Holly was nearby. I could feel her, but I could not link with her telepathically. I searched the adjacent bathroom. It was technically a bathhouse with stone steps leading down into a massive pool for bathing. There were many different faucets and each one emitted a different liquid. I turned each one in case one of them opened a hidden room. All I succeeded in doing was adding warm water, milk, honey, fey dust, and various emollients and cleansers to the water. I wanted to scream in frustration. I felt like an checking every faucet and book, hoping for a secret entranceway that probably did not even exist. I went to the only other set of doors in the Queen's room besides the bathroom doors and the exit. I tugged on them, but they were locked. I stared at the doors. This should be a walk-in closet. All the royal rooms had a walk-in closet and private bathroom. Why would she lock her closet? I did my face spell again and walked through the door. I grinned triumphantly once inside. I found a couple dozen heavy gowns in showcases with crowns in shorter glass cases in front of them. It looked like a museum. I scrutinized everything, but it was to no avail. I slid down the wall, slumping over on the door, feeling defeated. "Holly, where are you?" I moaned to myself. I covered my face with my hands. Where could she be? I took another look around. I did not have time to waste like this. Holly could be in grave danger. I noticed there were a few mannequins at the back of the large closet. They had obviously all been specially commissioned to look just like the Queen. The mannequins were all identical, except for their gowns and one other thing. One of the queens had her eyes closed and her arms down, while all the others had their eye open and their arms raised as though welcoming someone with open arms. I went directly to that one and tugged on her arms. They moved in unison, like a lever. The mannequin's eyes snapped open, and there was a low rumble like a stone sliding across concrete. I gasped. A hole had opened up in the floor before the awoken queen. It seemed like a considerable way down. I was half werewolf too, so I should be able to land on my feet. I took a deep breath and jumped down into the darkness. Noah. The arena was just a simple, dimly lit room with gray walls and gray tiles on the floor. There were snow globes everywhere. Were there actual snow globes or portals? A white splotch appeared on the wall. It began to take the form of words. I scrutinized the message. It said, "One snow globe will take you back to the other side of the door. The others will take you elsewhere. You have 4 tries. This is prudence." I started on one side of the room, examining the snow globes, working my way around anti-clockwise. The snow globes usually show the landscape of the place it led to, but these had completely random objects in it. Each object was probably representative of where the respective portal led to. I had 4 tries, and there were at least 40 snow globes. Those were terrible odds. I had to choose the best option to demonstrate prudence. I decided to start by the process of elimination. I began putting the snow globes that were probably not the correct choices on one side of the room. I put the possibly correct ones on the other side. I kept adding to the not pile, interpreting the symbolic meaning behind the objects chosen. For example, I figured the snow globe containing a single red rose could be correct, as roses signified romance. There was a small broken mirror in one of them. I put that one in the incorrect pile, as cracked mirrors are associated with bad luck or misfortune. There was a fire burning in one of the snow globes. I could hear the magical fire crackling. Possibly yes. Fire represented destruction, but also passion, a fiery romance. There was a diamond, glittering magnificently. Yes. Engagement, maybe? It could represent how precious Star was. There were toe shoes for a ballerina. That had to be wrong. It did not seem applicable to us. There was a crown. That could be right. Star was royalty. By the first sorting, I ended up with 12 in the yes section and 36 in the no section. I was pleased with the first sorting, but I still had 8 to eliminate. The 12 yes symbols I had chosen were the red rose, the dire, the diamond, the crown, an infinity symbol, a puzzle piece, a beating heart, an umbrella, a balanced set of scales, an empty crib, a cocoon, and of course a star. I kept staring at the star as it twinkled, but it seemed too obvious. Jonah's task had been extremely difficult. They were supposed to get worse. Why would the answer be so obvious? I felt that the empty crib could be a bad omen, so I eliminated it. The red rose was not that specific to our situation, so I put that aside too. The umbrella seemed to represent shelter to me, but I wasn't so sure about it, so I got rid of it too. The puzzle piece seemed like a cliché. The scales did not match that well either. I ended up with the fire, the crown, the infinity symbol, the beating heart, and the star. I had one symbol too many, but I could not delay choosing something any longer. I didn't want Eli and Zaya to deal with a ravenous ghoul. I knew that thing was getting hungrier, as I hypothesized. We had gone through all of this, so we could be with Star forever, so I picked the infinity symbol first. I held the snow globe and flipped it over so I could read the inscription on the bottom. I felt my stomach lurch as I hurtled through a dense darkness. I found myself lying on a cold stone floor, the skin of my cheek sweaty and stuck to the floor despite its coolness. I struggled to my feet. A chill went through me. This was definitely the wrong choice. Chapter 93, Sunday, 27th September, 2020. Noah. I scrambled to my feet and backed away until I was against the wall. I was panting. My heart was racing. I pressed myself against the wall as if I could somehow sink through it to get back to the snow globe room. The infinity symbol had not represented Star at all. I was back in that castle in that chamber with Georgiana. She seemed worse than before. Her hair was a mass of tangles. Her skin was paper white. There were dark circles under her lifeless eyes. She crawled towards me. She moved slowly, but I leapt at werewolf speed to the other side of the room. But we fixed it. We helped you. It's over, I shouted. We broke the curse, remember? I pleaded. My mind cleared a little. I reminded myself this was the ghoul and Georgiana had in fact let me go once she had met Alto in the afterlife. This was a fear of mine. An eternity with Georgiana. An eternity away from Star. Something worrying dawned on me. There was one symbol in that room that represented the exit and my future with Star, but all the others probably represented my fears. Harper. I found myself in a darkness so dense I could barely see anything, even with my enhanced vision. There was movement in the distance. I walked over to it cautiously. My footsteps seemed to echo in this seemingly endless, high-ceilinged room. While my eyes adjusted to the almost pitch-dark room, my nose was working perfectly fine. I smelled 2 scents I recognized, 3 actually. Holly, and my dad, and the smell of burning flesh. I broke out into a run. This dark room was impossibly vast. It seemed to stretch on and on. I could just make out 2 figures moving within some contraption. A cage. Burning flesh? I got it. The cage was silver. I put 2 and 2 together immediately. "Dad, stop!" I yelled, running towards the cage at werewolf speed now. My dad was inside, gripping the bars, slowly widening the gap between them, using all of his strength as his skin and flesh were burnt by the silver. Holly was standing behind him, trying to stop him also. At the sound of my voice, he paused. He stumbled back a bit, but found that the flesh of his palms were now stuck to the silver bars. "Oh my God, Dad!" I cried. I grabbed the bars. "Don't, Harper!" yelled Dad. "Harper!" shrieked Holly. I did not listen to either of them. I touched the silver, and just as I suspected, nothing happened. I was half fae and half werewolf. It looked like I had lucked out with some immunity where it counted. "Holly, help me. Can you conjure some water?" I asked. She focused on my dad's hands, understanding what I meant for her to do. She managed to make some droplets condense on the silver bars. More and more droplets appeared until a stream of water ran down the 2 bars, helping me to slide my dad's hands off instead of prying them off, which could have ripped his flesh. My dad had done most of the work already. The bars were wide enough for Holly to slip through, but not for my dad. I gripped the bars and pushed them further apart. Holly got back into the cage and helped me to turn my father sideways and pulled him out of the cage. We had each of his arms flung over our shoulders as we supported his weight. He was breathing heavily. Silver was toxic to werewolves. I put him to lie down on the cold floor. I grabbed his hands focused on healing them, detoxifying them as best as I could. My magic was powerful, but my harnessing of it was poor. While I was trying to fix his hands, I noticed his hair grew a little longer. I hadn't meant to do that. "Let's do it together," suggested Holly. I held one of my father's burnt hands in my hands, and Holly put her hands over mine, eliciting tingles that ran through me. She helped me to focus. The hand began to heal slowly. My dad was so diaphoretic. His shirt was drenched with sweat. I was sure he had a fever. I looked at him anxiously. "Close your eyes," instructed Holly softly. I listened to her. In a few minutes, the burnt flesh formed a thick scab that soon peeled off while we continued focusing on it. Underneath the scab was delicate pink new skin. I grinned at Holly in gratitude and disbelief. "We did it!" I said. You did it, Fey Prince. I am not nearly as powerful as that, she said, looking at me in awe and then gesturing to the healed hand. My father's quick, shallow breathing had become more even. He was sweating a bit less, but Holly still ripped her sleeve off and conjured some water to make it damp so she could use it wipe his forehead. She left the cloth on his forehead to help cool him down as we focused on the other hand. We managed to fix this one much more quickly than the last. Holly marveled at the new skin. He might not be pleased with his baby soft hands, but he's alive, I said breathlessly. Holly giggled. Dad groaned and slowly opened his eyes. He spotted me. He sat up at lightning speed, startling me. Harper, he said, grabbing my hands and turning them over, looking at their dorsal and palmar surfaces closely. I'm okay, I said in earnest. He pulled me into a hug. I could hear him sigh with relief over my shoulder. I figured I might not be allergic to silver, I explained. How could you have known for sure? Snapped Dad. You still have to be careful. I'm glad you're not hurt, he said in a rare show of raw emotion. He cupped my face in his hands. He sniffled. This dusty place, my allergies, he mumbled. The place was spotless. Darkness personified, but spotless. I knew I probably wasn't allergic because I had never been allergic to iron either, I said offhandedly, pretending not to notice him crying quietly. Oh, said Holly in amazement. Iron burns fairies and silver burns werewolves, and you're not allergic to either of them, she exclaimed. I nodded. Where is this place? I asked. And how did you two get here? We don't know, said Holly softly, her eyes downcast. Huh? How could you not know? I asked, confused. Holly and Dad exchanged a glance. I had my suspicions about the Queen's identity, said Holly hesitantly. I knew Holly was a mysterious sort of girl, and I was eager to finally learn more about her. I waited with bated breath for Holly to continue her story. Holly? I said after she was quiet for too long. My dad huffed impatiently. Holly's grandfather is the doctor who smuggled your sister away from here by passing her off as the afterbirth, and Holly has his diary or something like that, said my dad quickly, getting to his feet. I scrambled to feet, too, grabbing his arm in case he was not steady yet. So Holly thought the Queen was an imposter, also based on her grandma's writings, said Dad. Grandfather. My grandfather's journal, corrected Holly. Right, said my dad. His eyes half closed. He was still a bit droopy. He would still need proper medical attention to make sure all of the toxin came out. So the Queen really was an imposter then? I assumed. And she threw you down here? They nodded. My heart plummeted. I knew it was silly of me, but I felt devastated, like I had lost another relative. Yes, he was an imposter. He's impersonating your great-grandmother, snarled Dad. Who is? I asked. Holden, said Dad as if it pained him just to say the name out loud. I looked at him blankly. Who's Holden? I asked, wondering if I had missed something. Your mother's cousin, the fiend who tried to marry her 18 years ago, growled Dad. My eyes widened. So where is my real great-grandmother? The real Queen? I asked. We do not know, said Holly with a sigh. She caressed my cheek gently. I held her hand there. I closed my eyes and let the tingles from my mate's touch soothe me. I sighed. Okay, what now? How do we get out of here? I said, looking up. I could not see a source of light. There should be something to indicate the point from which I jumped. We don't know. We were unconscious when that son of a put us down here, grumbled Dad. Well, I was conscious, but I did not see anything either. Just darkness. He used magic to transport us here, said Holly. Alarm bells went off in my head. Magic! He knows magic? I asked. His father cheated on his mother with a witch, and that union resulted in his birth. The she-wolf raised him as her own because she was barren and wanted a child, explained Holly. Oh. Holden was half wizard, half werewolf, similar to Star and me in a way. How did you get in? That would help us get out, prompted Dad. We shouldn't stand around here. Star and those pea-brains could be in danger, he said anxiously. I snickered a little. There was a bit of affection in his voice, even though he called the quads those pea-brains. They were growing on him, winning him over. Helena alerted me to the fact that Holly was missing. She flew me to the tallest tower of the castle. I entered and descended to the Queen's chambers. No one was in there. I ended up checking everywhere I could think of, including the walk-in closet, and one of creepy mannequins in there was posed differently. I fixed it to look like the others, and that opened a trapdoor in the floor. I jumped down directly into here," I explained. Holly and Dad were listening intently, the gears in their minds turning. "But I can't see the exit from here," I said worriedly as I craned my neck looking up, searching for a light. There should be light streaming down from the room above. "It is some strange expansion enchantment among other enchantments," said Holly. "Let's try to teleport out of here," she suggested. "Before Harper came, you told me your magic was working well down here. Holden was blocking it somehow," muttered Heath with a sigh. Holly smiled brightly. "What?" asked Dad. "Harper and I used magic to heal you just now," exclaimed Holly. Dad looked at his palms as though he had only just really noticed them. "But," he began, turning them, flipping his hands back and forth as if expecting the result to be different eventually. "Harper's presence allowed me to evoke magic, and Harper had no trouble at all from the time he arrived," said Holly, beaming with pride. My heart leapt a little at the sight of her smile. "So what does that mean?" asked Dad, finally turning away from his palms. Holly smiled slyly. "It means," she said pointedly, "that Harper is much more powerful than Holden already, even if he can't harness it properly yet." "Noah," I could not keep just scrambling away from Georgiana as she crawled after me. She moved so strangely as if she was a contortionist, and every joint in her body was double-jointed. She seemed to move more and more quickly the more I ran away from her. When she got to her feet with a jerky movement, I heard a loud crack as she straightened out her own bones so she could stand. How did I get out of here and back to the snow globe room to pick a different object? I was still inside the arena, technically. This all had to be an illusion. So all of this was prudence. What was the right decision to make now? I looked around the room. I could not believe I had missed the fact that the bodies of Georgiana and Alto were lying motionless in the canopy bed at one end of the chamber. I was so busy scrutinizing the bodies, I momentarily took my eyes off of Georgiana's specter. She charged at me, tackling me to the ground. Her putrid breath made me nauseated. She smelled of rot. Her fingers were almost down to the bone, the flesh hanging off, the tips digging into my arms. I shoved her off of me and dove across the bed to the other side of the room. I came here with a snow globe portal. So where was it now? The snow globe itself had just vanished. I looked back at the bodies. They looked like they were peacefully sleeping. The beautiful, lifeless Georgiana was worlds apart from the rotting depiction of her vengeance that was tormenting me. The thing cackled and began to creep towards me slowly again. It was playing with me. I shivered. Eternity, I thought to myself. Georgiana and Alto had been meant to spend eternity together, just like Star and me. I pulled down the covers and looked at their hands for their wedding bands. The corpse-like Georgiana roared in anger at this, charging at me again. In reality, Star had married them, but in this illusion, Alto was wearing his wedding band, but Georgiana wasn't. A chill crept through me. I turned back to the corpse, who was almost upon me, with her hands outstretched, intent on grabbing my throat. There on her finger was the wedding band. I knew what I had to do. I let that thing knock me over and clasp its tattered hands around my throat. It was surprisingly strong, but I was an alpha. I could knock it off of me again, but I didn't this time. I went limp, pretending to lose unconsciousness. The thing removed its hands from my neck. I snapped my eyes open and grabbed its left wrist. I grasped the ring with my other hand. It would not budge at first. The creature opened its jaws wide. The smell was shockingly offensive. I held my breath to hold back my own vomit. The creature did the opposite. It spewed vomit all over me. I yelped as I was hit with a deluge of tarry black substance. The vomit actually helped to lubricate the ring finger when it had splashed onto its hand. The ring came loose suddenly, causing me to fall backwards, hitting my head on the floor. The creature loomed over me, but I kicked her with both legs as I jumped up to a standing position, sending her flying across the room. I slipped the ring onto Georgiana's ring finger. She and Alto opened their eyes. I stumbled backwards. I heard the creature shriek. I jumped around. The room was filling with light, and a beam of it hit the creature square in her chest. She burst into an eclipse of white moths. They flew away, vanishing into the beam of light. I looked at the spot where she had been and sighed in relief. The snow globe was back, and I still had 3 more tries to get this right. Chapter 94, Sunday, 27th September, 2020. Noah. I did not know if I could handle any more wrong picks, but I had to for Star. I grabbed the infinity snow globe, and it pulled me through darkness and back into the snow globe room. I could not afford to dawdle too much. Eli and Zaya had to go after me, and the ghoul was getting hungrier and angrier by the minute. At least I had another hint now. The wrong symbols represented fears. The infinity symbol had been wrong. I really hoped one of my other picks was correct. I looked at the fire, the crown, the beating heart, and the star. One of these would still have to be eliminated. I only had 3 more tries. Fire could definitely be a fear. The crown could also represent the fear of responsibility. Dad loved that saying, "Heavy is the head that wears the crown." I sighed. Leadership certainly wasn't easy. The beating heart did not seem as though it could represent one of my fears. The star also did not seem like something fear-related. The crown kept calling to me. I grumbled to myself. I slammed my fist on the floor in frustration, cracking the tiles. I watched my bleeding palm heal seamlessly. My own heart was racing. I went out on a limb and grabbed the beating heart snow globe on impulse. I felt my stomach lurch as I was pulled into another location. My eyes snapped open. I groaned in frustration. I was back at the hospital where Chet and Jillian had been. Guilt flared up inside of me. Their accident had been partly my fault for getting close to Star. The curse had caused it. I reminded myself that this wasn't real and they were okay now. I was standing in the pristine waiting room just outside of the ICU. I knew the ghoul meant for me to go inside the ICU, but what could it really do if I didn't? I could just stand out here until it let me go back to the snow globe room, couldn't I? No, I could not. Eli and Zaya, I had to get this done quickly to save my little brothers the extra hardship. I burst into the ICU, ready to get this over with. My heart almost leapt out of my chest at the sight before me. Jillian and Chet were nowhere to be found. Star was in one of the ICU beds and my mother was in the other. Their monitors were both beeping steadily, signifying that they were breathing and their hearts were still beating. I felt a little panicked, anxious about what was to come. I went closer to my mom's bed. She looked like she had been in a car accident too. Her leg was in a cast and she had a lot of small cuts all over her. I smoothed the hair off of her forehead. She was sweating profusely with the effort of healing all of these injuries. It was a lot even for a werewolf's superhuman immune system. I kissed her forehead. "Mom, I'll be back," I mumbled. I went over to Star. She was unconscious too. She looked even worse than Mom with both of her arms and one of her feet in thick casts. I covered my face with my hands and groaned. I touched Star's cheek. Her monitor began beeping faster, and so did Mom's. The doctors rushed into the room, followed by the nurses. "What is it?" I asked. "What's happening?" I demanded, but everyone ignored me as they split into 2 teams and got to work on my mom and Star. "Are they going to be okay?" I asked, my voice thick with tears. I had an eerie feeling that someone was watching me amidst all this chaos. I slowly glanced behind me. My breath hitched in my throat. Georgiana was standing there barely a foot away, pale and gaunt like a harbinger of death. She smiled wickedly at me. "Why are you doing this?" I yelled. She was shaking with suppressed laughter. She tossed her head back and laughed maniacally. I backed away from her. I had arrived without the snow globe a second time. Was the snow globe in her body again? I looked at the cackling corpse distastefully. She stopped laughing and shook her head as though she could read my thoughts. A chill crept through me. She pointed a gray, taloned finger at Star. "No." My stomach lurched, and it was not motion sickness this time. "No," I cried. She nodded slowly, her malicious smile widening. "No," I yelled at the top of my lungs. She vanished, leaving me with the medical teams and my loved ones. I heard it. The worst sound in the world, the never-ending beep of a flatline. They were dying. "No, no, please," I begged the doctors who continued to work on them. Their hearts did not restart. Eventually, the medical team announced defeat despite my pleas. No one even looked at me. They covered them with white sheets. I ripped the sheets down off of their faces. They both looked so peaceful, as if they were just sleeping. I looked at the spot where the corpse had been, and there was something on the floor. A scalpel. Had one of the doctors left this behind? Instinctively, I knew they hadn't. This was from her. She had left it here for me to get the next snow globe. I looked at Star's angelic face. It's not really Star, Noah, I reminded myself. There was a strange hemispherical swelling under the white blanket. I pulled it down. I raised the hem of Star's shirt a little with trembling hands to see her tummy. It was swollen, but not like a pregnancy. There was something perfectly round in there. I felt nauseated. What kind of a monster was Heath? He was watching this with the real Star. How could a father be okay with these tasks? They were vile. Prudence was about making the right decisions. There was nothing right about this. I won't do it, I said aloud. Zaya was probably going to kill me. I can't, and I won't, I declared. It's disgusting, and it has nothing to do with me being the right person for Star. I screamed at the wall, tears forming in my eyes. I knew they were behind there. A door appeared in the wall. It creaked open slowly. I tilted my head a little, trying to peer into it. Beyond it, I could see nothing but impenetrable darkness. I looked around. There was nowhere else to go. I pocketed the scalpel rather than throw it away. I covered up Star and my mom, kissing their foreheads. I went into the darkness through the door. Star. I watched as Noah disappeared into the darkness. I was crying. I had been screaming at my dad to call off the challenge. It was too sick. This was completely not what I had expected. This is gross, Dad, I said again. He would not even look at me. What is wrong with you? Since when do you hate me? I asked, my voice thick with tears. Azriel and Toby were quiet. Jonah was glaring at Dad. Zaya and Eli were watching the arena with worried faces. Where's my brother? Snarled Jonah. Dad smirked. Dad! Where's Noah? I thought that door led right outside here to us, I cried. Dad was shaking a little, holding back laughter. I backed away from him. Where's my little brother? Yelled Jonah in his alpha voice, making the whole room shake. Dad was powerful, but he was not an alpha. He would become compelled to answer the question by wolf law. Harper had been explaining wolf law and fey law to me of late, as he would govern over both in this pack. Dad was silent, resisting the alpha command. Tell me, shouted Jonah. Dust rained down from the ceiling. Jonah! Stop, I whispered. Something in my voice made him look at me, his green eyes shimmering with tears. Jonah, Eli, Zaya, come here. Now please, I hissed. They came towards me worriedly. Make your dad bring back Noah, cried Jonah. I could not mind Link in this room. I had my phone. I typed, That's not my dad. I showed the screen to Jonah, facing it away from whoever that was. Eli and Zaya flanked me protectively. All right, well that's it then. Challenge over. Bring Noah out, said Zaya authoritatively. Noah has failed his task, said Dad's look-alike, his voice silky smooth, not gruff. That was so unlike Dad. How could I have been so stupid? Why didn't I notice that before? This person had graceful movements, refined mannerisms, and a total lack of empathy. The opposite of Dad. Dad was all heart and impulse and unrefined, jagged edges. He was a warrior with his heart on his sleeve. Once I revealed that I knew this wasn't my dad, things would go in another direction. Should we play along until Noah was released? Okay, so bring him out. The challenge is over, I said, my voice shaking a little. The imposter looked at me with a sly smile. There are 4 of them, said my dad's imposter. Great math, snarled Zaya, rolling his eyes. We're quadruplets. We know. That silky laugh echoed through the room again. Yes, well, 1 has succeeded, said the imposter, looking at Jonah. And 1 has failed, said my dad's imposter, looking back at the empty arena. There are 2 tasks left. If they are both done satisfactorily, that would be an overall win, he said simply. Let's say it's an overall tie or fail, said Eli. Then what? You can't be with Star, said the imposter. But what about Noah? I asked. Do you take me for a monster? Said the imposter. Yes, I thought to myself. No, I'm not. I'm your father, Star. I love you, said my dad's imposter. His false words made me sick. He could barely get those lies out with a straight face. Where was my real dad? Was he okay? Was Noah okay? Noah will return at the end of the challenge regardless of the outcome, said the imposter. So where is he now? I asked, my heart racing. I was terrified, but I could not say anything yet. I needed a plan of some kind first. He's in the arena, in the ghoul's domain, in another waiting room, quite like this one, said my dad's doppelganger. I looked around me. I did not believer him one bit. I knew that Noah was alive, though. The quadruplets, or I could sense it. We just were not able to find him without help. I did not know anything about ghouls. I looked at Azriel and Toby. I don't want to do this anymore. Take Noah out and shut down the arena and feed the ghoul, I said to Azriel. Azriel was hesitant. He would barely look at me. He was looking at the doppelganger. Why don't Eli and Zaya just complete their tasks? Suggested Toby with an apologetic smile. Then it'll all be over. It'll all be over? Said Jonah. It'll be complete and we can shut down the arena, said Toby. You said over, snapped Jonah. I meant complete, said Toby. Over complete, what difference does it make? Said Toby with a laugh. It makes a huge difference, said Eli, standing in front of me. I don't want to play this game anymore. Eli, wait, I cried, guessing what he was about to do. We know you're not Heath, growled Eli. I'm not too sure about Azriel and Toby either, he snarled. The imposter was shaking with barely suppressed laughter again. He burst into a fit of laughter, doubling over. His eyes looked wild. I backed away from him. I ran to the door to exit this room and go back to the hallway. I tugged on the handle. It was locked. This door isn't supposed to be locked, I shrieked. Only the arena's door should be locked. The maniac was still laughing. Azriel and Toby flanked him in silence. Don't you get it? Said the imposter. As soon as you entered the waiting room. That was it. You are all in the arena, even now, he revealed. I gasped. The door to the waiting room was the entrance to the arena. We had been watching the tasks from inside the same arena. We had all been trapped this whole time. No wonder we could not mind link, even in the waiting room. It all made sense now. The waiting room was part of the arena. We were all in the ghoul's domain. Let Star go, said Zaya. What do you have against her? Who are you? You're not her father. Why do you care who she is with? Demanded Zaya. Star shouldn't even exist, spat the imposter. I am her father, said the imposter mockingly. Well, I would have been her stepfather if her mother could have kept her legs closed and married who she was promised to. Bellowed the imposter, his eyes turning black. He leapt at us. I shrieked. Energy burst out of me, making the overhead lights surge and then rain sparks down on everyone. Eli grabbed me, shielding me with his body. A small fire had started in the waiting room. The sparks stopped forming. Should we put it out? Asked Azriel, looking at my dad's imposter. They were all in this together. Eli didn't release me even as the sparks stopped falling. Who are you two then? I asked. Star, it's me, it's Toby, said Toby's imposter. Bullshit, I screamed. Language, young lady, said my dad's imposter. My dad doesn't give a fuck about language. Who are you people, and where are Noah, my dad, my cousin, and my best friend? I yelled, making the room shake, surprising even myself. You haven't figured it out yet. I just told you who I am, laughed my dad's imposter. He had just called my mother a walk. That was why I made the light spark. I was furious. I looked at the growing fire in the corner. We needed to get out of here, and teleporting did not work. You're Star's relative too, said Jonah suddenly. My dad's imposter smiled. You're the cousin of her mother. You were going to marry her mother, but she ran off with her mate, Heath, said Jonah. And they say Noah is the smart one, said my mother's cousin theatrically. I am many, many, many people. Anyone I want to be, in fact, said the imposter, transforming as he said that. In a few moments, he transformed from my dad into the queen. I gasped. Had he been the queen the whole time? So where is my real great-grandmother then? I cried. That's for me to know and you to never find out, he snarled, transforming from the queen into a tall, muscular man with dark hair and olive skin. He bore a certain family resemblance to Harper and me. I am Holden, he said with a deep bow, his smile mocking me. Where's my dad? I cried. Where's Heath? Demanded Eli, his eyes turning black. How long have you been him? What have you done with him and my brother? Holden sighed. What is it about Heath that's so special? He said exasperatedly. Eli pounced on Holden, shifting in midair in a split second. I had never seen someone shift so quickly. In the blink of an eye, he became a wolf just before he tackled Holden to the floor. Clearly, Holden had not been expecting that as he crashed backwards onto the floor with Eli landing on top of him. Eli's huge front paws had Holden pinned to the floor. Holden's eyes were pitch black. He was trying to shift, but finding it difficult because of Eli's massive wolf pressing him down. Eli went for the jugular. No, I shrieked. We need him to find the others. Eli hesitated. Holden sent Eli flying across the room. Holden was using magic. I caught Eli and cushioned the fall with my magic, putting him back on his paws. "You're controlling this whole arena," I said. Holden laughed as Asriel and Toby helped him to his feet. "I can't take all the credit. There actually is a hungry ghoul. This waiting room is the only place it can't enter," said Holden. "And who are these two?" snarled Johann, looking at Asriel and Toby. Toby's face began to bubble as if it were boiling under his skin's surface. His features warped themselves. He grew a little taller and his body changed shape. I gasped as long blonde hair grew out of his head. "Angie's mom," I said. "You killed my daughter," snarled Mrs. Plastique. "Your daughter tried to kill me," I said in my defense. "Either way, Star didn't kill her," barked Jonah. "I killed your daughter?" Mrs. Plastique looked genuinely shocked for a moment. Asriel's face was changing too. He transformed into a man I did not recognize. "Who the fuck are you?" snarled Zaya. "This is my fiancé, Deacon. He's Holden's half-brother on his mother's side of the family. She was a witch, you know," said Mrs. Plastique, smiling as though she were introducing him at a party over some champagne. "Mr. Plastique isn't even cold in his grave," muttered Jonah. "What would you know about loyalty?" hissed Mrs. Plastique. "More than you and your daughter," snapped Jonah. "Don't you talk about my daughter. You ruined her life and her chance to be Luna. And then you killed her," shrieked Mrs. Plastique. "Enough," roared Holden. "My new recruits are a little temperamental," said Holden with a glance at Mrs. Plastique and her fiancé. "Nevertheless, we have a lot to do, and we can't have you running about spoiling everything," said Holden, who seemed to be summoning his energy. I braced myself for an attack, shielding myself and my mates, but he did not lash out at us. He merely snapped his fingers. The snap seemed to echo in this room. I felt my stomach lurch, and then I was dragged into darkness. I woke up on a cold, hard surface. I struggled to stand up. I recognized the tiles, the snow globe room Noah had faced his task in. I looked around and spotted Jonah, Zaya, and Eli's wolf, shaking off the same disorientation that I felt. I looked at the wall where the ghoul wrote messages. "This is permanence." "That's not one of the four," I said to the others. "There's no challenge anymore, no tasks. This was the real deal behind all of it. Holden must have promised us to the ghoul," said Jonah, pulling me to him. Eli remained shifted and stood in front of me. Zaya stood next to Eli. "Promised us to the ghoul? So what? It can torment us forever until we go crazy," said Zaya. "No," said Jonah. "It's hungry. Ghouls tend to play with their food first, and they eat flesh, usually of the dead, but they would settle for the living." Chapter 95, Sunday, 27th September, 2020. Noah. The door slammed shut behind me. Darkness swallowed me whole. This was not right. I thought I had forfeited. Where was Star? Where were my brothers? I felt less afraid even in this pitch-black room than I did with the ghoul in that brightly lit hospital. Heath and the ghoul had gone too far. I could not really blame the ghoul. It was far from human, but Heath should undoubtedly know better. Why would he consent to seeing his own daughter sliced open even if it were an illusion? What would that prove? "Star," I called, feeling a bit moronic. She probably considered me a huge coward now. "Star," I yelled. Maybe she no longer wanted me for a mate. "Star," I yelled at the top of my lungs. She should understand why I couldn't do it, shouldn't she? A sob escaped me. I sat down in the middle of the darkness. I supposed I was to just sit here until the challenge was over. Perhaps they were letting Eli and Zaya still attempt their tasks. That cheered me up a little. They deserved a chance. Then it made me feel sick. No, the ghoul had already went overboard. How horrible would it treat my family? "Jonah! Eli! Zaya!" I shouted into the darkness. "Eli," came a voice I recognized. "Harper?" I answered. What was Harper doing here? What was going on? Where was here? "Harper!" I yelled, trying to head in the direction I had heard his voice. "Eli!" yelled Harper. "Eli! Come here! Follow my voice!" Yelled another voice I knew. Heath. I ran towards his voice. He thought I was Eli. Harper thought I was Eli too. Well, we were identical, including our voices. I came across something other than endless darkness. It was a mangled cage. Stupidly, I reached out and touched it without thinking. "Ow!" I exclaimed, looking at my singed palm. Silver. "He's by the cage," said a softer, high-pitched voice. "Holly?" Harper, Heath, and Holly came running towards me. My face broke into a relieved smile, even though I had no idea what was going on. I ran to them and embraced them. "Hey, you're not Eli," said Heath, cupping my face and turning it side to side. "You're said Heath, pausing to think about it. Noah, I chuckled. Noah, exclaimed Heath. Oh, sorry, Noah. I guess I just know Eli the most, so I assumed it was him, said Harper. What are you doing down here? Asked Holly. Down here? I asked. Underneath the Queen's walk-in closet, said Harper, as though that were obvious. I began, but then I stopped myself. I stared at Heath. Oh my, I said. I sank to my knees. I was panicking. I grabbed Heath's shoulders. It's not you! It's not you at all! Of course not! I said. The Heath back in the waiting room wasn't the real Heath. This Heath was. I just knew it. The one back in the waiting room was sadistic and warped. Maybe tell us all of what you mean, suggested Holly gently. I came from the challenge with the 4 cardinal virtues, I said. That hasn't started yet, mumbled Heath, looking worried. I've been trapped here with Holly. Harper only just found us. No, I snapped. Sorry, I added. It has started, and it's horrible. The tasks are gruesome and have practically nothing to do with being a good mate for Star. Another Heath is conducting the challenge? Confirmed Holly. Yes, I said eagerly. They had understood quickly, as if they were not surprised. It's that bastard. We have to get to Star, said Heath. Which bastard? I asked. Harper snickered. Holden, a new bastard, he said. Elaborate, please, I said. Holden is the man that wanted to marry my mate, Hesper. He's, began Heath, but I interjected. He's Hesper's cousin, I said, finishing Heath's sentence. Yes, and he's been pretending to be the Queen this whole time, said Heath. I saw him change from the Queen to himself, added Holly. I snuck up on him. Well, on the Queen. I had an inkling that she was an imposter. I have been suspicious for some time, explained Holly. Okay, we each have enough of what's going on here for now. Let's go, said Harper. You can get us out of here? I asked. I think so. I can feel Holden's enchantments holding you 3 here, but there isn't one on me. I haven't actually encountered him yet, so that's a good thing. I was about to summon enough energy to get Holly and Dad out of here when I heard your voice, said Harper. Star is okay? Asked Heath. For now, I said, nodding. Well, maybe not emotionally. She had to watch Jonah and then me while we faced the ghoul. Both were horrible, and I lost my nerve to admit that I had forfeited in front of the real Heath. I guess we'll do the real challenge when we sort everything out and get rid of Holden? I asked instead, looking at the authentic Heath, hopefully. He seemed hesitant. Truthfully, I was going to call it off. Asriel suggested using a ghoul. I had to feed it first to make it less vicious, but I don't like those things. They're vicious even when fed. I told Toby to toss it a lot of meat. He's been helping out, explained Heath. I'm not sure if Asriel and Toby are the real Asriel and Toby either, I told them. They might not be, I said. Harper sat cross-legged on the floor and closed his eyes. Heath grabbed my hand and outed on one of Harper's shoulders. He put his hand on Harper's other shoulder. Holly knelt on the ground and flung her arms around Harper's neck from behind like he was about to give her a piggyback ride. I saw the corners of Harper's mouth twitch upwards momentarily in a little sly smile. Noah, said Heath with a sigh. I'm sorry, he said. I was shocked. Thank you, I said awkwardly, not sure if that was the right reply. You aren't perfect, that's for damn sure, said Heath. True, I said, nodding. And you handled being fated to my daughter totally unsatisfactorily in my opinion, he lectured. I nodded. I'm really not impressed, he said, somewhat seething. I braced myself for the rest. And as her father, he said, raising his voice. I sighed. And as your future father-in-law, he added. Huh. I just want to see you do better and do right by my daughter, said Heath, lowering his voice. Ah, cooed Holly. I haven't even started on you, Miss Holly, said Heath. Holly looked nervous. Don't think you don't have a hell of a lot of explaining to do. Your story about your little investigation was lacking. There's a ton of information missing, probably intentionally omitted, but we'll get to it, said Heath. I stayed out of that. How are we going, son? Asked Heath. Almost, said Harper. A ring of light had formed around us and begun to spin. I could hear the whoosh of it as it created a twister with us at the center. Just tell the other 3 I apologized and I want more from them. I'm not saying it over. You're all the same damn thing times 4, said Heath over the roar of the wind Harper was summoning. Okay, I yelled, willing to accept anything that would make Heath say, I could be with Star without interference. The twister around us tore a circular-shaped fraction of the floor underneath us. Harper used that as a platform. He levitated the jagged slab underneath us with us on top of it. I thought Harper was turning himself into a portal, I yelled. Wasn't that why Heath had put my hand on Harper's shoulder? You want to do it? Snapped Harper, annoyed though his eyes remained closed and he stayed in his mediative position. No, bro, you go for it, I said apologetically. Harper continued to levitate the slab with us on it. It rose higher and higher through the seemingly endless darkness. Was there a ceiling? As we got higher, I saw a speck of light. Harper, there's a little speck of light above us, squeaked Holly triumphantly. Harper smiled. He moved us up a little faster. I wobbled and Heath grabbed the scruff of my jacket. I just gave you permission to be with my daughter, boy. That's a precious gift. Don't die now, he said, annoyed, but making sure I didn't fall off. I grinned at him. Why did I ever think Holden was him? I was so nervous and focused on the challenge I didn't see the obvious. Heath's personality wasn't exactly subtle, and Holden was not even a good actor. I replayed the recent events in my mind, realizing Heath stepped out of the room and came back with a personality transplant. I was supposed to be discerning. I should have known. The speck of light was growing larger, or we were getting closer. As we neared it, it began to look like a rectangle. There's a door up there, I yelled to Harper. We made it, he said, grinning, actually opening his eyes. He kept the slab under us steady, stood up, grabbed Holly by the waist, and leapt out through the opening. He came back to help us. I'm fine, Heath protested as Harper tried to lift him. Heath made Harper and I jump out before him. I grabbed the ledge of the room above and swung myself inside. Harper was beside me, sitting on the floor. I looked back. Heath was climbing out. When we were all out, Harper shut the door by manipulating a mannequin of the Winter Fey Queen nearby. I stared at my surroundings. I was in a hideous walk-in closet filled with gaudy dresses and scary mannequins. It reminded me of a wax museum. What is this place? I said, creeped out, staring at the mannequins. The walk-in closet, said Harper. In the Queen's chambers? I asked. Harper nodded. Helena should be waiting for me by the window. She was worried sick about Holly, said Harper. Holly looked guilty. Harper led us into a lavishly decorated bedroom that was obviously meant for the Queen. We then walked down a hallway and up a staircase. I could see a huge, brilliant eye staring at me from the floor-length window. The eye took up the whole frame. Helena the Heaven-born. Harper's dragon? I had never noticed how beautiful her eyes were. They shimmered and seemed to encompass every color like a kaleidoscope. I marveled at her. Harper helped me onto the dragon through the window. Holly and Heath had no problem hopping onto the dragon. Dad, you know how to ride? Asked Harper, sounding surprised. Since before you were born, grumbled Heath. Harper smiled. Your mother would take me for dragon rides all the time, reminisced Heath, his eyes taking on a faraway expression. He snapped himself out of it. Let's go. Your sister is with that asshole, growled Heath. Helena seemed overjoyed at being reunited with Holly and Harper. She swooped down to the courtyard in one steep nosedive, landing gracefully. We slid down her back. Come on, barked Heath. He ran at werewolf speed. I was grateful he knew the way back to the arena. I was always lost in the maze that was this castle. Harper scooped up Holly and ran with her. I kept in pace with Heath. I recognized the door to the waiting room as Heath reached for the knob. Wait, I yelled, making everyone jump. What? Snapped Heath. We can't just barge in, I explained. Something was wrong. I was afraid once we entered the door there would be no getting back out. Like hell we can't, growled Harper. My twin is in there. My mate is in there too, I retorted. Harper sighed. I don't trust Holden, I said, looking at the door apprehensively. And we do? Scoffed Heath. Of course you don't, but remember the woods, Georgiana's woods. Some of us stayed outside to summon the others once they were done, I reminded them. Understanding dawned on Holly's face. You think the room is entrance only? There's no sure way out unless someone pulls you out? Guessed Holly. She was a lot smarter than she usually let on. Yeah, exactly, I said. The only ones with magic are Harper and me, said Holly. And the only powerful one with magic is Harper, she added. Harper sighed. You saying I got to stay outside, growled Harper, annoyed. It's a safety net, I said quickly. Perhaps, said Heath, What if we try to summon the others from inside out here? Suggested Holly. Harper sat on the floor without hesitation in the same meditative pose. Don't you need candles and chalk? I asked, recalling Jamie's spell to summon Georgiana. Materials would help, but I can manage without it, mumbled Harper. Also, witchcraft is more about, well, craft obviously, and practice with innate skill, whereas fey magic is more about intent and emotion and being of fey blood, he explained softly, already seeming somewhat entranced. Holly sat facing him. They joined hands, keeping their eyes shut. Add your energy to the circle, even though you can't do magic, said Holly, reaching for my hand. Your desire for Star and your link with your brothers might help. You too, Lord Heath, she said. Heath and I joined hands and sat with them. I pictured my brothers and Star. They are so hard to reach, mumbled Harper, his voice strained. You overcame Holden's magic before, said Holly encouragingly. Wait, I said. What now? Asked Heath, letting go of my hand exasperatedly. I have a thing that I can do, I said. They all stared at me blankly. I haven't done it in a while. It's not really mind-linking. It's like, I don't know what to call it, possession? I tried. I can possess people. Let me try, I said in earnest. Possession? Asked Holly, intrigued. She grinned. You're probably good at astral travel, Noah, she said excitedly. I shrugged. Let me see what's going on with them so we know what to do, I said. The others nodded. They joined hands with me. I hadn't used my weird gift in a while. It didn't appeal to me, and the more I used it, the more nightmares I would have as a kid, so I always blocked it out. My brothers and I all had certain things we could do. I supposed you could call them gifts. Mine seemed more like a curse when I thought of all the creatures from my nightmares. I would walk around the house as a child at night, even when my body was asleep in bed, and I would spy on people through their own eyes, taking them over for a short period of time. I figured Star might let me in the quickest, or Jonah. I tried Star first. Jonah. We were in the snow globe room. The ghoul had not attacked us yet. What was it waiting for? Maybe it wanted us hungry and tired, as weak as possible. None of these globes are the exit, then? I presumed, if this was set up by Holden. You won your challenge, though, said Zaya. Eli remained in wolf form, so he could be on the offensive. I knew he wanted to rip the ghoul's throat out if it came near Star. It was a fight between Eli and the ghoul for who was the most bloodthirsty right now. So you're saying maybe there is a right choice? I asked. Yeah, said Zaya. What do you think, Star? I asked gently, brushing her tangled curls and waves out of her face. She was staring into space, glassy-eyed. Star, I asked, grabbing her shoulders. I shook her. Star, I yelled, stay with me. Cut it out, snarled Zaya, grabbing my hands. You're shaking her too hard. Sorry. I apologized quickly. I hadn't realized. Maybe she's traumatized, suggested Zaya, his eyes filled with concern as he caressed her cheek. Noah, I left Star's body, rushed back into the darkness, and was pulled back into myself. I sat up with a start. Are you okay? Asked Harper anxiously. You collapsed. No, I said. I visited Star. The others looked amazed. They're okay, I said, grinning. Well, for now, they're trapped in a room filled with snow globes, I explained. That was meant to be your challenge, said Heath apologetically. And what did the beating heart symbol represent? I asked, wondering how much the challenge had been perverted. It was supposed to take you back to the cabin. Your friend's cabin, said Heath. My eyes widened. Chet, I said. Heath nodded. Yeah, I was there the night Star shifted, watching from afar in the woods. You would follow her wolf tracks and eventually her heartbeat until you found the ghoul's version of her wolf, who would show you where the snow globe was so you could get back to the snow globe room because the beating heart is one of the wrong choices, explained Heath. Wow. They had completely altered the challenge. It wasn't that, I said simply. They changed it, but maybe they didn't change all of it. Heath shrugged. Which snow globe was the right one? I asked. The Star, obviously. You're too cerebral. I wanted to show you sometimes the answer is simple and right in front of you. I hoped you would follow your instinct and pick the Star, although your mind wanted something more complicated. Star is the heart of the challenge, not the actual heart, laughed Heath sadly. That's cool, Dad, said Harper with a smile. Maybe the Star will still be the exit, I hoped out loud. It was a long shot, but it was worth a try. Maybe Tell Star to try, said Heath anxiously. But stay with her, in case something happens. Maybe one of us should be tracking down Holden, said Holly more to herself. Absolutely not, barked Harper. Haven't you seen any horror movie? You never split up one there's a maniac on the loose? I haven't seen any, admitted Holly. Oh, yeah, mumbled Harper. I will technically be Star for a little while, I said. I might let her take this body in the meantime if she's able to. Like Freaky Friday? Said Harper excitedly. No one knew what that was, including Holly, of course. You guys are lame. I love human movies, grumbled Harper. I ignored him and focused again on Star. Chapter 96, Sunday, 27th September, 2020. Zaya. Star seemed out of it. She had a moment of clarity where her eyes were focused again. It's Noah, she said. Noah is trying to talk to you guys through me, she said as if she were trying to understand it herself. Noah? Called Jonah loudly. Not now, Jonah, I said exasperatedly, before when her eyes glazed over. Jonah just frowned at me. Eli was still in wolf form, pacing around Star territorially. I wondered if I should shift too. He's coming back, said Star before she trembled a little. Star, I said, rushing to my baby. I held her steady as we sat on the floor together. Jonah was on her other side, and Eli stopped his patrol to stare at her with worried eyes. She shut her eyes tightly as if she had a migraine. When she opened them, I recoiled a little in shock. They were green. Star's eyes were usually brown. Now they were the exact shade of green as the rest of us. Noah, Noah, called Jonah again. I'm here, he said in Star's voice, though I recognized his intonation. Where are you? I demanded. Are you okay? Asked Jonah worriedly. Is he still in the arena? Asked Eli over MindLink. Eli wants to know if you're in the arena, I repeated. Star paused. Noah was rusty. This was something he did not do often. He got it together and spoke through Star again. No, I'm just outside the arena, in the hallway, outside the waiting room. Heath is here? The real one. The Star was supposed to be the right snow globe. Holden warped the game, but it's worth a try. Holden was pretending to be Heath. He's the guy Hesper was supposed to marry. He's her cousin. Yeah, we know, I said glumly. He did the big reveal right after you walked into the dark room. Is it still the right snow globe, though? Asked Jonah. It might be, said Noah through Star. I think he was willing to let each of us win our tasks before he gave us to the ghoul. I think so too, said Jonah. We'll try the Star snow globe. It's worth a shot, I agreed. It made no sense waiting around for the ghoul to show up to chow down. Thanks, Noah, said Jonah. Star shivered again. We held her until she calmed down. I watched as her eyes changed from green to a warm brown. Hey, baby, are you okay? I said softly as I caressed her cheek. She nodded slowly. We need to go okay, said Jonah, helping Star up. Eli came towards us. I put my arm around his huge furry neck. He was as tall as a man in wolf form. Jonah held the Star snow globe. This better be it, I said. This better work. Star. I felt the familiar nausea as the portal allowed me to hurtle through the darkness. We found ourselves on a cool marble floor. I got up slowly, not daring to believe it had worked until I felt hands on me, helping me up. I knew each of my mates by his individual smell and touch. Noah, I gasped. Star, he whispered, relief evident in his voice as he hugged me to him. Star, called a familiar gruff voice. Dad, I squealed, throwing myself into his arms. Star, are you okay? He asked. I'm okay, I murmured. Where is Holden? Asked Zaya immediately as he got up and grabbed Noah's shoulders. We don't know, said Noah. We need to find him, said Jonah. He's working with Mrs. Plastique and her fiancé, the guy she was cheating on Angie's dad with, who happens to be Holden's half-brother. He was the fourth person Jamie was walking about. Holden and his half-brother have a witch for a mom, and they both have powerful magic. It was a lot to digest all at once. I could see it on the faces of my dad, Noah, Harper, and Holly. I'm so glad you're safe, movie star, exclaimed Harper, pulling me into a big bear bug. Are you okay? I asked, cupping his face. He nodded. Holly? I asked, turning to her. I am well, she said softly. How do we find Holden now? I asked. If I am right about him, he will be in the throne room masquerading as the queen, pretending like nothing is amiss, said Holly. Seriously? I said in disbelief. Holly nodded. So what now? We just walk right in there and tell everyone he is an imposter? I clarified. That will make us look crazy, mumbled Heath. We're still relatively new at court. They will believe the so-called queen over us. Not if they know we are telling the truth, said Harper, grinning at Holly. A mischievous smile spread slowly across Holly's face. What do you two have planned? I asked while running my finger through Eli's fur. He refused to shift back until Holden was dead. It's Holly's plan. I think it's been her plan all along, said Harper, looking at Holly in awe. Holly, the double doors to the throne room where the imposter queen held court were thrown open. I marched directly up to Holden in his treacherous disguise. I was flanked by Prince Harper and Princess Star. Lords Heath, Noah, Jonah, Zaya, and Eli in his wolf form were with us. We still had to locate the real Toby and Azrael as well as the authentic Queen and Hesper. I had not revealed Hesper was alive yet, in case Holden had lied about that part. I did not want His Highness and his father to be devastated twice. The Queen sat there, the picture of grace and opulence, dripping in jewels. She was almost too bright to look at with the way her jewelry glittered in the well-lit hall. The court were all assembled at either side of the carpet that led to the throne. I spotted the other impostors in the forms of Lord Toby and Prince Azrael. Good day to all, I said, my voice shaking a little. You dare to address the court, you, a commoner, a thief, an autumn fae, half-blooded, not even a winter fae, or a full-blooded fae, drawled the Queen, listing out my supposed offenses. Being half-blooded was hardly an offense. That was rich coming from Holden, a half-werewolf and half-wizard, but he was playing his role. There was some murmuring amongst the court members at the mention of me being half-blooded. Those gathered did not like the old ways, austere and prejudiced. They were sympathizing with me. Good. I am a thief, I will admit to that. I stole the lingering lotus, I confessed. The crowd erupted into whispers. Harper held up his hand to silence them. But you took it back, Your Majesty, I said pointedly. It is rightfully the property of the palace and its reigning family, she said, straightening her back in her chair. Then give it to me, please, Your Majesty, said Prince Harper, so that I may gift it to my love to woo her with. It is her heart's desire, he said smoothly, making the court coo and simper. Members began encouraging the Queen to bestow the lotus upon their prince. The Queen kept calm under pressure. The protests grew as seconds ticked by. Very well, pronounced the Queen, silencing the court. She produced the lingering lotus in an icy blue flame in her hand. I was afraid she would burn it to ashes. Don't, please, I cried. I am merely preserving it, frozen forever, said the Queen triumphantly. She sent it towards Prince Harper through the ear. The court marveled at its beauty. It was now icy blue and frosty white, frozen solid. Harper held it delicately. Give it to your love, instructed the Queen with a malice-filled smile. Harper frowned. A frozen flower is an omen, he said simply. Thaw it, he insisted, looking at the Queen. Thaw it yourself. My predecessor should be powerful enough to overcome my magic, said the Queen. The crowd murmured in agreement. The impostor looked satisfied, thinking that Harper was too weak to thaw the flower with his magic. Harper simply nodded. He levitated the flower and made it spin slowly at first. It went faster and faster. Droplets slipped down its petals as it turned. In a matter of moments, it was fresh and alive, thawed. I breathed a sigh of relief. Harper got down on one knee and held the flower up to me. The crowd was beside itself, grinning faces and flushed cheeks everywhere as they got caught up in the spectacle, the intrigue, the romance. I wanted all their eyes on this moment. It is not a ring, but the next time I kneel before you it will be, promised Harper. The women of the crown clutched their hands to their hearts and sighed. I took the lotus. Let me ensure that my gift works, I said. The crowd became agitated, thinking me rude to say such a thing before the prince. Harper loves me, I said to the lotus, holding a petal. It glimmered brilliantly as it pondered the question. The petal remained intact. That was a yes, I said to the crowd, performing my demonstration for those who were unaware of the flower's properties. Harper loves me not, I said to the flower. The petal I was holding withered and died, falling to the floor. The crowd was simpering again. It works, said the Queen quickly. Now on to other. I interrupted her. Another question, I insisted, eliciting gasps from the crowd at my rudeness for cutting across the alleged Winterfey Queen. The Winterfey Queen before me is an impostor, I said loudly and clearly, my voice ringing out through the hall. The crowd gasped. A few of them shrieked. Several yelled at me in anger until they observed the flower. It glimmered, but the petal I held did not fall. "That was a yes," I concluded. "Nonsense," bellowed the queen, making the room shake a little. Holden was using his alpha voice, though disguised as the queen. "Hesper is dead," I shouted, holding the petal. My heart was racing. This question was unplanned, but I needed to know for sure. The petal dazzled us and then withered and slipped down to the floor. The crowd erupted. Fey nobles cried and held each other. Werewolves raised their hands to the heavens in thanks. Comments rang out. "We must find her. Where is she? Where has she been all the time? Who is that on the throne if not the queen?" I could feel Harper trembling beside me. I stood closer to him. Heath's breathing was shallow. Tears streamed down Star's face. "The imposter queen before me has held Hesper and the real queen captive for years," I yelled out, my voice tinged with anger and hurt. The petal gleamed and remained intact. A roar resounded through the hall, loud enough to drown out the yelling of the shocked crowd. I looked behind me. Heath had shifted along with Harper. "Wait! I don't know where they are yet. We need answers," I pleaded as Heath and Harper leapt across the hall, both lunging for Holden's throat. Chapter 97, Sunday, 27th September 2020. Harper. I was mid-leap, suspended in the air, my paws ready to pounce on the man holding my birth mother captive when I heard my mate's voice. Holly. She was right. She said we did not know where the captives were yet. Holden could have put them anywhere. Maybe he had numerous hiding places like that huge dark chamber under the queen's closet. My birth mother, my real great-grandmother, my cousin Asriel, and the real Toby were all still unaccounted for. We did not even know the exact moment they were switched with their imposters, so we could retrace their steps. My dad was heading for Holden's throat, and so was I, but he was ahead of me. I had all of 1 split second to make this decision. I used my magic to knock Holden out of the way. My dad and I both ended up pouncing on an empty throne. I sent Holden, still disguised as the queen, flying sideways across the room. The crowd parted as he hurtled towards the wall. The fake queen hit the wall with a resounding thud. I heard a crack and hoped that was not his neck. The fake queen slid down from the wall and slumped on the floor, still clothed in the splendor of Fey royalty. The crowd gathered around the imposter, just watching as blonde hair was replaced by dark tresses. Frail limbs grew developed muscles. Holden was significantly larger than the queen. I heard the sound of tearing fabric as the queen's undergarments and slips ripped to fit the large werewolf. Holden lay there, knocked out, but alive. I breathed a sigh of relief. I looked at Holly. She grinned at me, beaming. "Good job, baby. You're my little Charlie's angel," I said. "Who is Lord Charlie? Is he at court?" she responded. I forgot she did not know any references. My dad stirred beside me, immediately zeroing on Holden's form. He lunged towards him, hell-bent on ripping his throat out. I leapt in front of him, and he snarled at me. "This man destroyed the future we could have had as a family, and you want to protect him," roared my dad, anger radiating from his wolf. "No, I want to know where my mom is. I want his knowledge before we kill him," I said quickly, trying to stop my dad. My dad was panting. His wolf was agitated. I sensed his human side was trying to reason with his wolf now. "Let's go get Mom," I said soothingly. Dad sat on his hind legs. He gave a fraction of a nod. I pressed my forehead against his in our wolf forms. "I promise you'll have your justice," I vowed. Dad bumped his head against mine gently, affectionately. Years of suffering without his mate had took such a toll on him, but it was almost over. Star. Harper and my dad tied Holden, his half-brother, and Mrs. Plastic up with chains enchanted by me and Harper, and all of the most magically skilled Fae at court. Holden was still slumped over. They were all tied together, their back facing one another. Mrs. Plastique was still disguised as Toby, and her fiancé was masquerading as Asriel. "Where is Hesper?" said Dad, now in human form, struggling to keep his voice even. His eyes were black. The quads were standing around me protectively. Eli had finally shifted back, and we were holding hands, our fingers interlaced. Noah held my other hand. Zaya was in front of me, looking ready to pounce on our 3 masterminds, and Jonah was behind me, rubbing my shoulders. "Who?" said Mrs. Plastique in Toby's voice. "Star! It's me! It's Toby! They switched us back." Angie's mom and her fiancé already escaped. My stomach tightened a little. Could that be true? I staggered forwards a little, but bumped right into Zaya, who would not allow me any closer. How do we know for sure that it's not really Toby and Asriel? I asked. Harper rolled his eyes. Really? Come on, movie star, he said exasperatedly. Holly was right behind him. She produced the flower, which still had a few petals. Mrs. Plastique is disguised as Toby, she said, holding a petal gently. The petal remained intact, signifying the statement was true. This is not the real Prince Asriel, said Holly, holding another petal. The petal gleamed and did not fall. Also, the obvious movie star, said Harper. Did none of you notice something? Everyone looked at him quizzically. My baby noticed, said Harper proudly, and Holly blushed. Tell them, said Harper to Holly. Rain and Aaron are awfully quiet, said Holly. I gasped. How could I have been so stupid? Rain and Aaron were not talking. Those enchantments are difficult to prolong, growled Asriel's impostor, his eyes darkening. Rain and Aaron are not enchanted earrings, said Dad. They're enchanted imps, sealed into jewelry because they were uncontrollable and creating havoc in the castle. Your mom sealed them away mercifully because the real queen wanted them destroyed. Wow, said Harper. So Aaron and Rain don't like Mom and great-grandmother? No, they like your mom, and they kinda like being earrings, said Dad simply. No one likes your great-grandmother except your mom, he muttered. Harper left that alone. Bring me some silver knives, ordered Dad to a guard nearby who promptly left the room to fetch them. You kids go play, said Dad dismissively to the rest of us. I'm staying, said Harper. I'll go, said Holly, kissing Harper on his cheek and all but running from the room. I followed her. Eli let go of my hand and Noah took it instead. Go ahead, said Eli with a smile. Zaya? I asked. I'm staying, said Zaya without looking back at me. He was glaring at the three imposters. I frowned but left with Noah and Jonah. Don't worry, Luna. They'll find your mom and everyone else, said Noah, kissing my forehead. I was anxious to meet my mom, so I was scared it was a hoax and someone would come tell me she was dead after all. Hey, shh, cooed Jonah, cupping my cheeks and wiping the tears I did not realize were falling. They carried me back to my room. We were all a mess, especially Noah and Jonah, as they had both actually faced the ghoul. We hopped in the shower. My mind was far away as I helped them wash all the grime off. They left me alone to finish showering, which hurt my feelings a tad. I really needed comfort right now, and I would have thought with 4 mates I would never feel lonely. I took my time in the shower. I must have spent an hour in there. Half of the time was spent staring into space. I sighed. I put on a huge fuzzy robe and wrapped my wet curls up in a towel to help dry them off. I stepped out of my room and my jaw dropped at the sight before me. Noah. I threw my clothes on as quickly as I could. My room at the castle was just across the hallway from Star's. I knocked on Jonah's door. He opened it. His hair was damp, but he was fully dressed. What if she's already back in her room? He asked. Then we'll use one of our rooms instead, I said simply. We ran back across the hall to Star's room with our arms filled with supplies. I'm so excited, said Jonah. Star was not in her room. Should we lock her in the bathroom? Asked Jonah. No, I growled. That's not romantic. It's just to buy time, said Jonah defensively. This won't take long, I reassured him. What would you do without me? I said more to myself than him. This was my idea, said Jonah indignantly. What? No way. I came up with this, I said. I was sure I was the one who had brought it up. Jonah rolled his eyes. I taught you everything you know about girls, said Jonah. Oh, I exclaimed. I guess that's why I know nothing about them, I retorted. We began to wrestle, but then we heard Star shutting off the shower, so we scrambled back to get more supplies, moving at werewolf speed. She did not come out right away. I was relieved. She was drying off in there. We had some more time. Star, I trudged out of my bathroom and right into a romance novel. What is this? I giggled. Noah and Jonah were standing there in tuxedos at either side of the bed. They each held a bouquet of roses, and the bed was strewn with rose petals. The overhead lights were off, but the room was lit by candles. It smelled really good in here. It was probably the candles. There was champagne on ice in the corner and 3 lone stem glasses. I was the only thing out of place, sopping wet with my towel heaped on top my head and my huge fuzzy robe. Let me go change, I said, heading back to the bathroom. I realized my clothes were in my room, obviously, right where the romantic date was. Jonah and Noah came after me and pulled me back into the room. "You don't need to change, Star," murmured Noah, pulling me to the bed to sit down. He pulled the towel off of my wet ringlets and began drying my hair with it. Jonah handed me a glass of champagne and sat on my other side. My cheeks flushed. I had forgotten Jonah and Noah were into helping me get ready. "Noah has some kinky thing for you to wear," said Jonah, "but he lost his nerve and left it in his room." "I want to see it," I said. I actually did. Noah blushed. "Okay," he mumbled and raced out of the room. "Should we lock him out?" suggested Jonah. "No," I laughed. "Eli locked me out," he said indignantly. "That was Eli. Noah didn't do anything," I chuckled. My cheeks were burning. I was not used to this kind of stuff. No one had ever really gotten me flowers or anything except my twin brother. "Thank you," I said softly to Jonah. "Thank you," he said, kissing my forehead. "For forgiving me," he said, gazing at me. His eyes were mesmerizing. "I haven't forgiven you," I said seriously. His face fell. I burst into laughter. "I'm kidding," I said. "I deserve that," he chuckled. He gathered some rose petals from the heap on the bed and threw them at my face. "You're ruining the romance," I said, throwing more petals at him in retaliation. We got into a petal fight and I was winning, but Jonah played dirty. He pinned me to the bed and grasped both of my wrists. "Hey," I exclaimed. We were nose to nose. "Hey," he said as if he were now greeting me. We laughed. Jonah pressed his lips to mine, and a fire ignited within me. He released my wrists to cut my face instead, and I wrapped my arms around him. He deepened the kiss, slipping his tongue into my mouth. I felt something large and hard pressing against my tummy. His member was straining against his pants. I was just in a robe and it was coming undone, so the bulge pressed against my exposed torso. I shivered. He reached down, never breaking our kiss, and felt how wet I was between my thighs. He broke apart from my lips and trailed kisses down my neck as he inserted a finger in me. I cried out at the intrusion, instinctively clamping my legs together, but Jonah parted them gently, rubbing my inner thighs soothingly. I was panting, and so was he. Noah walked in casually as though nothing of interest was happening. He had a hanger, and the outfit was encased by an opaque piece of white plastic. I said. Noah had something in his hand. Jonah and I got up to look. I quickly tied my robe around me. He had brought the highest heels I had ever seen. "I'll break my neck in those," I pointed out, though the design was gorgeous. "Please, it's for Jonah's foot fetish," said Noah, frowning and making puppy dog eyes at me. "I do not have a foot fetish," growled Jonah. I was beginning to believe that he did, in fact, have a foot fetish. Noah began to unzip the bag to reveal the lingerie. "No, I'll be right back," I said, feeling giddy. I grabbed the shoes and the hanger and ran away from them. I shut the bathroom door behind me. If he unzipped the lingerie in front of me, I would have lost my nerve. I took a deep breath. I unzipped the bag and gasped. I was not sure how to put this on. I should have let Noah help me. It was very pretty and lacy and a rosy nude shade that complemented my olive skin. It matched the break-your-neck or ankles shoes. Jonah and Noah would be the death of me. Chapter 98, Sunday, 27th September 2020. Star. The rosy lace number was completely backless, dipping until right above my tailbone. The front boasted a plunging neckline down to my navel. There were frills on either side of it at my waist that gave the impression of it being a dress. The entire thing was sheer, but the floral pattern was busier over the nenny areas, derriere, and my own flower, so that there was some coverage. The shoes were platform heels. They must have been either 5 or 6 inches in total. I tread very lightly in them. I had to take them all the way off to bend down to get the outfit bag without falling when I realized I had missed something about the outfit. There were pieces rose gold jewelry with the outfit with floral designs on each of them. There were 5 of them. One was significantly larger than the other. I realized what they were. 2 anklets, 2 bracelets, and 1 choker necklace. All perfect rings with a little circle jutting out of each of them. Weird. I put on all except the choker because I wasn't used to the feeling of chokers. I held it and put the shoes back on. I glanced at myself in the huge mirror in my master bathroom. I blushed just from looking at myself in this getup. I wondered what Noah and Jonah would think. I recalled the first time Noah and I had ever done something intimate. It was right after I had found out I was adopted. Now I had found out my mother was alive. Do you know if my dad, Harper, Zaya, and Eli have found out anything? I mind-linked Noah and Jonah. Zaya says they're still extracting information, but they have a lead for where Toby might be, answered Jonah. Where? I asked. Back at the Plastique Manor somewhere, said Noah. They think Mrs. Plastique switched places with Toby right after her lover helped her break the magical bindings Jamie had conjured. So, the real Toby must have been left behind in Viper Moon. Dad has sent some of his pack warriors to search the property. Jonah had other news for me. That property is technically yours, by the way. I don't know if Harper told you yet, but his adopted parents have a great lawyer. His team has been working overtime on your stolen inheritance now that they have the correct will. Most of Mrs. Plastique's assets are now rightfully yours, with the exception of those that were from Mr. Plastique's portion of their combined fortune, said Jonah. Anyway, Star, are you seriously mind-linking us from the next room? Asked Jonah. Luna, if you're not ready, it's okay. We love you, said Noah. I took a deep breath. I am ready, I said. I could feel Jonah and Noah's glee coming off of them in waves. I did one more practice run in the shoes, walking back and forth in the bathroom, so I wouldn't embarrass myself. I opened the door to my bedroom hesitantly. Noah and Jonah were both sitting on the bed. They looked up as I slowly walked in. Their grins were huge. I giggled. They both got up and led me across to bed. Noah sat on the edge of the bed with me, standing between his legs. His hands gripped my waist as he turned me around to admire me. You are exquisite, Luna. Delectable, said Noah. I blushed. Watch your step, ma belle déesse, said Jonah, taking my hand and pulling me over to stand in front of him now. He twirled me slowly. You are divine. My whole body was tingling even though nothing had happened yet. Jonah stood up. I bit my lip. He cupped my face, his thumbs caressing my cheeks gently as he brought my lips to his. His kiss was sweet and lingering. He deepened it, pulling me to him, flush against his body. I pushed his blazer off, and he let it fall without breaking the kiss. I felt Noah's body heat behind me. He moved my hair to one side and trailed his fingertips across my marks. His lips brushed against the nape of my neck. He kissed his way downwards until he reached his own mark. He sucked on it, swirling his tongue over it, making me shiver. He bit down on his mark, and a shockwave of pleasure flowed through me, making me moan into Jonah's mouth. My hands undid Jonah's tie while I continued to kiss him, inhaling his scent, loving his taste. He sat down and I straddled him. Noah took his own tie off, and just as I broke the kiss with Jonah, Noah put the black silk tie over my eyes, blindfolding me. I could feel Noah's breath against my ear, making goosebumps spring up. I heard Jonah's soft chuckle. Do you know what these are for, Luna? Said Noah in my ear, his voice husky, as his fingers circled the bracelets and then trailed down my body to where my knees were bent at either side of Jonah's lap. He traced my calves and reached my ankles, feeling the anklets, making sure they were on properly. Where's the choker? Asked Noah. I told you the choker was a bit much, said Jonah. I thought it was a little uncomfortable, I said. Ah, Luna, murmured Noah in my ear. Jonah's silky laughter was in my other ear. Told you, said Jonah, his voice like velvet. Well, we'll just tie your wrists and ankles to the bed then. The choker is a bit much for a beginner, agreed Noah. I was trembling, but I wasn't afraid. I felt very safe, Jonah and Noah. I was excited. Noah nibbled my earlobe, making me whimper, while Jonah ran his hands up my body from my waist to my breasts. His thumbs patted my knots through the thin fabric. They were already erect, and they hardened under the eldest Alpha's masterful touch. He pinched one and licked and nibbled the other through the fabric before he switched. My flour was already dripping for them. You should change your safe word, suggested Noah. The old one reeks of the past. What was her old safe word? Asked Jonah. I was hyper-aware of their bodies and voices because I was blindfolded. All my energy was focused on the other senses. Their smell was delicious. I could also smell the rose petals. I could even smell the champagne. As if he read my mind, I felt Jonah put a glass to my lips. Some liquid courage, he said, tilting the glass. I downed a glass. I was shocked at how good it tasted. The shots I had been given on my birthday had been so hard to drink. The sweetness on my tongue and the taste and smell of Jonah and Noah's skin were all so distinct. The sound of their voices gave me chills, and their touch made me tremble. You don't want to know her old safe word, muttered Noah. I missed out, I guess. You fiends spanked her without me, complained Jonah. You wouldn't have approved, laughed Noah. Oh well, forgive me. I like my Lunas alive, chuckled Jonah, stroking my curls, sweeping them off of my face. What will it be? Said the eldest. I grinned. I was inspired by the way they made me and my wolf feel after being denied them for so long. Complete, I said. I love it, whispered Noah before his lips crashed against mine. His kiss was urgent and filled with so much longing, so much yearning. I gasped into his mouth as he snaked his tongue into mine. Strong hands lifted me onto the middle of the huge bed so that my lips left Noah's for a moment. He pulled me back to him. I sighed in satisfaction as I tasted him again. He rolled so that I was pinned under him. He grasped my wrists, holding them over my head as he kissed his way across my cheek and down my jaw and neck. I heard a metallic clink as something clasped into place. I heard it again. I tried to grasp Noah and realized my wrists were chained to the bed at opposite sides. I gasped. Jonah gripped my ankles. I heard the clink of metal again as he chained my ankles to opposite sides of the lower bed posts. I was lying in the shape of an X. A moan escaped me as Jonah bunched up the fabric at my core, moving it to the side, while Noah's tongue ran the length of my vulva, stopping at my bud to circle it slowly. I groaned. A firmer lick from Noah parted my folds, exposing my tender little clit. Noah swirled his tongue around it again while Jonah's hands caressed my inner thighs. Jonah let his wolf come forwards a little to bring his claws out. I felt him run his claws down my inner thighs, making me shiver. His claws traced patterns on my calves, shins, and ankles. He took my heels off and gently ran his claws along the soles of my feet while Noah plunged his tongue deep inside me, making me cry out. Everything was heightened by my helplessness somehow. I was panting as I rode Noah's face. I was so close to coming. The pressure in my torso was almost to bursting. Please, please, I cried. I think we're being too nice, said Jonah softly as his hands pinched my already hardened knees, making me groan. Noah sucked on my clit so hard I almost came out of my skin. I whimpered. Are we being too nice, Luna? Asked Noah. I had no idea what to say to that. Answer me, growled Noah, plunging 4 fingers inside of me with such force I shocked myself by coming hard. I cried out as my spasmed and contracted around Noah's fingers. No, I said, unsure what the right answer was. Sounds like you're asking us, chuckled Jonah. All right, we'll answer. Yes, we are being too nice. Flip her over. I heard the metallic clinking of the chains as Noah switched the posts I was chained to as he flipped me over and secured my restraints again. I felt Jonah grasp the globes of my behind, squeezing them and massaging them. I groaned. I'm kinda mad at you, Star, whispered Jonah in my ear. Huh? Why? I gasped. I felt Noah smack my behind. The smack sent an electric current straight to my already weeping flower, making me drip more. You know better than that, my pretty little Luna, said Noah in my other ear. You need to address your alphas respectfully, hissed Jonah in my ear, his hands gently clasping my throat. Was all I could say. They were making my mind numb. I earned another smack on the behind from Noah and felt my flower wet itself more. Why, Alpha? I gasped. Good, Luna. Very good, whispered Noah, bending down to kiss the globes of my behind. He sucked on the skin of one of my cheeks. He kissed his way back between my thighs, stopping just short of where I wanted him to go. I whimpered. I think you've been such a bad girl, you know that, don't you, Star? Said Jonah. I began. Smack. I yelped as my butt cheeks quivered under Noah's hand. He kissed my reddened cheeks. Sneaking around with my impressionable little brothers behind my back, knowing full well all the dangers involved, said Jonah. Zaya? Eli? Impressionable? Was this a joke? I'm sorry. I said quickly. Alpha. I'll be good now. Oh, you will be, Luna. You will be very good, because I am going to teach you a lesson, hissed Jonah, biting down on his mark and making my whole body erupt in pleasure. Alpha, I moaned. Or sir or daddy. I'm not cruel, baby, you have options, said Jonah, brushing my hair away from the back of my neck so he could kiss it. I'll let you decide, ma chatonette. How many do you want? Asked Jonah. If I picked a too small a number, they would just add more anyway. 25, I said. Jonah laughed. I laughed nervously, too. We're not that mean, Star, said Noah, unbuttoning a button I didn't even know was there in my lingerie so he could expose the globes of my behind and the petals of my flower properly. Since you're so repentant, we'll just do 18, one for every year you've spent on this earth. Happy belated birthday, chuckled Jonah. Jonah was such an asshole, but he had me dripping down my inner thighs. My body was not rational at all. Ready? Asked Noah. Yes, Alpha, I said. Jonah smacked my behind. I gave a little shriek of surprise as my butt cheeks quivered from the impact. He reached between my legs and inserted a finger into me, pumping me slowly. I moaned and squirmed, pushing myself against the finger. He used his free hand to smack my behind again, a little harder this time. My shriek was muffled by the pillow beneath me. He added a finger. Noah was kissing me up and down my spine. He sucked on the skin when he reached the dip of my spine. By the fifth smack from Jonah, my whole body was trembling, and he had 4 fingers in me while his thumb circled my clit. Noah was peppering my pink behind with kisses. You're doing so good, Luna, murmured Noah against my skin. Your alphas are so proud of you, baby. How did we get so lucky? Cooed Jonah as his fingers worked me into a frenzy. Oh, I moaned, as Noah darted his tongue into my tight back opening. He withdrew his tongue. Smack! I gave a little scream of surprise. When they reached 8, Noah took over the spanking and Jonah took over the soothing. Noah's first smack made my flower weep. I felt Jonah's palms massaging my upper and lower back. His fingers worked deep into the muscle, easing the tension there. I felt his lips on my shoulder blades feather light. He kissed his way down to my sore pink behind, peppering it with kisses. By the time Noah was halfway through his set, Jonah was whispering sweet nothings in my ear, some in English, some in French. Your alphas are almost done punishing you, little angel, whispered Jonah. And you know what comes after pain? My mind was too hazy to formulate a reply. Pleasure, answered Noah for me, administering the final smack just as Jonah's mouth found my clit and sucked it into his mouth, while his fingers pumped in and out of my poochie until I came screaming, my fluids gushing onto the bed underneath me. I heard the clink of the metal. Noah and Jonah unchained me. Someone pulled my blindfold off. They massaged my sore spots while I came down. Noah took the bracelets off completely and massaged my wrists while Jonah took the anklets on and gently caressed my ankles. I squealed as Jonah sucked and nibbled on each toe. Noah found my lips, and his kiss was surprisingly sweet and tender. I kissed him back eagerly, heat pooling in my torso again. I found my head in Jonah's lap. Jonah gently bent and kissed my forehead. Noah kissed my wrists and each fingertip. Princess Hannah, whispered Noah, using my real first name. May I? He asked, brushing his nose against mine. I knew instantly what he meant. I nodded, already anticipating fulfilling the mate bond completely. Noah kissed me deeply, our tongues dancing together. I could taste myself on his mouth. He kissed the tip of my nose, making me giggle. I love you, Hannah Starr, said Noah, looking into my eyes. I could see how green his eyes were, even in this dimly lit room. I could drown in his eyes. I cupped his face in my hands, and he cupped mine. We were forehead to forehead, nose to nose. Jonah lovingly stroked my hair and rubbed my shoulders. Noah was still in his boxers. He sat up, kneeling on the bed. He pulled his boxers down, revealing his thick, long member. There was pre-cum at his tip. I swiped my thumb against it, and he hissed with pleasure at my touch. I wanted to pleasure him more, but he grasped my hand and kissed it. This is all about you, right now, okay? He told me softly. We have forever. Don't worry. I nodded. I felt him inch into me, stretching me as he went. I gasped. I wondered if I would ever get used to this feeling. Jonah kissed my forehead. I stretched upwards to press my lips to his. He kissed me with so much emotion. I could not get enough. We parted and Noah pushed all the way inside of me. He groaned in my ear. I wrapped my arms around his neck. Noah, I whispered against his skin as he started to move slowly, pulling out and thrusting back into me. The sweet, familiar pressure in my middle was back. I arched my back and moved my hips as our noses brushed. He grinned, and so did I. He filled me again and again. I moaned, loving how smooth and hard and strong he felt. I wrapped my legs around him, and he quickened the pace, sliding his huge, smooth k in and out of me. He gripped my hips, his finger biting into my skin, but I didn't really feel it. All I could focus on was him driving into me as I chased my high. The ball of pressure inside of me built and tightened as Noah's thrusts deepened and quickened. I gripped his shoulders as tightly as he was gripping my waist. I knew we would leave marks on each other. Noah was grinding his hips against me, making me whimper. The pressure was unbearable. "Noah," I gasped. He smiled, and I pressed my lips to his just as the pressure overflowed. I screamed as my orgasm hit me, making my whole body spasm and shake. I held on to Noah for dear life, and he continued to stroke me, thrusting as I rode out each pleasure-filled wave. I felt Jonah kiss my sweaty forehead. Noah grunted, and then he groaned in my ear as he exploded into me, filling me up. I could feel load dripping out of me, running down my thighs. I tried to catch my breath. My pulse slowed. Noah pulled out of me slowly. He cleaned me gently with a warm, wet towel. I tugged on Jonah's shoulder, pulling him down for a sweet kiss. "You're probably exhausted, Star," he murmured, kissing my forehead. Noah had been amazing. All my mates so far had been wonderful, but I was still incomplete. My wolf had waited long enough. I needed Jonah. "Jonah, I need you," I whispered in his mind. He searched my face to make sure I was certain. He and Noah switched positions so that my head was now in Noah's lap, and Jonah settled himself between my legs. He caressed my cheeks and nuzzled me. "I love you. I have always loved you, even when I couldn't show it. I hope you know that," he murmured against my lips. I nodded and pulled him to me with a sense of urgency. He crashed his lips to mine, and completely different from the others. He entered me in one long, quick, sharp thrust. I cried out. He pressed his forehead to mine, stroking my hair, waiting for me to adjust. I nodded, and he moved his hips. A delicious thrill coursed through me. I moaned. "Je suis au paradis," whispered Jonah. I did not speak the language, but I instantly knew what he had said. Maybe it was the mate bond or our wolves communicating. "I'm in heaven," I repeated in English. He grinned. "Yeah," he said softly, surprised I knew what he meant. "Me too," I whispered. He laughed and pressed his lips to mine. Jonah entered me the quickest, but his strokes were slow, and they made my toes curl. I moaned against his shoulder. There wasn't any space between us. He put his entire weight on me, his body flush against mine. His pelvis was grinding against me so intensely, my bud kept spasming. I must have had a dozen mini-orgasms while he kept our bodies close and his thrusts deep and agonizingly slow. I could feel him hitting a spot deep inside of me, building a pressure there, different to the others. Bigger, tighter, more intense. He kept hitting that spot deep within me. I whimpered every time he did. His thrusts did not speed up, but they became harder, striking the spot with a greater intensity, each time harder than before. "Oh, Jonah," I gasped. I felt like I was losing my mind. Jonah's rhythm was relentless. That ball of pressure inside of me had never been tightly wound. He sat up suddenly, bringing me with him, thrusting upwards into me, reading that place inside in a way that made me arch my back and dig my nails into shoulders. We were both drenched in sweat. I could taste the salt of it whenever I kissed or licked his skin. He waited until I went insane, almost before he quickened the pace. He changed his pattern completely. He f***ed me hard and fast, pounding me. He certainly was no longer treating me like a beginner. He had me screaming as he slid in and out of me, hitting my cervix, f***ed me mercilessly. The ball of pressure was on fire too. It was boiling. "Jonah!" I cried as my orgasm burst through me, making my whole body shake violently. I squirted, drenching him, but he did not let up until he came with a guttural moan. He poured into me. He immediately put me back against the sheets with a pillow under my behind, angling me so that every last drop drained into me. "Are you trying to get me pregnant?" I teased breathlessly. "Happy Mother's Day," he retorted. Noah, Jonah, and I burst into laughter. The elder two quads curled themselves around me, reminding me of the night I slept between Eli and Zaya. I was nose to nose with Noah while Jonah spooned me. There were two things plaguing my mind: the location of all my still missing loved ones, and marking my quads once and for all. Chapter 99, Monday, 28th September, 2020. Holly. It was the witching hour, sometime between midnight and 3 in the morning, and the prince was not in his bed. I had not been given my own room. The prince had taken me back to his own chambers from the very first night. He had held me then, but he had not touched me. He had been respectful. Now we were more intimate, and I craved his touch. I missed his caresses. I sighed, slipping out of bed. It was so cold without the prince's intense heat. I did not know how to adjust the temperature in the room. There was a device I had seen the prince use. I picked it up and pressed a button. Cold air began to blow into the room. I squealed and pressed other random buttons. The room was getting colder and I was afraid to break the device. What if I had broken it already? I stole out of my room. The hallways of this huge castle were intimidating enough in the daylight hours. The room opposite Harper's chambers belonged to Princess Star. I took a deep breath and knocked on her door, softly at first. I got desperate and banged on her door. "Princess Star!" I called. "Your Highness!" The door swung inwards and I was faced with a disgruntled lord. I gasped, my cheeks flushing. I had interrupted something. The lord was shirtless under a jacket he had clearly thrown on. This was one of the four. I did not know which one. "Alpha," I began, not knowing who this was. "Alpha of Princess Star, I am sorry to interrupt, but I must ask Her Highness something." The Alpha smirked. He snickered at me, leaning against the door. I kept my eyes on his face. He was indecent, shirtless, in underwear, and barefoot. "Chill, Holly," said the Alpha. "It's Jonah, by the way," he said, grinning. He took his jacket off, and I squeaked and covered my eyes. He put the jacket around my shoulders. I had not realized I had been shivering. My teeth had been chattering. I pulled the jacket around me. It was very warm, like the sheets when Harper was under them. Alphas had a lot of body heat. My prince was also an alpha. I gave Alpha Jonah a grateful nod. "Thank you," I said softly. He raised his eyebrows at me, staring at me expectantly. I realized he meant for me to come into the princess's chambers. "No, thank you, Alpha Jonah. I will wait here," I said. "No way. Harper already hates me. Think I'm gonna leave his Luna in a dark hallway alone when she's asking for help. Tell me what's wrong." He gripped the sleeve of my nightgown by my wrist and ushered me inside. He shut the door. Another sleepy alpha was sitting up in bed. Star had put her robe on. Her cheeks were redder than mine were. I was not alone in my embarrassment. "Princess Star, Alpha," I said to the Star and the other alpha. "I am so sorry," the alpha laughed. "Holly, it's me, Noah," said Noah. "Oh," I said, smiling. I knew this one of the four a little better. Noah and Eli made me less nervous than Jonah and Zaya. "Holly, you're a Luna too. You don't have to address us as alphas," said Noah. I nodded. "You're also our sister-in-law practically," said Jonah. Star raised her eyebrows at him. "I didn't know I was married," she said. Jonah grinned. "Well, now that you're probably pregnant, you should marry me." "I don't just want to be your baby daddy," laughed Jonah. Star rolled her eyes. "You're frightening, Holly," she said. "What's wrong? Come here," said Star, motioning to the bed. I moved closer to her. I whispered in her ear. I didn't want anyone to overhear, and wolves had good ears. "I broke the air contraception in the prince's room. I'm so sorry. Can it be fixed? Don't tell the prince. I know he won't be mad, but I'm embarrassed," I revealed. Star chuckled. "Aw, Holly," said Star, giving me a hug. "Let's go look at it." "We heard everything you said," said Jonah. I gasped. "Jonah, leave her alone," said Noah. "She's hilarious," said Jonah to his brother. "I'm calling the air contraption police right away," barked Jonah. I gasped. "Jonah!" snapped Star. Jonah was beside himself, doubling over with laughter. "I'm kidding, Holly, I'm sorry," said Jonah. "Yes, you talked about the baby already," I said. Kidding probably meant with child. Star and Jonah were to be parents. "Congratulations," I said, placing a hand on Star's tummy gently. "Blessed be." Jonah burst into another fit of laughter. He was so filled with mirth, so joyful, because he had an heir on the way. "I am not pregnant, Holly. Not that I know of. Jonah is joking. And you are not in trouble. You could probably break every air conditioning and heating unit in the kingdom, and Harper would not blink an eye. He adores you. I am surprised he didn't come back yet," said Star as she marched me across to the prince's room. Jonah and Noah followed shirtless and barefoot, wearing nothing but their undergarments. "Oh, Holly," exclaimed Star. "You poor thing. You put on the AC on high and it's already cold. You must be freezing." "Nah, my jacket was really warm," Jonah said as he pressed buttons on the device that controlled the air. The cold air stopped filling the room. Warm air began to fill the room. I sighed in contentment. "Thank you again," I said to Jonah. "I'm going to check on my dad and my twin and Eli and Zaya," mumbled Star, heading down the hallway. I scurried after her. "May I walk with you?" I asked. No, said Jonah. I gasped. Jonah, said Star indignantly. Sorry, Holly, I couldn't resist, said Jonah. Jonah's always jovial like this when he gets laid. He thinks he's a stand-up comedian or something, muttered Noah. Ah, you are well rested, Jonah, from laying down so now you jest, I said with a smile, following the three of them down the hallway. Jonah was really in a good mood. He began to laugh again. Holly, you make me want to study my old Autumn Fae books, remarked Noah. Luna, you know Autumn Fae have several Luddite communities. They use lanterns, they churn butter. They don't have vehicles, electricity, or anything. They live like it's centuries past. We are few nowadays, I said. Many Autumn Fae enjoyed the comfort of technology and left their simple villages for the bigger Fae cities with their flameless lights and their horseless carriages. What I don't understand is how grandfather became a good enough doctor to be able to see to Hesper. She was such an important person. Surely your grandfather used technology. He wouldn't compare to modern doctors if he didn't. No offense, by the way, said Noah. Grandfather knew many things. He could use technology. Grandmother hated it, though. She liked the simple life, I said. And what about you? Asked Noah, seemingly fascinated. I like technology, I whispered, lest someone from my home village somehow hear me. Some of them worked at the castle as servants. I had already been the subject of scandal and reproach for stealing the lotus. I had a piece of technology with me. Harper had given it to me before I left the room earlier to avoid seeing the I showed it to them. Harper got you the new iPhone, said Noah, smiling. It is very pretty, I said happily. I was keeping it safe and not touching it much so it remained shiny. Holly, it's off, said Jonah as we descended a flight of stairs. They're in the dungeon, said Noah. It came with a book. I have yet to read it. It came with a white cord, too. They're both safe in my room, hidden, I told them. Holly, you have to charge your phone and put it on, said Jonah. Of course, I said, feeling silly, though I was not sure what he meant still. I am waiting for the right time to charge it, I said. Now is the right time, chuckled Jonah. We should have put on shirts, said Noah, stopping in his tracks. Star's dad, said Jonah, looking worried. You're right. Shit. I've already seen you, said Lord Heath, walking up to us. He ruffled my hair. Harper was just getting worried about you. I was heading to check on you, actually, when said Lord Heath to me. I smiled. Truly? I asked. Truly, he replied, smiling. I was so grateful he approved of me, even though I was not royalty. What's taking so long? Asked Star, her eyes worried. Heath shrugged. They don't have much reason to tell us where your mother and the others are, said Heath, looking at his daughter with sad eyes. They want to take it to their graves as their final offense against us all. We were standing in a long stone hallway. The cells of the dungeon was just beyond this. It was eerily silent. Lord Heath, are they all still alive? I asked. Holden is dead, admitted Heath. I lost my temper, he said. He literally ripped his head off, muttered a voice I would know anywhere. My lord, I squealed, jumping into Harper's arms. He held me close to him. You smell so good, he purred in my ear. I must reek, he said. No, you always smell good to me, I answered honestly. I was expecting you to call me. Were the instructions hard to follow? Asked Harper. I had not read the book he gifted me with the delicate device and white cord. I am sorry, Harper, I said, using his name. He liked for me to say it. I have yet to read it. Don't worry, I'll show you, said Harper, kissing my forehead. I could tell there was some tension between Lord Heath and Prince Harper. They had quarreled. Dad killed Holden a little while ago, and we still don't know where Mom is, said Harper, pressing his forehead to mine. I heard a door open and shut. The other two alphas belonging to Star appeared. Alpha Elijah, I said, waving. Hey, Holly, he said, smiling. He kissed Star's forehead. The other one must be Alpha Isaiah, he sniffed Princess Star. Someone has been naughty, he growled at her. Star blushed and swatted him playfully with a wary glance at Lord Heath, her father. I held on to Harper tightly. I was so dependent on him now. I breathed in his scent and clung to his warmth. The dungeon was cold. I had feared being dragged down here by the castle guards for stealing the lotus, but my prince had pardoned me. He had even chased down the guards when they ran after me. He had barely even knew me then. We had only just met, and he had defended me. I remembered that day so vividly. I had literally hid by hanging onto the ceiling fixture after I used some levitation magic. I could see it all in my mind's eye. I gasped. Everyone looked at me. "Harper, do you remember when we met?" I asked. "Of course, baby," he murmured, trying to kiss me. I kissed him hastily and then pushed against his chest. "And the guards chased me for stealing the lotus," I added. "Yeah," he said slowly. "And you found me in a hallway where I was holding on to the ceiling fixture," I said excitedly. Harper nodded. "You want to play hide-and-seek in the castle? Or cat and mouse?" suggested Harper, his eyes bright. "I want to go to that hallway. Take me to it, please," I requested. "All of us, actually. Please." Harper looked at me curiously. "Okay," he said with a shrug. He put his arm around me and led out of the dungeon. The others followed. My face broke into a huge smile when I saw the statues of Hesper and the Queen. Just as I had suspected, there was a new addition. Prince Asriel stood on the other side of the Queen, hidden in plain sight. There was one missing person unaccounted for. They could hardly put a werewolf unrelated to this castle in a statue. It would be too strange, too obvious. I looked at Prince Asriel closely. He was holding a rose. "Everyone is here," I said softly. Chapter 100, Monday, 28th September, 2020. Harper. I stared at my mate. She was gazing at the statues. There was one of the Queen and one of my birth mother. I smiled at them. There was a third statue. I furrowed my brow. I could have sworn there had only been two before. I got closer to this one, scrutinizing it. "Asriel! Asriel! He wasn't here before, oh my God!" I exclaimed. Holly's smile widened. I pulled her to me, crashing my lips to hers. She gave a squeak of surprise, but began kissing me back just as eagerly. We parted, and she half hid behind me while she talked. "These statues have to them. I just know it. The only thing we need to do now is to figure out how to change them from stone to flesh again," said Holly. Dad walked up to the statue of my mother slowly. He reached out and caressed the cheek of the statue. His eyes were brimming with tears. I looked away, giving him some time to process it. I knew he would not want me to see him cry. "She looks just like Star," commented Zaya in awe of the statue. "Star looks just like her mother," corrected Dad, still gazing at Mom's statue. "Somebody call Jamie," said Jonah promptly. "Poor Jamie. We can't bother her for everything. Jessie will be pissed," said Noah. "Can't we figure this one out ourselves?" Dad was still mesmerized by Mom's statue. He stood there as if transfixed to the spot in front of her. "Star and I can try, and Holly, of course," I said, winking at my clever little mate. Holly blushed and hid her face in my shirt. "My magic is crude, my lord. This might be beyond me," she confessed, her voice muffled by the fabric. "What about Toby, though?" asked Star, circling the statues. "The flower," mumbled Holly. "This rose? You think that's Toby?" asked Star incredulously. I felt Holly nod against my chest. "Why, though?" asked Noah. "Why would anyone want to turn him into a flower? And who would waste their time to do that?" He chuckled. "Holden or his half-brother," I responded. "They could hardly have a statue of Toby here in the Ice Moon Castle. That would make no damn sense, Noah," I snapped, defending my mate. "We don't disagree with Holly. We just want to make sure we have the pieces together," said Star, annoyed that I snapped at her mate, Noah. I frowned at my twin. "These three statues are of a werewolf fey princess, a fey queen, and a fey prince. Toby has to be the rose. They can't throw in a random dude into the mix without it being obvious," I reasoned. Jonah snorted with laughter. "I agree," said Jonah. "Princess, queen, prince, Toby. They had to hide him somehow." "I hope the earrings are okay," mumbled Zaya, getting close enough to the Asriel statue to look at his ears. "Aaron and Rain are here, I think." "The statue is definitely wearing earrings," said Eli. "Everyone is accounted for," I declared. The fake queen was dead, leaving me to rule. I mind-linked one of the wolf guards I had seen patrolling tonight to summon the magically gifted members of the Fey court. "I'm waking up the castle," I told everyone. "This is a pressing matter. All the magically gifted Fey have to be consulted on this." "My lord, what if I'm wrong?" whispered Holly, looking frightened. "Princess, if you are wrong, we will just keep searching and trying," I said reassuringly, cupping her face in my hands. I kissed her forehead gently. In less than 10 minutes, the guard I had mind-linked had brought at least a dozen members of the Fey court. He led them to the statues, and he went to fetch the others. I nodded at him in approval as he departed. Your Highness, is it true? Is this really Princess Hesper and the rightful Winter Fae Queen? Said one of the eldest Fae, Prince Solander. He was the uncle of the Queen, her father's brother according to Dad, making him my great-great-uncle, or something like that. I believe it to be true, Uncle Solander, I said to him, looking into his milky gray eyes. His irises were so pale they almost blended into the whites of his eyes. The intermingling of his pale blonde hair with the white hair of old age produced a similar effect. His hair was waist-length, falling in bone-straight sheets. His pale lashes and eyebrows were barely visible. He wore dark gray robes and carried a scepter topped with a glowing orb. The scepter doubled as a wand and a walking stick. His voice revealed his great age more than his appearance. He always spoke in hoarse whispers. The most important factor when assisting someone who has been turned to stone is discovering the method by which they were turned to stone in the first place, he rasped. It was the loudest I had ever heard him speak, and all the Fae court members were paying him their full attention. He was the oldest magic practitioner present. We might not have to wake Jamie, whispered Jonah to Noah. This guy looks like he was there, back when magic was first invented. He missed that meeting, actually. He was getting cataract surgery that day, added Jonah. I accidentally bumped into Jonah, knocking him sideways, and then stood in front of him. He growled, but I silenced him with a black-eyed look. Chill, he said softly. Put some clothes on, I retorted. Jonah flushed. He seemed to have forgotten he was standing amongst Fae royalty in his boxers, smelling like my twin. I was not going to begrudge Star her quality time, but Jonah did not have to advertise it to the whole Fae family. Star blushed and conjured 2 shirts, one for Noah and one for Jonah, so they did not have to go all the way back to their rooms. I could tell the designer shirts belonged to them. I blinked and changed the pattern on Jonah's to pink unicorns. Jonah took a full 5 minutes to notice. Star, grumbled Jonah. What's wrong? She asked. She gasped at his shirt. That's not the one I brought, she giggled. She tried to change it back, but she couldn't. Ha! I loved my twin dearly, but Jonah still irked me. She glared at me. What's wrong, movie star? I asked. Fix his shirt, hissed Star. I'm sorry for the stupid joke, okay, said Jonah, sounding the opposite of sorry. I don't know what either of you are talking at. I began, but Dad tore his gaze away from Mom's statue for a moment to bark at all of us. Stop your antics, he snarled. All of you. You're adults now. Act like it. I sighed and fixed Jonah's shirt. I gave him and Noah some pants, too. Dad nodded. Let this be the last time you streak at the Ice Moon Castle, said Dad, lowering his voice, looking at Jonah and Noah. The Fae are not used to nudity. They don't have to rip out of their clothes at a moment's notice. You won't get away with that here. Noah nodded fervently. Jonah smirked slightly, clearly unapologetic. Nudity was not a big deal to wolves, but it was pretty scandalous among the Fae. Dad turned to me. Since you like magic so much, focus on what your great-great-uncle is saying. He is hundreds of years old. I would think you would respect his wisdom, hissed Dad. I do, I insisted. Dad pushed me towards the group of elderly Fae who had just been given chairs so they might sit by the statues while they held an impromptu court. Uncle Solander, what were you saying about the manner in which they were turned to stone? I mumbled sheepishly. It is the most important factor here, he said patiently with a smile. The other wizened Fae nodded. What methods do you know? Asked Uncle Solander, seemingly testing my knowledge. Everyone looked at me. The other groups of Fae and wolves gathered stopped talking. Great. There are lots of ways to turn someone to stone, said Holly in my head. Some magical beings are inherently gifted with the specific ability of changing creatures to stone, like the legendary Medusa, one of the 3 Gorgons. Words could not express how much I adored my Luna. I gave her a grateful look. Some magical beings are inherently gifted with being able to turn others to stone like Medusa and her stare, I said. Everyone murmured in agreement. I knew about Medusa, but I had been like a deer in the headlights just now. Holly continued listing the ways for me privately. There's the direct approach, using transfiguration or transformation magic on the person. You could also use a potion if able to trick the target into drinking it. There are cursed objects that will turn whoever interacts with said object into stone. And lastly, some beings turn to stone as part of their natural life cycle, like garden gnomes in the daytime who come to life at night, I explained. Damn, my woman was smart. I eyed her somewhat suspiciously. I was turned on also. I pulled her closer to me. I did not feel right taking the credit for her brilliance. The court was amazed at my list. My amazing Luna, Princess Holly, has been helping me study. She knows all about this, I said, grinning at her. She blushed as everyone's eyes trailed over her. Excellent, excellent. What a great pair of rulers you will make, croaked Solander. Which method do you think was used here? Asked Solander. I did not need Holly's help for this one. I had questioned Holden more than Dad, who had just stomped about, anxious to kill him. I held my mate tightly, realizing the obvious. If someone took Holly from me for almost 2 decades and made me think she was dead, I would have a hard time keeping them alive, too. I felt bad about getting angry with Dad now. Not a potion. My mom and the real queen would never trust Holden enough to drink something from him. He's not inherently gifted with that ability. I doubt there's a cursed object involved, but I wouldn't rule that one out entirely, I said, thinking aloud. It's definitely not a natural life cycle thing. It would have to be the direct approach. He must have used transfiguration magic. I would put a cursed object second in case he somehow has one in his possession. He did have some interesting things in his chambers, I said. We should search his chambers again, said Holly. Of course we will if need be, said Solander, nodding. If they were directly turned to stone, they must be directly turned back with transfiguration magic. Unfortunately, turning flesh to stone is much, much easier than turning stone to flesh, said Solander, causing everyone to either chuckle sadly or shake their heads. How much harder is it? I asked quickly. Magic-wise, turning flesh to stone is like baking a cake from eggs, butter, flour, sugar, milk. Simple. Stone back into flesh is like trying to retrieve every ingredient from that cake in its original form. Eggs back in their shells, flour in powdery form, butter soft and pure, sugar sweet and rich, milk unspoiled not curdled, explained Solander. Difficult is not impossible, was all I chose to say. Ah, that is how a king speaks, said Solander with a smile. I had my work cut out for me. I could not let Mom and Dad down. They deserved to be together, sooner rather than later. My cousin Azriel and my real great-grandmother were counting on me too. Oh, and Toby. Well, he was more Star's friend, but I wouldn't leave him behind. He would be the most difficult if he really was that rose. If the rose is supposed to be a person, what order am I doing that in? From stone to a real rose, and then a person, or from a stone rose to a stone person, and then a real person? Am I making this too complicated? I asked Solander all in one breath. Let's try turning Azriel and his rose into the real Azriel with a real rose, and then we'll take the rose and try to turn it into Toby, suggested Star. I wouldn't want to damage Azriel's statue by transforming the stone rose into a stone Toby. Right. You're right, I said, taking Star's hand. Solander smiled and nodded. Aren't you going to help? I asked him. No, said Solander bluntly. What the f***? Solander laughed. I'll help if you two can't manage. We all will, he said. The other elderly Fae looked on with interest. Us 3, I said, grabbing Holly's hand. She always calmed me down, and Fae magic was more emotional than witchcraft. We sat cross-legged on the floor in front of the 3 statues. Star faced Mom, I faced the Queen, and Holly faced Azriel and the Rose. The Fae court formed a circle around us. Dad was right behind Star and me. I could feel his anxiety coming off him in waves, which was distracting. But I could also feel his desire, his love, his hope, pride in Star and me. All those emotions were helpful. The quads were all staring at Star from one side of the hallway. I shut my eyes. I pictured my mom, the image of Star but older, wiser, no offense to Star. Wait, I said to Star and Holly. What's wrong? Asked Holly and Star in unison, both of them anxious. Let's change Mom first. Not all 3 at once. 3 of us focusing on one statue. If Mom comes to life, she can help her grandmother and Azriel and Toby much better than we can. Especially Toby. He had to go and be complicated, I said. It's not his fault, whined Star. Yes, your mom first, agreed Holly. Okay, Mom first, said Star. I can't wait to meet her. Please let this work. Dad, I asked. Yeah, he said, confused. We don't actually know Mom, I admitted sadly. Show us your memories of her, please. I know it's probably painful. I'll show you, agreed Dad, joining our mind link effortlessly. He was a very skilled pack warrior, and pack attack orders were always given over mind link. I felt his resistance like a wall encasing his most precious and most painful memories. The wall would not give at first, but after a few moments he relaxed enough for me to look beyond it. Heath, 19 years ago. Impressive as always, Heath, said Alfa Romeo of the Winter Moon Pack as he watched the demonstration. The pack warriors I commanded were showing off their formations and combat skills for the 4 reigning Northern Alphas. I'm amazed, I really am, said Alfa Romeo, nodding at me approvingly. He was a brawny alpha with olive skin, dark glossy hair, and surprisingly gentle blue eyes. Winter Moon was a tough pack, so I was honored to be favored by him. I was the youngest squad leader in my pack, and the Northern Alphas had taken note of me. I had to struggle not to beam with pride. Thank you so much, Alfa Romeo, I said, bowing my head a little. Formations always impress you, Romeo, joked Alpha Otto, my own alpha, of the Ice Moon Pack. That's because I can barely get my 3 toddlers to form a straight line, chuckled Alfa Romeo. Alpha Otto roared with laughter. You don't know how lucky you are, murmured Alpha Otto sadly. I fidgeted uncomfortably. Alpha Otto was referring to having no son to pass on his alpha lineage to. You can still have a son, said Alfa Romeo, lowering his voice so the other 2 Northern Alphas would not hear. At my age? Laughed Otto sadly. Romeo, you're half my age and you already have 3. I envy you. I cheated. My wife had triplets, joked Romeo, trying to cheer up Otto. I would be proud to have a daughter like Hesper. She's admired by all. I know. She's my pride and joy. I've put her in a difficult position because she has no brother, said Otto softly. How difficult a position are we talking? Asked Romeo under his breath. Otto sighed. I wish your toddlers were of age. Maybe I could marry her off to one of them and join the 2 packs, joked Otto, avoiding the subject. Well, they've just turned 3, so she has at least about 15 more years to wait. That'll fly by, laughed Romeo, waving his hand dismissively. The 2 alphas chuckled. She hasn't found her mate yet? Questioned Romeo. Otto shook his head. No, and thank goodness, he replied. Romeo looked confused. You're happy she hasn't found her mate? It'll complicate an already difficult situation, mumbled Otto. My 3 will probably have to share a mate you know. They're identical, revealed Romeo, realizing his friend didn't want to talk about his daughter so much. Ah, and do they look like their beautiful mother, Luna Rani? Asked Otto. No, they look like their handsome father, me, said Romeo. Otto rolled his eyes. They'll all be savage brutes in no time then, remarked Otto. Romeo roared with laughter. Like father, like sons, he chuckled. Heath, called Otto. Yes, Alpha, I said eagerly. He rarely spoke to me directly or tasked me with anything. He thought me too young to be a squad leader, but many pack warriors had vouched for me. I wanted to prove myself to Alpha Otto. Neighboring alphas liked me more than my own. Sometimes I wished I had been born into one of their packs. I am entrusting you with the most important task of the day, escorting my reluctant daughter to this meeting, said Otto. Romeo laughed. I laughed nervously. I had never met Hesper. She had only recently come of age, and there was a lot of talk surrounding what Otto would do about there being no male heir. I knew Hesper had a fiery temper and was partially of Winterfey blood. She was even rumored to have tamed an ice dragon. I had seen the dragon perched on the high towers of the Ice Moon Castle, but I had never seen Hesper riding it. I followed Alpha Otto's instructions, leaving the Colosseum and heading towards the castle. I wanted to get her back to him in record time to show how persuasive and dependable I was. He sometimes talked about her like she was sort of a brat. I had no time for that sort of thing. I was nervous about how I would approach her. I nodded to the guard standing outside Hesper's chambers. Is she ready? I asked the guard I knew. He snorted with laughter. She's refusing to leave her room, he said, as though that were routine for her. I walked down the hallway beyond the double doors they were guarding. I knocked on the door to her bedroom. I heard someone stomping around inside and huffing exasperatedly. It sounded like she was trashing her own room. My knocking did nothing to stop her. I knocked again, more forcefully. Princess? I called. She stopped at the sound of my voice. She came towards the door. I knew by her smell and the shadow under the door. Her smell made me shiver. I gripped the doorknob. Oh no, who is it? She asked softly. Her voice was beautiful and soothing, nothing like the grating whine of a tantrum-prone, privileged girl like I had been expecting. This could not happen. I was terrified to answer her or open the door. "It's Heath," I answered. "One of your father's squad leaders. He sent me to bring you to the Northern Alpha meeting." "I'm not attending that," she said, her voice hardening at the mention of her father's wishes. "May I ask why?" I questioned. "No, you may not," she said indignantly. "Hesper," I said disapprovingly. "Excuse you, Princess Hesper, you cannot address me so informally," she snapped, though she sounded breathless. I did not know what had come over me, but I had an inkling of what it could be, and it frightened me. "Hesper, I don't care if you go to the meeting," I lied. "Princess!" she admonished. "Hesper," I defiantly said her name again. "Open this door," I commanded. "You cannot command me," she squeaked. "Now," I barked. "I need to see your face," I said, unable to keep the desperation out of my voice now that I was speaking the truth. I heard her shaky breathing. The door slowly swung inwards. I looked up, and our eyes met, and my world was forever changed in an instant. Chapter 101. 19 years ago. Heath. She was the loveliest creature I had ever laid eyes on. Mate. No. This could not be. This could not happen. Her father would be furious. He would dismiss me as squad leader. I had worked so hard to become a warrior and rise in the ranks of the pack. I had come from nothing, not like this girl, Fey royalty and the daughter of an alpha wolf. I entered her room. She quickly stepped out of my way, no longer resisting or protesting, just staring at me with wide eyes. I shut the door for some privacy. No one could overhear what I was about to say. No one could know. I was anxious. The guards at the end of the hallway through the double doors would come to check on her. It was incredibly inappropriate for me to be alone with her in her room like this. It was even more incriminating considering the situation. "Where are your ladies-in-waiting?" I asked, looking around. She had strewn her fine dresses and jewelry all over the floor for God knows what reason. My eyes trailed over her form. She was shorter than I had expected, about 5.5 feet. She had flawless olive skin and long chocolate waves of hair swirling about her. She was shapely under the thin nightgown she wore. There was something haunting about her eyes. I looked away from them, focusing on her full lips. "Shall I send for them?" she asked breathlessly. She was fidgeting nervously and edging closer to me. "No, there's no need. Get dressed. I'm taking you to your father," I said sternly. She was mere inches away now. Her scent made my knees buckle, but I steadied myself and kept my expression neutral and my tone authoritative. "Okay," she said softly, being shockingly compliant. Her cheeks flushed. She played with a glossy lock of her hair. Her nightgown was somewhat sheer. I struggled not to look at her supple breasts and the indentation of her waist accentuated by the fullness of her hips. I knew her legs would be beautiful and smooth under the fabric. "Will you ask him?" she asked shyly. "Ask him what?" I said curtly. She giggled, her blush deepening. "Ask him to court me?" she said, lowering her voice for the last 2 words, for which I was grateful. "No one can know of this," I said to her, meeting her eyes, trying to impress upon her the seriousness of the situation. "Heath," she murmured. "Stop," I hissed. Her saying my name like that was making me weak. "Go, get dressed so I can deliver you to your father," I repeated. "When will we ask my father then? When will we tell him?" she asked, her eyes pleading with me. I shut my eyes tightly. "Hesper, just get dressed," I implored her. She frowned, she bit her lip. "Are you disappointed by me?" she asked. "Physically?" she added. "No," I said softly. "You're beautiful now, go get dressed," I beseeched her. "Why won't you tell my father about us being mates?" she asked, raising her voice slightly, a note of hysteria entering her tone. "Shh," I hissed, grabbing her shoulders and instantly regretting that. Tingles spread through both of us, and she moaned softly just from that simple touch. She was younger than I and inexperienced. She began to get wet. I could not chance the guards smelling her arousal. "Hesper, please, go. Take a bath quickly and get dressed," I begged. She frowned. She looked close to tears at my abrasiveness. She regarded me reproachfully for a moment, seemingly angry at my rebuffing of her. Then she sighed and turned away. She stopped suddenly in her tracks and slowly turned back to me. She walked right up to me and slipped her nightgown off her shoulders, baring her perfect nude form to me. My wolf and I lost it. I grabbed her by her shoulders and pushed her towards the bed, pinning her under me. She moaned, eagerly wrapping her legs around my waist and her arms around my neck. "Heath," she whimpered, pressing her breasts to my chest, trying to create some friction between us as she clamped her thighs more tightly around my waist, forcing my pelvis downwards. I instantly got hard, painfully hard. "Just take me," she begged. "Take me and then I'll get dressed afterwards and go to the meeting. Deal?" "No, that's crazy," I said, pulling away, but she tightened her grip on me. "Hesper, calm down, we can't," I breathed soothingly. I kissed her forehead, causing more tingles to erupt between us. She moaned softly under me, trying to entice me with her softness, her sweetness, her nude perfect body, and her gorgeous face. "Just a kiss then," she whispered. I nodded. It was just one kiss. What harm could it do? It would hopefully placate her enough to get her dressed and ready. She grinned at me, cupping my face in her soft, smooth hands. Her nose brushed against mine. My hardened just from that. She pressed her lips to mine. I kept my lips firmly shut. The softness of her pouty lips disarmed me. I rumbled in satisfaction, moving my lips against hers, coaxing her mouth open. I slipped my tongue into her sweet, soft mouth. It felt so good. My wolf growled within me. I stroked her tongue with mine slowly, lovingly. Before I knew it, I was planting open-mouthed kisses down her neck. She gasped as my canines lengthened and teased the flesh of her would-be marking spot. "Make me yours," she whispered eagerly. Heath," she cooed. My rough palms were pressing against the delicate skin of her inner thighs as I pushed them further apart. She opened her legs for me eagerly, widening the gap between them, letting her flower unfold for me. The scent of her shks filled the room. Delicious. I wanted to taste her. I kissed my way downwards, enjoying her sweet, soft responses. I reached the tender skin under her navel and sucked on it. I ran my tongue from the dip of her navel to the top of her mound. I slid my hands under her, gripping the globes of her behind and squeezing them as my tongue parted her folds, her heavenly sweet taste exploding on my tongue. She gasped at the sensation. I plunged my tongue in her, searching for her tender little bud. The primal me was eager to give my mate as much pleasure as possible. The rational me was terrified. Several minutes ago, my future had seemed bright. Now I was a few minutes from earning my place in the dungeon. I was defiling a princess, the Alpha's only daughter. "Yes, yes, Heath, oh yes," she gasped. I had her yummy little bud in my mouth. I sucked on it eagerly. I swirled my tongue around it. I gripped her butt cheeks, kneading them, using them as leverage to press her sucks into my face as I inhaled it and tasted it to my heart's content. "We can't do this," I whispered against her skin, slowly coming to my senses though my mind was hazy. "We already are. I'm so close. Please, Heath. Daddy won't smell anything odd. It's not the same as mating," she reasoned, pushing her sucks towards my face desperately. I would like to say that I pushed her away, made her put some clothes on, and delivered her to her father, and never dared to be alone with her or breathe her name ever again. But lust is a powerful thing, and this was more than just simple lust. We would undoubtedly be compatible. We were fated mates. So I plunged my tongue back inside of her, enjoying every sweet, soft little whimper as I ravished her sks with my tongue, lips, and teeth until she came against my face, stifling her own screams with her hands clasped over her mouth as I had instructed. Her thighs were quivering. I got off of her. She sat up on the edge of the bed shakily. Her orgasm had taken her from dangerously beautiful to drop-dead gorgeous. Her hair was tousled just right, her cheeks flushed prettily, her breasts heaving, her nose slightly pink, her eyes bright with excitement. "Get dressed," was all I could say as I tried to catch my breath. "No more protesting," I added. She got up and stood very close to me. "Don't you want me to do the same?" she suggested, her fingertips touching my belt lightly. "No," I said gruffly, looking her dead in the eyes. She sighed, but went to her bathroom. She came out less than 5 minutes later, fully dressed but with her hair sopping wet. She was sniffling, her eyes red and her nose pinker than before, as she tried to towel dry her hair quickly. "Leave it," I said. "I look a mess," she complained. "You look gorgeous. You know that." "Let's just go," I said impatiently, hating myself for making her cry. Her cheeks tinged pink at the compliment. She dropped the towel and came towards me. "Heath, are you married?" she asked, her eyes wide with worry. "No," I laughed. She breathed a sigh of relief. She flung herself into my arms. I hugged her back against my better judgment, trying to get my fill now before we left this room and could not touch. "No girlfriend, right?" she added. "Nope, bachelor. Let's go," I said sternly, yanking her towards the door. "I'm engaged," she said quietly when we were in the hallway. I kept my expression impassive, but my heart was throbbing painfully. I marched her over to the Colosseum, straight to the Alpha's private box. "Alpha Otto, your daughter, Princess Hesper, is here," I said, stepping aside so that she might greet her father. She simply frowned at him and sat as far away from him as she possibly could. "Gorgeous, just like her mother," commented Alpha Romeo. The other two Alphas agreed. My wolf snarled. I quieted him. "You have to save me, Heath," she said softly in my mind. I kept my expression unfathomable, standing dutifully beside my Alpha after having just given his daughter what was probably her first shuttle experience. "I don't love him. He's my cousin. They're making me marry my cousin, just for the sake of the lineage," she explained, glancing back at me with frightened, desperate eyes. "It's a miracle that I meet my mate now, right before they give me away against my will. I know you're meant to save me," she said, looking up at me with so much admiration in her eyes it terrified me. "I can't help you." "I'm sorry," I said quickly. "You don't mean that. Please don't lie to me." "Please, Heath, I've been lied to my whole life. Please be honest with me," she begged. "In different circumstances, I would be with you," I said simply. "Please, Heath, I'm scared," she said, her eyes filling with tears. "Hesper, please. Today is a day of celebration of peace among the 4 northern packs," muttered Alpha Otto, annoyed at her tears. She made a strangled little sound and got up, trying to leave. I stood in her way. If she left right away, it would seem like I didn't really properly accomplish the task of persuading her to be here. "Please, stay," I said. She looked at me, anger in her eyes now. The Alpha had looked impressed when I brought her here, thinking me not up to the task to persuade his wayward daughter. I didn't want to discredit the one time I had impressed him. "Shh, baby, stay please," I said. God, it felt good to talk to her like that, but I felt guilty as well for confusing her, deceiving her. It wasn't deception. I did want her. I was just resigned to the fact that I could not have her. "Baby, sit back down, please, like your dad wants. I'm right here, right behind you," I cooed in her mind. She bit her lip. Her cheeks flushed. She sat back down slowly. I handed her my handkerchief. "Thanks," she said, beaming at me, seemingly grateful for a reason to interact with me. "It smells like you," she whispered to me, using it to dry her eyes as she calmed herself down. "Good, baby, just like that, Hesper, honey. Calm down," I purred. "I wish you could hold me," she said, her voice shaky. Imagine I'm holding you from behind right now," I said encouragingly as I stepped closer to her so she could smell my scent and feel my heat better. "I know about you, you know. They say you could take down an army alone, that you're such a gifted fighter," she said. "Thank you, baby," I said. Her voice was so sweet. She was just a girl, 18. What did she know about anything? I felt sorry for her. But there were worse situations than being a pampered princess, having to do what you're told, marry who was chosen for you. "Tonight we can discuss it. You can break me out of here," she said simply. I almost snorted with laughter. The Ice Moon Castle was a fortress, as if I could manage that. And why would I even try? For her? She was as pretty as a picture, but what good would that do me? She looked back at me, and I averted my eyes, not able to take seeing all the devotion in hers. She didn't even know me. She was just in a desperate situation. She would have thrown herself at any warrior who had knocked on her door. I sighed. Perhaps not any warrior. We were mates. "Talk to me, Heath, baby. You're too quiet. I need to hear your voice to stay calm," she pleaded. My heart constricted painfully. "I'm right here," I reminded her with a hand on the back of her chair that I hoped no one noticed. "Heath, tell me things, happy things," she begged. I was at a loss for words. She pretended to rub her own shoulder as though it hurt. Maybe it did. While she did that, she stretched her fingers and trailed their tips across my hand on her chair, instantly causing heat to erupt in my torso. "Hesper, don't!" I chastised. "Sorry," she mumbled softly. "I can't control myself if you do that," I admitted. She smiled to herself playfully. "I'm a virgin, you know," she said out of the blue. "I know," I said curtly. She was trying to ruffle my feathers. "I've never taken a cuck. You explored me yourself. I'm tight. I bet your cuck is huge, she said suddenly. I could not help the slow smile that spread across my face. I bet it's thick and long, and it would be hard for me. It will barely fit. But I'll manage for you. You can do whatever you want with me, however roughly you want. I can handle it, she teased. Hesper, I warned her. Don't you want to put your big, thick, hard in my tight little p***y? She asked. I was gripping the back of her chair. I could get up now and go somewhere nice and private, and you could follow me. You could carry me off and have your way with me. You can pound me as hard as you want, she said unabashedly. She was insane. What game was she playing? I'm going to get up now to go to the bathroom, and I'm going to tell my dad you need to escort me to keep me safe, she whispered. No, Hesper. Don't, I said gruffly. Why? Big bad wolf afraid of little Red Riding Hood? She taunted. Stop it, I growled. You can take me from behind, too. You can also let me return the favor. Don't you want to make me choke and splutter on your big warrior? She asked. I let go of her chair and walked away from the private area. So I headed to the nearest bathroom for high-ranking pack members, though not quite the one for pack leaders. I found a stall quickly and locked the door. I was painfully hard and throbbing. Hesper was driving me crazy. She was devious. She was devilish. She was going to find me, and I would end up balls deep in her. I wanted her so badly already, and she knew just what to say to drive me crazy. How did a little virginal teenager know how to talk like that to entice a grown man? I was 7 years older than her, 25. She was 18. The bathroom door creaked open. I heard the sound of heels in the men's room. Pfk. Hesper. She walked up to the stall I was in. Open up, she said, giggling. Go away, I growled as venomously as I could. I'm really wet down there. Can you smell it? She asked. I could. She surely wasn't lying about that. I can probably handle you with how wet I am right now, she said breathlessly. Why are you doing this to me? I croaked out. She was fidgeting strangely outside. What are you doing? I asked nervously, scared she would climb into my stall and I would jack her up against the wall and fuck her senseless until I poured my seed inside her. Worse yet, I would probably mark her instinctively if we ended up fuck. Her scent suddenly became extra potent. Hesper, I hissed, worried. She held something, dangling it over the stall. Her underwear, her tiny lacy white underwear wet with her fluids. She dropped it and my reflexes struck without thought. I grabbed it and instinctively, before I could resist, I brought it to my nose, inhaling deeply. I sighed. It'll help you relieve yourself, she whispered as I stroked my huge hard length in one hand and used the other to keep her delicious panty close to my nose as I breathed it in. You smell good to me too, she said softly. I kept squeezing and tugging my own shaft gently between my thumb and my inner finger. I want something that smells like you too, please, she said softly and sweetly. Come in your boxers for me and give it to me, pretty please. I want to sleep with it since you might not show, she said sadly. Her words brought me over the edge. I grunted, spilling into my own hand and sprinkling my boxers. I wiped my hand in my boxers. I could not believe I was doing this. I took my boxers off, cleaned myself, and put my pants on. I gave her the boxers over the stall without opening the door to face her. She squealed in delight. I could not help the smile that formed on my face. Thank you, she whispered excitedly. Hesper, I said softly. I was going to end up in the dungeon. I just knew it. Or worse. Yeah? Heath? She whispered. Leave your window unlocked for me tonight, I said softly. Chapter 1 or 2, Monday, 28th September, 2020. Our present day. Once Dad let his guard down, there was a deluge of emotions. I sifted through the memories, steering clear of the deeply personal ones. I didn't want or need to see how Star and I were conceived. I just wanted the moment when Dad fell in love with Mom. I wanted to know how deep their love ran. Fey magic was all about emotion, and Dad had years of Fey magic fuel buried within him. So many suppressed emotions and regrets, what-ifs and should-have-beens. Dad began seeing Mom in private, sneaking into her room, stealing moments with her. Through his eyes, I felt like I was meeting my birth mother for the first time, and I had never met anyone quite so filled with life, with a fighting spirit, with zeal for life. 19 years ago, Heath passed. I could not believe I had promised Princess Hesper I would come to her room tonight. What had gotten into me? Night fell, and I went to my own room. I was a high enough rank to have lodging in the castle. I tossed and turned, thinking about Hesper, waiting up for me excitedly and getting disappointed. I sighed. I had to go to her even if I just went to tell her nothing was going to happen between us. I snuck past the guards stationed outside her room. I had to appoint better guards to watch her. I ended up not even needing the open window to get in. Hesper, I called out to her over MindLink. The door swung open and she ushered me in, locking it behind us. "I'm so glad you're here," she whispered. "I had thought you weren't coming," she admitted. "Here I am," I said, still wondering how to tell her I was here to inform her that nothing more could happen between us. "Hesper," I began. "I know I said a lot of intense things," she blurted out. I'm not actually ready yet. Could you maybe just hold me? Sleep next to me? You make me feel really safe," she whispered. She was so vulnerable with me. It made no sense to deny her now. She had called it off herself. "Let this be the only sleepover. We can't meet after dark like this. You are betrothed to Holden," I reminded her. She winced at the sound of his name. "Don't say that name around me, please," she said, shuddering. She crawled under the covers and looked up at me expectantly. I got into her bed behind her, spooning her. Her silky, fragrant tresses were in my face, and her tight behind was cradled by my pelvis. She pulled my arm around her. "You know you talk a big game," I teased her, not able to resist calling her out. She blushed. "I have more bark than bite," she mumbled. I chuckled, sliding my leg over her waist. "You can't tell anyone about tonight or earlier today. None of it. Understood?" I asked. "Yes, Heath," she said sweetly. She wiggled about in my arms, making sure she rubbed her behind against me until I was painfully stiff. She let out a satisfied little sigh. She was so vindictive. "You're kind of evil, you know," I said to her. "I am not," she said indignantly. I chuckled, pulling her into me. My wolf purred contentedly. Our mate was safe in our arms. "I can't marry him, Heath," she said suddenly. "Shh, let's not talk about that right now," I pleaded soothingly. I stroked her hair. "Please, please, I'm begging you, if you have even a scrap of feelings for me, take me away from this place. I'll throw myself from the highest tower if they force me to marry him," she whispered fiercely. My wolf howled mournfully. He could not let that happen. "That won't happen, okay?" I whispered. "Promise?" she asked, turning to face me and cuddling up to my chest, her eyes wide and hopeful. "I promise," I said without thinking. She smiled so brightly at this. I wanted nothing more to just press my lips to hers again and again. She clearly had the same idea as she leant forwards just then, kissing me softly. We broke apart. "When my grandmother hears about all of this, how they want me to marry my cousin, she'll be furious," she told me. "They're keeping us apart. They're keeping me away from her so I can't tell her the truth until it's too late." "You mean the Winter Fae Queen?" I asked, fascinated. "Yes, my grandmother," said Hesper. She traced patterns on my bare chest. I was wearing a V-neck shirt. She tangled her delicate fingers in the fabric playfully. She pressed a kiss to the exposed skin of my chest. "Regarding earlier today, I wanted to say thank you for the way you took care of me," said Hesper, smiling, her cheeks flushing. I could still hear her moans when I closed my eyes. My wolf was begging me to claim our mate, to deflower her and mark her, to pour our seed into her. He wanted pups right away. He wasn't rational, he was an animal. "You're welcome," I said simply, not trusting myself to say anything else. "Heath," whispered Hesper. "Yes, Hesper, you really need to sleep," I mumbled. "Sorry, I just wanted to say that." She paused, taking a deep breath. "That I love you," she admitted. I stiffened. I remained silent. "And you love me," she informed me. "You're crazy about me." And she was just crazy, period. "Okay, thanks for telling me," I said. She rolled her eyes at me and giggled. "You just don't know it yet." She whispered against my chest. "Harper, present day." I furrowed my brow. Magic always looked so simple in movies. The witch or wizard had an intention, and poof, it became a reality. I skipped over the memories of Mom. She was so different to Star despite their almost identical appearance. Young Mom was basically Star with different eyes. I could feel every cell in my body willing Mom to turn from stone to flesh. I heard Holly gasp. My eyes snapped open. I raised my eyebrows, shocked at what I was seeing. The statue of Mom was still made of stone by and large, but the very tip of her littlest finger on right hand was no longer gray. It was olive and pink. She was becoming real. I glanced at Star, who was deep in concentration. Holly had returned to meditating on the statue. I closed my eyes. Heath, do you really not care if your mate marries someone else and is miserable with that person? Asked Hesper, her eyes shimmering with unshed tears. So we were hidden from view in one of the castle's many secret passageways. I sighed. I could hardly stop a royal wedding. Just trying to do so could get us both killed. I had heard of Holden and his father, the Alpha's brother. They were both power-hungry and filled with bloodlust. They killed simply for their own amusement. I looked at my little mate. I could not do this. I could not allow myself to feel for her, to think about her with that monster for a husband. If I thought about it too deeply, I would do something stupid, dangerous, irrational, reckless. I would mess up years of hard work and careful planning for a girl I had just met, no matter how badly I wanted her. "Please take me from this place," she said softly, wrapping her arms around my waist. My wolf was begging me to comfort our mate. We could feel the wetness of her tears on our shirt. "Baby, shh, don't cry, please," I murmured. She sniffled. Her small hands were clutching tiny fistfuls of fabric, pulling me to her. Her small body was trembling. Her lips found the base of my throat, the most sensitive and protected area on a wolf. She pressed kisses against my skin, working her way upwards to my jaw. Her lips found mine, and I obliged her a brief kiss. She studied my face. "Do you not like kissing me?" she wondered aloud. I sighed. I loved kissing her. "Did I taste bad yesterday?" she asked hesitantly. I furrowed my brow for a moment. I realized what she meant. She was talking about her lower lips now. She had tasted so sweet. I could spend all day with my tongue buried in her entrance, but what was the point of telling her that? It would only encourage her. "Let's go," I said sternly. "Please just answer the questions, and then I'll go," she said, her eyes imploring me. I sighed. "I get it. Okay, let's go," she mumbled, opening the wall. We walked back to her chambers in heavy silence. I saw her into her room. My heart constricted painfully in my chest when I opened her bedroom door, and he was there sitting at the little bedside breakfast table in one of the two ornately carved chairs. "Who is this?" was his first question. "A pack warrior," answered Hesper, her tone devoid of sweetness and more like what I had heard about her. "Holden, the eldest nephew of Alpha Otto, and therefore next in line," said Holden, introducing himself like he was a third party. I nodded gravely. He was handsome in a classic sort of way, more refined than rugged like me. I willed myself not to feel envious, not to wonder if she found him attractive, if she would kiss him and touch him when I left the room. "And you are?" prompted Holden, looking affronted by my silence and lack of introduction. "A pack warrior," snapped Hesper. "Pack warriors have names, don't they, dear?" asked Holden snidely. "Well, I don't bother to learn them or ask them," snapped Hesper. "Thus they're too many to keep track of," she said haughtily. I was discerning enough to understand that she was protecting me by showing no interest in me, and even some disdain, taking on a condescending attitude towards me in the presence of the clearly suspicious Holden. "He must be high-ranking to escort you alone." "A squad leader," said Holden. "How many are in a squad again?" asked Hesper, frowning, successfully distracting Holden this time. He laughed airily. "We went over this yesterday. It varies," he said, leaning back in his chair. "You look beautiful," added Holden, eyeing her figure in her dress. "Thank you, cousin," she said pointedly. He frowned. He put his hand on her knee, bunching up the fabric there to reveal the bare skin of her knee, smooth and soft. He stroked it lovingly, making her shiver in discomfort rather than arousal. My wolf was murderous. I was murderous. "I will take my leave, princess," I said with a bow. She waved me away dismissively. My heart throbbed, even though I knew she was feigning disinterest. She had all but thrown herself at me before this. I wondered what if she were truly crazy, both in love with me and indifferent depending on her mood. Holden was squeezing her knee. She yelped a little. He smirked and didn't apologize for causing her pain with his rough hands. I felt sick. I was transfixed to the spot. "Weren't you leaving?" Holden asked, his silky laughter filled with malice. I nodded and headed slowly to the door. I paused with my hand on the doorknob. "Go," barked Hesper, faking outrage at me for lingering. Holden chuckled. "I will take you away from here, away from him," I whispered over mind-link to Hesper, who was so relieved I felt giddy on her behalf. "Sleep in my room tonight. pleaded Hesper. No, I answered, to which she telepathically gasped. I could feel her sadness. I won't let you sleep tonight, I told her. Her misery dissipated instantly. See you tonight, she said. In the hallway outside her room, I paused. One more thing, I said. Yes, she asked, somewhat wary yet hopeful. Two things, actually. One, you should know that I absolutely love kissing you, and two, nothing on earth tastes better to me than you. I knew her cheeks were burning. I went back to training, but I could not focus. I was worried that Holden was putting his hands on Hesper. I kept mind-linking her to make sure she was all right. Just checking in, I said, halfway through training. Again? You mind-linked 5 minutes ago? She giggled. No, it was 15 minutes. I timed it, I admitted, feeling like the clingy one now. Well, I'm okay. Holden is just going on and on about his plans for this pack. That's all he cares about, she said, sighing. He's not, I began. He's not touching me. Don't worry, she said. Okay, I said. You're a million miles away, said my best friend Marco softly. Sorry, I just have a lot on my mind, I admitted. She's the one, isn't she? Asked Marco. I don't know what you're talking about, I said, my heart racing. Princess Hesper, she's your mate, isn't she? And she's engaged. It all fits with what you asked me the other day. You asked me what I'd do if my mate Mia was promised to another. If it were me, I would take Mia and run for the hills, said Marco. I can't talk about this right now, I said. I excused my squad members from practice early, for which they were grateful. I could not let Hesper marry Holden. It would be easier to walk away if he was a decent man, but he was unhinged, spiteful, dangerous. Hesper deserved better, much better than him. She deserved better than me, too. Star, present day. My current reality had this dreamlike quality to it. Sitting next to my twin and his mate as we tried to change my mother from cold, lifeless stone to living, breathing flesh. Dad's memories were sharp, though. They seemed more authentic than the present. Everything was hazy. I felt drained, but I had to give it my all. It was exactly as Solander had said, like trying to retrieve the raw ingredients of a baked cake. Dad's mind was a maze, but it was the key to reviving my mother. I just knew it. I looked at the statue in her likeness. It could have been a trick of the light, but I swore there was a blush to her gray cheeks. Heath. Past. What are we going to do? Whispered Hesper. She was sitting on her bed with her head in her hands. She had managed to keep postponing her impending nuptials, buying us time together, time to plan. Are you sure? I asked her, my heart racing. She had just delivered news that changed everything. I'm sure. I took so many tests, she said. Does anyone else know? I asked. Just the doctor, she said. Can we trust him? I asked. Yes, definitely, she said, coming over to me. She cupped my face in her hands. What now? What? She asked. We do what you've been asking me to do from the very beginning, I said simply. She bit her lip nervously. We get you and our baby out of here. We get you both to safety, I said. And you, insisted Hesper. I'll have to hold them off if they come after you and the baby, I said. Hesper shut her eyes tightly. Don't make me raise this baby without you, she pleaded, her voice cracking. I caressed her cheeks, wiping her tears with my thumbs. You're going to be okay. The baby is going to be okay. You know I would do anything for you. Hesper, I love you. I'm in love with you. I don't want to live in a world without you. I will do everything in my power to get you and the baby out of here, I promised. You're coming with us, she demanded fiercely. Of course I am, but I need you to be prepared if things go south. If they do, don't look back. Get yourself to safety. The neighboring Alphas respect me. They like me more than your father does, that's for sure. They'll safeguard you, they'll hide you, I'm sure of it, I told her. Hesper sniffled. You want to hear something wonderful? She asked. Okay, I said, smiling. She took out a small ornate box. I recognized it. It was her music box. I put a spell on it to change the sound when I open it, she said, smiling. She opened the box. No music played, just a galloping sound. What was that? Hesper? I said. Is this the heartbeat? She asked, sniffling. Yeah, she said, tears streaming down her face again. I held her tightly in my arms. I did not realize I was crying until she started drying my eyes. Notice anything? She said. I listened carefully. I gasped. It sounds like it's multiplied, like there are two heartbeats, I exclaimed excitedly. She nodded eagerly. Twins, she said softly. I pressed my lips to her as tears streamed down both of our faces. I focused on the sound of my baby's heartbeats and the sound of mate's heartbeat, perfectly synchronized with mine. I was holding my entire world in my arms, my mate and our 2 children. I held on tightly. Holly, present day. I was not a wolf, so I did not have the same keen hearing as Prince Harper and his twin. However, my lord and I were linked. "Do you hear that?" asked Harper in my mind, his voice sounding thick like he was close to tears. "No." "What?" "Show me, your highness." I insisted. "Holly," chastised Harper. "Show me, Harper," I obliged him, saying his name. He pulled me into his mind through our link, letting me see what he was seeing and hear what he was hearing. I heard something steady and rhythmic like the beat of a drum. It was faint at first, but as Harper focused on it, it became louder and louder. I recognized a heartbeat. I was listening to a heartbeat. My eyes snapped open. I gazed at Hesper's statue. There was a beating heart within it. Hesper was alive, really, truly alive. Heath stumbled towards the statue. In his haste, he tripped. He fell at her feet. "Do you heart that? Does anyone else hear that?" he asked, his voice shaky. I knew he meant her heartbeat. He looked up as color appeared trailing upwards from her extremities. Her fingers and toes shifted from gray to olive. The color spread up her arms, legs, and torso. Her carved stone dress became soft fabric. Her hair swirled around her as it transformed from stone tendrils to silk tresses. Her face was filled in with color. Her stone eyes blinked, and when they opened again, they were real, filled with light and life. She looked down at the man at her feet and smiled. Chapter 103. Monday, 28th September, 2020. Star. We had done it. We had revived our mother. I stood up slowly. My twin and I were fixated on our parents. They were staring at each other with tears in their eyes. Dad cupped Mom's face. He seemed to be trying to make sure she was real. "Hesper?" he said, his voice shaky and boyish, not the usual macho gruff voice to which I had grown accustomed. "Heath," she said, pulling him towards her. Dad and Mom were locked in a fiery kiss that I had to look away from. "We did it," I squealed, looking at my twin. Harper pulled me into a big bear hug. He was trying to hide the fact that he was crying by burying his head between my neck and shoulder. "Ah, Harper, you're crying," I said in his mind. He nodded against my shoulder. I wiped his tears. He hastily calmed down and pulled Holly to him, holding her tightly. "Thank you, baby," he murmured into her ear. She clung to him happily. The quads rushed over to me when I parted from Harper. "I'm so happy for you, Luna," said Noah, pressing a chaste kiss to my lips. "You did it, princess," said Eli excitedly, crushing me to his chest. I felt a sharp smack against my ass. I yelped. Zaya had taken advantage of the fact that Dad was so wrapped up with Mom right now. "You're lucky he didn't see that," I said pointedly, smirking at Zaya. Zaya raised an eyebrow at me. "See what?" he asked. I rolled my eyes. Jonah enveloped me in a warm, gentle embrace. "I'm so happy for you, ma déesse," he murmured into my neck. "Soon we'll have our own." "Our own?" I asked. "Nos enfants," he said. "Kids?" "In time," I said, kissing his cheek. He smiled. "Go, baby," prompted Zaya. I bit my lip nervously. "Go, meet your mom," whispered Zaya encouragingly in my ear, giving me a gentle push forwards. Holly seemed to be telling Harper the same thing, gesturing in our parents' direction. Harper and I exchanged a glance. He extended his hand to me and I took it, holding on tightly. "Ow, movie star. I know I'm an alpha now, but I'm not indestructible," whispered Harper. "Sorry, I'm nervous," I whispered back. "What if she doesn't like me? What if she's disappointed in me, or... You literally turned her from stone to flesh. She can't be disappointed in you, and she's been a statue for 18 years. She'll be psyched about everything." "Come on," said Harper, pulling me towards our parents. They were kissing. "We'll check on them later," I whispered. "No, I want to meet my mom," complained Harper. Harper awkwardly tapped on Dad's shoulder. They broke apart. Dad looked at us. "Introduce us to Mom," said Harper softly but pointedly. Dad snorted with laughter. Dad grabbed us both into a bear hug that almost crushed the life out of me. "Dad," I squealed. "Heath, you're too rough. You're squeezing them too hard," said Mom, laughing. Harper. Her laugh was the best sound in the world, tied with Holly's whispery voice. Mom was telling Dad he was being too rough with us. "You never used to complain?" joked Dad. "Did I just say joke, Dad?" Dad did not joke. Dad laughed heartily and released us. Mom swatted his chest playfully, and he grabbed her hand and kissed it. "Well, don't just stand there," exclaimed Mom, opening her arms to us. We rushed to hug her. She smelled wonderful. I held on to her. I missed you, was all I could say, though I hadn't really known her. I had known something was missing in my life, though. That was what led me to music. Music was a beautiful mistress, but she didn't fix me. I thought I'd found everything I was missing when I met Star and found out she was my long-lost twin, but there was still this strange ache. We were reunited with our dad, who was tough, but he and I took to each other immediately. Then I met Holly, who made me deliriously happy and extremely confused. Holly seemed to know an awful lot about my mom. I didn't want to even hope my mother could be alive in case she wasn't. I didn't want to break my own heart with wishful thinking. Now she was here. I guess I have to thank you both. You saved me, she said, sniffling. She ruffled our hair. Thanks for hiding us, Mom, said Star, tears streaming down her face. My twin was crying openly. You saved us first, she whispered. Mom was crying too. She held us tightly, though not with the bone-crushing strength of Dad. Let's do something together, the four of us, suggested Dad. I eyed him. I was shocked. He was not a barbecue in the backyard kind of he was about to be. We have a bit more work to do first, Heath, said Mom gently, reaching out and caressing Dad's cheek. What do you mean? Asked Dad, holding her hand to his face. She nodded at the statues of the Queen and Azrael. Oh, said Dad. He had totally forgotten about them. Azrael is a cool guy. You can leave him for tomorrow. He won't mind. The Queen can stay like this. Harper's already ruling the pack nicely, said Dad. Heath, said Mom indignantly. She pinched his cheek really hard. Ow, Hesper, he yelped. That's my grandmother, and I'm sure the kids miss their cousin. And what about poor Aaron and Rain, said Mom. Dad burst into laughter. Aaron and Rain, they're already earrings. What difference does it make if they're stone now instead of metal? They're fine. I haven't noticed any difference. Cousin Azrael has been looking tired these days. Tomorrow we'll sort him out. Your grandmother's personality was so wooden, it took us 18 years to notice she was not herself. We'll fix her okay. But the kids are exhausted. Let them rest. Next month we'll work on your grandmother, said Dad. Mom let go of us to tackle Dad. Those two began to play fight. Star and I stood awkwardly to one side. Family life was going to be weird. Star and I exchanged a glance and burst into laughter. Holly tapped on my shoulder and I pulled her into me. I'll introduce you to Mom as soon as she stops trying to kill Dad, I said, kissing Holly's forehead. What are they fighting about? Asked Holly, giggling at their antics. They were like two badly behaved children. It was a good thing Star and I were already grown up. Otherwise, we'd have to raise them. Dad wants to leave Azrael as a statue until tomorrow, and well, he wants to leave our great-grandmother as a statue until next month, or maybe forever. He basically said she has no personality anyway, so no one will notice she's made of stone, I said, laughing. Holly regarded the Queen's statue. I wondered, or rather hoped, that Holly knew I was joking. I wonder if they were sentient, said Holly. Star gasped. I made out in this hallway with Jonah, said Star under her breath. I rolled my eyes. Off, Jonah, my second most disliked quad. Like they were aware the whole time? I asked my little mate. My heart hurt. Poor Mom. That would be awful. I'm not sure. I wish for an audience with Princess Hesper so I might inquire about it, said Holly in her usual formal manner. Yo, Mom, my girlfriend wants to talk to you, I yelled. Mom and Dad came over and Holly hid behind me. She's shy, I said. She's the real reason we were able to free you, though. She figured out that the Queen was an imposter and then that you all were hidden in plain sight. Your girlfriend? Said Mom, narrowing her eyes. Oh, whoa. I was not expecting Mom to have any issues with Holly. Star gave me a pointed look. See how it feels, said Star over MindLink. Mothers are possessive of their sons, you know, just like fathers with their daughters. My mate and Luna Holly, I clarified, pulling her out from behind me and presenting her to Mom. Your fated mate? Asked Mom, looking worried. I realized she was scared I was with someone other than my mate, because that basically ruined her life years ago. My fated mate, I assured her. Mom looked relieved. She pulled Holly into a big hug and then smoothed her hair. She held Holly at arm's length. Holly was too embarrassed from all the attention to say anything. Let me look at you, said Mom, cupping Holly's red face. You're so cute, exclaimed Mom. Just like my beautiful Hannah, said Mom, pinching Star's cheek. I actually go by Star, Mom. We have so much to catch up on, said Star. Mom frowned. I named you Hannah, And I'm calling you Hannah, said Mom, folding her arms. Star laughed. Okay, she said. I'm so happy for my handsome baby boy, cooed Mom, cupping my chin. I grinned. Do you want to meet my fated mates too? Asked Star nervously. The quads edged closer. Mates as in plural? Said Mom, looking taken aback. Dad sighed. Unfortunately, he muttered. Heath, behave, said Mom, slapping his chest. They must be identical twins, sure, said Mom, excitedly clapping her hands together. Star laughed awkwardly, her cheeks burning. Holly hid behind me again. They're not twins. I guess they're like two sets of twins in a way, joked Star. Mom was silent, waiting patiently. Star gulped. Just tell her, I said to Star. I'm nervous. I just met her. She'll think she has a loose daughter. Worried Star. Did you glimpse the same memories I did? Because Mom was kinda wide, I said pointedly, willing myself to forget the snatches of some of the things I had seen. I had tried to avoid all of it, but it was hard to navigate someone's memories without catching a few delicate moments. At least, I inherited a whole castle and a werewolf pack from Mom's side. I could more than afford therapy. Star shoved me. Hey, don't shove your twin brother. He didn't do anything, complained Dad. I think they're arguing over mind link, said Mom, her eyes sweeping over us. She was a much sharper parent than Dad, literally only 5 minutes after being freed from 18 years as a stone statue. We wouldn't be able to hide much from her. Star fidgeted nervously. Okay, well, I'll introduce them in birth order then. So this is Chapter 104, Monday, 28th September 2020. Star. I hoped my mother would accept my quadruplet mates a little more readily than Dad had. Technically, Dad had still not fully accepted them. He only liked Eli. He had begun to like Noah a little bit. He merely tolerated Zaya. He disliked Jonah. Even my twin, Harper, had a problem with the quads. Again, Eli was the favorite. Harper and Eli had bonded over training with Dad. Noah and Harper had gotten a little closer after they had to work together with Dad and Holly when the 4 of them were trapped in the dark place. Harper disliked Jonah, and he really disliked Zaya, whom, in fairness, had tried to attack him in a jealous rage at the talent show. Mom was looking at me expectantly. She was so beautiful. I was not sure why everyone kept saying we looked almost identical. I paled in comparison to her. She looked extremely young. She seemingly hadn't aged. I suppose that was the one benefit of being frozen in stone. She had also been frozen in time. Dad had been about 25 when my twin and I were born, and now we were 18, meaning Dad was 43. Mom had only been 18 or 19 when she had us. Suddenly, my dad had a teenager for a mate. No wonder he was grinning from ear to ear like that. Wolves aged really slowly, though, so Dad looked like he could be in his late 20s or early 30s. Okay, well, I'll introduce them in birth order then. So this is Jonah, the eldest, I said nervously. I pulled Jonah forwards. He promptly gave him a big hug. You look exactly like Star, he said. You're more her twin than Harper. Harper glared at Jonah. Oh, stop it, said Mom, playfully slapping Jonah's chest. And this is Noah, I continued. Noah seemed more nervous than I was. He slowly made his way to Mom and hugged her gently. It's an honor to meet you, Princess Hesper, he said. Oh, cut that shit out, said Mom, slapping Noah's chest even harder than Jonah. I quickly surmised that Mom was one of those people that slapped your arm every time you told a funny joke. You had to tell your joke and then skip away as fast as possible. You can call me Mom, said Mom to Noah, pinching his cheeks. Dad did not look pleased. Should I call you Dad? Joked Noah with Dad. Dad looked like he would throw the quads from the Ice Moon Tower if they called him Dad. He did not respond verbally. This is Elijah, I said. Oh, we're still going, said Mom, looking surprised. Hi, Elijah, said Mom. Eli hugged Mom, too. I'm so happy for your sir, he said to Heath. You're really strong to have faced all those years without your mate. I can't even imagine the pain. I would rather die myself than lose Star. Dad ate that up. This is a fine young man, he informed Mom. He's interested in combat. He's a promising warrior, as all young alphas should be. Oh, exclaimed Mom. All 3 of you are alphas. All 4 of us, said Zaya, not waiting for an introduction from me. He winked at Mom. 4, you're quadruplets, said Mom, her eyes as wide as saucers. Yes, we are. I'm the youngest, Zaya, said Zaya. What a peculiar name, commented Mom as she hugged him. It's short for Isaiah, said Zaya with a grin. Oh, I get it, said Mom, but please call me Zaya unless you don't like me for Star, joked Zaya. Mom laughed heartily and slapped Zaya's arm. He pretended to wince. Yeah, that's Isaiah, said Dad pointedly, earning a harder slap on the arm from Mom. I stood far away from Mom, learning from the mistakes of the others. Mom was going over their names with her index finger outstretched. John, Noel, Ezra, and Zaya, she said. Yeah, except it's Elijah or Eli, said Dad, knowing very well all those names were wrong except the last one. Jonah, Noah, Elijah or Eli, Isaiah or Zaya, I said slowly. Ah, okay, got it, said Mom. She completely had not gotten it. Honey, said Mom, looking like she was struggling to choose her words carefully. Walk with me, said Mom, taking my arm and marching me into a side room of the castle out of earshot of everyone else. How are you handling so many mates? 4. Are you okay with that? She asked, her eyes concerned but amused. Yes, I love all of them, honestly, I said earnestly, feeling happy about my first mother-daughter talk. Your marks look a bit new, she commented. I blushed. A somewhat recent development, I said awkwardly. Well, you must be sore, she said bluntly. Mom, I said indignantly. Mom laughed at her own joke and tried to slap my arm, but I dodged it. She had a tendency to shut her eyes and toss her head back when she laughed. She actually seemed confused for a second. Where'd you go? She asked. She looked behind herself. Oh, hi again, she said. Mom, you're crazy, I said, hoping she did not find me rude for saying that. She merely laughed. Well, I know your dad didn't have the talk with you, she said with a sigh. Not really, I said, remembering her argument. You can always come to me for advice, she said, cupping my cheeks. Thanks, Mom, I said, truly grateful to her. We hugged. Let's go unfreeze Grandma and poor Azrael, she said, and Toby, I added as we walked back. Who's that? Asked Mom. My friend. Holden turned him into a stone rose. Well, that's Holly's theory, I said. A stone rose? She said, sounding shocked. Yeah, were you sentient while in stone? I heard Holly asking Harper about that, I said. I have bits and pieces, but not completely, no. It was like being asleep for years. I have some strange random memories of the hallway which seem dreamlike. Nothing concrete, she said. Concrete, she said, laughing. She yanked me into the hallway. All right, I'm ready to revive the Queen, said Mom. The hallway erupted in excited chattering. It was apparent that Mom was really well liked by the members of nobility and the castle staff. Take this chair, said Solander, not wanting Mom to sit on the floor I had just sat on. No, said Mom. I like doing it standing up, said Mom, winking at Dad, who flushed scarlet. Harper and I exchanged mortified looks. Come on, kids, said Mom, as though she were talking to a group of toddlers. She looked the same age as us. Mom held my hand and Harper's hand. Harper already had his fingers interlaced with Holly. He was whispering something in her ear that made her blush and giggle. Tell the quadrilaterals to move back a little. I don't want them in the line of fire, said Mom to Dad. Dad waved his hands at the quads like he was shooing them. Quadruplets, Mom, I corrected her. Or quads. It's easier to remember. That's what I said, laughed Mom, letting go of my hand to slap my arm. She got me this time. I hadn't been anticipating that one. She grabbed my hand. Okay, she said. Everyone fell silent. I took a deep breath. We'll use my memories to help Grandma, okay? She said over MindLink with me, Harper and Holly. Okay, said Harper and I in unison. Yes, Your Highness, said Holly. Oh, Holly, don't start. It's Hesper. I only got my driver's license like 10 days before I turned to stone. Don't make me feel old, joked Mom, laughing. I doubted that she had been focused on her driver's license during all the turmoil of the past, but I got her point. I look young, right? She clarified with us. Yeah, everyone will mistake you for our sister, said Harper. Yeah, definitely, I agreed. You're completely unchanged. You look like you've lived 2 less a score years, said Holly. A score is 20, right? So that's 18, said Mom. Yes, correct. You're Hesper, said Holly, stopping herself from being formal. Your father is such a lucky man, and to think he almost missed out on this, said Mom. Mom, I've been through enough. Let's start the magic, complained Harper. You sound exactly like your dad, honey, laughed Mom. After that, we all focused on Mom's memories of her grandmother, the real Winter Fae Queen. They had been really close. Mom had learnt magic from her grandmother directly. Through Mom's memories, I glimpsed the Fae realm. I gasped at its beauty. Mom was showing us her as a little girl playing in a meadow near the Winter Fay Castle, with her grandma looking on. It was one of their few months of spring. The flowers in the Fay realm were capable of song like birds. They did not whistle, though. They sounded like different instruments, so the meadow of flowers became an orchestra. The music was the most beautiful melody, melancholy, nostalgic, and euphoric, all at the same thing. It made me ache for things I had never known. I had to go there, and I had to drag the quads with me. I focused on my great-grandmother's smiling face as she watched butterflies flutter above the meadow. Their wings were the percussion of the orchestra. There were so many Fay butterflies, and their wings were heavier than normal, producing soft but distinct clicking sounds. I felt the pure joy my great-grandmother and my mother felt that day. The camaraderie, the inner peace. I felt like I was really there. I could hear the symphony of the meadow's flowers and butterflies and feel the wind. The wind blew the fragrant flowers to and fro. The flowers moved of their own accord, too, able to dance to their own melody as they played together. "Mom, this is beautiful," I said simply. "This is the melodious meadow near the kingdom of the Winter Fay," answered Mom. "A lingering lotus," squealed Holly, spotting one of the all-knowing iridescent flowers. The song of the lingering lotus rang out louder than the others. Mom's memory was so vivid it felt like we could get up and roam it. She was amazing at this. The sunlight in her memory became blinding, and I opened my eyes slowly, almost surprised to find myself still in the Ice Moon Castle. The real Winter Fay Queen was awake. "Grandmother," exclaimed Mom, jumping up to hug the Queen. They embraced tearfully. Dad looked jealous of their relationship. He was a bit possessive of Mom, which was a lot like Zaya and me. It was so funny how Dad had a problem with Zaya for that same reason, but now was not the time to argue. I was so happy to have my whole family back. All we had to do was revive Asriel and Toby. "Grandmother, Asriel is—" Mom began, but the Winter Fay Queen turned to Asriel and turned him to flesh in the blink of an eye. Holly gasped. All the Fay clapped. "Marvelous as always," said Mom fondly. "I don't see how Holden could have possibly bested you even for a moment." "Now that is a story," said the Queen. Asriel was looking at his own limbs as he moved them slowly. His eyes fell on Mom and the Queen. He laughed, his eyes wide with disbelief. "Am I hallucinating?" he said, grinning at them. "It's Princess Hesper," squeaked Aaron. "Oh, I have so much gossip for you. I need love advice, too. You know how I'm always breaking hearts without meaning to." "Finally, she's back. You left a bunch of morons in charge," grumbled Rain. "Did Reen mean Harper and me?" "Hey," I said indignantly. "Be nice, Rain. We'll talk, Aaron." "I want to hear all your stories with trust me," said Mom as she embraced Asriel. Asriel kissed the Queen's hand. "My handsome boy?" exclaimed the Queen, pinching his cheek. "I have another job for you," said Asriel, taking the rose out of his pocket. It was a real flower now, a beautiful red rose. "Toby has never looked better," commented Dad. "Is that Heath?" barked the Queen. "Naughty as ever," she said loudly as if Dad were a little boy. Harper stifled his laughter. The Queen heard him and turned towards him. Her face lit up with astonishment. "My child, come to me," she said, stretching out her arms for Harper. Harper hesitantly approached her. "It can't be," whispered the Queen, her eyes brimming with tears as her delicate fingers traced Harper's features. "I'd know one of mine anywhere." "I lied to protect him, Grandma. My baby boy wasn't stillborn, but the castle was filled with vipers at that time. I didn't know who to trust. I just knew something awful was coming, and I couldn't let my babies be there when it came," whispered Mom, as if lost in the memory of it all, tears streaming down her cheeks. Dad held her, cradling her head to his chest and kissing her forehead. "Babies," said the Queen. "I pretended Harper's younger twin sister was my afterbirth and got the doctor to spirit her away. This is her, my Hannah," said Mom, gesturing to me. The Queen gasped, clasping her fingers over her mouth. Her movements were all so graceful, as if I was watching a prima ballerina. Her presence was soothing. The real Queen and Holden in disguise were night and day. She practically glided towards me. "You are your mother 8 years ago," said the Queen, laughing to herself as she cupped my face. "Their mother is their mother 18 years ago," chuckled Dad. "And I bet you just love that," hissed the Queen, throwing Dad a dirty look. "Grandma," snapped Mom. "I only jest, dear heart. You know I adore Heath," said our great-grandmother. I hate to interrupt, but poor Toby is still this Rose, mumbled Asriel. Leave him be. He talked too much, quarreled Ryan. I love Toby. He has flair and pizzazz, said Aaron, swaying a little as he hung from Asriel's ear. Those earrings weren't smelted down by now, muttered the Queen under her breath. Grandma, said Mom indignantly. I love them. Can't I jest? Said the Queen. Throw the rose in the air, she said confidently. She had an imperial and imposing tone one could not refuse. Asriel looked worried, but he obediently tossed the rose in the air. Great-grandmother spread her fingers out widely and moved her hands apart from each other, making a circular gesture. The rose seemed to bloom further, its petals widening and then growing outwards until the rose was so huge everyone stepped back, forming a circle around it. The petals unfolded, and a confused Toby shakily stepped out. Asriel steadied him. Are you all right? Asriel asked worriedly. My mother told me not to do party drugs. I should have listened, said Toby weakly. I chuckled. Are you happy now? Can we go? Muttered Dad pointedly in Mom's ear. Go where? She exclaimed. Everything I need is right here, she said, wrapping her arms around Dad's waist. Dad brushed his nose against hers. He gave her an insistent look. It's been 18 years, he said extremely softly. Mom waggled her eyebrows at him. Thus you would not mind waiting another couple hours. The time would be negligible in the grand scheme of things. We must have a feast at once to welcome my great-grandchildren to the Ice Moon Castle, said great-grandmother authoritatively. No one dared to say we had done that already. It had been her impostor throwing a feast to welcome us back a few days ago. The staff began to bustle about, beginning the preparations. And to celebrate my return, and the return of Prince Asriel and Rose Toby, and the loveliest rose of all, my Princess Hesper, said the Queen, beaming at Mom. Thank you, said Mom softly. Dad smiled, but it did not reach his eyes. What's with Dad? I asked Harper privately. It's been 18 years without his mate. He's a dude. He's horny, said Harper. I shoved Harper. Gross, I said out loud. Do not lambast your twin, Princess Hannah. It is not ladylike, said great-grandmother, horrified at my behavior. I'm sorry. It's a form of affection, I lied, wanting to stay on her good side. Yeah, gross, agreed Harper, elbowing me out of the way. Ouch, I said, and then laughed loudly for great-grandmother to hear. Customs do get stranger as time passes, she said, nodding. Gross, exclaimed great-grandmother, pushing Dad away from Mom a little. Dad looked murderous. Chapter 105. Monday, 28th September, 2020. Heath. It was strange to think that Hesper and I had 2 grown children, and yet she remained unmarked. We had mated, of course, many times. That was how she had gotten pregnant with the twins in the first place. She had hidden my scent on her with fey magic so Holden would not find out before our planned escape. Of course, the escape had not gone as planned. I had taken down many of the warriors Holden sent after us, but I had been badly wounded. While I was unconscious, Marco had taken me to the neighboring packlands where we would be safe. Marco had also taken Harper with him at that time, upon Hesper's desperate plea. I recalled wishing every day for the last 18 days that Hesper had come to the next pack over with us, rather than agree to return to Holden. I knew she had done it to protect me and to safely deliver Star. Harper and Star had been born several hours apart after a difficult and prolonged labor. Hesper's quick thinking had saved Star, too, from a certain death at the hands of a vengeful and envious Holden. She had bundled Star up with her placenta and given her to the doctor, a trusted friend and the grandfather of Holly, who turned out to be Harper's mate. Life had a funny way of working out. I had yet to tell Hesper that I had not raised Harper and Star myself. Marco and his mate, Mia, had raised Harper, who had been under the impression that they were his biological parents for most of his life. Mia had been thrilled, as she could not have children of her own. Star had also been raised to think that her adopted parents were her biological ones. Unfortunately, her adopted parents met their untimely deaths when Star was too young to even recall much about the incident. I knew Star's childhood had not been easy, but I had not known the extent of it until recently. When I tailed the children, I had always been in my wolf form. I could only catch snatches of events and conversations. The whole picture was never presented to me. I really had stayed away to protect them. I knew it would be safer for them to not know anything about their royal bloodline until they were of age. I wanted their true identities hidden even from themselves. I was not sure if Hesper would agree with my reasoning. My presence in their lives would have given the truth away. However, I also felt like such a coward. I had been lost without Hesper. Even if I had been able to be around the twins without endangering them, I doubted I would have been a present and capable father. I was trying to make up for it now, but it was all new to me. I sat at the head table in the grand dining hall of the Ice Moon Castle. I had been seated between Hesper and Star to the Queen's chagrin. I knew she wished that Hesper's mate was a noble fae. Well, too bad. I was her mate and I was never letting her out of my sight ever again. We would eat, sleep, and shower together. I smirked to myself as my thoughts became racy. "What's that mischievous smile about, huh?" asked Hesper. I marveled at how unchanged she was. I shrugged. Heath, you're still a man of few words after all these years," she exclaimed exasperatedly. I shrugged again. She giggled this time and nuzzled me. "I'm just thinking about what it will be like later when we're alone," I admitted, feeling the heat rise to my neck and cheeks. Hesper grinned. "I never marked you," I said simply. "If I had marked you back then, I would have been able to track you down." "That was probably my biggest regret," Hesper sighed. "If you had marked me back then, Holden would have killed us both before we had time to execute our plan," she reasoned. I nodded. "I suppose so," I said. It was difficult enough concealing my mated scent with fey magic all the time. I don't think I would have been able to conceal the mark from Holden. He would have sensed the change in me. Besides, back then I had so many attendants and ladies-in-waiting running about, in and out of my chambers all the time. I didn't know who to trust, and one of them could have given me away if they glimpsed the mark," explained Hesper. I sighed. I still felt I should have marked her while we were fleeing at least. I wished I had thought of that. I had been so panicked trying to keep her and the babies safe as I tore everyone and anyone who came after us apart. I tried not to think of that day. I had known some of the guards Holden had sent after me. I had trained some of them myself. I had not wanted to kill them, but they had made it clear where their allegiance lay by following Holden's orders and coming after me. They could have easily taken a long time to search for us, giving us a chance to escape, had they cared. I had been covered in blood that day, my clothes drenched with it, most of it not mine. Most of it was the blood of my fallen ex-comrades. "You seem so far away," whispered Hesper worriedly. "I just have some regrets, that's all," I confessed. "Heath, we have our twins safe and sound. We have the pack back. We have grandmother on our side. We're finally free to be together. It's okay to relax now," she said gently, cupping my face in her small, smooth hands. Her skin was not quite as warm as that of a full-blooded she-wolf. The fey blood in her had cooled her skin a little. I liked it. I loved it, actually. The soothing coolness of her palms. I loved everything about her. "Want to get out of here?" she asked. I nodded gratefully. She giggled and grabbed my hand, yanking me out of my seat. Everyone was too busy laughing and talking to notice us slipping away. The mood in the castle was so joyous now. It had never been like this when the imposter had been masquerading as the queen. I should have known something had been wrong. There had been an ominous air in the castle back then. Now, the atmosphere was comforting. Hesper let go of my hand and ran away from me, giggling as she darted down one corridor. "Hey!" I yelled, chasing her. I had almost forgotten how playful she always was. She did not try that hard to run away. She merely led me to the door of her old room. She leant against it. I pinned her to the door and lifted her up. She eagerly wrapped her legs around my torso and flung her arms around my neck. Our noses and foreheads were pressed together. We were both breathing heavily, panting, even though we had not ran fast at all. "I missed you like crazy," I said breathlessly. "Show me how much you missed me," she challenged me. I crashed my lips against hers, hungry for her. I tightened my hold on her, pressing her against the door. She kissed me back just as ravenously. Soon our breath was intermingling as my tongue stroked hers. I tangled my fingers in her hair. Her scent, her taste, her soft skin and silky hair, her little moans and whimpers, and her unmatched beauty all drove me wild. She engaged all of my senses. We broke apart, and I kissed her cheek and jaw. I kissed her neck, sucking on the skin. She moaned against my shoulder, clutching me more tightly to her. I could feel her knots harden through the thin fabric of her dress. "Mark me," she pleaded. "Wait," I whispered. She made an exasperated noise. I put her down. "I have to tell you something," I said. "If you tell me you have another woman in your life, I'll turn you into a bracelet that matches with Aaron and Rain. The three of you will be a jewelry set," she warned me. "There is no other," I said, stroking her hair, brushing it away from her face. "Well?" she asked. I pulled her into her bedroom and sat on the bed beside her. She was looking around her room in amazement. "Every single thing seems to be exactly the way I left it," she said, marveling at the room. "Asriel told me they wanted to keep it ready for you in case you turned up. Many did not believe Holden's story about you committing suicide," I said with a heavy sigh. She growled. "You should have kept him alive and let him rot in prison forever," she snarled. "I lost it. Sorry, I just was so angry," I said, struggling to get the words out. Every time I thought about Holden, I would still boil with rage. "Anyway, what I wanted to tell you may change how you feel about me," I said, my stomach churning nervously. "I love you, Heath. Just tell me," she said. "I could never forsake you. I might be pissed enough to give you the silent treatment for a few days, but that's about it," she added. "Or you might be angry enough to turn me into a bracelet," I reminded her. "We'll see," she said, grinning. I took a deep breath. When I thought I had lost you, I was shattered. I woke up in the neighboring packlands and I had been in and out of consciousness for a few days. Luckily, that neighboring pack shielded me and Holden did not dare to declare war. His position as alpha was unstable enough as it was. That was what the alpha in the pack that protected me had said. That was probably why Holden ended up using the Queen's form. "People refused to submit to him without you as his betrothed to legitimize his claim," I rambled. "I'm getting anxious, Heath. Tell me the issue first and you can explain it after," she implored me with wide eyes. I could never say no to those eyes and that lovely little face. "Okay," I said. I wanted to keep the true identities of Harper and Hannah a secret since everyone already thought Harper was dead, stillborn, and they didn't know Hannah existed. In order to keep them a secret, they were adopted by two different couples. Marco and Mia raised Harper, and they did an amazing job. Poor Hannah had a bumpier ride because her adopted parents died when she was little, and her adopted grandmother stepped up to raise her. There was silence. "So," began Hesper after the longest tense moment of my life thus far, "Hannah and Harper did not know about us at all? You never visited them while these other people raised them? I mean, I know Marco and Mia, but—" She trailed off. "I checked in on them," I said quickly. "But I was in wolf form when I did, and I kept my distance," I admitted. "They didn't know we were their parents until recently," I said. "So they didn't grow up practicing their fey magic?" She clarified. I had not even thought of that. My cheeks flushed. Of course she would have wanted them to be properly taught fey magic from their early childhood onwards. "No," I admitted softly. She sighed. "I couldn't. I was a danger to them. If they were seen with me, someone would put and two together and figure out who they were. Star was practically your twin. I was relieved no one around her noticed her uncanny resemblance to you," I continued. I always talked a lot when I was truly nervous or apologetic. Hesper's eyes were downcast. She seemed lost in thought. "I know you're disappointed in me," I said, my voice cracking a little. "I also just couldn't do it. I couldn't be around them. I wasn't strong enough to raise them without you," I said, my voice thick with emotion. I felt the wetness on my cheeks as a few tears escaped my eyes. I wiped my eyes with the back of my sleeve. Hesper handed me a tissue and offered me a small smile. "I'm sad for Harper and Hannah, but I know you love them. What's done is done. We can only move forwards as a family now, to make up for all of it," she said resolutely. I nodded eagerly. "Of course, we'll be a family now," I said, my tears of shame and regret giving way to tears of relief and joy. Since when was I this emotional? Hesper always made me feel so vulnerable. I was a raw nerve when it came to her. She gave me a hug. I clung to her for dear life. "I love you, Hesper, my queen. I can't wait to spend forever with you," I whispered in her ear. She wriggled out of my embrace and held me at arm's length. "Who are you, and what have you done with my Mako Man warrior Heath?" she giggled. I smiled. I nuzzled her gently. She was not accustomed to declarations of my love, but 18 years apart made me realize I wanted to tell her I loved her every day. I love you, Hesper. I love everything about you, I murmured into her neck as I pulled her back into my arms. She tightened her arms around my torso and sighed into the collar of my shirt. I love you, Heath. I'm so sorry for leaving you and the twins alone for all that time, she said softly. Don't apologize for that, I said immediately. That's not your fault. Holden took you from me. Well, our twins gave me back to you, she chuckled. They did, I said, nodding. I was proud of them. Oh, and Ivy too, she added. What? I asked. Ivy, she said. Like poison ivy? I asked, not sure where she was going with this. No, silly, Harper's mate, she said pointedly, slapping my chest. Oh, Holly, I exclaimed with a laugh. Hesper clamped her hands over her own mouth in embarrassment. She chuckled nervously. Those 5 names will take some time to get used to, she said, laughing. How do you feel about Star having 4 mates? I asked instantly. They seem sweet, she cooed. I frowned. Hesper caressed my jaw lovingly. Tell me, what do you think is wrong with them? She said, her arms akimbo. Well, up until recently, Jonah had a girlfriend other than Star, I grumbled. What? Why? Asked Hesper, furrowing her brow. Well, it's a long story, I guess. There was a curse placed on their family by a witch a long time ago. The witch was supposed to be Luna of their pack and rule with her alpha, but the alpha's brother hated her for being a witch and tried to poison her. The alpha drank the poison himself by accident, and the witch cursed the brother and his entire alpha lineage to lose all their future mates, but only if they try to be with those mates, I explained. Understanding dawned on Hesper's pretty face immediately. She was always quick on the draw. My clever little mate. So Jonah was going to be with a random girl instead, so Star would not be in danger? She asked. Something like that, but he went overboard and hurt Star, and then Star got kidnapped by her adopted aunt and cousin, who also stole her inheritance. The cousin was Jonah's fake girlfriend, by the way, I tried to explain. Wait, what? Asked Hesper. What the hell has been going on? She demanded. Okay, I'll start at the beginning because you have a lot to catch up on. Oh, by the way, I was thinking maybe we could not tell your grandmother about me not being in the children's lives growing up, I asked sheepishly. I was willing to take responsibility for my actions, but not right at this moment. Can we tell her later? I suggested. Hesper nodded. She cupped my face and kissed the tip of my nose. She straddled me as I sat on the bed. We grinned at each other. What are you up to? I asked her. This, she said, responding by rocking her hips against me so that Flower rubbed against my length, making it hard instantly. I allowed myself to fall backwards until I felt the soft bedding underneath me. Hesper remained straddling my waist, a little sly smile playing about her lips. I gripped her hips, encouraging her to rub herself against me. Hesper, I hissed as she continued to rock back and forth against me. We could feel each other through the fabric. I wonder if you're a bit rusty. 18 years without practice, she teased me. At least I wasn't inanimate, I said. Hey, she squealed, swatting my arm. I rolled over, pinning her under me. In one swift motion, I slid her stockings and her underwear down her smooth, beautiful legs. I grabbed the hem of her dress and slid it upwards, my fingers gliding along her thighs as I pushed her dress upwards to expose her torso. I kissed the skin below her navel, eliciting a soft moan and a shiver from her. I kissed my way further down, peppering her inner thighs with kisses until I had her quivering. I licked her down the center of her flower, making her whimper as my tongue parted her folds and searched for her bud. I found it easily and sucked on it, swirling my tongue around it and then nibbling on it gently. Her moans became increasingly unintelligible as I drove her higher and higher. I missed this. I missed her. I locked eyes with her while I sucked on her tender little bud. Her hands were tangled in my hair, her cheeks flushed, her eyes wide and pleading. What do you want, baby? I asked over MindLink. I could not help but tease her a little, and tracked patterns on it with my tongue until she was close to the edge, and then I would slow down, taking her to the edge and back again until she begged for a release. She was bucking her hips, moving her pelvis against my face, trying to chase her high. I want to come, she pleaded. What was that? I asked, pretending I had not heard correctly. Heath, I want to come. Please make me come, she whimpered. I squeezed her inner thighs with my hands, grazing my teeth over her overstimulated little bud. She screamed as she came against my face. She tried to clamp her legs shut as the waves of pleasure washed over her, but I would not allow it. I kept her quivering thighs parted with my palms and began building her up again. She was in for a long night. Chapter 106, Monday, 28th September, 2020. Star. I was in the middle of my second welcome back feast, my first official one, though. Zaya tapped me on my shoulder and gestured towards something. I looked up and spotted my parents sneaking away from the party. We caught them, I whispered to him. He frowned. No, I was thinking we should follow their example, he said, grinning. Let's wait for them to at least get out of the hallway first, I said. Jonah, who was sitting on my other side, leant back and stretched his arms. Ah, the hallway. Such sweet memories, he said as he grabbed one of my ringlets and flung it in my face. Jonah, I said, trying to tickle him in retaliation, but Eli stopped me, pulling me onto his lap on the other side of Zaya. Noah looked across at us. I'm so far away, he complained, pouting from his seat next to Jonah. Let's get out of here, I said. I looked around to say goodbye to Harper, but he was nowhere to be found. He and Holly snuck away ages ago, said Eli. He waved goodbye to me when they went. Well, aren't you and Harper close? I love that, I said in earnest, ruffling Eli's hair. Yeah, Eli loves it too. He's someone's favorite for the first time in his life, said Jonah snidely, laughing. Jonah was a little drunk. I pinched his cheek. That's mean. Apologize, I said sternly. He looked at me in shock, trying to discern if I was serious. I was. Jonah gave a heavy sigh. Sorry, lil' bro, he mumbled. Eli grinned. That's okay, said Eli. Don't worry, Jonah. Maybe you can be Great-Grandma's favorite. Great-Grandmother was drunk and laughing scandalously at everything a court jester was doing. I had not even known we had a court jester. Solander was sitting next to her and was just as enthralled by the jester. I thought his jokes were stale personally, but that was my taste. Okay, I whispered to my mates, feeling like I had a lot of people to keep track of. Let me count you guys, I joked. Does everyone have a buddy? We're using the buddy system. Eli, will you be my buddy, please? Asked Jonah, pouting. Noah looked hurt. Hell no, snapped Zaya, grabbing Eli like he was a favorite toy or something. Jonah was slurring his speech a little. Noah, I love you. I'm just making it up to Eli like Star said, mumbled Jonah, hugging Noah and leaning on him. Noah smiled. I love you too, big bro, he said, patting Jonah's head. Let's go, said Noah authoritatively. He linked his arm with mine and kept his other arm around Jonah. We managed to get Jonah back to my room. He seemed to think every statue in the castle was someone alive now, just trapped in stone. He let each one know he was coming back to rescue them tomorrow, or maybe February 28th. I had no idea where that date had come from, but it meant something to Jonah. Noah had a sly smile on his face. Eli and Zaya looked panicked. He's crazy. He's drunk, said Zaya, as he let Jonah flop down on the bed. Let's sober him up, said Eli, getting him a glass of water. Guys, look at this, I announced as I shut the door. Jonah looked up from slopping his water everywhere. I conjured a cup of coffee for Jonah. The other three put their faces over the steam rising from it as it levitated in midair to make sure it was real. Eli clapped. Noah grinned. Hot, said Zaya with a wink. I giggled. Jonah sipped the coffee with help from Noah to make sure he didn't spill it. He recovered quickly. Alphas did not remain drunk very long. Jonah sighed and sat up. I'm back. What did I miss? He groaned as he sat up straight on the bed. I straddled him and cupped his face. I pressed a chaste kiss to his lips, tasting the sweet coffee. I made it too sweet, I said. J'aime les choses douces, murmured Jonah, pulling me down for a deeper kiss. I fell on top of him as he lay back down. I giggled. You like sweet things? I whispered against his lips. He nodded. Exactement, he replied. And you, little star, tout le plus doux, which is why I had to make you mine, he said, trailing his fingertips across his mark on my neck. His touch gave me goosebumps. I moaned as he wrapped his hands possessively around my throat. Let me make love to you, Star, he whispered, his lips brushing against my ear. I shivered. I felt something hard press against my behind. My cheeks flushed as I realized Noah had positioned himself behind me and his huge erection was brushing against me. The elder two had me sandwiched between them, but we were all fully clothed except Zaya, who had stripped nude when I wasn't looking. "Zaya!" I exclaimed. "I sleep in the nude," he said with a shrug. "Sleep?" asked Eli incredulously, flashing his black eyes at me. Zaya did the same, his eyes swiveling as they quickly turned black. I felt a heat in my middle. The elder were making sure to brush against me as much as possible. "I missed my peep show," I said, giggling. "I could put my clothes back and take them off slowly this time," offered a black-eyed Zaya as he stalked towards me. I tried not to stare at his huge, hard length, but my eyes kept trailing over it. "No, that's okay," I mumbled as Zaya reached my lips. "Well, we'll undress you slowly, then instead," he murmured against my lips before he kissed me. 4 pairs of hands roamed my body. It was strange how I could tell exactly which pair belonged to which quad as they caressed me. Zaya's hands were the roughest, the most demanding and brazen, with absolutely no hesitation as he practically ripped my clothes from my body, though he had said he would undress me slowly. Eli's were loving but firm, decisive and eager but not rushed, while he slipped my underwear off and let his fingers trace patterns on my thighs. Jonah's hands moved sensually, deliberately but slowly increasing the pleasure. Noah's were methodical, precise, skillful. The way he moved his fingers made me think he was probably a pianist. "Noah?" I asked suddenly. He grumbled as he planted kisses along my shoulder from behind me. "Do you play piano?" I asked out of the blue, making Jonah laugh his silky laugh from under me as his hands cupped my breasts and squeezed them through the fabric. Noah unhooked my bra, releasing my breasts for Jonah to caress, making them harden. My flower moistened itself in preparation. "Why? Do you want me to serenade you?" laughed Noah, surprised at my question. "No," I mumbled. "You just have, precise fingers." Zaya burst into laughter on my right. He cupped my cheeks and pulled me in for a steamy kiss. "I actually do, Luna, grade 8, the only quad to finish my piano lessons," said Noah pointedly. "Meh, so you'll play piano while Star and I romance each other, thanks," said Zaya dismissively. "And Eli will play the violin." I gasped. "Do you play, Eli?" I asked, realizing I still knew so little about them. "Yes, princess," cooed Eli, pressing his lips to my forehead sweetly. "Eli and Noah, go play something. Zaya, you sing." "Leave Star to me," instructed Jonah. The 3 younger brothers laughed. No one moved away from me. I could not think anymore, so I could not ask anything else. Eli and Zaya each had one of my naps in their mouths, swirling their tongues around them and grazing them gently with their teeth. My flower was getting so wet. Noah and Jonah had released their erections and were sliding against me. I could feel Jonah move his member against my lower lips while Noah had settled his member between my butt cheeks, poking me dangerously. I whimpered. "Don't worry, Luna," he breathed in my ear. "I won't take you by surprise. I'll ease you into it," he promised. I felt him reach for something in my nightstand drawer. I heard a squirting sound. He slathered lube between my butt cheeks. I groaned as Eli's finger pushed inside of my tight back opening while Noah held my butt cheeks apart. I was locked into a kiss with Jonah, his tongue snaking into my mouth, caressing mine lovingly. I whimpered into Jonah's mouth as Eli pressed a second finger into my behind. A third finger made me squeal into Jonah's mouth. Jonah broke our kiss. "Easy," he cautioned his brothers. Eli's fingers became soothing as he slowed down his movements. Zaya was still attending to my breasts and trailing kisses up and down my neck and shoulders to comfort me. My hand grasped Zaya's length as we kissed. I slid my fingers up and down his shaft, not able to wrap my fingers around his wide girth. Zaya groaned as I squeezed him. My other hand reached for Eli's member, caressing his shaft and swiping pre-cum off of the tip. I licked the pre-cum off of my finger as I locked eyes with Eli, who grinned mischievously. I gasped as I felt Jonah pressing his erection against my lower lips. He slipped right into my already drenched beak. I cried out as I felt him slide all the way up to my cervix, penetrating me deeply in one long thrust. He gripped my hips as he rocked me back and forth. He was strong enough to easily lift me off of him until just the head of his engorged member was in me, and then promptly slide me back down, thrusting deep into me. I opened my mouth to moan, but felt Eli press his thumb into my mouth. I sucked on it. He grinned, replacing his thumb with his huge length. I took as much of him into my mouth as I could, hyper-aware of Jonah's agonizingly slow but incredibly deep thrusts. Jonah thrusts were making my toes curl. I whimpered against Eli's huge kck as I moved my mouth eagerly up and down his length. Eli was looking at me in awe as his hands gripped my curls and waves into a ponytail so he could guide my mouth. "I guess. Blink twice if you're ready," said Noah softly in my ear from behind. Zaya laughter filled the room. My hands were gripping Zaya's, squeezing the shaft as slid my hands up and down his member. I blinked twice. "She's ready," came Jonah's silky voice. Noah pushed me down a little, making my key clench Jonah's member while my hands gripped Zaya tightly and my teeth grazed Eli's gently. I felt Noah's engorged head as it pressed against my back opening. He prodded me from behind. He pushed inside inch by inch, pausing at intervals to make sure I was okay. My mind was numb. This was the numbness I had felt on the first night we had met on a whole other level. I could not form any real thoughts. All I could do was feel the pleasure of it all. Noah filled me from behind. I had two huge members in me, not including me in my hands, while Eli's length was inching towards my throat. Everyone was involved, which was something I had previously thought impossible. Noah's first slow thrust from behind made my eyes roll back into my head. I steadied myself, preparing for another, as Noah and Jonah began to alternate their movements. Noah was pulling back out of my behind. When Noah slid back into me from behind, Jonah slid out of my piki. I tried to focus enough to keep squeezing Zaya's huge erection. The youngest hissed with pleasure, shutting his eyes tightly. Noah and Jonah picked up the pace, changing angles slightly. I was dripping down into Jonah's lap. Eli slid out of my mouth suddenly with an audible popping sound. He cupped my chin and pressed his nose to my cheek. "I want to hear your screams, Princess," he whispered, his voice husky in my ear. I sighed, nodding. I kept one hand on Zaya, pleasuring the younger two, while the elder two pleasured me. I moaned as Jonah and Noah quickened their deep thrusts. My thighs were quivering. The pressure in my middle was so intense. I screamed as I came, shaking as waves of pleasure washed over me, but Noah and Jonah were far from done. Watching me come got Eli and Zaya off. I felt their seed slip down onto my hands as they spurted. I heard them groan as they came. They got up, kneeling on either side of me, planting kisses on my neck and shoulders and biting down on their marks, making me tremble. Jonah and Noah were pounding me relentlessly now. Eli and Zaya remained pressed up against me, soothing me, as Noah and Jonah drove me into a frenzy. I had never felt myself climb quite this high. I knew the release would wreck me. I was panting as my torso tensed while my mates slid in and out of me from both ends. The ball of pressure inside of me was about to burst again. My orgasm hit me with unprecedented force. I screamed as I squirted, drenching Jonah. My putty clenched his length, milking him. He groaned, tossing his head back as he exploded into me, filling me. Noah spurted into my behind as he grunted in my ear. I collapsed onto Jonah's chest and Noah lay panting on top of me. Eli kissed me sweetly on the lips and then on my sweaty forehead. Zaya was stroking my hair and rubbing my shoulders. I was still trembling while my heart rate and breathing slowed. Noah and Jonah slid out of me slowly and carefully. They lay me on my back. I looked up, giggling at how their heads were together as they looked down on me. "Are you okay, Princess?" asked Eli, stroking my torso. I nodded, too breathless to answer just yet. "Let's switch," suggested Zaya. I realized what he meant. Zaya and Eli would be inside of me while Jonah and Noah remained at my side to soothe me. Zaya saw the shocked look in my eyes. "You didn't think we were going to let you off that easy, did you?" he asked, grinning, flashing me with his black eyes momentarily. Eli flashed me with his black eyes too, switching from green to black and back again so quickly it was almost imperceptible. "I doubt she thought that," he said to Zaya. Eli grinned at me, saying, "You know us better than that, don't you, Princess?" Chapter 107, Monday, 28th September 2020. Star. My legs trembled as I straddled Eli and slowly lowered myself onto him. "Just like that, Princess," he said encouragingly, grabbing my hips to guide me as I took his large member inside me to the hilt. I moaned as I was met with that now familiar full feeling. Eli groaned, then he kissed me lovingly, slowly, his hands cupping my face. His hands found the backs of my thighs. He sat up with me in his lap. "Wrap your legs around me tightly," he instructed, emphasizing the last word. I furrowed my brow, but wrapped my thighs around him obediently. He stood up. I squeaked in surprise. "It's okay, princess," he chuckled. I blushed and held on to him, my legs dangling in the midair. Zaya pressed himself against my back. I felt him part my butt cheeks, while Jonah slathered it with more lube. Noah kept administering soothing kisses to my shoulders, neck, and cheeks. Zaya gently pressed his finger into my back opening. I looked at him over my shoulder, biting my lip nervously as he fingered my behind. Eli's thrusts were agonizingly slow. Zaya smirked at me and kissed the tip of my nose when he saw me looking back at him. He slowly pushed his huge member into my behind. I groaned, biting down on Eli's shoulder as Zaya pushed all the way in. I leant back against Zaya's chest. Jonah and Noah remained at either side of me, kissing their way up and down my neck and jaw. I rocked my hips a little, making Eli grunt. He began to move his hips more, sliding in and out of me, filling me and brushing against my cervix repeatedly. It was mind-numbing. I tossed my head back, laying it on Zaya's shoulder while he slowly entered and withdrew from my behind. Noah had my left hand in both of his. He kissed my fingertips gently. Jonah had my right hand. He squeezed it and then kissed my palm. I matched the movements of Eli and Zaya, finding my rhythm, following their lead. Eli and Zaya were both grinding against me. Because they were standing with me, supported by them and sandwiched between them, all I could do was hold on to them when they began to alternate their movements quickly, pounding into me. The buildup was delicious. I whimpered as Jonah and Noah each took a into their mouths, while Zaya and Eli bounced me up and down relentlessly, making me cry out as the pleasure became too much. I screamed as my orgasm burst through me. My mates were still at it. They were insatiable. They continued sliding in and out, driving me higher still. I was gripping Eli's shoulders hard enough to likely leave marks. I felt another, stronger release coming. I braced myself, though nothing could really prepare me for this. Noah was swirling his tongue round and round my left while Jonah nibbled on my right. Zaya was thrusting into my back opening, his rough palms gripping my thighs, holding me open and up for Eli, who gripped my butt cheeks, keeping them apart for Zaya. Eli was thrusting at an almost inhuman speed. I was too exhausted to keep up anymore, so I just hung from them like a rag doll while they f***ed me mercilessly. I could feel the pressure building and then bursting inside of me. My orgasm wrecked me. I squirted, drenching Eli's torso. He groaned appreciatively, and with a few more thrusts, he came, spurting into me while my p***y milked him. Zaya groaned loudly in my air as he came, filling my behind with his load. They walked me slowly to the bed. They collapsed with me still between them, and them still inside of me. I was soaring. Zaya slid out of my back opening. I wanted more. "Eli," I whispered in his ear. "Yeah?" he whispered back. "I want to mark you," I cooed. Eli's grin was so wide it made me giggle. He extended his neck to me. I leant forwards and sank my elongated canines into his tender flesh. He hardened within me instantly, and within seconds, we both exploded into orgasm as my mark took effect. I licked his skin, enjoying his taste and sealing my mark. Eli finally slid out of me and lay there, panting. I kissed him sweetly, and he smiled sleepily. He traced my mark on his neck and grinned. "Forever, princess," he murmured, his eyelids drooping as sleep took him. I crawled over to Zaya, who was laying on his back in the middle of the huge bed. I straddled him. He was at attention below me. He grabbed my hips and impaled me onto him, making me sit on his lap. I shivered. I lay down on him as we rocked our hips. His eyes were black, and so were mine. He knew instinctively what I wanted, so he bared his neck to me, smirking as he did so. I found the spot and licked it, making him shiver now. I sank my teeth into him, and like before, pleasure overtook me while Zaya came inside of me. I lay panting on top of him. "I won't make lasting a couple seconds a habit, don't worry," he joked. "You better not," I retorted, teasing him. Noah and Jonah were watching us with black eyes. I went over to Jonah. He sat up and placed me on his lap, entering me in one swift thrust, his signature. I clamped my thighs around his waist. He stood up and lifted me up while slid out of me almost all the way before he thrust deeply back in. He kept this going, making it almost impossible to concentrate on his neck. He started pounding me. "Jonah," I squeaked, surprised. I was shaking. He made me come before he would let me near his neck. When we were catching our breath and he was holding me close, I buried my teeth in him. He exploded into me, filling me, making me moan. He walked me over to the bed and lay down with me in his arms. A few minutes later, I made my way over to Noah, who was lying down. He grinned at me. I bent down to kiss him, enjoying the feel of his lips. Noah rolled over suddenly and pinned me under him. I grasped his huge cock and squeezed it, making him hiss with pleasure. I positioned it at my entrance, and he slid inside to the hilt. He rocked his hips against me slowly. All the others were asleep, tired from being marked. Just Noah and I were awake, black-eyed, lustful, hungry for each other. We caressed each other in the dark. I used the last of my energy to mark Noah. Pleasure carried us away, shattering us and mending us afterwards. My eyes closed. Zaya was still inside of me. We fell asleep holding each other. I was spent, so I welcomed sleep with open arms while I held my Noah. All the quads were mine now forever. Holly. His Highness insisted upon us retiring from the celebrations early. He waved goodbye to Alpha Elijah before our departure. The prince was in great spirits, and so was I. I had set out what I came here to do, to expose the impostor and rescue Princess Hesper. The prince took me to his room. I knew how to operate the air contraption now. The room was too warm with the prince's heat under the covers. I made it colder with the white box device. "Look at you, working the AC like a pro," said Prince Harper, flashing me a dazzling grin. His praise made my cheeks redden. I observed Princess Star and Alpha Jonah operating the white box that controls the air contraption, I said bashfully. Harper kissed my forehead. He took the small white box and held it up. "This," he said, tapping his finger on the white box, "is a remote, the AC remote. AC stands for air conditioning." "Does it remote AC air conditioning?" I repeated to show him I was learning. He smiled. "Good, baby. Now that," he said, pointing to the air contraption, "is an air conditioning unit." I nodded. "Almost every room in the castle has one, so we can make the air colder. We can also make the air warmer. There's indoor heating here, too. We'll talk about that another time," said Harper. I smiled gratefully. He took the white cord from my hiding place. "I saw you stashing it there earlier," he explained. It was not a very good hiding place then, behind the bed's headboard. I frowned. Would the prince find me careless with the gifts he had bestowed upon me? "This is a charger," he said, showing me the white cord. "It helps this, your new iPhone, to save up energy." He pressed a button, holding it down. The glassy white present gleamed. I gasped. Magic like the lingering lotus. I had not known it was magic he had given me. "My lord, thank you for such a gift," I said earnestly. "No prob, babe," he said, showing me a tiny box on the corner of the gleaming iPhone. "See how this is empty? It needs to charge. See if you can figure out how to plug it in," he instructed. I took the white cord and the iPhone from him. I examined it carefully. I gasped. They fit together easily. I knew about the electricity. It came from the walls through a small portal called a socket. I plugged it in. The iPhone showed me words. It said it was charging. "I did it," I exclaimed joyfully, throwing myself into the prince's arms. "Awesome job, baby," he cooed. He held me at arm's length, staring at me. I flushed under the heat of his gaze. "Thank you," I said softly, "for the gifts and for showing me how to use them." "Thank you," he said, "for coming into my life, for exposing Holden, for rescuing my mother," he said, looking at me in awe. "It was mainly you and Princess Star who rescued her," I said. "Don't sell yourself short," he said, closing the distance between us. We were both sitting on the edge of the prince's bed, gazing at each other. The prince kissed me gently and sweetly. He continued pressing his lips against my skin, making his way down my neck. He made me shiver when he reached the base of my throat. "This is where my mark will be," he said softly. I cupped his face and pulled him into a kiss. He kissed me eagerly, coaxing my mouth open, caressing my tongue with his. Heat was building in my torso. We parted when we were both breathless. "Holly, I love you," whispered Harper. My heart was racing. "I'm in love with you," he clarified. "If that wasn't already obvious," he chuckled. I was at a loss for words. "You don't have to say anything back. It's okay. I won't rush you. I just wanted you to know how I feel," said Harper. "Harper," I whispered, using his first name. "I love you too," I confessed. "You do?" he asked, grinning. He seemed thrilled but surprised. "You are surprised?" I chuckled. "Even if I could dream a man into reality, he would be less lovable than you are," I said. It was true. Harper was kind and protective. He was authoritative and brave, but also gentle and compassionate. He had a beautiful voice. He was handsome. He was a prince. I half expected to wake up from this dream back in my cottage. I would always fall asleep with my head on the table back home after reading by candlelight. Every time I went to bed in the prince's room and woke up still in his arms, I was surprised all over again. It was like being in a fairy tale. The prince seemed deeply moved by words. He pulled me towards him and kissed me passionately, lighting the flame of desire within me. I held onto him tightly, trying to keep up with the kiss. He lifted me up, placing me on his lap so that I was straddling him. I tried to stifle my moans as he planted kisses down my neck. He reached for the ties on the front of my dress. My cheeks were red and burning. "You okay? You want to stop?" asked Harper. "Yes, I am fine. And no, I don't want to start," I whispered against his lips before I cupped his face in my hands and pulled him in for another kiss. I felt him undo the ties of my dress. He pulled it down over my shoulders so that the fabric hung from my waist. His hands found my breasts. I could no longer stifle my moans when he caressed them, trailing his fingers over my knuckles, making them pebble in his hands. I hid my face in his neck. "Still okay?" he asked. I'm just shy," I said softly. I was a little nervous for him to see all of me. "Don't be," he said, caressing my cheek. "You're beautiful." I blushed. He turned me away from him so that my back was against his chest. I was sitting between his legs. He leant his chin onto my neck, looking down at my topless form. He slid the dress off, allowing it to fall to the ground. With my help, he slid my underwear off. My heart was beating wildly with excitement as his large hands moved over my midriff. His palms found my inner thighs, pushing them so that my flower unfolded. I closed my eyes, just enjoying his touch. His fingers explored my petals, making my thighs quiver. I bit my hip and gripped his thighs as he found my bud and pinched it lightly. He moved his fingers over it, circling it. I was trembling. "Do you like this?" he asked. I nodded. "Yes," I said breathlessly. "Do you touch yourself?" he asked. My cheeks must have been scarlet. "Sometimes," I answered honestly. "Show me how you like to be touched." "Touch yourself," he said encouragingly. I hesitantly reached down and parted my own folds. He kept his fingers over mine as I found my bud and caressed it. His hands slid upwards to cup my breasts while he kissed my shoulders from behind. I moaned as he nibbled my shoulder and squeezed my breasts while my own hand pushed me higher. I leant back onto the hard planes of his chest, realizing he had removed his own shirt. I loved the feeling of his skin against mine. Harper trailed his fingers up and down my inner thighs, stopping just short of my flower each time. I turned my head and gasped when I saw that his eyes had turned black. "I'll take over from here," he said, his voice low and raspy in my ear. I nodded feebly. Harper lifted me up easily. He lay back and positioned me so that I was kneeling over him, my knees on either side of his face. I was glad he could no longer see how red I was. "Sit down," he said, tugging on my hips. "I'll crush you," I said worriedly. Harper burst into laughter. "Not likely, baby," he said, grabbing my waist and pulling me down onto him. I began to protest, but Harper flicked his tongue out and ran the length of my flower, concentrating on my bud. I moaned as his tongue circled my bud, tracing patterns over it. He sucked my bud into his mouth. I squealed. He was squeezing my thighs. His fingers reached for me. He inserted one into me while he enveloped my vulva with his mouth, making me want to clamp my thighs shut to get away from the intense pleasure. He added a second finger and began pumping his fingers in and out while his mouth worked wonders on my bud. My breath was coming in short gasps. I was leaning over and gripping the sheets while he took me higher and higher, intensifying the pressure in my torso. He used his free hand to grip my waist, pushing and pulling at me, encouraging me to move my hips. I began to rock my ribs, sliding my bud over his tongue. His fingers slid out of me, and he held my hips with both hands, rocking me back and forth. The pressure inside of me was so intense, I tossed my head back just as he sucked on my bud with so much intensity. My climax hit, making my entire body shudder. I could barely hold myself up as the pleasure crashed over me in waves. Harper lay me down on my back. He settled himself between my trembling legs. His eyes found mine, asking me a silent question. I nodded. I wanted to go further. I wanted him more than anything. He eased out of his pants, kicking it off of him along with his undergarment. He pressed against my inner thighs, opening them wider. I could feel his engorged manhood at my entrance. He was large and thick, but I was drenched down there. He inched in, pausing with every inch to make sure I was not in pain. When he reached my maidenhood, he paused. I nodded. I was ready. He pressed his manhood against it, breaking through it. I felt a sharp, stinging pain as he entered me fully. The tip of his length was brushing against the mouth of my womb, deep inside of me. He waited for me to relax as I was tensing up. I took a deep breath, and he slowly withdrew his manhood from me before filling me again. There was some discomfort as I got used to his size, but with each stroke, the pleasure built until the pleasure was all that I could perceive. I tightened my arms around his neck as he moved faster and faster. I whimpered, and he grinned. He pressed down on me, his pelvis rubbing against my bud while his manhood slipped in and out of me. I brought his face to mine and kissed him, pouring all my love into the kiss. The pressure within me was almost to bursting again. He broke our kiss and pressed his forehead and nose to mine. "Holly, I want to mark you as mine forever," he breathed. "Will you let me?" I nodded eagerly. "Yes, yes," I said. He grinned, and in a split second, his eyes became black and his canines lengthened. I felt him bite down on my neck. I had been expecting to wince in pain at this moment, but pleasure burst through me, making me scream. This climax was unbelievably intense. I arched my back and gripped him to me tightly. He continued to pound into me until he grunted and poured his seed into me. I could feel him spasming inside of me. I kissed his shoulder and ran my fingers through his hair. He was panting. We held each other, just listening to our heartbeats and the sounds of our breathing. Harper remained on top of me. We were both euphoric as we drifted off to sleep. "Am I crushing you?" he asked suddenly. "Not likely, baby," I said, parroting what he had said earlier. Harper burst into laughter. He kissed me. "No, really," he whispered. "I'm a lot bigger than you." He flexed his muscles. I shook my head. "No, you're not," I said, kissing his forehead. "I wanted to stay just like this, so we did." Chapter 108, Tuesday, 29th September 2020. Harper. I woke up with my little mate asleep on my chest. There was a knock on my door. I could not call out to them and wake Holly. I slowly and gently switched myself with a big pillow for her to cling to instead. I grinned at her as her arms tightened around the pillow in sleep. My silvery mark on her neck caught the light. It gleamed. She was all mine now. I looked through the peephole. Only a crazy person would just throw open the door without figuring out who it could be first. I bet the quads all just threw open doors for any and everyone, even when my sister was sleeping and in need of protection. Except Eli. He had some sense. "Dad! Dad!" I said, opening the door a crack. "No, Holden," snapped Dad. "Of course it's me," he said, annoyed. He was grumpy in the morning. It was definitely Dad. "What's wrong?" I asked, opening the door all the way. My eyes widened as I took in the silvery mark on his neck. Mom had marked him. "Did you mark Mom?" I asked. He nodded, grinning. "And she marked you?" More nodding. "So what's the problem?" I asked. Had he come here to tell me about his escapades with Mom? No, thank you. "I want to propose to your mom," he said simply. "Really?" I said in hushed tones. He nodded eagerly. "I want your sister and me to help plan something. Nice, fancy," he said. I grinned. "Okay, no prob," I said. "Where's Star?" I asked. "In her room still, probably. You go wake her. She'll think I'm spying," he muttered. I sighed. I marched across the hall and banged on her door unceremoniously. "I could have done that," hissed Dad. "I meant wake her quietly with some twin thing. Your mom is a light sleeper." "Oh, st," I said. Dad ran down the hall and checked on Mom, who was still asleep, thankfully. The door was ripped open loudly by a disgruntled, "Not Eli." I stared at him. "What?" He began to ask, but I put my hand up for him to be quiet. I peered at him. "Zaya," I decided. "Yes," barked Zaya. "What's your problem?" "Bring me my twin," I said authoritatively to piss him off. This was my pack and my castle, not his. I was the king of this castle. He could take his attitude back to the Viper Moon pack house. Zaya looked murderous, but he composed himself with a deep breath. He went inside. "Star, baby," I heard him saying. "Sorry to wake you," he said gently. "What is it?" murmured a sleepy Star from inside. Star appeared at the door in her nightgown and fuzzy slippers. "Get dressed," I said excitedly. "You're in your boxers." she pointed out. I looked down. Oh yeah, Holly would say I was indecent. Dad needs help proposing to Mom, I said excitedly. Star squealed so loudly I was sure Holly and Mom down the hall would wake up. I grabbed her and covered her mouth. Shh, I said. She giggled, but it was muffled against my hand. Go get dressed, I said. I ran back to my room. Holly was still asleep. I left her a note. I wanted to do something racy like stick it into the waistband of her underwear, but she was no longer wearing any. I smirked to myself. I made sure the blanket was covering her up properly. I kissed her forehead and just left the note under the phone she didn't really know how to use yet. I met Star and Dad in the hallway. All the quads were dressed and ready too. What are they doing? I asked Star. Began Jonah, I think. I asked Star, I told him. Bro, we want to help bring the greatest and longest love story to a happy ending, joked Eli, shoving me playfully. I shoved him back. I looked at Jonah and Zaya. Ugh, I smiled at Noah. He was fun in a nerdy way. Okay, I said. If it's okay with Dad? Yeah, shrugged Dad. Well, then I'm bringing my mate, I said. Where is she? Asked Zaya. In Narnia? I snapped. Where do you think? She's in my room. 1 sec. She would probably fit in better in Narnia, actually. No iPhones to confuse her there, but I was keeping her with me forever. Cue diabolical laughter. Holly, I hissed, shaking her gently. She groaned. I planted kisses all over her face until she woke up giggling and tried to push me away. What is it, my lore? She began. No, I groaned. She smiled. Hi, Harper, she said softly. Hi, Holly, I whispered back. May I use magic on you? I asked. She frowned. She nodded. I trust you, she said softly. I made her stand before me in all her naked glory. I pictured what I wanted. I focused on it. I blinked. Holly gasped. She was now in a sundress and boots. She giggled. See how your man has got you? I said. What man? She said, alarmed, looking around nervously. Never mind. I chuckled. I pulled her out into the hallway. I need to braid my hair, she mumbled. No, leave it down. It's pretty. I insisted. Please, I begged. She smiled. She kissed my nose and left it down. Holly, you're still here. I see the air contraption police haven't made any arrests yet, said Jonah, grinning. What the fuck? Don't talk to my woman, I said to him. He glared at me but fell silent. Holly poked my arm. I think his lordship jests. I see that now, she said, smiling at Jonah. I suppose that was Jonah's weak attempt at humor. Let's go, said Dad. We followed him to the courtyard where there was a carriage waiting. Isn't there a car? I said. Oh, yes, in the royal garage, said a footman. There's a royal garage? I said quietly. The footman nodded. He was Fay. He led us to the garage. I gasped. There was a vast array of vintage cars, sports cars, and other luxury vehicles here. These are all in working condition? I asked an attendant who was servicing one of the cars. He nodded. Yes, Your Highness, he said. This has been here the whole time? I asked. Yes, Your Highness, he said. No one uses it? I asked incredulously. The Queen and yourself seem to prefer the carriage or a dragon, said the attendant, shrugging. Helena, squeaked Holly excitedly. We can't take Helena, baby, I said apologetically, cupping her face. It's the quad's fault. If it was just you, me, Dad, and Star, we could take Helena and Haven. They're dragons. They can more than fit 4 extra people. What if the quads and I take Haven and you, Holly and Dad take Helena, suggested Star. 5 and 3? We should split 4 and 4, said Dad. The quads looked at each other nervously. I grinned. Eli, come here, said Dad. Jonah snickered at Eli. Dad, I said, sighing deeply and making use of my actor skills. I was originally hired to play the role of Stars. Never mind. That was in the past. The point was that I was an actor. We already know Eli so well. We also know Noah a bit better after our ordeal. We owe it to Star to try to bond with all of her mates, don't you think? I said, widening my eyes at Dad. Dad chuckled. You and Star remind me of your mom the way you look when you want something, he laughed. Bingo. I want to get to know Jonah, I lied. Dad nodded. Jonah, come with us. Star, you take Eli, Noah, and Zachary, said Dad. He knew his name was Zaya. He was just being an asshole. Dad, said Star through gritted teeth. Dad burst into laughter. He was in a surprisingly good mood. He clapped Zaya on the back. I'm kidding with you, Isaiah, said Dad, grinning. Zaya grinned nervously. Star looked suspicious. Can I kid with my future son-in-law? Asked Dad. Zaya beamed. I guess, said Star. We went to the courtyard. I noticed Holly had my note even though it did not apply anymore because she was coming too. She smiled at the note and pocketed it. Dad, did you leave a note for Mom? So she'll know you just stepped out for a bit and you're thinking of her? I asked. Dad frowned. I took that as a no. How was I related to this guy? Where was his sense of romance, of pizzazz? I sighed. Dad, I grumbled, summoning a pen and paper. Write something romantic. I can make flowers grow in her room, exclaimed Star. Dad wrote the note. I snatched it to check it over, knowing it would be crap. Dear Hesper, I took the kids and left. Be back soon. The Quads are also with us, unfortunately. Yours, Heath. I sighed deeply. It was shittier than I had imagined. Star looked at it and rolled her eyes. I took the kids and left, quoted Star. That sounds terrifying. That's not how you start a love note. I break up note, sure, but not a love note. Dad frowned. Dad, this is not romantic, but I'll fix it for you, I said calmly. Dad nodded. I took that as him bestowing me the liberty to write whatever the f*** I want. I enchanted the note so that new words would appear in the same handwriting. I showed my note to Star. My dearest Hesper, good morning, my love. The kids and I have gone shopping with the Quads. I didn't want to wake you. Also, how would I be able to surprise you if you came shopping with us? I love you. Be back soon. Yours forever. Love, Heath. Dad wanted to see the note. He made a face at it. It doesn't sound like me, he said. Okay, good, I said, snapping my fingers and transporting the note to Mom's bedside table. Star made flowers grow on the table. They picked up the note, cushioning it in their midst, and their stems intertwined and lengthened, weaving together to form their own vase. I could see it all plainly in Star's mind as she focused. Perfect, said Star. We high-fived. Let's go, grumbled Dad. No thank you? Asked Star. Thanks, he muttered. I helped my Princess Holly onto Helena's back. Holly sat behind me, wrapping her arms around my waist. She yawned and snuggled into my neck. Sorry, I woke you, baby, I cooed. That is fine. I am excited to help his lordship select the ring for the Her Highness engagement. They have had a prolonged courtship indeed, she chuckled. Jonah sat behind Holly to my chagrin, and Dad was behind Jonah. I wanted Jonah and Dad to switch seats, but I didn't want Holly to find me overbearing. Jonah better keep his new funny bone to himself. I knew he was as attached to Star as I was to Holly, but I got envious easily when it came to Holly. Holly, you know a detective from the AC division has been asking for you? Jonah joked. Jonah, this is your opportunity to get to know Dad, the father of your mate, I snapped. Sir, how are you today? Asked Jonah, looking back at Dad as we took flight. Good, said Dad simply. Oh, okay, that's good. What kind of ring do you think Hesper would like? Asked Jonah. I steered Helena towards the main town. There were shops there with both lupine and fey jewelry. Gold, said Dad. How about something custom-made to reflect fey and lupine engagement ring styles so she'll know you thought about her as an individual, so she'll feel special? Suggested Jonah. That was a good idea. Mom was part fey and part werewolf. Yeah, I think that could work, mumbled Dad. Where is all this ingenuity when it comes to making Star feel special? I asked pointedly. Ask Star and she'll tell you. I make her feel extra special. His suggestive tone made me want to punch him, but Holly was between us, and we were miles high in the air. A scuffle at this altitude would not be particularly wise or regal of me. There, shouted Dad, pointing to the store he wanted to visit below. I spotted the one he meant. Dad had eyesight like an alpha. He fought like one too. I realized I didn't know jack shit about Dad's side of the family. Dad, I want to know about your parents. My paternal grandparents, I said, as I steered Helena into a gradual dive. She expertly circled back around to land as close to the place as possible. I was grateful for the wide streets of the town. She landed in a nearby grassy square. I should have park benches and playground stuff placed here. I pictured slides and swings, a merry-go-round, a seesaw, a sandbox. Dad's deep voice broke me out of my town and country planning. I would like to know more about them myself, joked Dad. Wait, what? I asked as I patted Helena's snout. We'll be back soon. Helena, I said. She nodded gracefully. A crowd had gathered to marvel at her. Some children were edging closer to her, but their parents yanked them back. She's friendly, I told them. Be gentle and respectful. Ask her if you can pet her and she'll nod or shake her head. Some of the parents let their kids frolic around Helena. She sniffed a little boy offering her a turnip. She shook her head no, regarding the turnip but allowed the boy to pat her snout. We walked towards the store. Dad was quiet. "Aren't you going to tell me what you mean?" I asked. I spotted Haven diving swiftly and sharply to land in the same square as Helena. He was always showing off for her. If the dragons had flight music like an aeroplane, Helena's would be a classical orchestra, or Enya or something. Haven's would be heavy metal. "I don't know my parents," said Dad as we watched the other 3 quads and Star slide off of Haven's back. Star let the parents and children know to not touch Haven even if he nodded his head. Haven tended to change his mind about interactions, but Helena kept him somewhat calm these days. Star and the quads reached us. "So who raised you?" I asked, looking at Dad. "Nuns," he said. I burst into laughter. Dad frowned. "Oh, sorry," I said. "You're being serious." Dad shrugged. "I grew up in an orphanage," he said. Chapter 109, Tuesday, 29th September 2020. "Star." I gasped. Harper raised his eyebrows in surprise. "Dad, why didn't you tell us?" I asked. "There's not much to tell," said Dad with a sigh, taking my hand as we walked into the jewelry store. Dad seemed to be scrutinizing my fingers carefully. "I need a mani," I said apologetically. My attempt at humor was lost on Dad, who merely frowned. "I think your fingers are the same as your mom's," he said. "Oh, yeah, probably," I said. "You're both so beautiful," said Dad, kissing my forehead. I grinned. "The 2 most beautiful girls in the world," said Dad, hugging me. "Thanks, Dad," I murmured into his shirt, hugging him back. I held on to him a bit. I wished he had been around when I had been growing up. He patted my back. "I have to agree with you there, sir," said Zaya. "Beauty beyond compare." Dad looked at Zaya. I was expecting him to say something mean, so I got ready to defend Zaya. "I guess you could start calling me Heath," said Dad. "The 4 of you." All the quads grinned widely, exchanging glances. I smiled at them. They were so cute. "You too, Miss Holly," said Dad, looking at Holly, who was under Harper's arm. My twin was keeping his mate close to his side. Her nose was a bit pink from the cold. "I'm not a lord, okay," chuckled Dad, tweaking Holly's nose. Holly giggled. "Yes, my lord." "Yes, Heath," said Holly. A young fey woman with waist-length silvery blonde hair came out from behind the counter. "How may I be of service to you, Your Highness?" she said to me. My dad needs to buy an engagement ring," I said, smiling. Dad held up my finger for the lady to see. "For your daughter?" she asked, startled. Clearly, she recognized all of us. "I know Princess Hesper was once engaged to her first cousin, but isn't this a little extreme?" she whispered, frightened. No, I said. "For my wife," said Dad, annoyed. "To be, for Princess Hesper. Her mom, my wife, not yet, but you know what I mean, my mate." I exchanged a glance with Harper. Yeah, we would be writing my dad's proposal speech for him as well as his wedding vows. "My name is Sylvia, by the way. So sorry for my, Let's get to the rings," she said, rushing over to the counter to distract us with sparkly jewelry. The rings were gorgeous. The quads were surprisingly interested in the jewelry selection. I had expected them to be bored. "We were thinking of a ring that was somehow both fey and werewolf like Hesper is," said Dad, glancing at Jonah. Jonah grinned. Sylvia gasped and ran to the back. She came scurrying out with an ornate box. She placed the box before us. It was jewel-encrusted. The box was even prettier than the rings we had just seen. Zaya and Eli were trying on engagement rings. Eli put one on my finger. "This fits perfectly," he said softly, grinning. I giggled. I took it off and gave it back. Jewelry stores made me nervous. I was so scared I'd be asked to pay for something or I'd break something. I did not feel wealthy even if I was now. Sylvia opened the box. The ring inside was mesmerizing. "The band is lupine-made gold, but the diamond is from the Fey realm. The diamond seemed to reflect a rainbow of colors whenever the light hit it." Harper and I were sold. We looked at Dad. "Is this a good one?" he asked, somewhat adorably clueless. "This is a good one, Dad," I said. Dad tried the ring on my finger, and it fit perfectly. "It'll definitely fit Mom," said Harper. We got the ring and flew back to the castle. Mom and Great-Grandma greeted us as we entered the dining hall. We had missed breakfast, but we were right on time for lunch. Mom hugged Dad. "Thank you for the flowers, Heath," she squealed. Dad grinned. He kissed her forehead gently. "My handsome great-grandsons are back," said Great-Grandmother, hugging each of the quads. I was relieved that she liked all of them. She did not seem to think it was weird that there were 4 of them. Apparently, Mom's parents had been close to Alpha Romeo, who was father to the Alpha triplets, so great-grandmother was familiar with the idea of multiples having one mate. "I met the Alpha triplets when they were teeny tiny," said great-grandmother, using her index finger and thumb to indicate about an inch. "I doubt they were that small, Your Majesty," chuckled Jonah. "Yes, they were," she exclaimed, swatting Jonah's chest. "Mom did that. That was where she got it from. I would be dodging hands left and right whenever a joke was told in this family." "They were still in Luna Rani's womb," said great-grandmother in hushed tones as though this was a great secret. "Oh," laughed Jonah. "I get it. But you're too young to know about that," she informed Jonah, hitting his chest again. "So are you, Harper," she said, looking across the table at Harper, who paused on his way to kiss Holly. "Of course, Grandma," he said, grinning nervously. "You're just children," she said. "They're 18, said Mom. "They're not kids, Grandma." "You think that 'cause you're still 18 too," said Great-Grandma dismissively. "Technically," said Mom. "Spiritually, I'm an old soul. Right, Heath?" "Yes," said Dad, nodding, but he tended to agree with just about anything Mom said, whether he had heard what was said or not. I had never seen him like that with anyone, and it was my new favorite thing to behold. "The Alpha triplets must have blossomed into strapping young men while I was a castle fixture," muttered Great-Grandmother. "Perhaps I should have tea with the new Wintermoon Luna?" "She's really nice," I said quickly, hoping Great-Grandmother would have tea with Chastity. "I'm so happy for our parents," I told Harper over MindLink. "Speaking of parents, you have 2 of them to meet officially." "Eli told me," said Harper. "What?" I asked, my heart speeding up. "You have to meet the current Alpha and Luna of Viper Moon, the Quad's parents," said Harper. "They're coming here?" I said. "Yeah, I want them to be here for Mom and Dad's wedding. You'll be the maid of honor, and I'll be the best man." Dad told me he and Mom want to meet the Quad's parents, so I thought they should come to the wedding. Dad wants to get married like practically yesterday since we're of age already, and Mom was, a statue for 18 years. "There's no point in a long engagement," said Harper. Even though I felt a bit panicked, I was touched that Harper had thought to invite the Quad's parents. I myself would have forgotten. The Quads and I had not had that many normal milestones. "Thanks, Harper. I would like them to come. I want to get to know them," I said. Harper smiled. After lunch, Jonah pulled me away from everyone else. We went for a walk in the gardens next to the courtyard. They were beautiful. Even though it was winter here for about 6 months a year from late September to late February or early March, there were still flowers, frost flowers. They looked like flowers carved from ice, but they were very much alive. They were iridescent, like the lingering lotus, as they gleamed beautifully under the winter sun. They swayed of their own accord, with or without the wind. When the wind actually blew against them, they made soft tinkling sounds like wind chimes. I was bundled up, but Jonah kept me close to his side for extra warmth. "My parents will be making a trip up here soon," he informed me. "Should I act surprised?" "Did Eli or Zaya tell you?" wondered Jonah aloud. I grinned. "No, I found out from Harper, who heard it from Eli," I admitted. Jonah stroked my cheek. He traced the bridge of my nose with a gloved finger. "And when they leave, I want us to leave with them," he said, looking at me worriedly, as though scared of my reaction. "Yes," I said. He grinned in surprise. I cupped his face in my hands and I kissed him. He kissed me back eagerly. When we broke apart, he just held me. "You won't miss your newly reunited family?" he asked, looking at me, his eyes filled with concern. "This is my pack too, but Harper is the Alpha, and I'm going to be the Luna of Viper Moon. Of course I'll miss my family, but they won't be far away with magic." Harper asked Mom and Great-Grandmother to make me a special snow globe, one that goes directly from the Viper Moon pack house to the Ice Moon castle and back. "I actually need permission from your dad for it to be made, as it involves his territory," I explained. "Well, we'll ask him officially when he gets here, but I know the eldest future Alpha of Viper Moon," he whispered conspiratorially, meaning himself. I giggled. "And would the eldest new Viper Moon Alpha let me make a portal between his pack house and this castle?" I asked, grinning. "He's in love with the new Ice Moon princess, so he wants that portal made very badly," said Jonah, gazing at me. I pulled him in and kissed him with abandon. Time always seemed to stop whenever I kissed Jonah. He and the other quads had a way of forcing me to live in the moment. Warmth spread through me. Jonah kissed the tip of my nose and then my eyelids. I giggled. Jonah wrapped his arms around me tightly and buried his nose in my neck. Someone tapped me on my shoulder. I looked around. Noah, I said. "What's up, Buttercup?" asked Jonah. Noah rolled his eyes. "I've been questioning your dad," announced Noah. "What?" I asked, shocked. Noah grinned sheepishly. "I was really curious about the orphanage he was from with the nuns. It reminded me of something." "Let me guess. Something you read in Wolf Meets Nerd magazine," said Jonah. "Wolf Meets Herd magazine," said Noah. "Don't you have heels to be sniffing or something, foot lover?" Jonah made a snowball and chucked it at Noah. It hit him, splat, right in his face. "Jonah!" I said indignantly, but Noah was already retaliating. He fired 3 snowballs at Jonah in quick succession. I spotted Zaya and Eli coming towards us. They noticed the commotion. "Snowball fight!" yelled Zaya. All of the quads began throwing snowballs and dodging ones thrown at werewolf speed. I ran for cover, but no one threw any at me, thankfully. "Star, you need to keep score," shouted Eli. I peeked out from behind a frost ice rose bush. "Okay," I mumbled unenthusiastically. "I'll keep score," said a voice I'd know anywhere. Harper. Holly was with him, waving at me. "Harper is the scorekeeper," Eli announced, coming out from his cover and getting 3 snowballs in the face from his 3 brothers. "Holly, you can hide with Star if you want, but no one will throw any at the 2 of you, okay?" said Harper, kissing Holly's forehead. Holly dutifully hid behind the bush with me. I giggled. Harper conjured a blackboard and began to keep score. He conjured a chair for himself and sat in front of the new scoreboard. Holly and I came out of hiding. "How does the scoring system work?" I asked. "The quads didn't say how they usually play, so I just made it up," said Harper. "I'm giving 5 points for every snowball that successfully hits the target, and I'm subtracting 1 point from the person who gets hit. The points earned are in green chalk, and the tally in red counting hits will be subtracted at the end," explained Harper, as the green and red chalk wrote furiously on their own, flying across the board. Holly sat on Harper's lap. Harper conjured me a chair next to them. Zaya was very good at snowball fights. Perhaps that was why he had started the game. He tucked and rolled a lot to get away from flying snowballs. Eli was very fast at throwing them. He threw many at once. Noah was stealthy, good at avoiding being hit. Jonah made the least number of snowballs, but every snowball had a distinct purpose and hit its target successfully. I had no idea the quads were this playful. They used to seem like such stiff snobs back at school. "What about Viper Moon High?" I asked Harper. "Solander says I can be homeschooled for the rest of the final year. My bandmates want to come and be homeschooled with me. I just have to get Dad to agree," said Harper. "Ask Mom," I said, "or even great-grandmother." "Great-grandmother will return to the Fey realm after Mom and Dad get married," said Harper sadly. "Can we get a snow globe to go to the Fey realm easily, just like the one I'm getting between Viper Moon and Ice Moon?" I asked anxiously. Harper and Holly shook their heads sadly. I sighed. "It can't work like that," said Holly apologetically. "The Fey realm is an entirely different realm. It is its own entity like werewolf country. The snow globes are intra-realm travel, not inter-realm travel," she explained sadly. "So werewolf country is a realm too?" I asked. "Yeah, it is," said Harper. "We just don't call it that, but technically it's a realm. Then there's the Fey realm, the human realm." "I think I'd like to visit the human realm," I said happily. "You can't. Social distancing," barked a familiar voice. "Hi, Ryan," I said as Asriel and Toby walked towards us. Ryan, the not-so-happy earring, glared at me. "Asriel, Zaya is here," said Aaron in hushed tones. "You don't like Zaya?" asked Toby. "We have a history," said Aaron with a sigh. "You know, Aaron," said Harper with a knowing grin. "When Zaya, Ely, Dad, and I questioned Holden and his goons, Zaya demanded to know if you were okay specifically," said Harper with a grin. "He did," squealed Aaron. "I'm not easy to get over. I'm happy he's with Princess Star. Maybe he'll name his first child with her Aaron in remembrance of what we had." "Like hell he would." "I don't think so, Aaron," I chuckled. I was not going to let an earring steal my man or name my firstborn. I remembered something. "Aaron, you're not an earring," I exclaimed. "You're an imp." I think I remember Grandma saying Mom turned you into earrings to spare you both being, well, destroyed. Why would anyone want to destroy you two? I asked, feeling a little sad for them. Becoming earrings was essentially how they had avoided the death penalty. We did bad things, said Aaron frankly. Ryan laughed diabolically. But I found my inner truth and I'm reformed now, announced Aaron. I'm worse, muttered Ryan threateningly. Asriel, regarding Rain and Aaron, do they ever, come off? Asked Toby gently, looking at Asriel. I'm not going in a jewelry box just so you two can get jiggy with it, barked Rain. I take them off to go to sleep, yeah, whispered Asriel, smiling. Toby blushed. We can hear you, yelled Ryan. What's going on here? Asked Harper. Yeah, Toby, I said pointedly, grinning at him and Asriel. What's going on here? Hey, called Zaya. Harper, who's winning? Harper waved his hand to calculate the current scores. I gave everyone 5 points each for hitting their target and 1 point subtracted for getting hit. These are the scores so far. They're really close, said Harper. Noah, 405, Jonah, 412, shockingly a tie. Zaya and Eli both have 417. The elder two clapped for the younger two. Zaya and Eli linked arms and ran around in a circle like they were playing Ring Around the Roses. Do you want a tiebreaker? Asked Harper. Toby was trying to slip away, but a snowman formed out of nowhere. It was sentient and blocked his path. Toby gasped and ran back to us. I want to know about you and my cousin, Toby. Nice try, muttered Harper. Toby hid from Harper behind Asriel, who laughed but did not divulge any information. Aaron was swinging madly, cheering loudly for Zaya. Ryan was going crazy, booing loudly, trying to drown out Aaron's shrill screams, but it was to no avail. Aaron's high-pitched, happy screaming dominated the scene. What's the prize for winning? Asked Zaya. Said Harper. My twin looked around. His eyes fell on his own recently conjured magic snowman. I personally will help you make a magical date for Star that the other three can't go to, because obviously then it's not a prize if everyone goes, said Harper with a shrug. I blushed and swatted my twin on the chest playfully. Ugh! Mom and Great-Grandma were rubbing off on me. What do you think? Asked Harper. Tiebreaker, said Eli and Zaya eagerly in unison. Wait, said both Jonah and Noah, making everyone jump. We didn't know a magical date with Star was the prize, grumbled Jonah. Well, because it wasn't, I only just made that up as an incentive to compete in the tiebreaker, said Harper with a shrug. I noticed Holly was brushing Harper's hair of all things. I gave her a weird look. His lordship rarely brushes his hair and it bothers me, she said simply. Well, you're all really close in points, so you could all compete in the tiebreaker, said Harper, trying to make peace between the older two and the younger two. The quads descended into a vicious argument. A tiebreaker is for breaking a tie, bellowed Zaya. Zaya and I are tied, only we should compete, agreed Eli. No way, shouted Jonah. Noah and I had no idea this shot was important. Neither did we, pointed out Eli. Do over, yelled Noah. Do over. I stared at the argument. I remembered Luna Chastity's advice about not treating multiples as one single entity, but as individuals. What are you going to do, my Harper? Asked Holly. I have an idea, I said. Holly clapped for me before even hearing what my idea was. I laughed. I was happy to accept her as my new sister-in-law, and I thought that the magical date was Harper's way of doing something for his future brothers-in-law, but it had backfired. A very wise Luna, I said loudly, interrupting my bickering mates, reminded me once that multiples are individuals, so all four of you will get a solo date with me. So no prize, asked Harper. Yes, the prize is still a magical date. The other 3 dates will be regular, but I want solo quality time with all of my guys individually, I said, emphasizing the last word. That placated the quads a little. We still would have played harder if, began Noah. I know if you had known about the magical date, said Harper. If Eli and Zaya are okay with it, maybe you could all compete in the tiebreaker round, but I'll be adding the points already earned, so Zaya and Eli will be in the lead as deserved, but Noah or Jonah could still win. The quads liked this turn of events. They began stretching, readying themselves for the tiebreaker. Harper had a mischievous glint in his eye. He was looking at his new sentient snowman. What are you up to? I asked him. The tiebreaker is going to have more than 4 players, said Harper, making 3 other snowmen spring up and come to life. Don't hurt the quads, I warned. Star, I'm not a monster. I love you. You know that, said Harper indignantly. These are the special helpers. Special helpers, I said, furrowing my brow. Don't think I forgot about you, Toby. I see you there. Hiding behind Azrael, said Harper, trying to look behind Azrael to peek at Toby. Why can't we tell my cousins? Said Azrael, frowning. Okay, said Toby, seeing Azrael upset. We'll tell them, said Toby. Azrael grinned widely. Star, Harper, Azrael, he's the one for me, said Toby. You're fated? I asked excitedly. They nodded. I screamed so loudly the quads all jumped. Distracted from their stretching and warming up, they rushed over to me. What's wrong, baby? Asked Zaya. Luna, are you okay? Asked Noah. Did something happen, princess? Asked Ellie. Qu'est-ce qui ne va pas, mon ciel étoilé? Asked Jonah. My best friend and my cousin are in love. I squealed. The quads looked at each other. They realized I meant Toby and Azrael. They grinned and congratulated them. Why were you so reluctant, though? Asked Harper. I didn't know if you all knew that I was, began Toby. Harper snorted with laughter. Toby, sorry, but come on, be serious, chuckled Harper. I am being serious, laughed Toby. We knew, said Zaya. Jonah nodded. Yeah, said the eldest. Of course, we knew, laughed Eli, ruffling Toby's hair. I didn't know it was a secret or something, said Noah, looking concerned. It's not, said Toby quickly. I just never explicitly told you, but it's definitely not a secret. Even I know that you're gay, Toby, said Holly brightly. I'm happy for you and Azrael. I almost fainted. I had not been expecting that from her. She did not know what a microwave was. I had not been sure if she would know what we meant with her being from an archaic autumn fae community. Congratulations, Toby. I hope you will consider Ice Moon your home away from home, said Harper, who was obviously in a great mood. I looked closely at Holly and spotted her silvery mark. She saw me looking at it and blushed. How had I missed that before? And Eli, Noah, Jonah, and Zaya, I know we'll be brothers by marriage in the future, so I hope you consider this your home too, said Harper with a smile. My heart felt so full. Thanks, Harper, I said softly. He grinned. And now, each of you will team up with one of my snowmen. This will make the game more interesting. He can act as your shield, absorbing snowballs thrown at you, or he can make the snowballs for you, but you must throw them, and it's up to you to give proper instructions to your snowman. No attacking your brother's snowman, you will lose and be disqualified. They are helpers and shields only. No contact fighting or tackling, no pitting snowman against snowman either. Misuse of snowmen is a criminal offense in Ice Moon, said Harper. Is it really? I whispered. No, you know I must make up, whispered my twin. I want the biggest one, said Zaya, running to the snowman on the right, who looked angrier than the others. Yeah, this is my dog right here, said Zaya, sizing up his snowman. Noah picked the happiest-looking snowman and seemed amazed by him. Harper, this is so cool. You make me wish I was magic, said Noah. Aren't you, though? You can astral project so well, said Harper, grinning. Yeah, but I can't make magic snowmen, mumbled Noah sadly. Noah's snowman patted him gently on the back. Noah hugged his snowman. Can we name them? Asked Eli, looking at his, stroking his chin, clearly thinking of names. Sure, said Harper. Jonah was busy whispering instructions to his snowman. Jonah's snowman nodded conspiratorially, his eyes darting around, taking in the competition. You guys ready? Called Harper. I want to say it, whispered Holly. My Luna will tell you when, said Harper. The quads separated to the four corners of the frost garden. They were taking this so seriously. Toby and Azrael were sitting on a nearby bench Azrael had just conjured, laughing and eating popcorn. Where did you get popcorn? I demanded. I made it, said Toby. I left it popping inside the castle. Azrael just summoned it. Oh, I said, snatching a handful from their bowl. Holly got up to start the game. I had never heard her yell before, but she did now. Ready? On your marks. Remember, the prize is a magical date with Her Highness, courtesy of His Highness. Let the games begin. Go! Chapter 110. Tuesday, 29th September, 2020. Jonah. Harper was actually trying to do something nice for us, but of course there was a catch. Only one of the four of us could win the magical solo date with Star. Star had promised we would each go on a solo date, but obviously everyone wanted to win the magical one. Harper had made sentient magical snowmen. I nicknamed mine Frosty and Zaya, called me a basic. What's yours called then? Smartass? I snapped. Avalanche, retorted Zaya. I rolled my eyes. His snowman did look kind of angry and chaotic. He was bouncing about, ready to make snowballs, psyching himself up like a boxer in his corner of the ring. I whispered my strategy to Frosty, who listened intently. Noah was hugging his snowman. His had a paternal vibe to it, and Eli's looked gentle. Avalanche needed anger management classes. My Frosty was the most balanced. "What's your snowman called, Eli?" asked Zaya. "Sub-Zero," said Eli. "That makes him sound like a nightclub," I chuckled. "What did you name yours?" I asked Noah. "Michael," said Noah, giving no further explanation. We all stared at Noah. His smile remained placid. Holly was getting ready to give the order for us to begin. We separated as far apart as possible, each occupying one corner of the frost garden. "Remember, stay close to the perimeter and I'll stay behind you so we won't lose points, 'cause no one will be able to get behind us and toss snow at us," I said to Frosty. Frosty nodded. "Go," yelled Holly. Frosty and I veered to the left, approaching Eli's corner. Frosty was making snowballs rapidly and passing them to me while he shielded me. I was throwing them as fast as he made them. I managed to get in a few hits from the side. Eli ducked behind Sub-Zero, who made a huge snowball the size of a bowling ball. Eli hurled that at me. Frosty blocked half of it, but because it was so large, the other half got me. I wondered if Harper would count that as a hit. I looked over and he and Holly were kissing and totally not paying attention. "Hey, how will you know who is winning?" I bellowed. Harper broke apart from Holly, whose cheeks flushed. "The snowmen will know. They're honest. They can't lie to me," he said simply. While I had been yelling at Harper, Zaya and Avalanche had come rushing at me and Frosty from the side. We retreated to Eli's old corner. Eli. I really wanted to win the magical date, but I was glad that either way I would get some solo time with Star. My brothers and I loved each other, but when the four of us were all with Star, there was a lot of compromising involved. I told Sub-Zero to make huge snowballs to make it easier to hit the targets, and it was working wonderfully. I hurled one at Zaya. Sorry, bro. He had been peeking out from behind Avalanche, so the snowball hit him splat right in the face. "Eli," roared Zaya. I stifled my laughter as Zaya began throwing snowballs my way as fast as possible. His snowballs were small, but there were tons of them like an insect swarm. "Quality over quantity, Sub-Zero. Keep making the huge snowballs," I said. Sub-Zero made several basketball-sized snowballs. I threw them at each brother in turn. I got Noah. I did not get Zaya this time. I half got Jonah again. Sub-Zero and I high-fived. Zaya, Avalanche, the angry snowman, was a snowball-making machine. He was producing them faster than I could throw them, so I started throwing several at once. I lost track of who I hit and who I missed. I was just lost in the moment, raining snowballs down on my opponents. Truth be told, I knew that magical or not, my solo date would be lit. Star and I had an effortless connection, so I was not that bothered about it. I was getting what I wanted already, to keep Star forever. Everything else was just frills and bows and icing on top. Star was cheering for all of us. She was so cute. She would make a great cheerleader. She should be cheerleader captain at Viper Moon now that Angie was gone. I wondered if she could to a backhand spring. Noah. Michael and I moved strategically, keeping to the periphery of the garden while I threw snowballs from either side of him so the others would not know what side I would peek out from next. Michael was a bit tubbier than the others, which was good for shielding. It was easy to hide behind him. I told Michael to start adding some of the snowballs to his body to get bigger, and it worked like a charm. His snowy body easily absorbed the excess snow. "Noah's snowman is growing," Eli yelled. "Is that cheating, Harper?" Harper looked up from showing Holly something on her iPhone. "No," called Harper simply. "Sorry, bro." "Ha," Eli grumbled to himself. I took advantage of his distracted moment and clobbered him with 2 snowballs before I ducked behind Michael, who was now twice as big as the others. Michael, the King Kong of snowmen. "Time's up," squeaked Holly. My brothers and I huddled around the blackboard. "And the winner is," said Harper dramatically, while Toby and Azriel drummed on their laps. "Noah!" squealed Holly, jumping up and down. Michael span round and round in a celebratory fashion like a spinning top. As he did this, he shed all the excess snow, thereby returning to his original size. The others clapped begrudgingly for me. "It was extremely close," said Harper. like you were just about 2 to 5 points apart each. Holly clapped. Toby and Asriel cheered. Aaron congratulated everyone. Reen booed loudly. What made you decide to wear the imps? Asked Toby, looking at Asriel's animated earrings. Asriel grinned. I unleashed the imps in the first place, so it's only right that I contain them now. Hesper was the one who cast the transformation spell for me, though. Wait, I yelled suddenly. What? Said Star, alarmed. You won, okay? You don't have to rub it in, grumbled Zaya. No, not that. I can hear them. How come? How can I hear Aaron and Ryan without the fairy dust? I asked. Everyone gasped. Toby can hear them, said Holly. Asriel gave me fairy dust, said Toby with a wry smile as though he regretted being able to hear the loud earrings. Maybe through the mate bond or the marks? Suggested Harper. Can you three hear them? I asked my brothers. They shook their heads. Star gasped. You were inside of me, she said to me. I flushed. I glanced at her twin Harper nervously. We all were, began Zaya, but Harper gave him an indignant look, and Eli shot him a warning glance. Your essence, I mean, said Star. That's what they're calling it now, joked Toby. Asriel pushed Toby playfully. The astral travel, said Harper. Oh, I said, we switched bodies. It is possible for those blessed with the gift of astral travel to also absorb abilities from the bodies they have visited, said Holly, nodding. So now I can hear Fey stuff? I said, amazed. You can perceive Fey magic and enchantments, specified Harper. Zaya glared at me. I averted my eyes. What was his problem? What's up with your boy Zaya? I asked Eli, the more reasonable of my two younger brothers. He doesn't like feeling like anyone but him has such a deep connection with Star. He gets jealous easily, even though he knows we have to share, said Eli. I sighed. Relax, Noah. Zaya will get over it and himself, joked Jonah, immediately noticing I was upset because of Zaya's reaction to my win. I am excited to spend some quality time with each and every one of my mates, said Star, pulling Zaya in for a hug. He cheered up slightly. I want to go on my date with Star first, said Zaya, wrapping his arms around her tightly. Well, I suppose the magical date can be the grand finale, said Harper. And Noah, it looks like you got your wish already. Huh. I'm confused, I admitted. You wanted to be magic, and you kind of are. You absorbed some of Star's Fey magic, he said with a shrug. Yay, cheered Holly, clapping. I felt like Holly had had a few. I had seen the Queen pouring something from a flask into her and Holly's teas earlier. The Queen had raved about whatever was in the flask, and polite little Holly had not been able to refuse the Queen of the Winter Fae. After that, I could have sworn I saw her taking sips of Star's mom's mimosa. I want to go on a magical date with His Highness, whined Holly, pouting. Harper grinned and kissed the tip of her nose. He danced with her in the snow, making her giggle. Do I get to decide on the particulars of the magical date? I asked Harper. Holly and Harper continued to tango. Yes, exclaimed Holly excitedly. No, said Harper indignantly. That was helpful. I said yes, complained Holly, becoming distraught rather quickly. She had definitely had a few. She burst into tears unexpectedly. Yes, you do. You get to decide, said Harper quickly, conjuring a handkerchief to wipe Holly's tears. Holly became cheerful immediately. I'm helping with the magical date, she told me. Well, now I know I'm in good hands then, I said, grinning. Let's go inside and drink some nice water, suggested Harper, steering Holly towards the castle. Yes, water! I heard her cry exuberantly. Someone tapped me on my shoulder. Zaya. He frowned at me. I frowned at him. Congrats, he mumbled. I smiled. It should have been you or Eli, I said, trying to cheer him up. Yeah, it should have, he agreed immediately. Geez, he shoved me playfully. I shoved him back and ruffled his hair. The four of us headed back to the castle arm in arm with Star walking just ahead of us. I glanced back and saw the 4 snowmen ambling away somewhere. Is it okay to leave the snowmen to their own devices like that? Asked Jonah curiously. That's Harper's thing, said Star. He loves making sentient magical beings and then just leaving them. It's a Fey thing. Fey magic is a bit chaotic and mischievous. A witch like Jamie would never do that. Sentient magical creatures left unchecked is a big no-no in witchcraft and wizardry. I knew the Fey were a bit tricky. Bye, Michael. Thanks. I called after my snowman. No problem, kid. Don't mention it. It's Francis, actually, he called back, making Star, my brothers, and me all jump. The other snowmen waved and yelled, bye. They could talk this whole time. I whispered. They had names the whole time, added Eli, looking shocked. Why didn't they say anything? Said Zaya, looking at them in awe. Mine talked to me, said Jonah with a shrug. We all stared at our eldest brother. They're headed into town for a post-game drink. He invited me, but I didn't want to impose, explained Jonah. We just continued to stare at him. Jonah frowned. You guys are just jealous your snowmen didn't ask you to get post-game drinks with them, said Jonah stiffly. Harper came walking towards us from the castle. Where are you going, Twin? Asked Star. Hey, Twin, Holly's napping. Just gonna grab a drink with Francis and the guys. Let her know if she wakes up, he said, heading towards the snowman. He's making me wish I had said yes, said Jonah. Next time, I guess, he added, leading the way back to the castle. Chapter 111, Tuesday, 29th September, 2020. Zaya. I woke up next to Star. My baby was so beautiful. We were facing each other. Eli was spooning her. Jonah and Noah were on the ends. It should have been their turn to sleep next to Star. I knew they had taken the ends because of how upset I had been over the outcome of the snowball fight. A small part of me felt offended by their peace offering. They were babying me. I was the youngest by a couple minutes, but they acted like they were years older. Another part of me felt guilty for being mean to Noah. Noah had always been the altruistic type, even during our childhood. He would pretend he did not want the last slice of pizza or cake so Eli or I could have it. He was better at cerebral stuff like Scrabble, but he would let us win if we were having a shitty day. I knew those were little things, but he did the same with big things too. I felt like such a douche. I could not even enjoy basking in the ambience of my beautiful Star in peace because of the guilt. I sighed. I sat up. Jonah was next to me. I had glared at Noah when he had tried to sleep on my end, so he and Jonah had switched. I tossed my pillow at Noah, but it hit Eli. Thank goodness it did not disturb Star. Eli wrinkled up his face but remained asleep. Noah was a light sleeper, so he was stirring already. Noah, I whispered. I had to hop out of bed and go over to his side. I sat on the carpet and looked at him. Noah, I hissed. He opened his eyes slowly. He jumped, startled. Ah! He gave a little shout. Shh! I beseeched him. You'll wake Star. He settled down. What, Zaya? What's wrong? He asked sleepily. I'm sorry, I said softly. It's okay. Tell me what's bothering you, he said. No, not sorry for waking you. Sorry for being a jerk about you winning the magical date, I admitted. I frowned. He frowned too, but exaggerated it, pouting. He and Jonah always did that to Eli and me when they thought we were sulking. Stop. I'm trying to be fair here, I said. Noah chuckled. Okay, thank you, said Noah with a tired smile. You forgive me? I said, raising my eyebrows. I forgave you before you said sorry, he said. I gave him a hug. He hugged me back. You're a good big brother, Noah, I told him. Now go away, he said softly. Hey, I said, grabbing the pillow off of Eli's face and plopping it down onto Noah's face. He did not even move it. He stayed there with the pillow on his face and fell asleep, just like Eli had done. I was the only normal one. Eli, my solo date with Star was today. Today was also the day my parents would be arriving at Ice Moon. I could not wait for Star to officially meet my mom. My brothers and I were all dressed and waiting in the throne room. The room was so different now that the real queen had replaced the imposter. Holden used to sit alone like a glorified pincushion in full regalia with everyone milling around, standing for hours getting bunions. Now, everyone sat in chairs at either side of the lush carpet. The queen had insisted that Harper take the central throne. The queen, Hesper, and Star were seated on his left, while Heath, Asriel, and Solander were on his right. My brothers and I were sitting in the group nearest to Star's throne. She winked at us. I could not help the huge grin that spread onto my face. Star looked so radiant. The double doors at the end of the huge oblong room opened, and my parents stepped onto the carpet while Solander stood and announced them. My parents had apparently eloped the day after Star had broken the curse. Dad had finally marked and married Mom. Obviously, they had already mated. They did have kids. Us. However, they had finally been able to solidify their relationship after so many years together. Mom had never talked about the scrutiny she had faced for being an unmarried Luna. I had seen people treat her as though she were illegitimate or unimportant. She and my dad had begun shying away from events for that reason. It was a relief to see her so happy even while in the public eye. She was definitely showing off the rock on her finger. Harper gestured for everyone to stand out of respect as my parents approached the throne. Today, we welcome the newest allies of Ice Moon, Alpha Quade Quinn and Luna Dorothy Quinn, both of Viper Moon, said Harper, his voice ringing out through the high-ceilinged room. Mom was beaming. Dad and Harper shook hands. Mom hugged Harper. She was giggling like a schoolgirl. My brothers and I stood, moving closer to the central throne. Mom had her cell phone and was asking Dad to take a picture of her and Harper. "I'm such a big fan of Pariah," squealed Mom. "And now you're a prince. I follow you. I saw your post." "Mom," I said indignantly. "You've got to be kidding me," muttered Zaya under his breath. She was fangirling over a bro of mine. It was so weird. "It's okay, bro," said Harper to me with a wave of his hand. He posed for the picture with Mom. Dad did not look too pleased, but he was obliging Mom. "Quade and I eloped recently," Mom told Harper in hushed tones. "But when we renew our vows, we'll have a ceremony. Maybe Pariah could perform." "Mom," I said. "Dude, chill, it's fine," laughed Harper, clapping me on the back. Zaya was staring at Mom in utter shock. Noah and Jonah seemed amused by the whole thing. "Mrs. Quinn, I'll do you one better. I'll write a song especially for it when the time comes," said Harper. Mom stifled her excited shriek by clasping her hands over her mouth. Noah was almost in tears with suppressed laughter. What was his problem? Noah. I pitied my brothers. They could not hear the earrings. They were in uproar over the arrival of my parents and Mom's fangirl moment. "That's my new bestie," said Aaron. "As an imp, you'd think I'd be used to hell, but there's no getting used to this place," muttered Ryan. "The Viper Moon Luna and I can go on the road with the band," squealed Aaron. "Please never return, all of you," said Rain. "We can make t-shirts and posters," said Aaron. "Maybe the human realm isn't all that bad. At least there, people would stay away from me," wondered Rain aloud. "Pariah! Pariah!" chanted Aaron. "She can't even hear you," grumbled Rain. "We're from the same soul family. She can feel me," said Aaron as though that were obvious. "I wonder what her favorite song is?" Jonah was snickering. I had been explaining the antics of the earrings over MindLink to him. "Translate for Aaron," encouraged Jonah. "Mom, what's your favorite Pariah song?" I asked innocently. "Oh, honey, I can't choose just one. Let me see," said Mom. Star was edging closer to Mom. I felt a little bad for her. She was definitely being outshined by her twin today. I understood her pain. I was multiplies with Zaya, king of courting attention. I was shocked he had stayed quiet this long. I loved him, though. He caught me staring at him. "Yes, this is what you would dress like if you had impeccable style," said Zaya, grinning and showing off his blazer. I grabbed him and ruffled his hair. "Boys," hissed Dad, parting us. "Moonlit maiden," decided Mom finally. "Awesome year. You're the first girl to ever say that to me," lied Harper. I could picture him saying that to every fan. "Really?" gasped Mom. "That's my personal favorite of all the ones I've written," Harper added. "Moonlit Maiden is my favorite too. Oh my God, I can't believe it," yelled Aaron so loudly everyone who could perceive Fey magic was startled, meaning that only Mom, Dad, Heath, possibly Toby, and my 3 brothers had their eardrums still intact. I glanced around. There were several more werewolves at court, actually, but their Fey friends were filling them in. "Aaron is making a huge scene." I chuckled to Jonah. "Oh, you mean like Mom is? They really should be friends." "Break it up, though. Poor Star keeps trying to find a way into the conversation." "You're kind of cool with Harper, right?" said Jonah. Holly sauntered in at that very moment. She was exceedingly late to court, which was so unlike her. She scurried towards Harper, keeping her head down, though every eye trailed over her. Harper must have smelled her. "Oh, meet my mate," said Harper before he even looked up. He put an arm around a blushing Holly. "Oh, wait," exclaimed Harper before Holly could shake Mom's hand. "Meet your son's mate first," said Harper, pulling Star in front of him. "My twin sister, Star," said Harper, grinning. "I'm sure the quads want to continue the introductions," said Harper, sidestepping out of the way and ushering Eli and Zaya closer to Mom and Star. He did the same with me and Jonah. "Mom and Dad," said Jonah. "This is our mate, Star. Her real name is Hannah, but everyone calls her Star." "Such a pretty nickname," cooed Mom, cupping Star's red face. "It suits you." "Lovely, my boys are very lucky," complimented Dad. "Where are your parents?" "Right here," said Star. motioning for Heath and Hesper to come closer. Hesper hugged my mom and dad while Heath shook their hands. "And you've already met my twin brother, of course," said Star, giggling as she gestured towards Harper. "Yes, I have," squealed Mom, clapping her hands. "So Star, honey, do you sing?" Jonah. We managed to tear Mom away from Harper and get her into the dining room. She was not seated next to Harper, fortunately. She was between Dad and Star. I really wanted Star to feel comfortable approaching my mom for guidance, as she was to be Mom's successor. Eli was a bit of a mommy's boy, and so was Noah, so I knew they would want Mom and Star to be close. Zaya and I loved our mom dearly, but we were probably closer to Dad, especially Zaya. Eli was the only quad sitting next to Star, so he was in his glee while he found things for Star and Mom to talk about. He kept saying stuff like, "Wow, you two have so much in common," to Star and Mom, but that was a blatant lie. The only thing they had in common was the curse. Their personalities were completely different. Mom had been a party girl back in her day. The only party Star had been to was the one we met her at, and she hadn't been to one since. Unless the castle feast counted. Mom was actually a bit similar to Harper. "I was in a band in high school," said Mom pointedly, glancing at Harper, who was taking a mimosa away from Holly. Harper downed the drink himself. Holly pouted. Fae were the opposite of wolves when it came to alcohol. They got drunk really easily and stayed hungover longer. Holly must have still felt a little sick from yesterday. That was probably why she was late to court. I was shocked Harper had not postponed the whole thing. He hated doing anything without Holly there. I supposed he knew how important today was to Star. "A band! Awesome! I love it. What were you called?" asked Harper, scrunching up his face a little as the drink burned on the way down. Holly put her head on his shoulder, and he kissed her forehead gently. "We were called in Heat," said Mom. Hesper snorted with laughter, almost spitting out her drink. Heath pinched her arm and shot her an indignant look. "Controversial, Mrs. Quinn. That had to be a big deal back then," said Harper, his eyes widening. "Please call me Dottie, and I'm not that old," joked Mom. "Your name is Dorothy," said Dad, frowning. I had never heard anyone call Mom Dottie. "Of course not. You and my mom both look like teenagers," lied Harper. Mom looked young, but Harper's mom was literally 18, maybe 19. Mom let out a girlish giggle. "You, Holly, Star, and Mom could all be sisters," said Harper. I wanted to check Harper's mouth for a forked tongue with all those devilish lies he was telling, but Mom was having fun, so I was happy. Also, Star and her mom were almost twins, but Holly and Mom did not look remotely similar to them or each other. Holly was a different kind of fae. Summer? I forgot what Star had said. "Dorothy, you and Quaid have raised such fine young men, haven't they, Heath?" said Hesper. "They're good boys," said Heath, without being prompted much. "We were certainly growing on him." Hesper smiled and kissed Heath's cheek. "We heard the whole story about you and Heath being separated for all those years," said Mom. "Horrifying," said Dad. "I don't envy you, Heath." Heath nodded gravely. "I know it was not easy for you either," said Heath, referencing the curse. "Did Hesper know about that yet?" I mind-linked Star to find out. "Yes, we told her. Harper, Dad, and I explained it to her. We told her the whole story leading to her being freed. She got so mad, she wanted to fight Holden's brother, Angie." Angie's mom said Star. "And me?" I asked quickly, interrupting the list of people Hesper wanted to fight. "No, she felt sorry for you, that you had to force yourself to be in a relationship with someone other than your mate. I think she was thinking of herself and Holden and Dad," explained Star. My eyes went to Star's mother. Hesper was animatedly chatting with my own mother. Finally, someone who didn't automatically think I was an asshole for faking my relationship with Angie in front of Star. Hesper went through a difficult love triangle herself. I suppose that was why Heath disliked me so much. He saw it from Star's side. The jealousy and insecurity of being with your mate in the shadows while they had another relationship publicly. Holden would have been Hesper's fake public fiancé, while Hesper and Heath plotted their escape. It was crazy how the present mirrored the past. It was even crazier how things seemed to fall apart just before they fell into place. Hesper caught me staring at her and smiled. I smiled back. Chapter 112. Tuesday, 29th September, 2020. Star. I felt a little jittery as I was getting ready for my date with Ely. I had spent almost no alone time with any of my mates. I just wanted everything to go well. I remembered Eli saying he wanted to see me in something shiny prior to the talent show at Viper Moon High. Luckily for me, every piece of Fae clothing was iridescent. I picked out a silvery pink dress that reminded me of mermaid scales. It was a bit slinky, and I tended to like a loose fit, but I knew Eli would appreciate this dress in particular. I had no idea what we were going to be doing, but I just assumed we were going to dinner because it was after sunset. I put my coat on over the dress. I had worn opaque stockings underneath it for some extra warmth. My boots were high-heeled. I met Eli in the courtyard. He was dressed casually in a gray sweatshirt and gray sweatpants under his coat. My cheeks immediately reddened. I was totally overdressed. "Hey, princess!" He chuckled, handing me a bouquet of beautiful but unusual flowers. "Thank you, they're beautiful," I said, bringing them to my nose. They smelled like jasmine. "They're star jasmine flowers," said Eli, grinning. They really were shaped like stars with white petals and red and yellow centers. "I love them," I said, kissing him. "I'm overdressed, aren't I?" I giggled. "That's my fault, princess." "I should have told you where we were going," said Eli apologetically. "But I'm glad I didn't. If I had told you, I would have missed out on this dress," purred Eli, grabbing me by my waist and pulling me flush against him. Heat pooled in my middle. He brushed his nose against mine before kissing me deeply. He snaked his tongue into my mouth and tightened his hold on me. He left me breathless when we parted. "Where are we going?" I asked. He grinned. "You'll see," he said, pulling me into a car that was waiting. The chauffeur drove us through the snowy night. We were passing through a suburban area of Ice Moon that I had never seen before. I felt like Harper or Holly or maybe even Azriel would have had to tell Eli what attractions there were in the area. This was unknown territory for him and his brothers. We arrived at a gym. "A gym?" I raised my eyebrows at him. He held the car door open for me and ushered me inside. I magically changed into gray joggers and a comfortable pink sweater. "We're going indoor rock climbing, and then we're fencing," said Eli. "Really?" I said. "I know you're not sporty, but I need my Luna to be able to protect herself or I won't be able to sleep at night," chuckled Eli. "Also, you shimmied down that drain pipe to meet me and my brothers that night you snuck out. You might have a knack for this." I eyed the indoor rock climbing wall nervously. I hoped there was food after this, and the fencing. Eli helped me put my harness on so I would be safe even if I slipped. The tension between us was palpable while he was strapping me into it. He smirked at me as his hands traced the curves of my body. I skipped away from him. "Hey," he chuckled. "If I win, what do I get?" I asked. "You get to ask me 4 questions, and I have to answer completely honestly. Nothing is off limits," he said. "And I get the same if I win," he added, as he strapped himself into his harness. The place was empty. He had probably rented it out completely. The wall had a lot of random footholds and objects to grab onto, mimicking the side of a jagged mountain, but the wall was smoother. It looked pretty tall. "How high up is the top?" I asked nervously. "Wolf gyms are a bit tougher than regular gyms, so it's pretty high, about 160 feet. "What?" I yelped. "You'll be okay," he murmured. "Trust me," he whispered, nuzzling me. "I do," I said in earnest. Locking eyes with him, his eyes were so green, I felt like I was looking at an aerial view of a rainforest. "Ready," he said. I squeaked and went to my starting place. "Set," he said. I took a deep breath. "Go," he ordered. I began to climb, reaching for the easiest-looking things to hold on to. Some were like the handles of a door. I wiped the sweat off my brow carefully, and then my hand was too slippery to grab onto anything. I had something that looked like chalk dust in a pouch in my belt to keep my hands dry enough to climb. I grabbed some of it. I almost fell while reaching for the pouch. I squealed and my stomach did a backflip. The harness did its job. "You okay, Star?" called Eli from about 30 feet up. I was 15 feet up, if so much. "Yeah, I'm fine," I said, climbing with renewed vigor. I could not fall so far behind. I scrambled up the wall, trusting my instincts a bit more and listening to my wolf. "That's it, good girl," said Eli encouragingly. He had stopped, waiting for me. I reached the same level as him. "Awesome," he said. I stopped to kiss him, but missed. I lost my footing again and swung into the air. I shrieked. Eli chuckled. He swung out and grabbed me by my waist. I put my arms around his neck and clamped my legs around his waist. Interesting choice, he said, noting my position. My back was against the wall now, and he was pressed up against me. I don't want to fall, I mumbled. You won't. I won't let you, he murmured. I did not miss this kiss. It was slow and passionate. He took his time with me. He pulled away and kissed my sweaty forehead. I'm all gross, I said. There's showers here, he shrugged. Come on. We climbed the rest together with Eli supervising my progress. We finally reached the top. I sat on the wall with Eli. I looked down. I was actually proud of myself. I did it, I said. You sound surprised, commented Eli. That's because I am, I admitted. I think you're the only one who underestimates you, Star, chuckled Eli, brushing my curls from my face. I guess I didn't win, so I don't get my questions, I said. You get them as long as I get mine, he bargained. Okay, I agreed excitedly, pondering what to ask. What was your first impression of me, the night of the party when you told me to go away? I specified. Eli groaned. Not my finest moment, he said, but I did think you were pretty. I also regretted being mean to you when it seemed like you would cry. I felt awful. I stepped closer to you. It was this instinct. I just wanted to hold you. You stepped away, though. You felt threatened. My first impression was that you were sweet, which you are, said Eli. I smiled. Same question, said Eli. Oh, I thought you were a douchebag, I admitted. Eli snorted with laughter. You and Zaya especially, I confessed. You were so aggressive in trying to get me to leave. I'm sorry, Princess, cooed Eli. I know, I said. It's okay. You said you were the type to wait for your mate, and you didn't see the point in being with a girl who was not your Luna, I recalled. So did you really not date anyone? I feel like you and your brothers were the heartthrobs of the school, so it's hard to believe you resisted the thongs of girls throwing themselves at you. I didn't date as much as Jonah and Zaya. I dated more than Noah, I guess. I did date one girl for a bit longer than the others. That was probably my closest thing to a relationship before meeting you, explained Eli. Who? I demanded, my heart racing. This counts as question 3, said Eli. I sighed. Fine, I said. Madison Fong, he revealed. What? I said, shocked. The head girl? I asked. He nodded. Yeah, and you want to know something crazy? He asked. What? I breathed, fascinated but envious. I didn't like the thought of him with anyone else. I kind of stole her from Noah, said Eli. What? I shrieked. Eli laughed. Yeah, they were study buddies and they had a bit of a flirtationship going, and one time she came to our suite to see Noah to study for some test or whatever, but Noah wasn't home, so I hung out with her, and well, we kissed and we started dating after that. Noah was pissed off. He would never admit that he and her had something, but he would just glare at me. I broke it off with her, though, said Eli. Why? I asked. Number 4? He said. Ugh, fine, I grumbled. Because she was annoying, said Eli. I snorted with laughter. Seriously, I asked. Yeah, said Eli sincerely. She was always drawing up color-coded timetables and giving them to me. We had a date timetable. She was not for me, but enough about her. My turn. I'm only on question 2. How many boyfriends did you have before us, and what were they like? He demanded. An imaginary, I answered curtly. Yeah, right, he said. You're gorgeous. I know you must have had someone, he said. Nope, I said, and I'm counting that question as 2 and 3. It was a 2-part question. So how do you really feel about having 4 mates? He asked. Overwhelmed, I admitted. Overstimulated, I added, blushing. Overjoyed, lucky. And that the feelings go on and on. You 4 can make me feel anything, I said. May I ask just one more thing? I pleaded, pouting and widening my eyes. He nodded. What is your special power? Noah's is astral travel. I heard around Viper Moon that you all have one. We do, he said, nodding. Mine is pretty subtle, I would say. I bet it's cool. I want to hear about it, I said. I can see auras, he said simply. Really? I squeaked excitedly. Yeah, he said, shrugging. That's why I couldn't stand to be around Angie more than Noah and Jonah and even Zaya. She had a nasty aura. She was wicked inside. I could see it plainly. I can also see if someone is near death or sick or mood changes, because all of that affects the aura. I was mad at myself for not realizing Holden was the queen. I should have told you that the queen's aura was dark and imposing, like sludge swirling around her. It was not what I expected for a fae queen, but I figured maybe she's just a said Eli lightheartedly. I stifled a laugh. What's my aura like? I asked, intrigued. Beautiful, pure. It's layered, indigo at the center, meaning you're gentle. You try to be morally responsible. You have a golden light around that too, said Ely, smiling at me. I cupped his face in my hands and kissed him, savoring his taste. And what color is yours? I asked. It's hard to see my own sometimes, but right now it's probably bright red. I'm burning up for you, he breathed. We kissed again, ravenously. We held on to each other tightly. The kiss got so spirited we ended up slipping off the wall. I shrieked, but Ely held me close to him and slid down to the mat with me. I was relieved to feel my feet touch the floor. Ely showed me some basic fencing, like how to block in a straightforward attack. We practiced fencing. He showed me how to knock my opponent's sword from their hand. I was worse at fencing than rock climbing, or perhaps I was just a little fatigued and not to mention hungry. Come on, said Ely, grabbing my hand and pulling me to my feet after our last practice round. We hit the showers. We slipped out of our clothes and kissed until our lips were sore while the warm water washed over us. Ely and I got dressed, and Ely led me to the top floor. He bundled us up in a blanket. We were sitting in front of a giant floor-length mirror, watching the snow fall, drinking hot chocolate and eating cheesy, creamy pasta. I felt so comfortable and serene. I must have drifted off to sleep in Eli's arms while we watched the stars. They're gorgeous, I remembered saying. They pale in comparison to you, Ely had murmured. The most beautiful star tonight is in my arms instead of the sky. Chapter 113, Wednesday, 30th September, 2020. Star. My date with Ely had been filled with sweet moments, which was exactly what I had expected from him. Tonight was my date with Zaya, so I was expecting the unexpected. I woke up lying on Eli's chest. My mates had been really gentle and loving last night after my date with Ely. There was a soft knock on the door. I extricated myself from my mates to answer it. Holly, what's up? I said brightly. Good morning, Your Highness. Princess Hesper, as you know, is to wed Lord Heath, said Holly in her usual formal manner. Yeah, my parents, I said. In honor of their upcoming nuptials, rituals to celebrate the end of one's solitary existence must be performed, said Holly happily. What? What? I asked Holly. Jonah's voice was a bit hoarse and deeper than normal in the morning. He was still groggy as he sat up to say, she wants to throw a bachelorette party. Good translation, joked Zaya eagerly. A bachelorette party for my mom? I asked incredulously. Holly nodded. Yes, she chimed. Okay, I said slowly. What about Dad? Is he having a bachelor party? I asked. Harper will organize that. Perhaps. Your mates might assist him, suggested Holly tentatively. Yeah, chirped Eli, suddenly wide awake and sitting up. Partay, exclaimed Noah. Zaya snorted with laughter. Don't let Noah plan it. We'll be stuck with a cheesy magician instead of an exotic dancer, muttered Zaya. Oh, so is that what you want then? I demanded. An exotic dancer? Yeah. Come over here, baby, and give your man a lap dance, instructed Zaya unperturbed. I conjured a pillow just so I could fling it at him. There will be no courtesans present at the festivities, said Holly serenely. So you're not going to dance for Harper, Holly? Teased Jonah. And after he paid off the air contraption police on your behalf, too. They were here earlier. Jonah drinks a lot, I said, interrupting him. Like it's a problem, I joked. The only addiction I have is you, Star, said Jonah with a wink. So when are we having this bachelorette party? When did Harper say? I asked. I knew my parents wanted to be married as soon as possible. They wanted an extremely short engagement. Harper said, really soon, quoted Holly innocently. Noah almost choked on his coffee. My breakfast table was already overladen with brunch foods and beverages. The good thing about some of the castle servants being fae was they never had to disturb you to set the table. They did it with magic without ever setting foot in the room. Lord Heath also requests his audience with the Quadruplet Alphas at once, please, said Holly, looking at my mates anxiously. No prob, Hole, said Eli. Okay, we'll go see him now, said Noah. Is he in Hesper's chambers? Asked Zaya groggily. Holly nodded. Yes, Alpha Isaiah, she said. Hole, how many times do I have to ask you to call me Zaya? Grumbled Zaya. 11 so far. My apologies, Zaya, said Holly. I chuckled. Thanks, Holly, I said. The quads disappeared for a while. I knew they were meeting with my father. Zaya wanted a particularly long date, so I had to get ready for noon. I started going through my clothes and modeling outfits for Holly, who was running her bachelorette party ideas by me. Do we have a party planner? We should get a planner so we have less to do, I said. Harper helped me call a few party planners. One of the neighboring packs always uses this woman, Lady Rhonda. We called her, and she was wrong for the job, decided Holly. Why? What did she do? I asked, looking at Holly. Holly actually looked angry. I had never seen her like this. Holly sniffed. She was flirtatious towards His Highness, said Holly, narrowing her eyes. Oh, I said. I smiled slyly at Holly. Your claws are out, I teased her. I am not a wolf, only fey and human, she said, confused. I giggled. Who is next on our list? I asked. These two young ladies came highly recommended by the Luna of Wintermoon herself, said Holly. And they were charming via phone interview. Chastity, I exclaimed. Yes, Luna Chastity herself recommends them, said Holly. Mina Toros and Tina Gregory. Mina and Tina, I follow them online. Their makeover videos are so funny. I didn't know they did events. I thought they just did makeovers, I exclaimed. Their website says they do makeovers on people and on homes and event planning, said Holly, looking at her phone. Look at you, using the internet, I exclaimed, impressed by her tenacity. His Highness taught me, said Holly bashfully. Okay, we'll leave the bachelorette party to Mina and Tina. Maybe the wedding too, I decided. Holly grinned. They are going to be exotic male dancers at the party now for sure, I giggled. Holly gasped. Male courtesans, she whispered, her eyes wide. Don't look so worried, I said, smiling reassuringly. Holly nodded. Okay, I'll hire Mina and Tina, but I'll specify no courtesans. I doubted Mina and Tina would know what a courtesan was. I wasn't sure I knew either. They would be male dancers at that party if those girls were anything like their online personas. The quads returned from their talk with Dad, all of them looking glum. Holly scurried out of the room to give us privacy. What happened? I asked, alarm bells going off in my head. Jonah sighed deeply. He exchanged a glance with Noah, who looked forlorn. Zaya lay down with his head in his hands, and Eli sat at my vanity, staring into space. Please, someone tell me what's going on, I demanded. Your dad told us we can't be guests at the wedding. He doesn't want to see us sitting there, said Jonah sadly. What? I shrieked. I got up to storm out. I was going to give my dad a piece of my mind once and for all. This was ridiculous. Zaya grabbed me, his arms wrapping around me from behind. Baby, don't make it worse, mumbled Zaya into my dress. No, I said. I'm going. Star, calm down. It's okay, said Noah. Don't upset your dad, said Eli. Upset him? He's upsetting me. I squealed. No, he's not, said Jonah, my brow furrowed. He doesn't want us sitting at the wedding because we'll be behind him as his groomsmen, revealed Jonah, bursting into laughter. You, I said. I tackled him and tickled him. Stop, I'm really ticklish. No, Jonah tried to crawl away, but I had him. You guys are the worst. I got so upset, I said, laughing. Sorry, baby, cooed Zaya, hugging me from behind. It was Jonah's idea. I just had a supporting role, said Noah. You traitor, exclaimed Jonah, looking up at Noah. And you said Eli would mess up the joke, said Zaya to Jonah. Your boy, Noah, almost laughed. I'm not a good liar, said Noah, grinning. Me either, usually, admitted Eli. Come here, I said Noah and Eli. All my mates hugged me. I giggled. I'm so happy. I'm glad he's including you, I said softly. Harper's the best man and Eli will be there in case Harper is too busy, said Noah. I'm shocked he let all four of us be groomsmen, said Zaya. He's really trying, said Eli earnestly. He asked me if you three might say no. What? No way, said Zaya, shocked. Yeah, well, he knows he's been tough on you guys, said Eli. He doesn't want to push Star away, and he's trying to make up for everything. I had not realized I was crying until Eli and Zaya began wiping my cheeks. Oh, I said, sniffling. I laughed. Those better be happy tears, Mrs. Quinn, said Jonah, kissing my forehead. No more tears, Luna, said Noah, cupping my face. I nodded. Go get ready for our date, said Zaya, waggling his eyebrows at me. It's 10 in the morning, said Jonah incredulously. Dates aren't time-specific, said Zaya. So you'll have her back early? Asked Noah hopefully. Hell no, said Zaya. Eli laughed. I got ready. I wore a pink floral sundress. I knew Zaya liked sweet girly outfits on me. Ready, I said. Zaya was lying on the bed in a white button-down shirt and black trousers. He refused to say what we were doing, but he had tossed some of my things in a duffel bag. He grinned at me. Where's your snow globe? He asked. The one that goes to Viper Moon? I don't have the new one yet. This is the old one. I'm not sure where in Viper Moon we'll end up, I explained. We'll end up at the last place we used it, just outside that hotel, he said confidently. Really? I asked. Zaya nodded. He grabbed the duffel bag in my hand. You look delectable, he said, flashing his black eyes at me. I giggled. Thanks, you don't look so bad yourself, I teased. I got the snow globe. I always kept it nearby. I said the incation words on the bottom, and we were off. We found ourselves right outside the hotel my dad, Harper, Holly, and I had stayed at, just like Zaya had said. There was a car waiting for us. I figured we needed warm weather for this trip, and Viper Moon is still warm enough, said Zaya, opening the car door for me. The chauffeur drove us out to the harbor. Zaya and I could not keep our hands off of each other the whole car ride. Thank goodness for the privacy screen between the chauffeur and us. My hair was all over the place. I smoothed it nervously as I exited the car. Tada, said Zaya, raising his arms grandiosely. This is my family's boat. We're going sailing, I said, looking at the beautiful boat. It was technically a yacht. It was huge, and the entire deck was white and gleaming. Yes and no, said Zaya. We're sailing out to my favorite spot to swim, he said pointedly. I can't swim, I said slowly. I know, that's kind of how we first connected, remember? He said slyly, flashing me a dazzling smile. As much as I love holding you in the water, I'm going to teach you to swim. I'm going to teach you a lot of things, he added suggestively, his eyes darkening. That's why we needed the extra time, he said with a wink. All aboard, I chuckled, inwardly a bit nervous about my swimming lesson. I took a deep breath and boarded the ship with Zaya massaging my shoulders. He was doing a great job of keeping me calm. So the stuff you put in the duffel bag must be a bathing suit, I surmised. Yep, said Zaya, unzipping the bag and showing me the suit. My jaw dropped. Of course he had picked that one aspirational bathing suit with almost no coverage. I can't wear that. My girls will be in danger of falling out the whole time, I complained. Sounds like my kind of danger, growled Zaya playfully. You're the worst, I said, swatting him. Let me help you get changed, he said. We're almost to the cove, he said, taking my hand. Okay, I said reluctantly. I would have preferred to stay on board, cuddling Zaya the whole day, but I had correctly expected both younger quads to push me out of my comfort zone and pick physical active dates. I knew the elder two were more into old-school romance. I could count on them for a quiet candlelit dinner, hopefully. The bedroom on the yacht was gorgeous. How about a napping date? Zaya smacked my ass as I headed into the bathroom to change. Hurry. My wolf is in a hurry to see that dangerous bathing suit, he called. I put the suit on. It was black with cutouts at the side and a plunging neckline all the way to my navel. It was a far cry from my frilly puff-sleeved suit back at the cabin. Star, the cove's beautiful. Come look, came Zaya's voice. Here goes nothing, I said to myself. Chapter 114, Wednesday, 30th September, 2020. Star. I found Zaya on deck. His face lit up when he saw me. He put his hand out for me to take. He tried to twirl me, but I bashfully refused. I rushed out and forgot my cover-up, I mumbled. Zaya pulled me flush against him and wrapped his strong arms around me. See, I got your cover-up right here, he said, smiling at me. I buried my face in his chest. He was shirtless in his swim trunks now, all his rippling muscles on display. He cupped my face and made me look at him. You look beautiful, he said, stressing the word. He nuzzled me, making me giggle. Look, he said, spinning me around and putting me in front of him. I gasped. The cove really was beautiful. The water here was so clear I could plainly see the colorful fish dart in and out of the coral. There was a small coral reef here. The sand on the beach beyond was white and gleaming in the midday sun. I went to the edge of the yacht and looked directly down into the water. Fear gripped me, making my stomach lurch. I can't learn in the sea. It's too deep. Can't I learn in a pool or something? I cried, panicking. Star, chill out. Relax, cooed Zaya, pulling me to him. Zaya, I said, shaking my head. Star, you're a werewolf. If you think you're drowning, shift, he said. My wolf can't swim either, I cried. I highly doubt that. Either way, you can hold on to me the whole time. All I want to do today is make sure you can float and kick your legs when you're not floating, he said simply. I groaned. I knew I was being a killjoy, but the sea was so vast. Bring back the harness. If Eli had took me climbing on the side of a real mountain, I would have freaked out. There's a pool on deck. You want to practice in there first? Asked Zaya. I thought about it. I sighed. This was a gorgeous location. It seemed idiotic to sail out to a cove and then use the swimming pool on deck. I should trust Zaya and try the water. Don't let me drown, I mumbled. Star, you trusted me more when we were strangers at the cabin, he accused. No, I said, making something straight. I didn't. You just grabbed me and pulled me in, remember? A wicked smile formed on Zaya's face. I screamed and ran, but he picked me up and dove into the water. We broke the surface together and were surrounded by vibrant blue. I dared to open my eyes, and a polka-dotted fish swam right by me, black dots on white scales. I blinked. Before I could panic, Zaya pulled me up and was holding me against him, our heads and shoulders above water. I clung to him. Zaya, I sputtered. I got you, baby, he said soothingly. His hair was drenched, making it look like a deep brown. His eyes were greener than ever against the intense blue backdrop. He grinned. Guys never deserved the perfect eyebrows and eyelashes they always had. My wolf said Zaya deserved them. Yeah, he was pretty special. I saw a polka-dotted fish, was the first thing I said. He burst into laughter. That's a polka-dot grouper. I hear Dad and Eli calling it a panther grouper too, so I prefer that name. It sounds cooler, he explained. I was mesmerized by his eyes. This took me way back. This was the cabin by the lake on steroids. This was the yacht docked at the cove. My grip on him loosened. It became more leisurely than life and death. Zaya's arms snaked around my waist. I wrapped my legs around him. That's my girl, he whispered, making me shiver. I giggled. He kissed my earlobe. Good, you remember, he murmured. I felt his huge hard bulge rub against my core. He brushed his nose against mine. He rocked his hips against me, and thrill after thrill coursed through me. Tell me to stop because you're saving yourself for your mate, he breathed. My wolf purred. She came forwards a bit. My mates found me, and there was no saving me once they got their hands on me, we said. She was a lot sassier than I was. I knew my eyes were probably black, as were Zaya's. He kissed me ravenously. Somewhere underneath I had an inkling that I might not get much of a swimming lesson after all. Zaya tended to get sidetracked. I kissed him back just as hungrily, my hands cupping his face. He tightened his hold on me and kept sliding his member against my flower. We were separated by the fabric of our swimsuits, though. The crew, I mumbled, pulling away from him and peering at the yacht. The only audience we have are the fish, Star, grumbled Zaya. I giggled. My men aren't crazy. They wouldn't spy on me. They know I'd lose my shut if I looked up and they were there staring, he said breathlessly. Just making sure, I said, resuming our kiss. Zaya broke apart from me. I frowned. You think you're pretty slick, huh? He challenged. Excuse me, I snipped. You're learning how to swim, he reminded me. Fuck! Oh, right, I said, smiling. Don't play innocent, he growled playfully. I wished I could swim away from him tauntingly. I sighed. I better learn. Floating first, he said. My breathing became shallow. Relax, Star. Couldn't you just use magic, if anything? Think about it. Most importantly, I'm here. Do you want floaties? He asked. Oh no, not those kiddie things. I did not want the men to see their future Luna clutching onto a flotation noodle for dear life. Patrick, bellowed Zaya. Shh! Patrick, never mind. It's okay. Thanks though, Patrick, I yelled. An extremely buff wolf with a deep chocolate complexion peeked over the side of the yacht, clearly confused. He was shirtless with a hat on. That had to be Patrick. I hid a little out of embarrassment. No or yes, said Patrick. The lady says no, apparently, said Zaya. Patrick's laughter was good-natured and infectious. I'm okay, Patrick, I said. Okay, Star, he said, tipping his hat to me. He had called me Star instead of Luna, and Zaya had not even flinched. That meant he was undoubtedly a high-ranking wolf in Viper Moon. Who is Patrick? I asked curiously as he disappeared from view. I did not know any of the pack leaders except the future alphas, my mates. Patrick is Patrick, said Zaya, shrugging. I rolled my eyes. Zaya chuckled. He's a general, head of the pack warriors. Well, head of all the squad leaders, which makes him the highest rank, warrior-wise, said Zaya. He even taught Dad how to fight. Grandpa had issues, let's say that, so Patrick was there to help mentor Dad. He does not look old enough, I said, surprised. He did not look middle-aged, but wolves always looked pretty young. He's just fit. He helps me train too in our home gym so I can look good for my woman, said Zaya. I rolled my eyes and pushed away from him, but then I remembered I was in the sea and grabbed his shoulders. Zaya's laughter filled the air. Oh, said Zaya. Patrick is basically our version of your dad. He's our top warrior and squad leader. Oh, I said, looking at where he had been. I smiled. It was stupid, but I felt special whenever someone talked about my dad to me because I had never had one growing up. Does he have children of his own? I asked, picturing a young alpha Quade training. He has a nephew, said Zaya. I always remember his nephew's name because it's my last name, grinned Zaya. Quinn, I said. Yeah, said Zaya, but he's in Ambrosia. That's his pack. Patrick's brother changed packs to be with his mate. Ah, that's romantic, I said. I'm romantic too, said Zaya. I'm hanging out in Ice Moon freezing my ass off for you. You're literally in Viper Moon right now, I said pointedly. You know what I mean. Baby, he said. Stop distracting me, he said, flashing me his black eyes. I flashed him mine and he laughed. Look at you. Time to float, he said. I sighed. Zaya helped me lay back. He kept his hands under my lower back and thighs, helping me to stretch out. He kept me calm. I relaxed as much as I could. I was surprised at my own buoyancy in the calm waters. The sun was bright overhead. I shut my eyes, he said. I opened my eyes and trailed them over Zaya. His hands were visible. I gasped. I was floating. I giggled nervously. You're doing it, he said excitedly. Zaya tried to teach me how to doggy paddle next, but that was an epic fail. He wanted me to shift to make it literal, but I refused. I did not want to have to board the boat naked when I shifted back. Eventually, he was happy with how I was kicking my legs. Rome wasn't built in a day, he said kindly. You did great, he said. I felt a little less afraid. I cuddled him in the water. Don't you get tired keeping us afloat? I wondered. You energize me, he said simply. I laughed. You do, he insisted. A mated alpha is much stronger than a single one. Really? I asked. Yeah, fate had to bribe us to get us to put up with you spoilt Lunas, teased Zaya. I shoved him playfully. He let go of me. I screamed so loudly, Patrick came rushing to the side of the yacht. I waited to drown. I realized I was not drowning. I was kicking my legs. I was staying up, treading water. Patrick and Zaya clapped. I giggled. I reached for Zaya because I was tired, and he drew me to him. I'm hungry, I said. Me too, murmured Zaya, slipping his hand between my thighs and caressing me through the fabric of my swimsuit. I really wanted food, though. What is there to eat? I asked. Zaya laughed. He must have mind-linked Patrick. A ramp was lowered into the water for us. I climbed it with Zaya's help. I felt the full brunt of my exhaustion and the heaviness of the water drenching me. Zaya wrapped me in a towel and I flopped down on a random couch on deck. Some of the warriors and Patrick were joking amongst each other. The sky was beginning to darken. The sun was about to set. I was shocked we had spent so many hours in the water. I felt so warm and comfortable. Zaya had me snuggled against his chest. He was drying my hair. I sniffed and buried my face in his neck. Dinner is served, said a heavily accented voice. Merci beaucoup, Chef Chat, said Zaya. The chef is named Cat? I was too tired to ask. I must have heard incorrectly. The delicious smell of dinner made me open my eyes to see what was making my mouth water. Yes, I hissed. Zaya laughed. Everything looked amazing. The chef had made a herb-encrusted roast chicken with seasoned roasted potatoes for me. I was not big on seafood, but he had also made Zaya's favorite, which was lobster mac and cheese. You have to try this or else, said Zaya, putting a spoon heaped with cheesy pasta near my mouth. How romantic, I joked, rolling my eyes. I tried it. It was delicious. Zaya looked smug. It's okay, I lied. Zaya moved the dish away from me. Wait, I said quickly. I need to retaste it. I'm not sure. Zaya burst into laughter. Did you have fun today? Asked Zaya, spooning up some more pasta. I nodded, accepting more of the only seafood dish I loved now. Thank you, Zaya. I love you, I said quietly, locking eyes with him to make sure he knew how much I meant that. He grinned. He cupped my face and kissed me until I was breathless. You can nap on the way back, said Zaya. Zaya wanted us to sail back with them before we used the snow globe to get to Ice Moon. I ate my full. Sleep was ready to drag me under. I could feel it. You'll need your rest for tonight, baby. My brothers and I have plans for you, said Zaya softly as my eyelids fluttered shut. Chapter 115. Thursday, 1st October, 2020. Star. I blinked slowly. I sat up gingerly. My muscles ached. I had exerted myself in the sea. I was in my room back at the Ice Moon Castle. I must have slept through the entire return trip. I looked at the fey cuckoo clock on my bedside table. The bird ornament inside was a hummingbird instead of a cuckoo, so the clock was quiet as it struck midnight. I watched the enchanted hummingbird ornament exit through tiny double doors, its wings fluttering so quickly the movements were blurred. I was surprised and frankly disappointed to find that I was alone in my bed. 4 mates and I was still sleeping alone. I grumbled inwardly to myself. Where had they all gone? I stretched and went to use the bathroom. I almost jumped out of my skin in fright when I spotted a dark figure looming before me. I dashed for the light switch and flicked it on. The bathroom was illuminated, revealing what the phantom had been. A dress on a hanger. I breathed a sigh of relief. The dress had a small note attached that said, "Wear me." I could not help the huge smile that spread across my face. Perhaps my mates had not left me all alone without a second thought after all. Upon closer inspection, the dress could pass for lingerie. This had Noah written all over it. It took a while for me to understand what straps went where, but I managed to put on the dress. It was a sheer bodycon dress, made from an iridescent material that was surprisingly comfortable and sparkled even in the dim light. The dress had a floral pattern, and the tiny flowers were opaque and concentrated around my private areas for modesty. The dress laced up in the back like a corset, which was partially why it had been so difficult to put on. Knowing Jonah, I looked around for shoes. I did not have to look long. There was a shoebox on the counter that also bore a note. "Wear us." I burst into laughter. Of course, Jonah would personify heels. I peeked inside the box. I began to regret putting on the dress before the shoes. I was not sure I could bend in this get-up to get the shoes on. The shoes were platform heels with every square centimeter covered in rhinestones, except for the heels themselves, which were completely transparent. Instead of ankle straps, there were opalescent satin ribbons that crisscrossed all the way up my calves. I tied a bow at the back of each calf. I glanced in the mirror. I was shocked to find that I liked the outfit. I felt ethereal in it. The dress and shoes seemed to be both fey in origin. As soon as I exited the bathroom, my eyes fell on an arrow on the floor. The arrow pointed to a box that had not been there before. The note on this box read, "Blindfold yourself, then lie face down in bed." I opened the box and found a simple black tie. I obediently blindfolded myself and stumbled a little on my way towards the bed. I sat on the bed. I hesitated, reaching for the shoe ribbons to undo them. "Leave them on," said a familiar silky voice. I smirked. "Jonah." "Shoes on the bed?" I said indignantly. "They're brand new. It's fine. They haven't been outside yet," said Jonah. I could envision the sly smile that was undoubtedly playing on his lips now. I remained sitting on the side of the bed, swinging my legs a little. I felt playful and somewhat rebellious. "I believe you were in the middle of carrying out my instructions," prompted Jonah. "Is it just the 2 of us?" I asked curiously, knowing very well it wasn't. "What do you think, Princess?" asked Eli. I grinned. 3 of us?" I asked. "Luna, you're wearing the outfit I picked for you. Of course I had to be here to see it in person," cooed Noah. I giggled and lay down on my side, facing the direction the voices were coming from. "Baby, I believe that note said you were to lie face down," said Zaya sternly. I said. "Why should I?" I asked with a shrug. I could just imagine their shocked faces. I was tempted to move the blindfold slightly to peek at their reactions. "Excuse me," growled Zaya. I laughed. "Well, why should I listen to you?" I said, taunting them. "We're your alphas, Luna. Aren't you combative today?" mused Noah. "Behave yourself, Princess," said Eli. "Eli told me something really interesting," I said to the others. "And what was that?" asked Jonah. I pictured his furrowed brow. "He can read auras," I said nonchalantly. "Fascinating, now lie down. You're only increasing your count as the seconds tick by," said Zaya. "Noah can astral project," I added. "Where are you going with this?" asked Jonah. "I'll only allow Eli and Noah to spank me. I've decided I don't know Zaya and Jonah well enough," I said innocently. I heard a sharp intake of breath and a low growl. I had not gotten a chance to ask Zaya what his gift was because I had been so exhausted after swimming that I just fell asleep. Jonah's date was tomorrow. Well, technically it was later today, but I could not wait. I was getting curious. That's fine by me, said Noah. Me too, actually. I guess you two can watch, chuckled Eli. There was another low growl. I grinned. Unless Zaya and Jonah reveal their gifts to me right now, I said. I don't take orders from anyone, not even my Luna baby, said Zaya coolly. And I don't make deals. I give direct orders, mon chaton. Or I suppose now you're ma tigresse. How fierce you've grown, said Jonah. That's too bad, I said, sitting up slowly and crossing my legs. The 5 of us could have had so much fun together, I said with a sigh. I could just picture the steam coming out of Zaya's ears. Fine, snarled Zaya. I squealed with excitement before I could stop myself. I was supposed to be playing it cool for once. I'm basically Freddy Krueger, but I use my powers for good, snapped Zaya, clearly grouchy about my triumph. You can go into people's dreams? I asked, intrigued. Yeah, and I can manipulate the dream while I'm there. I don't have to physically stand over the person or anything. I can stay where I am and do it kinda like Noah's thing, he grumbled. So you're my literal dream guy? I asked, grinning, trying to lighten the mood now that Zaya was grumpy. I could feel his smirk. Yeah, well, in your case, I made you not dream so you wouldn't have nightmares. After you had that first nightmare, I made sure you didn't have any more, he mumbled. And you didn't tell me? I said, frowning. I don't want credit for loving you, Star. My love is selfish. I love you for me. Loving you makes me happy, he said simply. That was the opposite of selfish in my opinion. I felt like the blindfold was actually helping the boys to be transparent with me. Jonah? I prompted, tapping my heel impatiently. I knew his eyes would be zeroed in on my heels. He can tell you exactly how many inches a girl's heels are just from a far-off glance, said Noah, his tone dead serious. I snorted with laughter. Noah can sense a girl's bra size from a mile off, retorted Jonah. Jonah can sense a girl's shoe size over the phone, countered Noah. What stars? Asked Eli, not specifying which size he meant. 36C, said Noah in unison with Jonah saying 8.5. Eli and Zaya burst into laughter. Those are 5-inch heels, by the way, added Jonah. Torture, said Noah in mock outrage. You put her in a corset, exclaimed Jonah. Both the shoes and the corset are pretty comfortable, I said with a shrug. See, it's a boneless corset, you bonehead, said Noah pointedly. Well, the 5-inch heels have 2-inch platforms, so the instep not steep, hissed Jonah. No one knows what either of you just said, not even Star, said Eli. Hurry up and say your gift. I can create false memories, said Jonah simply, though that sounded very complicated. Whoa, so? You can erase bad memories? I asked. Sure, and replace them with better ones, or the opposite, or erase them without inserting a new false one. But I've found that not supplying a fake memory and just leaving a hole in time for the person makes them super suspicious. They obsess over the day they can't seem to remember, so it's always better to leave behind a false memory, said Jonah with a shrug. I reached to take off my blindfold, wanting to see Jonah's expression. He seemed so nonchalant about all of this. No, said Jonah suddenly. Oh, okay, I said, leaving it on. Have you ever used it on me? I asked. Never, he said. He overdid it with Angie, so some of that crazy was probably his fault, said Zaya dryly. No, Angie knew who her mate was before Jonah found Star and still pursued Jonah. She was plenty crazy on her own, said Eli. I only erased one of her memories, said Jonah defensively. Which one? I asked quickly. The memory of me kissing you in the bathroom when she walked in on us, he said. Including the fight, I asked. Yeah, the whole thing, he said. I nodded. I pointed to each quad as I said his power. Memory man, astral projector, dream guy, aura reader, I listed. I took a deep breath and lay on my front with my back exposed to the frigid air. Well, that was difficult, I heard Zaya say. Eli snickered. How did you know who was where? Asked Noah curiously. Did you peek? Asked Jonah suspiciously. I have my own gifts, I said ominously. The boys tied each of my limbs to a bedpost with pieces of soft fabric. Last time, you used metal. You've gone soft on me, I taunted them, recalling the bangles. Eli insisted on these soft ties for his princess, said Noah pointedly as he double-knotted one of my wrist ties. My princess is a delicate flower and should be treated as such, said Eli. Well, my Luna is strong, said Noah. She's more of an oak tree. Hey, I said indignantly. What? That's a good thing. Oaks are wise and strong, said Noah defensively. Noah, leave the bedroom talk for professionals like me, said Zaya. I heard soft thud like a pillow had been flung at someone. It never ceased to amaze me how I could tell them apart so easily, even just from their voices and caresses. Jonah had his claws out. I knew that because he was trailing their razor-sharp tips up and down my right inner thigh. My pulse quickened. Should we step up the sensory deprivation? Wondered Noah out loud. Like what? Asked Jonah. The next step would be headphones, said Noah. Do you want to listen to music, Princess? Cooed Eli. No, I said, realizing how whiny I always sounded whenever I talked to Eli. I was 4 slightly different stars when it came to my guys. Eli usually babied me, which I honestly loved but felt embarrassed to admit to it. I was always sweet and pliant with him as a result. Zaya brought out my adventurous and spontaneous side. I was at my most combative with Jonah and Noah. Jonah knew how to push all of my buttons, so I was at my sassiest with him. Noah was the cerebral type, and I found myself wanting to debate him and learn from him simultaneously. I loved all of them. I felt safe with all of them. I was in love with all of them, as crazy as that probably sounded. Princess doesn't want headphones, said Eli authoritatively. I like hearing your voices, I explained, raising and turning my head a little to the direction Eli's voice was coming from. I felt him brush his lips gently against my forehead while he stroked my hair. Princess has behaved terribly today, hissed Jonah, tightening one of my ankle restraints. I grumbled inwardly. Do you remember your safe word? Asked Eli. Yes, I said. He kissed my forehead again, and then the tip of my nose. Which safe word is that, baby? Asked Zaya, his breath tickling my ear. He and Eli were near the head of the bed, and Jonah and Noah at the foot. My new one complete, I said, recalling that only the elder quads had been there when I had changed my safe word. Is that how we make you feel, Princess? Murmured Eli. He bent towards me and nipped my earlobe, eliciting a little squeak of surprise. Yes, I said breathlessly. Oh, Star, you have unlearned all the things I taught you, haven't you? Growled Jonah, now running his fingers along both my inner thighs from my knees all the way up, stopping just short of flour. He knelt on the bed behind me and leant towards me. He blew on my inner thighs. I squirmed. It was hard to think and answer questions. Yes, who? Asked Noah. Oh, yes, sir, I said quickly. Meh, too late, said Jonah. He smacked my behind swiftly and sharply. I groaned. My flour lubricated itself in response. What's a fair number, Luna? Asked Noah. This was always a trick question. Whatever my alphas think is fair, sir, I answered, smirking. Jonah began kneading the globes of my behind, soothingly. Now you're just showing off, he said. I rolled my eyes, but I was blindfolded, so I could get away with that. I grinned. What's so funny, baby? Purred Zaya, grasping my chin. Nothing, sir, I said. I think you're lying, baby, said Zaya. I think so, too, said Jonah. Jonah slapped my behind, making my butt cheeks quiver. I exhaled sharply. Pick a number, ma petite fripon, said Jonah. 10, sir, I said hesitantly, knowing that was probably too small a number. Times 4, which is 40. Okay, good, said Jonah. What? I gasped. No, that is too many, said Eli. Is that too many, Star? Asked Jonah. If one of my alphas thinks it is, then it is so, yes, sir, I said pointedly, trapping him with his own logic. I could just picture Jonah's little frown. Mon chaton est intelligent, non, commented Jonah. Bien sûr, said Eli. I had not heard him speak French before. Pick another number, mon ciel étoilé. Ton prince charmant is here to save you, said Jonah. 7, I said. 28, said Jonah. Actually 30. I will take 2 extra as you didn't address me properly. Well, you already took your 2 extra, sir, I said innocently. Jonah chuckled softly. Start counting, maintenant, instructed Jonah. I scarcely had time to figure out what that last word meant before he slapped one of my butt cheeks and then the other in quick succession. 1, 2, I said breathlessly as Noah trailed kisses up one of my calves. Noah reached my inner thigh and stopped just short of my flower, which was aching with need. Something interesting about this outfit, said Noah offhandedly. It's functional, he said, loosening a tie in the back near the base of my spine. The frilly lower part of the dress fell away to reveal my derriere to the cold night air. Eli was planting kiss along my cheek and jaw and massaging my scalp, while Zaya squeezed my shoulders. Zaya moved my hair out of the way so he could kiss the nape of my neck. Eli began to nibble my earlobes. Noah ran a finger in a straight line down my exposed center. A thrill coursed through me where his finger dragged across my wetness. I moaned. Jonah's silky laugh filled the air. I felt his breath on the back of my quivering thighs, and then suddenly he flicked his tongue out and ran it along the length of my vulva, stopping at my clit. "Fuck," I breathed. "You have my little princess cussing like a sailor," said Eli. "Behave yourself, Star," taunted Jonah. He slapped my ass harder this time. I whimpered as moisture pooled between my thighs. "I didn't hear a number or a sir or an alpha or anything," commented Noah, his tone shocked. Jonah struck my left cheek, followed immediately by my right. 3, 4, 5, I said quickly. "Sir," I gasped. "No, baby," purred Zaya. "You forgot to count one when it happened, so that's 3, 4. "Humph." Jonah chuckled. He parted my folds gently and ran a finger teasingly along my outer lips, though I could feel the cold air on my inner lips. The other 3 quads were planting open-mouthed kisses all over me. I could feel my skin flushing. Zaya reached under me to squeeze my breasts. "Get up, baby. Kneel with your palms on the bed," instructed Zaya. I quickly raised myself, getting on my palms and knees. Jonah had positioned himself suggestively behind me. I could feel the bulge in his pants rub against my puffy lower lips. He pressed down on my shoulders, making me angle myself so that my butt was up in the air. In this position, my flower was unfolded and my thighs apart. He gripped my thighs, pushing them further apart. I could smell my own aroused scent filling the air, in addition to the delicious masculine scents of my alphas. Zaya slid under me so that my knees were on either side of his waist and my breasts were in his face. I felt his tongue lick my left and then swirl around my right. He took the left one in his mouth while his fingers pinched the right one. My breathing was coming in little gasps. Eli kissed his way from the nape of my neck down to the base of my spine. Noah grasped my chin and tilted my face upwards. His lips came crashing down on mine urgently. I tried to keep up with the ravenous kiss. It lit a fire in my middle. I instinctively moved my hands, trying to grasp his shoulders, and then I remembered the restraints. Noah smirked against my lips cheekily, so I nipped at his bottom lip. "I'll make you pay for that, Luna," he snarled playfully in my ear, tugging on the earlobe gently with his teeth, just as Jonah brought both palms down on my butt cheeks twice in quick succession. 5, 6, sir, I breathed. "Good, mon ange," purred Jonah. "Smack!" I groaned. I could not believe how wet this made me. 7, sir. Smack! I was panting. 8, sir. I felt Jonah lick my vulva firmly and I squealed. Zaya was making my knuckles painfully hard from under me. I felt Noah's teeth graze my right butt cheek while Eli's teeth grazed the other. Smack! That one made my stomach clench. There was so much pressure right in my middle. 8 hands roamed my body. All their sharp claws came out and gently traced lines on me. My whole body was tingling. Smack! The hardest spank so far made me cry out. Jonah grabbed my thighs roughly and pulled my flower onto his face. He buried his tongue in me, found my clit, and sucked on it with a force I was not expecting. I whimpered and pulled away from the intense pleasure, but Zaya secured a steely grip on my hips and pushed me back towards Jonah, holding me in place until I came against Jonah's face. I collapsed, shaking onto Zaya. His arms encircled me, and he kissed my forehead. "I want to go next," he announced. Chapter 116, Thursday, 1st October, 2020. Star. I was overwhelmed to say the least. Jonah and Zaya switched places. Jonah was laying under me, gently running his fingers from my neck down to my navel and back up again. I felt Noah loosening the ties on my corset until it fell away, leaving me completely bare. Zaya planted kisses all over my butt cheeks. "Eli is rubbing off on me," said Zaya absent-mindedly. "I'm thinking 5 more spanks each. That'll bring us to 25 if you count the last 2. "Should we?" said Jonah. "I need him as he was right below me." "Ouch, Star!" grumbled Jonah. I was not sure where I had gotten him. I hoped it was not in the groin. "He's lying. He's fine," said Noah dryly. "Notice you're still wearing shoes, Star." "She is utter perfection. This is my favorite thing Star has ever worn," raved Jonah. "Nothing with heels on," I giggled. "Exactly," exclaimed Jonah. He pulled me down for a surprisingly sweet and tender kiss. A sudden smack to my behind made me break the kiss. 11, Alpha, I said. "I'm Alpha." "You were just Sir," said Zaya, a bit smug. "You're a jealous one," retorted Jonah. not happy about our kiss being interrupted. He moved his attention to the base of my throat. I moaned when his teeth grazed over his mark, just as Zaya delivered a swift spank to my derriere. I clamped my thighs together in response, and I felt Zaya's rough hands gently parting them. He caressed my inner thighs, slowly sliding his hands upwards until he reached my flower. I had to admit that I liked this softer side of Zaya. He parted my lower lips and inserted a finger into me. I gasped in response to the intrusion. I found myself rocking my hips back as Zaya added a second finger and pumped them in and out of me. He continued to finger me while his free hand slapped each butt cheek, making them quiver. 12, 13, I gasped. Alpha, I added quickly, moaning as he quickened the motions of his fingers. Jonah was caressing and kissing my breasts. Eli was massaging my lower back, while Noah massaged my upper back. They were all focused on soothing me while Zaya fingered me roughly until I came with a loud squeal. Just as the orgasm crashed over me, Zaya smacked my ass twice. Harder the second time. The last smack made me come. My knees were shaky. I pressed my forehead to Jonah's below me while waves of pleasure flowed through me. 14, 15, Alpha, I added meekly before they could say anything. I heard Zaya chuckle. He pressed an eager kiss to my behind, making me giggle. You make me weak, Star, he breathed against my skin. Don't be such an ass-kisser, said Noah. Noah, groaned Eli. Cringe. I'm funny, right, Star? Prompted Noah. He was probably next. Yes, Alpha, I said obediently. Eli burst into laughter. Convincing, commented Jonah sarcastically. Noah was in fact next. He got behind me and grasped my shoulders, pulling me up so that we were both upright on our knees with my back against his chest. Luna, he purred in my ear, his hands grasping my breasts and kneading them while his thumbs circled my ox. I said contentedly as Jonah trailed kisses over my midriff. Zaya and Eli were at either side of me. Noah took my blindfold off. I felt a little disoriented at first. My eyes adjusted to the dim lighting. I glanced at the floor. There were clothes strewn all over the place. The guys had been wearing suits. I giggled. What was the point of getting dressed up if I didn't get to see it? I asked. Zaya grinned. You heard in our voices how good we knew we looked, he said. I burst into laughter. Noah was massaging the backs of my thighs and it was making my heart race. Warmth pooled in my tummy. I was anticipating what came next. Eli had one of my hands in both of his. He kissed each fingertip. Noah gently pushed me down onto Jonah, who held me to him and stroked my hair. Je t'adore, said Jonah softly, kissing the top of my head. I know you love me, but this is supposed to be about Star, said Zaya. Jonah hurled a pillow at the youngest. I snickered. Star! He hit me! Whined Zaya. I could just imagine him getting Jonah in trouble with their parents when they were younger. I ruffled Zaya's hair. With your permission, I'd like to take these off? Asked Noah. I realized he meant the shoes, and he was looking at Jonah. Fine, grumbled Jonah. I chuckled. Noah undid the ties on the shoes and chucked them unceremoniously over his shoulder. Excuse me, said Jonah. Noah was massaging my instep and my ankles. I relaxed in Jonah's arms. Noah kissed the soles of my feet. I guess I'm not the only one, commented Jonah. I like Star, and she happens to have feet. It's not the same thing, said Noah defensively. You ready, Luna? Asked Noah. I nodded. Yes, sir. Noah grasped my waist and pulled me over to the edge of the bed. I gasped. I had not been expecting that. I realized where I was going when he put me literally over his lap. I smirked. A little change of scenery is in order, said Noah. Just count. No more, sir. He spanked my behind. I felt a thrill in my center. 16, I said. 17, I said as he spanked me a little harder. He felt the wetness between my thighs. I knew he'd be smirking to himself. He smacked my bottom twice more. My abdominal muscles tightened. My stomach clenched. 18, 19, I gasped. In this position, I could not see the others, but I felt Eli running his fingers through my hair, and Jonah trailing his fingertips across the soles of my feet. Someone's palm pressed down in the dip of my back, holding me down gently. Zaya. Noah smacked my behind more gently than before. He slid 2 fingers in me with ease as I was practically dripping. I squirmed a little, but Zaya's palm pressed down on me. Noah's fingers reached a spot inside of me that made my toes curl. I groaned as he took me higher and higher. Zaya slid a finger between my cheeks into my tight back opening. I exhaled sharply. They were driving me crazy. Jonah was massaging my ankles gently, while Eli worked on the tension in my neck and shoulders. Noah and Zaya quickly brought me over the edge with their caresses. My scream was muffled because I was face down. I was still at the peak of my high when Eli pulled me off of Noah's lap and towards the middle of the bed. I was on my palms and knees again, and Eli was over me. I could feel his breath against my ear. "You know, with you in this position, there's only one thing on my mind, and it's not spanking you," he murmured in my ear. "What do you have in mind?" I asked breathlessly. "I think you know," he said, his rough palms gripping the backs of my thighs. I felt Zaya's fingers tracing my left notley, while Jonah swirled his tongue around my right. Noah's fingers trailed down my torso until they got to my core. He found my clit and caressed it lightly. My legs were trembling. "No guesses?" prompted Eli. My mind was too fuzzy. "I'll show you," he offered. Eli parted my thighs. He slid into me in one swift thrust. I moaned. My pakki clenched around his huge member as he pulled it almost all the way out before filling me again. He gripped my hips and slid into me again and again. His thrusts were deep but slow at first. Noah continued to caress my tiny bud while Zaya and Jonah each had one of my nuts in their mouths. My breath came in short gasps as Eli buried himself in me to the hilt. He quickened the pace, slamming into me over and over. I could not hold back all my moaning. He felt so good, and we fit together so perfectly. "Eli," I whimpered. "What, princess?" he said, gripping one of my shoulders. He pushed me down a little so that I arched my back and he could slide deeper into me. He brushed against that spot inside me that made grip the sheets. "Yes," I breathed. "There we are," said Eli softly, stroking that deep, tender spot with the head of his member. The other three continued their ministrations while Eli hit the right spot continuously, building the pressure inside of me until it was almost to bursting. He pulled me up, my back against his front. His teeth found his mark on my neck. He bit down on it whilst never letting up his thrusting. That pushed me over the threshold. I came screaming. Eli grunted, filling me with his load. I collapsed, panting, onto the bed, and Eli fell with me, laying on top of me, burying his face in my neck. He kissed the nape of my neck and slid off of me. He pulled me to him so that he was spooning me. "I love you, Star," he whispered. He called me princess like 90% of the time, so it was nice to hear my name come out of him. My eyes were fluttering closed. "Je t'aime, mon amour," murmured Jonah, kissing my forehead. Noah was wiping me with a towel. "Nighty-night," he said, kissing the top of my head and then moving to the other side of Jonah. "Good night, baby," said Zaya, leaning over me to kiss the tip of my nose and then laying down on Eli's other side. The younger two quads always fell asleep so quickly. I could feel the heaviness of Eli's arm and hear the sound of his even breathing. The elder two were night owls, tossing and turning until they finally fell asleep. "You excited for our date tomorrow?" asked Jonah. "You mean aujourd'hui," I said, using one of the only French words I knew. "Wow, look at you." "Yes, I guess technically our date is today or aujourd'hui, as you say," whispered Jonah. We were facing each other, gazing into each other's eyes. "Where are you taking me?" I asked curiously. "That's a surprise," said Jonah. "But wear something you wouldn't mind getting dirty," he said with a wink. I said. "Is that a clue?" I whispered. "Oui, exactement," he said. I racked my brain thinking of dirty dates, assuming he had not meant something shkull. Horseback riding, paintballing, cooking together. "Stop trying to figure it out," chastised Jonah. "Let me surprise you." "Okay," I said softly. I closed my eyes. Jonah cuddled up to me. The combined warmth of Jonah and Eli relaxed me, and sleep came swiftly. Noah. Things were happening so quickly, and with there being 4 of us and 1 Star and my date being last, I had not gotten an opportunity to talk to Star about something important. I had been sitting on this information since the snowball fight. "Star," I whispered, feeling so guilty for waking her, but it was important. "Star," I hissed. She mumbled something unintelligible. "Star," I tried one more time. Star groaned. She opened her eyes slowly. "Hey," I said softly. "You okay?" she asked. "We need to talk," I said. She sat up suddenly. "What is it?" she asked, worry filling her eyes. "It's about your dad," I said hesitantly. She hopped out of bed and grabbed her robe. Eli grumbled in his sleep, but he did not wake up. "Is he okay?" asked Star, hurriedly tying her robe. "Yeah," I said, getting up. I found out something awful about the orphanage your dad was raised in, I said. What? She asked. You know how much I love pack history, right? I asked. Yeah, of course, she said, nodding. I put on my robe and we sat at the small breakfast table in her room. Well, Friday, the Luna of Barrendale and Marigold, has a sister named Raylan who was raised in an orphanage, unfortunately, I explained. Who raised Friday? Asked Star. Her parents, I said. Star furrowed her brow. I know, I said, realizing how weird that seemed. The thing is, Friday and Raylan have different fathers, so Friday's father pretended Raylan was still born and sent her to this orphanage as some kind of revenge for Friday's mother sleeping with Raylan's dad, I said, explaining it as simply as I could. Okay, said Star slowly. Well, what does this have to do with my dad? Was it the same orphanage he was raised in? I smiled. My Luna was quick at putting two and two together. Yes, it was the same orphanage, I said. Is that a bad thing? She asked. I nodded. That orphanage was inhumane. They experimented on the children and the nuns that supposedly ran the orphanage, I said. Star's eyes filled with tears. My poor dad, she said, one of the tears sliding down her cheek. No wonder he hates talking about his childhood. I nodded. Who is they? She asked. Friday's dad was in cahoots with this awful vampire coven leader. They were both involved. Friday was injected with silver by her own dad, though she wasn't raised in the orphanage. Raylan was injected with wolfsbane. They used doses that were low enough to not be fatal, and they increased the dose very slowly. They were trying to make super wolves, special warriors, that sort of thing, I explained. Did they? Asked Star. My dad is a phenomenal warrior. That's the thing. What they did was inexcusable, but it worked somewhat. Friday's shift was delayed because of all the silver, but when she finally shifted at age 20, she remained immune to silver, making her a pretty special she-wolf, I said. What about Raylan? She asked. She has a venomous bite much stronger than us Viper Moon wolves. Her bite contains wolfsbane, which she is immune to, but it can kill anyone she bites quickly, even those who aren't werewolf. It must be some variant, I reasoned. And my dad? Were you able to find out what he was injected with? She asked. Sorry, Star. No, not yet, but I'm going to keep working on it, I promised her. Please do, she pleaded. I will, really, I assured her. And have you any idea who Dad's parents are? Asked Star. That's on my list with finding out what experiment was done on him. I'll look into it, I promised. Jonah, I woke up to the sound of hushed voices. A beautiful voice. Star. And a voice that sounded exactly like mine. Noah, Eli and Zaya were still asleep. Trying to get in on my date day, huh? I accused Noah. No, chuckled Noah. She's all yours for today. Star, ready to rumble? I asked. Star grinned. She got ready surprisingly quickly. She was wearing a pair soft-looking gray joggers and a black top. I had on gray joggers myself with a black polo. Whoa, it's like we planned it, she said. Great minds, I said, holding out my arm. She smiled and linked her arm with mine. Do you have your snow globe? I asked. Yes, she said excitedly. She took the snow globe out and we used it to get to Viper Moon. We appeared outside that hotel Star and her family had stayed at, just like Zaya had said it would. I guess my crazy youngest brother was right a fraction of the time. A broken clock was still right twice a day. I had asked my butler to leave my car there for me. I opened the door for Star and she got in. I got in the driver's side and sped off. I was so excited for this. I wanted to start making happy memories with Star. Okay, where are we going? I can't take the suspense, she said theatrically. I laughed. You recognize this route? I asked. Probably not. She had only been there once before. She shook her head. You will soon, I said, grinning mischievously. You look gorgeous, by the way, I said. In joggers? She asked incredulously. Yes. You don't need to try, Star. Your beauty is effortless, I said, glancing at her. Star. Jonah had this way about him. He made me feel like I was the only girl on the planet whenever we were alone together. I was looking out the window, trying to recognize my surroundings. He had said I had been here once before. I gasped. Chet's cabin? I asked. That's where we're going? Jonah nodded. I know it seems like a weird date, but I want a do-over, he said quickly. A do-over? I asked, confused. The first time you hung out with my brothers and me for any extended period of time was that weekend at the cabin. You shifted in the woods outside it. You first laid eyes on your mates there. That weekend, I was hanging with Angie, And when you saw me after you turned 18, Jonah paused, sighing deeply, as he pulled into the driveway of the huge cabin. He parked and looked at me, his eyes boring into me. I was kissing Angie the first time you recognized me as your mate, he said plainly. I winced. That had shattered my heart at the time, even though we had been relative strangers. I'm so sorry, Star. Trust me. The whole time we were at that cabin, I wanted so badly to be around you. I was upset I couldn't talk to you. I had a feeling you were probably the one. I was so jealous when Zaya held you in the lake. I wanted that to be me. When I was in the hot tub, I would have rather been with you. I wished I could have made you happy as my mate from the very moment you laid eyes on me once you came of age, and I want to make a happy memory with you here to make up for the shitty time you would have had, said Jonah, taking a deep breath. He had said all of that in a rush. I looked at the cabin apprehensively. I was a little nervous to go back there. I looked at Jonah's hopeful face. He was making these huge puppy dog eyes at me. I sighed. Let's do this, I said, smiling. Jonah's face lit up. He jumped out of the car and ran to my side. He opened the door for me and picked me up, holding me bridal style. I could not help but giggle as he walked up to the front door. He struggled to unlock the door with me in his arms, but he blatantly refused to put me down, which was kind of adorable. I'll carry you over the threshold of our home as husband and wife one day, said Jonah. I giggled. You'll have to fight Zaya for that, I teased. I knew how eager Zaya was about firsts. Jonah grinned. I'll have to fight all of them. I'll lock them in a cupboard or something, said Jonah offhandedly. What? I asked, shocked. I did that once when we were 6. I pretended there was a plate of chocolate chip waffles in the pantry, and after Eli and Zaya ran in to look, I locked them in, he admitted. Jonah, I said sternly, swatting his chest. Noah let them out, Zach, he said defensively. They were fine. They had actually eaten a bunch of stuff they weren't supposed to have, so we called a truce. My silence about all them eating 3 boxes of cookies in exchange for their silence about the prank. I giggled. Jonah carried me out to the dock. He had obviously gotten the staff to set up the house ahead of time. I realized immediately what he had in mind. This should be interesting. Chapter 117, Star. There were 2 easels facing each other with stools for the artists, along with a refreshment table set up with wine chilling on ice and platters of cheeses and other hors d'oeuvres. Ooh, we're going to drink wine and eat cheese and paint? I asked. I had heard of wine and cheese tastings. I had also heard of sip and paint events. Jonah nodded. And I thought we could play a drinking game, he added. What's the game? I asked. Sip or strip and paint is what I've decided to call it, said Jonah. I honestly thought you would take me shoe shopping, I said offhandedly. Do you want to go shoe stopping? He asked excitedly, his face lighting up. We could go after or even before this? I laughed. No, I want to have this date exactly as you planned it, I said earnestly. He had finally set me down on my feet on the dock. Okay, he said, taking my hand and interlacing his fingers with mine. Is it just us? I wondered out loud. Yep, just you and me, Star, said Jonah, grinning. I grinned back. I could not help but compare and contrast my mates. It fascinated me how identical people could be so different. The quad's good looks took on slightly different vibes because of their varying expressions, personalities, and fashion senses. Even their voices were a bit different because of different intonation. Zaya was devilishly handsome, and the way he spoke made his voice seem the deepest. Eli had boyish good looks, and his voice was gentler. Noah was a hot nerd, and he spoke a lot more quickly than the others because he had so much information he wanted to share all at once. Jonah was a classic heartthrob. There was something untouchable about him, and his voice was smooth and silky. Jonah walked me to my seat. He uncorked a bottle of wine and poured me a glass. It was a semi-sweet white wine. I was actually beginning to learn a tiny amount about champagne and wine because of the quads. He showed me which cheeses tasted good with this wine and fed the cubes to me. He was right. They went perfectly together. Who taught you this stuff? I asked. Ma mère, he said. She didn't speak any French at the welcome meal, I said. She mostly speaks French to Dad and to us. She speaks strictly English when we have company, explained Jonah. I noticed there was a stool between the 2 easels and it was covered with a blanket. Let me guess, Our still life is under there, I said, gesturing to the white blanket. Jonah revealed the still life we would be painting. It was a bouquet of star-shaped flowers. They're for you, but you gotta paint them first, he said, laughing. Eli gave me these flowers, too, I exclaimed, recognizing them by their peculiar shape. They're Mom's favorite, said Jonah, smiling. I smiled sweetly at him. Let's go over the rules, said Jonah with a sly smile. I heard the word strip in there, I said, eyeing him suspiciously. Ever heard of strip poker? Asked Jonah, sitting back on his chair, gazing at me as though I were the subject. His gaze was so unwavering. I dropped my gaze. Yes, I said, feeling shy. It's like strip poker meets Never Have I Ever, said Jonah. You ask a question. Nothing is off limits, but if for any reason you don't want to answer, you can either sip or strip. You sip your wine, a proper mouthful, or strip one article of clothing off, said Jonah. I nodded. Got it? Simple enough? He confirmed. I nodded. Oh, and paint, he added. I giggled. I nodded, picking up a tube of paint. There were watercolor paints. I looked at the color. Jade. I used it to outline the stems. Who should start? I asked. Ladies first, he insisted. I remembered Eli versus Noah over Madison Fang. Eli had also said he and Noah had not dated as much as Jonah and Zaya. Who was your first love? I started out with. My stems were already lopsided, but I had finished my glass of wine before we even started the game. Jonah chuckled. What's so funny? I asked, furrowing my brow at me wilted-looking painted flower. You wasted your first question, he said simply. Excuse me, I said. You're my first love, Star, said Jonah with a shrug. First and last and only. Bullshit, I said before I could stop myself. I gasped and clasped my hands over my mouth. I tended to speak pretty freely if I had indulged in any alcohol, even if it were not a particularly large amount. Jonah laughed. I said what I meant, and I meant what I said, said Jonah. Something something elephant, something something %, I replied, not remembering that poem so well. I was midway through my second glass of wine. I was not going to refuse any question, no matter how invasive, so I did not need to wait for the questions to sip. You're having fun with that Moscato, he commented. I downed my second glass of it. Can I try a different kind? I asked, eyeing all the bottles. Which would you like? He asked. This was semi-sweet. Is there fully sweet? I asked. Jonah laughed. Yeah, there is sweet. Here, he said, removing the cork of another bottle with a pop. He poured it for me in a new glass. He took my old glass. I sipped the new one. It was sweeter. What am I drinking now? I asked. It's a technically dessert wine. Sauterne, he said. I'm not supposed to drink whole glasses at a tasting, am I? I asked. No, you're not, he chuckled, pouring me some water. He made sure I drank my water. So you've never loved anyone but me? I said, getting back to the important things. No, Star, seulement toi, he said, focusing on his painting. I focused on my Sauterne. Who was the first guy you dated? He asked. I rolled my eyes. Eli and Zaya, I said. Come on, Star, he said. It's the truth, I said indignantly. Who was the first girl you dated? I asked, looking at him closely. Madison Fang, he said. What? I yelled. What the f***? How was this possible? My wolf was furious. 3 of them. We had to ask Zaya. What if it were all 4? Only we could have them all. How dare she? Jonah burst into laughter. He almost fell off his stool. He shook his head. I never dated Madison Fang, but Eli told me you seemed low-key pissed that he and Noah both had a thing for her at some point, said Jonah, almost to tears. I flicked some green paint at him. Hey, he exclaimed. He did not flick any paint back. He was taking this seriously. I like teasing my sis-in-law, but I love teasing my girl, he said, using a tiny paintbrush to add some details. What masterpiece was he working on over there? Sis-in-law? One of his brothers was married? My wolf immediately got upset. We were fuzzy today. Who was married? Oh, he meant Holly. Oh, that was okay then. That was like saying we were married to him and Harper and were married to each other. My wolf was happy. That sounded idyllic. Poor Holly, I slurred. I had poured myself a second and third glass of the sweet wine. The wine is too sweet, I complained. You wanted sweet, chuckled Jonah. At that time. That was Star 15 minutes ago. This is Star now. She's different, I said. Want something dry? He asked. After some water and food, he said pointedly, chuckling to himself. Jonah insisted on feeding me again. He fed me whatever I wanted from the table, no matter how random. I ate some cubes of mozzarella and sharp cheddar. I did not know if that went with the wine I had just had. Probably not. I loved how soft and salty fresh mozzarella was. There was this spicy tuna that I was a bit obsessed with. He fed me chocolate-covered strawberries and macarons. He made me drink 2 glasses of water. He was handing me a 3rd glass of water. I shook my head vehemently. "I'm so stuffed," I said. I was not sure if that had worked to sober me up a little. I did not hold my alcohol very well. Faye got drunk more easily than wolves, so I might get it from that side of the family. "The dry wine?" I inquired. "You're so stuffed, though," he said pointedly. He was slick, I'd give him that. Yes, in a few minutes. I just want to make sure it's chilling," I tried. "They're all chilled, don't worry," he assured me while giving me the side eye. I thought about flicking him with more paint. "Be serious now. Who was the first guy you ever dated?" I asked. "And don't say Madison Fang." I don't date guys. It's nothing personal against them," he chuckled. "Oh, what? The first person you ever dated? The first girl?" I said, flushing pink. Her name was Delphine," he said with a little smile at his painting. I frowned, instantly jealous but also still somewhat under the influence. "Isn't that a dolphin?" I asked. "What?" said Jonah, laughing loudly. "Delphine is to dolphin as lupine is to wolf, bovine for cows, canine for dogs, feline for cats," I explained. I was tipsy, but I knew I was right. Delphine means like a dolphin, or dolphin-like. "Seriously?" he said. I nodded. "Was she a dolphin?" I asked, completely straight-faced. "I hope not," he said. "She fooled me." "What was she like? How old were you? Did she date Zaya, Eli, or Noah?" I said. "Nice and bubbly," he said. I snorted with laughter. "Like a dolphin," I snickered. He rolled his eyes. "I was 14. She did not date any of my brothers," he said. "How long did you date her?" I asked. Like 18 months, but some of it was long distance." "She left Viper Moon Academy and went to another school," he said. "Why did you break up?" I asked. "The distance," he said. "Was she your first kiss?" I asked. He nodded. I was not mature enough for these types of questions. I was messing up my flower painting, losing control of the brush every time I heard something I did not like. "Who broke up with who?" I asked. "She broke up with me," he said. But also I cheated," he said. "What?" I gasped. "I was 14, well 15 when I cheated. I should not have been in a long-distance relationship at that age," he said defensively. "Who did you cheat on her with?" I asked, engrossed in this junior high drama. "Madison Fong," said Jonah. I got out of my chair, ran across to Jonah, and tried to push him into the lake. "Star, you're nuts! Cut it out!" He laughed. "It's a joke." We both lost our balance near the edge of the dock and fell into the lake with a splash. I panicked, but then I kicked my legs as much as possible. I broke through the water's surface. I was terrible at treading water, so I kept slipping back under, but Jonah grabbed me and held me. I wrapped my arms around him. "You're crazy, Star," he said breathlessly. "Sorry," I said, truly apologetic. "I kinda like it," he said with a shrug. We both laughed. He kissed me, tangling his hands in my hair. When we parted, he ripped his polo off and threw it up onto the dock. He kicked his pants off and threw that onto the dock, too. His sneakers floated to the surface, and he flung those on the dock. He kept one arm around me the whole time. I could not stop laughing. He was laughing, too. "Come on, those clothes are weighing you down," he said. "Sure they are," I said. "Madison never gives me this kind of attitude," he said. "Ugh!" I shrieked, splashing as much water as I could at him without sinking and drowning in the process. Jonah laughed until he cried. He helped me take off my top, joggers, and shoes and put it on the dock. He had me pressed against one of the thick wooden poles that ran from the corner of the dock to the bed below. "What?" I said. He was just staring at me quietly. "My painting doesn't do you justice, but I hope you still like it," he said. "It's of me. I thought we were painting the flowers," I said indignantly. "You were painting the flowers. I wanted a challenge," he said. The girl I cheated on Delphine with was named Stacy, and cheating at that age was texting someone else in Delphine's opinion. I felt so guilty. I repented from my unfaithful ways, he said. "What sort of texts?" I asked. "What's the homework? You look kinda cute? Lol, till, winky face. Really intense proclamations of love and lust," he said. Jonah felt every moment was an opportunity for humor, which was completely not what I had expected during our curse days. He really must have been stressed out of his mind back then, 'cause he had not even cracked a smile in those days. "I like funny you, not that you're funny, but, you try," I said. He splashed me with water. "Hey," I cried. "I'm hilarious, Star," he said dryly. I rolled my eyes. He got very close to me. My legs were around his torso. He brushed his nose against mine. "I'm handsome," he said unabashedly. I sighed deeply. "I drive you crazy," he said, gripping my hips and pressing himself against me. I bit my lip. He kissed me gently and slowly. He trailed kisses down the side of my neck to my shoulder. He slid my bra strap off one shoulder and then the other. He unhooked my bra and tossed it up onto the deck. I was too taken by surprise to say much of anything. I wrapped my arms around him tightly and lost myself in our kiss. The heat in my midriff was building. Jonah lifted me up a little higher so he could have better access to my breasts. He latched onto my left eye and grazing it with his teeth. He did the same to my right side. He pulled my underwear down and put me on his shoulders with my flower pressed against his face. I whimpered as he plunged his tongue deep inside of me. My whole body was on fire and sucked it into his mouth. I covered my mouth to stifle my moans as he traced patterns on my clit. My thighs were trembling. He grasped my hips tightly and moved them back and forth, helping me ride his face. I shivered as I rocked against him. I shut my eyes tightly, my hands tangled in his hair. I tossed my head back as he took me to my breaking point. I could not hold back my scream. I felt my fluids gush onto his face. I heard his satisfied groan. I was not sure when he had rid himself of his boxers, but when he lowered me from his bracing me against the dock's pole, I cried out. "You okay?" he asked breathlessly. I nodded eagerly. He grinned. He rocked his hips against me, pulling out and filling me again with a steady rhythm. He was always consistent with his pace until the very end, and I found that maddening. I wiggled about trying to make him go faster, but he simply gripped my hips tightly, holding me in place as he slid in and out of me, his huge stretching me each time. My mind was numb. I hung on to him for dear life. He nuzzled me. I giggled. He increased his movements marginally. I moaned, and he finally began to thrust hard and fast. I buried my face in the side of his neck so that my cries were muffled. "We're almost there, mon amour," he whispered in my ear. I felt myself climbing higher and higher with each deep thrust. We had locked eyes now. It was a completely different sensation to do this in water. Everything felt more sensitive. Jonah had both of my wrists in one of his huge hands. He pinned my wrists to the pole behind us. He thrust into me faster and harder. He plunged himself into me with a loud grunt. I screamed, but it was muffled by a fiery kiss. I came. Hard, trying to milk him. I heard him groan with delight as he poured into me. He kissed me gently, pressing his forehead against mine. I was spent. I was not sure how I ended up back on the dock, but the next thing I remember was being wrapped in a towel. When I looked underneath, I was surprised to find that I was wearing a simple, loose floral sundress. Jonah must have brought me a change of clothes. The sun was warm and comforting as it made its descent. It was moments before dusk. "The paintings. Mine is crap," I mumbled. "I like it," said Jonah defensively, admiring my flower painting. "Show me your masterpiece," I said sleepily. He did. I gasped. It was a perfect likeness. It was me beaming at the artist, the sun shining on my hair and in my eyes. He had captured everything so beautifully. This belonged in a museum or something. I blushed. He made me look beautiful. "You made me look so pretty," I said, pleased. "You are." "I paint realism," he said. My cheeks were burning. "Jonah, you can really paint. You're amazing," I said in complete awe of him. "I'm all right," he said. "You're amazing," he whispered. I rolled my eyes at him. I was about to retort something cheeky, but he silenced me with a slow, gentle kiss. I kissed him back just as tenderly and sweetly while the sun set behind us. Chapter 118, Friday, 2nd October 2020. Noah. Words could not express how excited I was for my date with Star. Harper had been kind enough to enchant the place I had chosen for our date beforehand, so he did not have to stick around during the date. That would have been awkward. I would not have been able to romance Star in front of her twin. "Where are you taking Star on your magical date, Noah?" asked Eli curiously at breakfast in the dining hall. "The library," said Zaya promptly. My two younger brothers laughed. I rolled my eyes. Don't be ridiculous, you two, said Jonah sternly, seemingly coming to my defense. There's no lingerie in the gift shop at the Viper Moon Library, said Jonah seriously. Eli and Zaya were beside themselves. Don't you have feet pics to look at? You're usually scrolling through social media about now, I said slyly. Eli and Zaya snickered. There is only one pair for me. I'm taken, said Jonah. Something is wrong with both of you, said Zaya softly, looking at me and Jonah. Won't it be a little awkward having Harper there? I'm the closest to him, and I'd still be nervous if he was there chaperoning, said Eli. He's not coming. He enchanted the date place for me already, I said, keeping things vague. They could hear about it after, from Star. Star had blabbed about each and every date so far the moment she got home from one. She loved to gush about the time she had had. She called every date the best date ever, which meant that none were. I appreciated her making efforts to ensure we did not squabble over her, though. We were a bit more quarrelsome than some of the other alpha multiples I knew. The triplets were like 3 peas in a pod. I wondered if they ever argued at all. My eyes searched for Star. She was sitting with her mom and dad today, chatting animatedly with her mom about something. I knew they had a very short time in which to plan her parents' wedding, and then Star would be coming back to Viper Moon, making every moment with her relatives all the more precious right now. I smiled at my Luna. I felt she was up to something, though. She had a mischievous glint in her eye. Harper entered the dining hall and marched right up to us. He had a huge grin on his face. Holly was tucked under his arm as usual, but they were flanked by 2 she-wolves I did not know. I have the best news ever, said Harper triumphantly. You miscounted who won the snowball fight, and it's actually me? Guessed Zaya. No, said Harper, his grin unwavering. These 2 young ladies behind me are the best party planners ever. They have so many great ideas for the bachelorette and bachelor party, and they're making it all happen tomorrow night. I know it's short notice, but everything is in place already, said Harper. My bandmates are coming too. Holly, you've never properly met them, have you? Holly shook her head. Can the snowmen come? Asked Jonah excitedly. Why the fuck not? Exclaimed Harper, who seemed to be in full rock star party mode and out of regal mode. The Queen's eyes widened at his language and his ripped jeans. I haven't been to a real party in ages, commented Harper. Not since the one where you danced with began Zaya, but suddenly his own hand shoved a heaping spoonful of oatmeal in his mouth. Zaya, don't talk with your mouth full. I can't have my bro choking before the big night, chuckled Harper. Zaya growled lowly after he had finished the spoonful of oatmeal. Who exactly are these young ladies? Asked the Queen suspiciously. They're Mina and Tina, said Harper and Holly in unison. The Queen started at them blankly. Mina and Tina grinned at her expectantly. She doesn't have social media, whispered Harper to the girls apologetically. The girls nodded in understanding. They're highly recommended by Luna Chastity, the mate of the alpha triplets of Winter Moon, added Holly brightly. The Queen actually smiled. That's lovely, exclaimed the Queen. Maybe we should invite the triplets and Chastity, suggested Jonah. Mina and Tina squealed. She's our bestie, said one of them. Our girl loves bachelorette parties. She loves performance art like exotic dancers, said the other. I was not too keen on exotic dancers gyrating near to my precious Luna, Star. I frowned at the list, trying to peek at it. The girls snapped the notebook closed, making me jump. Jonah and Harper were clearly into this party. Jonah was trying to invite everyone and their mother and the snowball they kept frozen in their freezer from last Christmas. Meanwhile, Harper had Mina and Tina making a list that he kept gesturing for them to add every suggestion to, including Jonah's big guest list. Should we invite the principal? It might be polite. He helped out Star, said Jonah. Mina or Tina began to write something, and Harper raised his palm. Maybe not the principal, he suggested. Mina or Tina scratched that off the list. Who is Mina and who is Tina? I asked hesitantly. They were actually very different looking, though they behaved like twins. Jonah gasped. You don't watch Mina and Tina? Asked Jonah. It's a really good show, said Holly. Holly is ahead of you with the times, Noah. Think about that, said Jonah. Star's shoe closet was looking disorganized this morning. You have a lot to do today, don't you, Jonah? I said. He scowled and turned away from me. Harper and his entourage went over to Star without telling me who was Mina and who was Tina. Which one is which? I asked exasperatedly. Oh, I dunno, said Jonah. You said you watched the show? I said indignantly. Yeah, but it's confusing. I forgot, said Jonah. He looked at me suspiciously. Is Star's shoe closet really in disarray? He asked, lowering his voice. I wouldn't mind organizing it for her, he mumbled. I'm sure she wouldn't mind either, I chuckled. But her shoe closet is not in disarray. Oh, said Jonah with a sigh. He had probably gotten his hopes up about rearranging Star's shoes. The rest of the day passed by uneventfully. I was on tenterhooks, anticipating my date with Star. Nightfall could not come fast enough. Star. Just like all his brothers, Noah refused to tell me where we were going. So once again, I had no idea what to wear. I opted for an elegantly casual dress. It was a baby doll silhouette, cream in color with white embroideries. It had a vintage feel to it. I debated on whether or not to wear heels, and eventually decided against it, slipping on my beige ballet flats. I checked my makeup and hair in the mirror. I was a tad nervous. Noah and I had gotten so little alone time together. There was a knock on my bedroom door. He was early, just as I expected. Typical Noah. I smiled to myself. I opened the door for him. His face lit up when he saw me. He looked so handsome, in a simple black shirt and black trousers. I was finally wearing something appropriate for the date. Noah had something behind his back. Flowers? I asked, tilting my head to one side. Guess again, he said. Chocolates, I guessed. He shook his head. He revealed a teddy bear. It was a fuzzy light brown bear with a shirt on. The shirt was a vibrant blue speckled by silver stars. It made me think of you, he said sheepishly. It's adorable, I squealed, taking the bear and giving it a squeeze. I love it, Noah. Thank you. Noah smiled. He cupped my face and kissed me slowly. We wrapped our arms around each other. Come on, said Noah, taking my hand and leading me out of the castle and into the courtyard. Ted, there was a car waiting for us. If I guess correctly where we're going, will you tell me if I'm right? I asked. Okay, said Noah with a mischievous grin. He held the door open for me and I got into the back seat with him. The driver took off. The museum? I asked. That seemed like an intellectual sort of date. Nope, said Noah, putting an arm around my shoulders. His other hand was on my knee. He was absent-mindedly stroking my knee softly with his thumb. It was innocent enough, but it was making me excited. Lingerie shopping? I asked. Noah laughed. In the nighttime? He said. He was right. Very few stores remained open after nightfall and ice moon. The winter nights were even colder than the winter days. No one wanted to venture out in the bitterly cold darkness. I give up, I groaned. Just tell me, I said excitedly. We're here, he laughed. I rushed to look out the window. There was a huge building with many glass windows. It seemed extremely dark inside, except for tiny glowing lights within that seemed to drift of their own accord. Where is here? I asked, giggling. You're 1 minute away from finding out, he chuckled. He helped me out of the car. We walked up to the planetarium. There was one of Harper's snowmen bouncing around near the entrance. Somehow, the snowman was able to use his twig arm to open the door for us. We went in and the door shut behind us. Darkness consumed us. This darkness was too dense to see anything at all. Noah? I mumbled softly, feeling a little afraid. Noah tightened his grip on my hand, interlacing our fingers. Just 1 moment. Okay, he said soothingly. Okay, I said, trusting him. Slowly, a small sphere of light appeared in the distance. I breathed in sharply. We were in a very high-ceilinged room, and the sphere was far above us. It floated, making a perfect circle. Another small sphere of light was born, and another. They began appearing all around us. Some of them were in groups, and others were alone. Much bigger spheres with surface markings and different colors appeared. It was magnificent. A huge glowing ball appeared in the center. It was too bright to look at directly. All the other spheres seemed to rotate around it. I looked at Noah. The tiny lights were reflected as specks in his deep green eyes. It's so beautiful, I whispered. Harper enchanted the planetarium for us, revealed Noah. I gasped. That made perfect sense. Why had I not realized this on my own? The small spheres of light were the stars, lone stars. Groups of spheres were constellations. The bigger spheres were the planets, and the unbelievably bright sphere in the center was the sun. All the planets revolved around it. It's amazing, Noah. Did you pick this place? I asked. Noah nodded bashfully. I love stargazing, said Noah. That's so romantic, I said softly. I wanted to show you all my favorite stars. They're all runner-ups, though. First place is taken, said Noah. I giggled, blushing slightly. Suddenly, a blanket appeared out of thin air on the floor next to a flameless lantern. A picnic basket appeared. Ah, Noah, this is so sweet, I said, sitting down on the picnic blanket. Noah sat behind me and gathered me into his arms, holding me from behind. I leant back against him and sighed contentedly. I was mesmerized by the stars and the planets as they slowly moved through the vast dark expanse. It's hypnotic, isn't it? Asked Noah. I always feel like I can't look away when I go to the planetarium back home. Yeah, I agreed. Does it look as real as this? I wondered out loud. No way, blurted out Noah, shaking his head and bursting into laughter. I laughed too. Magic made it next level, said Noah. Like we're really there, floating through space, I said. Noah showed me a few of the stars, naming them. He pointed out some of the constellations. I could only identify the planets. That's Saturn, right, with all the rings, I said. Yep, said Noah excitedly. 7 rings. What's your favorite planet? I asked him. I swear I'm not being gross or cheeky, but it's Uranus, he said. I burst into a fit of laughter. But why? I managed to ask when I stopped laughing. It's one of the 2 ice giants. The other one is Neptune. When I was a kid, I would imagine Uranus and Neptune being inhabited by alien polar bears and alien penguins, respectively, explained Noah. That was the weirdest explanation for anything I had ever heard. So why isn't Neptune your favorite? I asked. I like polar bears slightly more than penguins, but penguins are great too, said Noah. Noah, I exclaimed. You're crazy. You picked your favorite based on stuff you made up, I chuckled. Yeah, I guess that's a little weird. He admitted, his cheeks flushing. I kissed his cheek and then his neck, finding the spot where I had marked him. He groaned as I sucked on the spot. I pulled away. You're so different than what I thought initially, I whispered. What did you think initially? Asked Noah, furrowing his brow. That you were stuck up and bossy, I said bluntly. Hey, he said, widening his eyes. He tried to tickle me, but I wiggled away. Sorry, I said. Come back, he said, opening his arms wide. I crawled back into his lap and snuggled up to him. Hungry? He asked. A little, I said. What is there to eat? Whatever you want, he said, grinning. Huh, I said. Just say what you want to eat when the picnic basket is closed, and it'll be there in the picnic basket when you open it, explained Noah. That was so cool. I had to marvel at my twin's magic, though he did have Holly's help, and she was so much smarter than she gave herself credit for. Chocolate mousse, I said. Of all things, he chuckled. Why not? I said with a shrug. I looked inside the basket and squealed in delight. A cup of chocolate mousse with chocolate shavings on top had appeared. There was a spoon and napkins. I took a bite. Delicious, creamy and sweet, but mild. Oreo mousse, said Noah. Hey, you dissed my chocolate mousse and you got mousse too, I said, swatting his chest. You made me think about it, he said defensively. After the mouse, we summoned actual food. I was amazed at the picnic basket. It worked on beverages too and cutlery. Noah, tell me about Madison Fong, I said, not able to help myself. Noah snickered. Eli and Jonah warned me about this, said Noah. I covered my face with my hands. Oh no, I groaned. Noah pried my hands away from my face so he could meet my eyes. Madison was my study buddy. She had a crush on me. She tried to kiss me, and I wasn't really interested. She ended up dating Eli because I guess the attraction was physical, so it didn't matter which quad she got, though. She and I did have a lot in common, admitted Noah. So why didn't you want to date her? I asked, looking at his expression closely. This was a slightly different story to what Eli had told me, but stories always varied greatly based on the perspective. She was kind of intense. She was very regimented in everything she did. Being her study buddy was stressful enough. If we were supposed to start at 7:15 p.m. and we started at 7:30 p.m., she would super angry, said Noah. Ah, I see, I said. I like academics, but I also like peace, laughed Noah. I giggled. You have a really calming effect on me, Star. When I'm around you, I feel really at peace with the way things are, he said. I'm a fan of the present moment, too, I said with a wink. Noah grinned. Is this actually happening in real time, these movements? I asked. Yep, said Noah, grinning widely. It's an accurate reflection of how the planets are moving right now. Are the stars aligned where we are concerned? I asked slyly. That's astrology, not astronomy, but… Yes, said Noah. He kissed me. I kissed him back. Before I knew it, he was lying on top of me, his hands tangled in my hair. He nipped at my lower lip, and I moaned, granting his tongue entrance to my mouth. I tightened my arms around his neck, pulling him closer. I could feel his hard muscles under his shirt as they pressed into me. I could also feel how excited he was. I broke away breathless. I spotted something in the corner of my eye. I sat up. Noah sat up too. What's wrong? He asked quickly. Nothing. It's just a shooting star, I said. Noah and I watched the star leave a trail of light as it hurtled through space. Make a wish, whispered Noah. I thought about it. I remembered something strange my mates had said. What did you wish for? Asked Noah curiously. I wish to figure out what you guys have planned for February 28th, I admitted. Noah looked panicked. Don't think I forgot about the ramblings of drunk Jonah, I said slyly. Noah remained silent. What did you wish for? I asked. My wish already came true, said Noah, brushing his nose against mine. I caressed his face. I love you, Noah, I said, staring into his eyes. I love you, Star, he breathed, and I always will. Noah, Star was everything to me. I had been so afraid from the moment I realized she was mine that I would lose her to the curse. Now that the curse was behind us, there was nothing left to wish for. I had everything I had wanted for so long, except maybe sealing the deal, but that would come soon enough. The stars around us were all so magnificent. I used to think their brilliance was outmatched when I was a boy. Now that I was of age, I knew one thing for certain. The most dazzling one of all was my star, my Luna. I cupped her face in my hands and brought her closer for a tender kiss amidst all the other stars. Chapter 119, Saturday, 3rd October 2020 into Sunday, 4th October 2020. Holly. I was excited for the pre-nuptial celebrations of Princess Hesper and Lord Heath until I discovered something troubling. What do you mean, Harper? Am I not invited to Lord Heath's prenuptial celebration? I asked, my eyes widening. No, baby. The bachelor party is for bachelors. Well, technically the guys there don't have to be single, but it's symbolic. Dad is celebrating his last night of being single with a couple friends and relatives. All guys, explained Harper gently. I was sitting on the edge of Harper's bed. I clutched the sheets, causing the color to drain from my knuckles. Relax, said Harper, grabbing my hands and smoothing out my fingers, letting their color return. You'll be with my mom, Holly, at her party, the bachelorette party. Both parties will be happening at the same time, said Harper, cupping my face and stroking my cheeks with his thumbs. Get it, Luna? He asked. Oh, I would not be able to attend both. I could not be in two places at once, or could I? I want to be at the bachelor's party with you, I decided. No, baby, cooed Harper. You need to have fun with the other girls and help my mom celebrate. She would really want you there. I frowned. I will not let Princess Hesper be disappointed, I promised. Harper smiled. That's my girl, he purred, kissing me deeply. He nuzzled me. I wrapped my arms around him, and he held me tightly. Truth be told, I was terrified. I did not want my prince to be at the celebration without me. I knew I should have faith in him, but there would undoubtedly be courtesans there. I could not bear the thought of one trying to weasel her way into my prince's life, or worse yet, his heart. Star. Mom and I got dressed together for her bachelorette party. We grinned at each other in the mirror. We really did look like twins sometimes. Mom was in a white, sparkly mini dress, though, with a matching veil. I had a white flower crown on my head, and my dress was a very light, iridescent pink. Mom had wanted the colors we wore to be very pale pastels that almost looked white. She had showed me a painting of snow, one of her favorites, and the snow had so many brushstrokes of pastel paint mixed into the highlights. That was what she had in mind for all the colors, so I explained that to Holly, who relayed it to Mina and Tina, who in turn planned a Winter Wonderland bachelorette party. Someone knocked on the door of Mom's bedroom. I opened it to reveal Dad. No strippers, he said gruffly immediately without any greeting or introduction. That goes for both of you, said Dad sternly. Mom swatted his chest playfully. Same goes for you and Harper, then, said Mom, adjusting her veil in the mirror. Especially Harper. Don't let some strange woman dance on my baby boy. "Don't let some meathead near my daughter," retorted Dad. "I would never dream of such a thing," she said. She pecked Dad, and he smiled slightly. "I did not really want a party, but Harper," he began. "Try to have some fun," cooed Mom. "Where's Holly? Keep account of how many drinks she's had. She's a lightweight," he added, bracing his palm against the doorway. At that moment, Holly sauntered into the room, passing underneath Dad's armpit. She was in an icy blue dress. She had a crown of white flowers, too. "Ah, you look adorable," I squealed. "Thank you," she said simply. She just stood there. "Well, I'll let you girls be on your way," said Dad. "Take it easy, Miss Holly." "I will," she said obediently. Her demeanor was a little icy. Mom and I looked at each other. Holly seemed a lot less excited than I remembered her being about this. I shrugged and ushered her and Mom to the courtyard where our party bus was waiting. A buff man in a sleeveless, faux fur white coat helped us climb the stairs onto the bus. We were greeted by an eruption of cheers from the girls on the bus. I spotted Mina and Tina in ice blue sequin dresses. There was a girl with waist-length blonde curls standing between them, posing for a picture. "Chastity!" I squeaked, running to give her a hug. "Star!" she squealed, hugging me back. "I'm so happy you're here," I said. My alphas tried everything they could think of to not let me come, but I told them the bachelor party was next door to the bachelorette party, so they could run across and check on me whenever, she said with a wink. "Is that true?" I asked, unsure of the route of the party bus. "No," said Chastity in unison with Mina and Tina. The three of them burst into laughter. The party bus was blasting upbeat music, and two more sleeveless buff guys were serving champagne in frosty-looking glasses. "This is my mom," I said to Chastity. "Hi," said Mom, with a little wave. I noticed her glass of champagne was already empty, but Tina quickly grabbed her another one. Holly did not seem as interested in the champagne as usual. She was just swaying to the music. "And this is Luna Chastity," I said to Mom. Chastity hugged my mom. "Congratulations," I heard her yell above the pumping music. The shrill screams of girls signified that one of the sleeveless studs was about to dance. I realized there were poles all along the center aisle of the bus, 3 poles in total, with the middle one being on a raised lit-up platform. The lights were dimmed, and flashing colored lights illuminated the stage. There was dry ice causing a mist to flow across the floor, unless that was magic. 3 guys took the poles at once as the bus took off. I raised my eyebrows. I did not recall okaying any of this with Mina and Tina, but it all looked like something from a movie, so I had to admire their flair for the dramatic. The guys were in wintry ensembles: a yeti, an abominable snowman, and a sexy ski instructor. I glanced at the crowd of girls screaming and holding on to each other as they wobbled in their heels and fawned over the exotic male dancers. The snowman had a huge water gun with him. I narrowly avoided being sprayed. His bare-muscled chest was oiled, and he was getting ready to drop his pants to the glee of the girls. The guest list was longer than I had realized as I scanned everyone's faces, doing a mental head count. Me and Mom, of course, Holly, Mina, Tina, Chastity, Grandmother, who seemed quite intrigued by the ski instructor, the Quad's mom, who was dancing near the Yeti, Jillian. I screamed, launching myself at her. "How are you feeling?" I asked, hugging her tightly. "So much better," she said, smiling. "Still taking it easy, though. I'm so glad you came on such short notice," I said. "These two organized some magical means of travel for just about everyone," said Jillian, raising her glass to Mina and Tina. They clinked glasses with Jillian. I continued my head count, recognizing some of Mom's Fae and She-Wolf friends. My adopted grandmother, Granny Hella, came onto the bus accompanied by Harper's adopted mom, Mia. I screamed and ran to hug them both. "Star, you look so grown up, so fancy," commented Granny Hella. "Beautiful," cooed Mia. "Thank you," I said as Mom came over to hug them both. She always spoke highly of Mia. She really appreciated what a good maternal figure she had been for Harper. I felt like Mom had issues with the family I had gone to. She did not seem pleased with the lack of stability, thinking Granny Hella too feeble to protect me from my adopted evil relatives, namely Angie and her mom. I still thought that Granny Hella had done her best considering my adopted parents had died so suddenly. I spotted Jamie. I meandered through the throng of excited girls to give her a hug. Her eyes trailed over the silvery marks on my neck. She smiled. I'm happy for you, Star, she said. It's because of you, I pointed out. Thank you, I said in earnest. It's also because of you, she reminded me. And you're most welcome. Mom was hiding behind a strangely calm Holly from the snowman. He put his carrot nose on Holly. I expected her to run for the hills, but she just smiled serenely. Zaya. Star better not be getting a lap dance, I snarled under my breath as I leant back on the couch. Mina and Tina had rented out a huge gentlemen's club for the bachelor party for Star's dad. My brothers and I were all sitting in the large VIP room with the other guests. Heath was nearby. He seemed to be in a good mood, sitting between Marco and Harper, who were both his best men, while the four of us would be his groomsmen. Toby and Azriel were in a corner laughing. Toby kept trying to take off Azriel's earrings. I knew Aaron and Rain would be serving Toby some sass. Our best friend Chet and our new friend Alpha Jesse were playing pool nearby. And in walked Heath's warrior friends who had sheltered him when he had escaped with Harper all those years ago. They were from the next pack over, Winter Moon. Their alphas came with them, none other than the Alpha triplets. I recognized the former Alpha. He was the first from the group to come congratulate Heath. This was the triplets' dad. Romeo, thanks for coming, said Heath. You deserve some peace. I'm happy for you, said former Alpha Romeo. How's the family? Asked Heath, lowering his voice. Adjusting, said Romeo, also dropping his volume. Ronnie is too attached to Calix, our youngest, so she threw a fit when the boys wanted to live separately with their Luna. Their request was normal enough, though. My ma and pa didn't crowd Ronnie and myself when we were raising the boys, so why should we crowd our boys while they raise their boys? Multiples terrify me, said Heath, glancing at us. Romeo burst into laughter. I realized Heath was joking. He had twins. I chuckled too. Those triplets were at the bar on the opposite end of the VIP room. The eldest one, Alex, seemed tense. He was arguing with the bartender. How is that possible? There should be another club right next door, the one the bachelorette party is at, said Alex. Alpha, there's no club nearby. I'm sorry, said the bartender, frowning. Alex slammed his hand down on the bar counter. Alex, take it easy, said Calix. I found it surprisingly easy to tell them apart. Maybe it was a multiples thing. She's with the other girls. Let's just call her rather than dropping in on her and ruining her night, said Felix. Felix, reasonable? There's dancers here, hissed Alex. So? Asked Calix. The VIP room had a large L-shaped couch that faced a platform on which two girls danced, spinning around the two poles. However, this group of guys was surprisingly disinterested. Only a couple of Heath's warrior friends were getting close to the stage and calling the girls over. That means there are dancers where Chastity is, grumbled Alex. I felt his pain. I could not even look at the girl spinning upside down without wondering if Star was looking at a male exotic dancer doing some weird trick. Alex called Chastity. I had to eavesdrop. I went to the bar and fake pondered over the menu as if I did not know what to drink. Bullshit. I always drank the same 3 drinks, Patron Cafe tequila, vodka, or whiskey. No chasers. I was not as fancy as Jonah with his wines. Hello, came Chastity's voice on the other end. I had to strain to hear her over the music. Luna, you lied to me, said Alex bluntly. Alex, I love you, cooed Chastity. I'm safe with the girls. The location isn't set. It's a party bus and it's driving around. Alex sighed deeply. Are there dancers there? Asked Alex. Yes, 3. They're on a small stage not near me. Are there dancers where you are? Asked Chastity. Yeah, grumbled Alex. But I'm at the bar. Don't stress her out, warned Calix. She's okay, Alex. Think about ironing and vacuuming. Find your happy place, said Felix. Alex glared at Felix. Alex, hubby, please worry. Go congratulate Heath. I'll leave early, promised Chastity. I could hear protests from Mina and Tina in the background of Chastity's call. How will I pick you up if you're on a moving bus? Asked Alex worriedly. Mina and Tina will get the bus to drive down the street you're on, said Chastity. Alex sighed in relief. See? Organized. Couldn't you just orgasm from that? Asked Felix. I almost choked on my vodka. Felix, chuckled Calix. Behave? You know this is Alex's kryptonite? What is? I blurted out. The triplets all looked at me. Oh, hi, Zaya, said Calix brightly. Hey, sorry for sneaking up on you, I chuckled awkwardly. That's quite all right. Are we entertaining you? Asked Felix snidely. I was not afraid of him. He was bluffing. He was not actually annoyed. As a matter of fact, yeah, I said happily. Please continue. Alex was focused on Chastity. "What time will the bus drive down our street? And it has to park, okay," said Alex. Felix's sly expression faltered. "Tell that bus driver he's to make sure Chastity waits on the bus until I collect her. He's not dropping her off on a lonely street unless he wants me to drop him in the ocean with a cement block for shoes on," grumbled Felix. "Like midnight," said Chastity uncertainly. "Put the bus driver on the phone, baby," called Felix. "Felix," whined Chastity. "Baby, if you value his life, you'll put him on the phone," said Felix. I heard Chastity snarl. I was shocked. Felix smirked instead of getting angry. "Save that energy for me later," said Felix suggestively. "Let me talk to the bus driver." "Bus driver," yelled a voice so loudly it was crystal clear even in our club. It sounded like Mina or Tina. "Thank you, Tina," said Felix gratefully. Felix and Alex gave the bus driver explicit instructions while Calix and I did a round of shots. "You're not freaking out about Chastity?" I asked as the alcohol burnt its way down. "You're not freaking out about Star?" asked Calix, laughing. "Yes, internally," I admitted. Calix laughed. "Most of my freakouts are in here," he informed me, putting his hand over his heart. "But I want her to have fun," admitted Calix. We did another 2 rounds of shots in quick succession. "If I wasn't an alpha, I'd be a private dancer," said Calix out of nowhere. "Dancer for money," added Felix. They laughed. "It's a song. They're not serious. You're too young to know that song, though," said Alex, putting his phone away and ordering more shots. "You're like what? 5 years older than me?" I joked. Alex grinned, clinking shot glasses with me. "Let's say congrats before we're not able to," instructed Alex, reminding me of Jonah, who felt being minutes older meant he was decades ahead. Jonah. The girls on the poles were spinning upside down. Old me would have been so impressed. Marked me was obsessing over what Star was doing. Noah was eager for Alex, the eldest triplet, to come over to our couches. He reached us and hugged Heath, clapping him on the back and wishing him the best. His brothers did the same. "Ask him your nerdy questions," I encouraged softly, leaning into Noah. "I'm too nervous," admitted Noah. "He's an alpha, not a pretty girl. Do a shot, then ask him," I slurred. Wow, I had done more shots than I'd realized. "Alex, come talk to my brother," I yelled. "I'm right here," chuckled Alex. I realized how close all the couches were. He was right there. Noah was drunker than I'd realized too, but it was too late to stop him doing the extra shot. He marched over to Alex unnecessarily and almost fell onto his lap. "I think neither Chastity nor Star would be expecting this type of competition," said Felix slyly. Alex rolled his eyes at Felix and helped Noah onto the couch. Even drunk, Noah was able to quote journals. "I read in a peer-reviewed journal about your new expansion plans, and I saw an interview where you said something interesting," said Noah excitedly. Noah fumbled with his jacket. He whipped out a notebook. "I have an alpha book, too," announced Noah. Alex actually seemed thrilled. It was a match made in heaven. "Where the fuck is Eli?" I asked, stumbling over to Harper. "In the back, getting a lap dance," said Harper casually. "What?" I roared. "I'm kidding," said Harper. "He went to the bathroom." "Oh," I coughed. "It's been a while," said Harper, suddenly looking worried. "What's wrong, son?" asked Marco, ruffling his hair. I had almost forgotten Marco had raised Harper as a favor to Heath. Harper had thought that was his dad until a few weeks ago. "You have 2 dads," I told Harper. "I hope you have 2 livers," retorted Harper. "I mean it in a good way," I said, in case he thought I was trying to tease him somehow. "I mean it in a good way, too," he laughed, steadying me as he stood up. "Who the fuck is this?" I asked as a guy I had literally never met tried to help Harper steady me. "My superfan, Holloway," said Harper, grinning. I looked at the superfan. He was really short, but in all fairness, the poor guy was surrounded by alphas, so he was probably average height. He barely came up to my shoulder and was trying to help hold me up. "Don't strain yourself, Holloway," I muttered. He was so familiar. He had amber eyes, olive skin, and dark ash-brown hair. He was dressed so similar to Harper, it was almost as if he had stolen Harper's clothes, down to the fact that the clothes were too big for him. "He in the band?" I asked as the 3 of us headed to the bathroom in search of Eli. "Holloway? No, my bandmates are over there with our new member," said Harper, pointing to 3 guys who were drumming on the bar counter while the bartender poured them some shots. "He's the contest winner," announced Harper, slapping Holloway on the back so hard he almost fell over. What? I asked as we neared the VIP bathroom's door. I had this crazy urge to make fun of Holloway, but I did not know him well enough to tease him about anything. The Pariah Mania contest, said Harper brightly. My mind filled with disses towards Pariah, but Harper and I were on good terms now. Wow. Awesome, I said, hoping I did not sound totally fake. Yeah, the fan with the best story of why they should meet Pariah and come to this party won, exclaimed Harper, like he was telling the crowd to make some noise. I heard a groan. Eli! I yelled, suddenly quite sober. It was probably the adrenaline rush. I burst into the bathroom. I heard someone moaning in pain. Eli! I shouted, panicked. One of the stall's doors creaked open. I ran to it. Eli had pushed the door open with his arm from his position, slumped against the wall on the floor. You're just really drunk, thank goodness, I said breathlessly as I kneeled down and grabbed Eli. I'll be right back, bro. Let me get you some water and the band's cure for overdoing it. It works every time, promised Harper, patting Eli on the head. No, Holloway, stay with them, in case Jonah needs help with Eli, I heard Harper say on his way out. Eli's hair was sticking to his sweaty forehead. I mind-linked Zaya since Noah was pretty drunk himself and busy fangirling over Alex. Zaya came rushing in. He pulled Eli to his feet. I got you, murmured Zaya, holding up a grumpy, sleepy Eli. I washed my face in the sink to help clear my own fuzzy head. Holloway was reflected in the mirror behind me when I looked up. Can I help you? I asked. Holloway shook his head vigorously. I turned around quickly, and Holloway jumped. I did not like strangers standing behind me. It was a wolf thing. Are you a werewolf? I asked. Holloway shook his head. What are you? I asked. Rude much? Asked Zaya, looking at me while he helped Eli wash his face. Holloway backed away from me and almost bumped into Harper, who had just returned. Holloway looked massively relieved to see Harper. Harper opened a bottled water, helping Eli to take some sips. See if you can hold this down. It's just Gravol, a nausea tablet. It'll make you a little sleepy, but it's mild. People use it for seasickness, explained Harper, helping Eli take the tiny round orange tablet. And this is the hangover cure, said Harper. He's not hungover. He's drunk, I said bluntly. Give him time, joked Harper. Zaya snickered. Eli refused to open his mouth for the hangover cure. I didn't blame him. The cure was a thick green liquid that smelled like a freshly mowed lawn that someone had just pissed on, good and bad, at the same time. I turned my attention back to Holloway. What made you pick Holloway, Harper? As the contest winner? I asked innocently. Oh, congratulations, said Zaya, just noticing Holloway. Congratulations, said Eli, held up by Harper and Zaya. Is there somewhere he could lie down? Not on the couches where Heath is? I don't want him to look bad in front of your dad. You know how he hero worships him, explained Zaya in hushed tones. Yeah, of course, said Harper. Harper and Zaya half-carried Eli to a back room where there were more couches. The AC was up high here, and it was extra cold because it was empty save for us. I didn't pick Holloway myself, unfortunately, but I agree with my better half. She picked him. She organized the whole contest, said Harper proudly. I grinned widely. Holly, I said, looking Holloway dead in the eyes. What would we do without her? I asked theatrically. I'd be lost, said Harper seriously. Holloway blushed. Bingo. Eli was put to lie down on the longest couch so he'd be comfortable. Zaya sat near his head and Harper sat near his feet, leaning back, closing his eyes. Holloway looked sad there wasn't space next to Harper. Sit with me, Holloway, I said excitedly, sitting opposite the others and patting the space next to me. Holloway looked terrified. Holloway, sit down. Relax, encouraged Harper. Holloway sat obediently. I tried to sniff Holloway without it being obvious. Holloway shrank away from me. What's wrong? Is the AC too cold in here? Isn't it awful when the AC is up so cold? Someone must have broken it. I said angrily, What the f*** are you talking about? It's cold because there's less body heat in this room, shrugged Zaya. Holloway, fix the AC for me. Turn it down, I pleaded. Holloway got up hesitantly and approached the AC remote with extreme caution. His hands trembled holding the remote. I stared at him unwaveringly the whole time. It's too hot, roared Eli, startling everyone. Zaya got up, taking the remote from a relieved Holloway and making the temperature colder than before. Eli's overheated. He needs it cold, said Zaya apologetically. That's okay. Some people always get what they want, I said, looking at Holloway. They always find a way. Deception, lies, disguises, magic, I said softly. What did you snort? Chill out. You're so ominous, said Zaya, laughing. Holloway gasped. What's wrong? Asked Harper, worried. Drugs, whispered Holloway. No, chuckled Zaya. I'm joking. I'm not, I said seriously. Holloway looked horrified. Harper, would you like to do drugs with me right now? I asked pointedly. Harper snorted with laughter. My sobriety coach has me on a short leash. Sorry, retorted Harper. I could not tell if he was joking or not, but Holloway looked like he would keel over if he saw Harper doing drugs. I was certain now. One of Harper's long-haired hippie bandmates stumbled back here. Holloway, my man, let me play you my guitar solo on our new song, exclaimed the bandmate. Take good care of Holloway, River, said Harper. River winked. Holloway reluctantly returned to the main room to listen to the guitar solo. Harper watched him go. I looked at Harper with raised eyebrows. Holloway? I said pointedly. I know it's her, chuckled Harper. I burst into laughter. Why didn't you stop her? I asked. It was too hilarious, said Harper with a shrug. And more importantly, it'll build her confidence in herself, her magic and her ideas if I don't seem to find her out. You can't either. You've done enough, he chuckled. I won't say anything more, I promised, nodding in understanding. Star was not holly shy, but watching my Luna grow in confidence was important to me too. Thanks, bro, said Harper earnestly. You're welcome, bro, I said, smiling. Wait, I exclaimed, worried. What? Asked Harper, alarmed. Who's the Holly with my star at their party? I asked, afraid for her, thinking the Holly impersonator was not anything close to human. I was right. One of my snowmen, said Harper casually. I spied on her when she was transforming him. I roared with laughter. He's never looked better, complimented Harper. Chapter 120, Sunday, 4th October, 2020. Star. Apparently, Eli was drunk out of his mind, so my mates were all calling it a night. We got Mina and Tina to steer the party bus towards the gentlemen's club. The bus came to a sudden halt, and my grandmother ended up in the sexy ski instructor's lap. Chastity skipped off the bus happily, and I was right behind her. Alphas, we said in unison as we spotted the guys. We glanced at each other and chuckled. Eli was being supported by Zaya and Harper. I hugged Jonah and Noah quickly and gave Zaya a kiss on the cheek. I cupped Eli's flushed face. My poor baby, I cooed, kissing Eli's forehead. I felt his forehead. He was a little warm. I wanted to put a cold cloth on it. Let's get him home, I said to my somewhat sober mates. Truth be told, Jonah and Noah seemed a little questionable. They were very prone to laughter. Zaya was the least drunk, though I am sure he had also had a few. Chastity was already wrapped around her alphas. They were a very pro-PDA group. I did not recall her drinking any alcohol, but I smelled alcohol on her alphas, though they were holding their liquor a lot better than my alphas. Get home safely, Chastity, I said, giving her a hug. She unglued herself from one of her alphas to hug me back. Take care, see you tomorrow, she murmured sleepily. Oh, of course, you're staying for the wedding, I exclaimed. I was tipsier than I thought. I had almost forgotten. Mina and Tina were leading a blindfolded Hesper off the party bus. They had already blindfolded my dad. The bride and groom can't see each other on the day of the wedding, squealed Tina when my mom tried to rip off her blindfold. And it's after midnight, screeched Mina. Okay, said Mom. Thank you, Princess Hesper, said Tina, relieved as my mom fixed her blindfold. We're all going back to the castle, said Mina. Since the guys are calling it an early night, said Mina pointedly with a narrow-eyed look at Chastity. Chastity looked guilty. She hid in one of her alpha's jackets from Mina's accusing stare. I was glad for the early night. It was the wee hours of the morning, and we had a wedding to go to in a few hours. My twin called me over to meet some contest winner. Apparently, his band had a contest, and the prize was to party with the band tonight. The contest winner was so familiar. I felt like I knew him. Azriel's earrings were talking nonstop, but Azriel was sleepy and quiet and being supported by an equally sleepy Toby. After some organized chaos, Mina and Tina got all the party guests from both parties onto a non-party bus. I got a glimpse of an exceptionally clean bus. The AC was up really high. My head and Eli's head were sharing Zaya's lap from opposite directions as we lay at the back of the bus. I must have fallen asleep. When I came to, Zaya was helping me take my heels and dress off in my bedroom. I glanced at the huge bed. All of Zaya's elder brothers were in their boxes and asleep, lying at odd angles. Noah had half put on his pajama pants. He had gotten it up to his knees before he fell asleep. "You know," I said sleepily as Zaya tried to slip my nightgown on. "I need a shower," I demanded. Zaya grumbled to himself. "I'm way too tired for a shower, Star," mumbled Zaya. I pouted. "You know I can't resist you," groaned Zaya. His shirt was already unbuttoned. I ran my hands along his chest muscles and abdominals. I watched the bulge in his boxers grow. "Star," he growled. "Zaya," I whispered with a sly smile. A slow smile spread across his face. My stomach clenched. His dazzling smile always got me. I looked back at the boys on my bed. How did I get so lucky? "You're getting a bath?" compromised Zaya, grabbing me while I was distracted and swinging me over his shoulder. I squealed and then giggled. I got a great view of his ass as I hung upside down. I smirked as I looked up to see the bathroom door slam shut. I heard the sound of water running. He put me on the counter while he filled the tub. I was topless, in my underwear. I hugged myself. "What are you hiding for?" he said, grabbing my hands and uncovering my breasts. My flower lubricated itself. I blushed. I wished I could play it cool, but my body always just reacted so readily for my alphas. He let go of my arms to shrug out of his open shirt and drop his boxers to the floor. He stepped out of them. I licked my lips. He was at attention. Perhaps I had the same effect on them. I could not resist grasping his huge shaft and squeezing it as I moved my hands up and down his length. Zaya hissed with pleasure. He took one of my knuckles into his mouth, making me gasp. He teased it with his tongue and nipped at it, making me whimper. I let go of his shaft to grab his shoulders. He looked up at me and I immediately crashed my lips against his, kissing him with abandon. He picked me up, and I wrapped my legs around his waist as he carried me to the tub. He sat down with me, still wrapped around him, as our tongues caressed each other. I had an inkling of what he was probably going to do next, and moisture pooled between my thighs in preparation for it. He gripped my waist and impaled me on his thick, long member. I cried out as he filled me to the brim, making me take all of him as he entered me in one fluid thrust. "Zaya," I moaned. "You asked for a bath," he said with a shrug. "This is a little more than a bath," I gasped. "I wouldn't use the word little to describe this," said Zaya, pulling out and filling me again in one sharp thrust to make a point. My flower clenched around him. "Me either, come to think of it," I whimpered as he began thrusting into me from below. The warm water just added to the experience. I was not sure if Zaya had any real intention of helping me bathe anytime soon. "I'm going to be really tired at the wedding, aren't I?" I asked breathlessly. "You know me so well, baby," purred Zaya. I giggled. He gripped my waist and bounced me up and down, sliding in and out of me. I could barely move in this position. I just held on to him as he began grinding against me with each deep thrust. He quickened the pace, and I could not hold back my moans. I was surprised we did not wake the others up. "Were you two really going to have all that fun without me?" asked a voice. I looked over my shoulder, shocked to see Eli. "Back from the dead, I see," said Zaya, laughing. I giggled. Eli rolled his eyes. He washed his face. "Don't make me jealous," growled Zaya, grasping my chin and turning my face back to him. "You're staring at Eli and he's not even doing anything." Zaya smiled when I met his eyes. Zaya brushed his nose against mine. He kissed the tip of my nose and continued thrusting at a slow, steady pace. I lost myself in the pleasure. I expected Eli to join, but he pulled up a chair and sat in front of the tub and watched. It was hard for me to explain, but Eli's eyes on me made the experience more erotic. I glanced at him, and he smirked. I was surprised his eyes weren't burning holes into me. His gaze was so intense, so fiery. Zaya quickened his thrusts until he was pounding me relentlessly. I felt the familiar delicious buildup inside of me. I was vaguely aware of Eli stroking himself while his eyes were on me. I tossed my head back, letting Zaya ravish me. I screamed as I came. Zaya grunted a mere second after, spilling into me. My flower contracted around his stamen, milking it. I had barely caught my breath when Eli slipped into the bath behind me. He grasped my waist and brought me to him. He pushed his huge into my pee from behind and made me ride him backwards. I had more control this time. Eli positioned me in such a way so that I could bounce myself up and down, back and forth on his lap, sliding his in and out of myself. I looked over my shoulder, back at Eli, and he smirked. He was trailing kisses across my shoulder. I contorted myself so that I could kiss him while he pounded me from behind. I was already so worked up, I knew I would not last long. Eli's thrusts were deep and sharp. I whimpered as he hit my cervix. Zaya was watching me hungrily as I rode Eli. He did not intervene. This was new. "You okay, princess?" asked Eli breathlessly in my ear. I nodded weakly, and he quickened the pace until I was screaming again. My flour drenched him, but we were in a tub, so it made no difference. Eli kissed the nape of my neck as he poured into me. Zaya came towards me and kissed his way up my breasts and my neck. He captured my lips. I was exhausted. They bathed me and dried me and helped me with my nightgown. I crawled into a warm space right between Jonah and Noah. "This is the thanks we get," said Zaya incredulously as I snuggled between the sleeping elder two. I blushed. I tried to extricate myself from the elder two, but Jonah had promptly flung a leg over me in his sleep, while Eli had laid his arm over me. "It's okay, baby," purred Zaya, crawling on top of me and kissing my forehead. "I love you, Zaya," I said. "I love you, Star," he replied. "You know you're a little freak when I get you around water. I've noticed a trend," he said, laughing as he moved over to Jonah's other side. "What?" I yelped. "Maybe she's a water fairy," said Eli, dipping to kiss me. "She's a winter fairy," said Zaya, confused. "I love you, princess," whispered Eli in my ear. "I love you, Eli," I said, nuzzling him. Eli went to Noah's other side. He sighed. "Yeah, that's her season, but fairies also have elements," he said sleepily. "I didn't even know that." "How do you know that?" Zaya asked quickly, reading my mind. "Noah," said Eli. I smiled. I kissed Noah's forehead as he was facing me. He smiled in his sleep. "I love you, Noah," I whispered to him. "Luna," he mumbled in his sleep. I grinned. I stroked his hair. I looked behind me. "I love you, Jonah," I breathed. He mumbled something that I was sure was in French, but I could not decipher it. "He said toujours," said Zaya, as if he really was reading my mind. Maybe he could get into my head when I sleepy. He was my dream guy after all. "What does that mean?" I asked. "It means anal," said Zaya, laughing. I rolled my eyes. "It means always or forever depending on the context," said Eli helpfully. "Thank you, Eli," I said pointedly. "Oh yeah, I always get always and anal mixed up," said Zaya defensively. I knew he was being ridiculous. "Sure you do," I said. "Can't wait to see you walk down the aisle. You need the practice," said Zaya. "You're planning on proposing?" I asked, smirking. Silence. "Guys," I said. More silence. "Suit yourselves," I said. Clearly, they were keeping secrets. A few hours earlier, outside the gentlemen's club. Harper. I knew Holly's secret, and I could not resist the opportunity to tease her a little bit more. From the moment the bus pulled up outside the gentlemen's club, I was trying to hide my grin as Holloway, a.k.a. Holly, sweated nervously. Had she planned this all the way through? "I can't wait to see my baby Holly," I said to Holloway. Holloway nodded. "I have a lot planned for her tonight," I said, getting in Holloway's face. Holloway stumbled backwards a little. "You have anyone special in your life, Holloway?" I asked. He nodded. "Tell me about them," I insisted. "I have a fiancé," said Holloway. "Wow!" I chuckled. The band began to catcall in response to this. "Get it, Holloway!" yelled Chester, swinging his hair out of his eyes. "Holloway's the man!" barked River. I was proud of my band. They weren't even sloppy drunk. A great feat for them. They were taking this wedding seriously. They knew how important family was to me. "Star, have you met Holloway?" I asked my twin. Star was half asleep. She peered at Holloway. She shook his hand. "This is the Meat Pariah contest winner," I said. "I wish I had won," squeaked Aaron from Azriel's ear. "You've already met them, Aaron," chuckled a sleepy Star. "I wish I could unmeet them," muttered Ryan. "Aw, you don't mean that, Ryan," said Star, yawning. "Did she hit her head on the party bus?" asked Rain. "Star is a Pariah fan like me and Zaya's mom," said Aaron. "We have to get merch ready. Band tees, band handbands, band headbands." "You need a headband and straitjacket," muttered Ryan. Star shook her head and chuckled. She sauntered back over to her mates with some help from me. Everyone was so out of it. My band and I, the only rock stars present, were the least messed up of the night. A nervous Holly got off the party bus. She was the last one off. I ran to her and scooped her up, carrying her over to Holloway. "I guess I'll call it a night," I said. Holly, who was obviously one of my snowman in disguise, threw a panicked look at Holloway, the real Holly. "May I speak to Holly for a bit?" said Holloway. You want to talk to my girl alone, I growled, feeling bad for scaring the real Holly, but I wouldn't be a good actor if I handed the fake Holly over. I would never do that. Had to stay in character. I have a fiancé, remember, chuckled Holloway half-heartedly. The bus that would take everyone home arrived. I have to use the bathroom, cried the panicked fake Holly. Oh, okay, I said, carrying the fake Holly into the gentlemen's club. Holloway ran behind us. I set the fake Holly down in front of the VIP bathroom door. I'll watch the door to make sure no guy tries to come in here while my lady tinkles, I announced. Snowman Holly looked at Holloway. They stared at each other. Holloway, watch Holly for a moment for me? Can I trust you? I said, getting in his face again. Holloway nodded. I went into the back room where Eli had been recuperating earlier. It was empty now. I burst into laughter. I had been holding it in. River and Chester found me. They're switching back? Whispered River. Yeah, I chuckled. That's crazy. Holly's too much, laughed Chester. River burst into laughter. Our new member peeked into the room. Sup, man? I asked. Island was a cool guy with a weird name, but this was a band, so weird names were a plus. We could market that. Our next contest should be Tour the Isles with Island or something, said Chester. I laughed. Island smiled. He had a mocha-brown complexion with hazel eyes. He wore his hair in neat dreadlocks all the way down his back. He was half wolf and half fae, just like me. I had no idea there were other wolf-fae people, but it was a big, wide realm out there, so I should not be so surprised. How long have you been growing your dreads, man? Asked River. All my life, said Island. Awesome, said River. It was meant to be. We can advertise shampoo, the four of us, joked River. Holly and Holloway switched already, said Island hesitantly. Oh, let's go, I said. Wait, said Island, putting a hand on my shoulder. They're arguing out in the hallway because Snowman Holloway wants to change back into a snowman, but Holly wants him to attend the wedding as Holloway. I smiled. I know what to do, I said, clapping Island on the back. I went out into the hallway and the real Holly and Snowman Holloway jumped. Holloway, my man? You staying for the wedding? I asked. Snowman Holloway looked at Holly. I was giving him an out. I got to go do some cool stuff. I'm sorry, said Snowman Holloway. Oh, man, I'll miss you, I said, hugging Snowman Holloway. He'll ride with us back to the castle and then go do his cool stuff, said Holly, clearly annoyed. Cool stuff takes precedence over everything, I said, nodding seriously at his lame excuse. Holly giggled. Finally, she was herself. I could do what I had been waiting to do all night. Come here, I growled, pulling Holly to me. She squeaked, grinning at me, clearly pretty pleased with herself at having pulled off her nonsense. I captured her lips hungrily. She kissed me back just as eagerly. It had been a long night of ignored skull tension because Holly was too busy pretending to be a random dude. My wolf had known it was his mate in disguise. Snowman Holloway scampered away and got onto the bus that would be taking us home. I helped both my blindfolded parents onto the bus. Don't look at each other, I instructed. Mom giggled. Dad laughed. They were sitting right next to each other, but I made them remain blindfolded. It's bad luck, I reminded them as Holly sat on my lap. Star was asleep with her head on Zaya's lap. Eli was asleep with his head partially on Zaya's lap, too. You have your hands full, I said to Zaya. He nodded sleepily. You don't know the half of it, he said, leaning back to catch some Z's himself. Snowman Holloway was sitting near the front of the bus. He ran away from us the moment we got back to the castle. I knew he was changing back. Holly excused herself, probably to go help him. She met me in my room. Hey, baby, I missed you tonight, I said as she returned. She smiled. How was the party? She asked. I got lap dance after lap dance, I joked. Harper, she said, trying to sound angry. She knew with certainty that I had not done that, but she could not act like she knew. I'm kidding, I said apologetically. I hung out with the contest winner and my band guys and stars guys and my dad and my other dad, I said, listing them off and yawning as I flopped down in my bed. Good, said Holly, nuzzling me as she straddled me. How was your night? I asked, putting my hands on her waist and making her rub herself against me. Her breathing quickened. I got lap dance after lap dance, she giggled breathlessly. You little traitor, I snarled playfully, tickling her sides. She shrieked. Okay, no, I did not. I just missed cuddling you, she said honestly. I snuggled up with her. Good, I said, kissing her forehead. Good, she said softly. Baby, I breathed. Yeah, she said. I want you to know you can trust me. I'm yours, you're mine, period, I said, looking into her eyes. I know that now, she said, smiling slyly. I wondered if she knew that I knew. And I knew that before tonight's festivities, but it's nice to be reassured, she said. Allow me to reassure you, I said suggestively. She giggled as I pinned her under me. I silenced her with a kiss. Should I give you a lap dance, or should you give me one? I asked against her lips. She blushed. After you, my lord, she insisted. Chapter 121. Sunday, 4th October, 2020. Star. You look beautiful, Mom, I exclaimed as I adjusted her veil. Her wedding dress was a white ball gown layered with a gauzy, ethereal material that fanned out at the back to form a train. Her floor-length veil added to the glamour, and it too had a train. There were Swarovski crystals adorning the veil and dress so that the material sparkled every time it caught the light. It was breathtaking. I love this dress, I said with a sigh. I have an idea, said Mom, a small smile forming on her face. Feel free to say no if you don't want to, she added quickly. I was helping Holly pin up half of her hair. Mom had wanted us to both have our hair in tousled waves, half up, half down. We were both in ice blue, shimmery gowns with thigh-high slits. The wedding was being held in a colossal greenhouse of frost flowers near the courtyard. That way, Haven and Helena would be able to observe the wedding ceremony as the walls and ceiling of the greenhouse were made of glass. Mom had picked the location. She adored frost flowers, so the greenhouse was her happy place. Luckily for us, the greenhouse had some heating, so Holly and I would not freeze in these revealing dresses. We had matching coats too, though, just in case. Mom had a huge white coat with a long train to shield her as she walked across the courtyard to the greenhouse. The coat had been specially made just for that. Your idea? Mom, I prompted her. Oh, I was just thinking that you would look lovely in this dress, and it would be nice to start a family tradition. Maybe you could wear it when you're ready? Only if you want to, she suggested hesitantly. My face broke into a smile. I love that idea, Mom, I said honestly, hugging her gently. Ready, girls? Asked Harper, peeking into the room. Ready, chimed Holly, Mom and I in unison. Mina and Tina made the bridal party gather in the foyer of the castle. Marco and Harper were my dad's best men, and the Quads were his groomsmen. I was my mom's maid of honor, while Holly and Mia were her bridesmaids. Where's Dad? I asked, looking around. In the greenhouse at the altar, said Mina, ticking off a box on the list on her clipboard. We can't have him seeing the blushing bride yet, can we? Said Tina excitedly. She grabbed a glass of champagne from one of the servers passing by and handed it to my mom to calm her nerves. Ready, yelled Mina loudly, making everyone jump. Places, people. Eli, I held out my arm for Star. She looked absolutely radiant. She gracefully linked her arm with mine as I led her to the entryway of the greenhouse. Haven snorted, puffing warm air over Star to keep her comfortable. Helena sniffed her affectionately. She roared happily when she spotted Harper. Harper flashed her a wide grin. The music began. There was an entire orchestra playing a beautiful symphony. They were located behind the newly constructed altar in the huge high-ceilinged greenhouse. Chairs had been placed at either side of a long, sparkling walkway that looked like it was made of frost. All the chairs looked like they had been carved from ice. Archways made of frost flowers lined the aisle, and snow-covered spheres of frost flowers hung from the ceiling. Light was streaming through the glass windows and ceiling. I walked Star down the aisle with my brothers behind us. I could not wait to watch Star walk down the aisle towards me. I looked up and spotted a nervous Heath. He gave me a small smile. Star kissed her father on his cheek as she reached him. My brothers and I stood behind him, and Star stood on the bride's side, awaiting her mother. Solander was the officiant. He was also pretending to conduct the orchestra, even though there was clearly a conductor present. I watched Marco escort Holly and Mia down the aisle next. Harper isn't walking Holly down the aisle? I asked Star over private mind link. Harper is my mom's closest living male relative, so he's walking her down the aisle, explained Star, smiling. Ah, I cooed. Star grinned. Mia and Holly reached Heath and Star and hugged them. Marco clapped Heath on the back. The entire crowd stood, anticipating the arrival of the bride. I spotted my parents in the crowd along with Toby and Azriel, Chastity and her triplets, Star's Granny Hella, the real Winter Fae Queen, Jamie and Jessie. Even Friday and her alphas had made it despite not being able to come to bachelor and bachelorette parties. I was happy to see all the friends we had made while snow globe hopping. Fox was also in attendance along with Zach and Dalton and their respective mates whom I had not met before. Chet and Jillian were holding hands and looking at the entranceway. The principal of Viper Moon was present, right next to head girl Madison Fong. Just kidding. Madison Fong was not there. The orchestra began to play the wedding march, and Harper and his mom appeared in the entranceway. I realized Harper's snowmen were part of the orchestra. The four of them formed a string quartet near the front. I could not help but snicker. Those guys were here to stay. Watching Hesper walk down the aisle was the closest thing to seeing Star as a bride. They really did look like twins. Hesper was breathtaking, even with her face partially obscured underneath her sparkly veil. The onlookers simpered over her. Harper hugged his mom and gave her hand to his dad. Heath and Harper shared an emotional hug, eliciting an awe from the spectators. Hesper stood facing Heath, and he unveiled her. There was a collective gasp as the guests marveled at her beauty. That was exactly how the guests would react at our wedding to Star. They would be floored by her ethereal beauty. Hesper and Heath reciting their wedding vows snapped me out of my daydream. There was not a dry eye in the house. "You may now kiss the bride," said Solander. Heath dipped Hesper and kissed her, prompting an eruption from the guests of cheers, giggles, and catcalls. Afterwards, the bridal party had a photo shoot in the snow meant to embody the ideal winter wonderland wedding, according to Mina, or Tina. I was relieved when the picture-taking was over. The reception was held in the largest ballroom in the castle. I slow danced with Star as glowing magical snowflakes slowly swirled around us. When they hit the marble floor, they disappeared. "Easy cleanup, this wedding, huh?" said Jonah, trying to cut in on my dance with Star. "Excuse you," I said, pulling Star closer to me. "Star's dad wants to talk to you," said Jonah, using my own trick against me. I chuckled. "Nice try," I said, spinning Star and dipping her. "No, really though," insisted Jonah. I rolled my eyes. Someone tapped on my shoulder. I turned around. Heath. Jonah was telling the truth. I grumbled inwardly, but relinquished a giggling Star to an eager Jonah. I followed Heath out to the courtyard. We crunched through the snow. "Eli, a little birdie tells me your intention with my daughter is to propose," clarified Heath. I wondered why he was talking to me specifically about this. "I intend to talk to all four of you, but I'm starting with you. You're kinda my favorite," he admitted. Even though he had always made that blatantly obvious, it was still nice to hear. I grinned. "Yes, we do want to propose when the time is right," I said eagerly. "With your blessing, of course," I added quickly. "I would be honored to have you as a son-in-law, Elijah," said Heath. I grinned. We hugged. "And my brothers?" I asked. "I guess it's all or nothing, huh?" he said, frowning and sighing deeply. I nodded, worried. "I'm kidding," he said, his face breaking into a smile. "You've all grown on me, I guess. I expect you four to speak to her mom and Harper, too. But you understand all that. You're a multiple yourself," reasoned Heath. "I expect Harper was the little birdie, so you should know that I already spoke to him," I surmised. "I can't confirm or deny that," he said vaguely. I chuckled, and so did he. "Star is very young. I guess I don't have ground to stand on as my new wife is technically a teenager too, but that was a very special circumstance with her being frozen in time for 18 years and all," said Heath with a shrug. "Yep, definitely a special circumstance," I agreed, nodding. "I'd like Star to finish her senior year of high school before she has to take on being a Luna and a wife. At some point, she should visit the Fae realm. That's what her grandmother would want," explained Heath. "I expected as much," I nodded. "I want to see the Fae realm myself," I confessed. "It'll be a family vacay then," said Heath, grinning. "Thanks for helping me train, by the way," I added. "I don't think I got a chance to thank you," I said in earnest. I was truly grateful. "You're most welcome, Eli," said Heath, smiling. "And my brothers and I and Star all intend to finish our senior year before we get married and officially take over the pack," I revealed. Good," said Heath, relaxing his stance a little. He had seemed a bit tense before I said this. "So you'll propose at the end of senior year?" Not quite, I said slowly. We'll marry at the end of senior year. I'm thinking around June 6th next year, perhaps, I said. Ah, a June wedding, said Heath. That's a thing, right? He asked. I chortled. Yeah, that's a thing. June wedding. June bride. It's a nice month for a wedding. That's what people say anyway, I said with a shrug. So you have all your dates sorted then? He asked, raising his eyebrows. We do, actually, I said, grinning and feeling a bit of nascent pride. Zaya had insisted we have a wedding date and proposal date picked out to show we meant business when we asked for Star's parents' blessing. When's the special day? Asked Heath, putting his hands in his tuxedo's pockets. Every 4 years is a leap year, I began. I know, chuckled Heath. I'm pretty sure that's common knowledge. I laughed nervously. Well, that's because the year is 365 and a quarter days, and it takes 4 years to add up to the 366 days for the leap year. So every 4 years there's an extra day as a result of those 4 quarters, I explained. Are you going to recite the days of the months now? Chuckled Heath. Eli, I know. What's your point? There's 4 of us, and we're so linked it's like we're 4 quarters, I concluded. Heath tilted his head to the side slightly, waiting for me to make sense. So ever since we were little, we would celebrate that 4 quarters day, February 29th. We would throw a big party. Mom always loved the idea. She dubbed it our whole day. But as we got older, we hated waiting for there to be a 29th of February to celebrate whole day, so we started throwing the party on February 28th, on non-leap years, so we could celebrate being whole every single year, I explained patiently. Whole day? Said Heath, snorting with laughter and shaking his head. It sounded good to her, I guess. It grew on us, I chuckled. The whole pack celebrates it with us each year now. And where does Star fit in all of this? Asked Heath. We thought we were whole, but we were wrong, I said seriously, as I stared out at the fresh blanket of snow. I looked upwards to the horizon. The sun was setting slowly. The last rays of sunlight were painting colored streaks across the darkening sky. The moon and the stars would be out soon. When Star came into our lives, then we were truly whole, I said. Heath smiled. So on our next whole day, we'll let Star know that she completes us, and then we'll propose in front of the whole pack, I said. Star is a bit shy, you know that, right? Said Heath, sounding a little anxious. I know, I said gently. The moon was aglow overhead now. The stars twinkled one by one, almost as if they were winking at me in turn. But it's time she stopped dimming her own light, I said thoughtfully. Chapter 122, Sunday, 28th February 2021. Star. I have to go to Ice Moon. I'll use the snow globe to bring my relatives back here for the party, I said to Jonah. He was standing behind me while I sat at my vanity in the Viper Moon pack house. He looked so dashingly handsome in his black tuxedo, black shirt, and black tie. He had a green pocket fold peeking out of the pocket in his blazer. The shade matched perfectly with his eyes. They have a fixed portal now, though, right? Asked Jonah. Truth be told, I wanted to visit Haven and go for a quick joyride. I would do that sometimes. About once a week, I'd use my snow globe to hop over to the Ice Moon courtyard to see Haven and Helena. Yeah, I replied slowly. Jonah folded his arms and fixed me with a sly smile. I looked at the accusatory stare his reflection was giving me. I sighed. Okay, you caught me. I just want to take Haven out for a ride quickly, I confessed. Star, you're already in your party clothes and you look radiant, by the way. Do you really want to ride a dragon in a mini cocktail dress and stilettos? Asked Jonah pointedly. As if that wouldn't turn you on? Joked Noah, walking in, wearing an identical outfit to his brother and looking just as heartbreakingly handsome. You go for your joyride if you want, Luna. Just be really careful and come back in time for the start of the party. It's really important, murmured Noah, bending down to kiss my cheek. I nodded obediently. I gave Jonah and Noah a quick kiss each. Zaya and Eli entered the room both with their ties undone. They fixed me with puppy dog eyes and pouty lips. "Ah, come here," I cooed, grabbing both of them by the scruff of their shirts. They chuckled. I quickly fixed their ties for them and then kissed each of them gently. "Bye," I yelled, taking out my snow globe before anyone else could delay me. I felt the familiar lurch of my stomach as I magically hurtled through the void. Ice Moon was cold as ever. I swore loudly. I knew I had forgotten something. My coat. I was standing in the snow in my stilettos and sparkly mini dress. Winter here lasted 6 months. I hugged myself. I felt a puff of warm air and looked up, happy to see Haven. "Haven!" I squealed. He roared and did a quick run around the courtyard, clambering about in the snow. He came to a sudden halt and lowered his maw. I hugged his snout and petted his tough scales. Helena came towards me and I greeted her warmly too. I conjured a coat for myself and climbed onto Haven's back. "Hey!" yelled a voice I'd know anywhere. "Harper!" I shrieked, sliding off of Haven and tumbling right into my twin's arms. He laughed and hugged me. "You always act like you haven't seen me in years. You've been here every week, sometimes multiple times a week," he chuckled. I pouted and folded my arms, and I couldn't be happier about that, he added quickly, pinching my cheek. "You weren't thinking of going without me, were you?" he asked, narrowing his eyes playfully. I tapped my chin. "Maybe I was, maybe I wasn't. Where's Holly?" I asked. "She's still getting ready," he answered. "So is Mom. They'll be down in about 15 minutes and then we'll all head out to your whole day party," said Harper, tripping over his words a little. I looked at him strangely. Harper was always as smooth as can be. Was he hiding something from me? I pushed the thought from my mind. 15 minutes, huh? I said with a glance at the dragons. Harper grinned. Mere moments later, we were soaring through the endless expanse of pale blue sky and fluffy white clouds. "It's a tad warmer than I remember," I yelled over the drag wind. "Yeah," bellowed Harper. "Come March, it might even stop snowing, or early April maybe for the latest," he added. We steered Haven the Hellish and Helena the Heaven-born over the nearby town. Pack members looked up and pointed. Many of them waved. I grinned and waved back. We circled back and went to meet our parents and Holly. I jumped off of Haven's back. "Mom!" I squealed, running to her and throwing my arms around her. She hugged me and kissed my forehead. Dad gave me a big bear hug and a kiss on the forehead, too. "I missed you guys," I said. "You were here last week," said Mom and Dad in unison. "Hey!" "Well, excuse me," I said, my arms akimbo. Mom chuckled. Dad ruffled my hair. "Dad," I squeaked, annoyed, fixing my hair. "Where's Grandmother?" I asked. "Right here," said Grandmother, walking towards us. I ran to hug her, too. I hugged Holly, who looked amazing in a figure-hugging mini dress. I'd never seen her look so glamorous. "Bomb chicha, wow, wow," I said to Holly. "I beg your pardon, Your Highness," said Holly, her brow furrowing in confusion. "I picked out the dress," said Harper. "Ah, that makes sense," I said. "Asriel met us out in the courtyard. He and Toby were in a long-distance relationship until the end of senior year, when Toby would be free to come live with Asriel in the castle. There was a fixed portal now from Viper Moon to Ice Moon and back, so Asriel and Toby had been making use of that a lot. Toby visited Ice Moon more often than me, and I was a princess there. "Hey, Asriel," I said, hugging him. "I missed you." Asriel hugged me back gently. "How's that possible? You're always bloody here," muttered Ryan. "I missed you too," squealed Aaron. How is Zaya holding up?" whispered the earring. "He's taking it one day at a time," I said with a somber expression. "He'll get over me eventually," said Aaron encouragingly. "We can only hope," snapped Ryan sarcastically. My whole family had these weird, conspiratorial grins on their faces. They exchanged glances and then looked at me expectantly. "Okay," I said slowly, pulling out my snow globe. We used my snow globe to take us right back to the pack house. When we arrived, the entire place was submerged in darkness. I peered through the pitch black of my surroundings, squinting a little. I could sense people all around me. I deciphered a few outlines as people ducked for cover. "What's going on?" I asked out loud, looking back at Harper, who was holding Holly close to his side. They grinned at each other, and then at me. Mom clapped her hands excitedly. Dad smiled. Grandmother nodded in the direction I should look, and Asriel took out his phone and began to film me. I looked at where Grandmother had indicated. A candle flame flickered to life. Another one was lit magically. And another, until dozens of candles illuminated the huge room. My mates came out of their hiding places. "Star, mon ciel étoilé, I know we got off to a rocky start, but everything I did was for you and your well-being. However misguided some of it might have been, it was all for you, Star. You are my motivation. Every day since we finally became one has been a dream come true for me. I know that sounds corny, but it's how I feel. You're everything to me, Star. And I hope you'll let me be your everything in return. I want to be there for you every day forever. I love you, and I'm in love with you, said Jonah, walking slowly towards me. When he reached me, he got down on one knee. Before I could say anything, Noah spoke. Star, I remember the very first day of senior year. I saw you and I just knew you were the one. I had never been happier and yet more terrified in my entire life. I vowed that I would do whatever it took to safeguard you. I know I pushed you away at first, but I just wanted to keep you safe, and I've spent the past few months pulling you closer, explained Noah. I nodded, spellbound. The past few months had been blissful. But it still isn't close enough. I need all of you, Star, permanently. Say you'll give yourself to me forever, Luna. I've already pledged myself to you forever, whispered Noah. He got down on one knee next to Jonah. I smiled. Star, said Eli, coming towards me. From the moment I found out you were mine, I was hooked. You were all I wanted, and you're all I'll ever want. You were my princess before I knew you were actually a princess, chuckled Eli. I know it's cheesy, but I'm ready to live happily ever after with you, and I hope you're ready too. Tell me you're ready, said Eli, getting down on one knee with his brothers. I sniffled a little. I was speechless. Star, baby, said Zaya. That day at the lake is forever burnt into my brain. I guess that's because you stole my heart that day, and you haven't given it back since. Not that I even want it back, but I am prepared to sue if you don't give me your hand in marriage in return, said Zaya, flashing me a dazzling grin as he joined his brothers, getting down on one knee. Jonah produced a velvet box. He opened it to reveal a huge white gold ring with an ice blue diamond. The diamond was surrounded by opals. I gasped, surprised by the unusual ring. It seemed to be of fae and wolf origin. I smiled. Jonah waggled his eyebrows at me. I giggled. I was still totally speechless. I realized everyone had come out of hiding now, but the overhead lights remained off. I spotted Jillian and Chet looking at me expectantly. Asriel had made his way over to Toby, who was mouthing, "Say yes, they're hot," at me. My mom was crying in my dad's arms, and Holly was tearing up too in Harper's arms. Granny, Hella, Mia, and Marco were there, along with my Fae grandmother who had arrived with us. I was so grateful to have all these people in my once lonely life. I felt so blessed now. I felt something drip onto my neck and realized tears were streaming down my cheeks. The quads were looking at each other a little panicked. I had momentarily forgot how to speak. Hurry up and say yes, movie star, or Asriel, and I are going to have to edit this long pause out the video, joked Harper. My twin's quip snapped me out of it. I chuckled. I nodded eagerly. Yes, 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 and yes, I said breathlessly. Everyone burst into applause. The quads surrounded me. I felt Jonah slip the ring onto my wedding finger while Zaya captured my lips. I giggled as all four of them tried to be the next one to kiss me, including Zaya, who had just kissed me. I kissed Eli sweetly, and then Noah, and finally Jonah, who nuzzled me and held me close afterwards. The lights were all turned on. "Congratulations!" said everyone in unison. There were a lot more people here than I had realized. What would you have done if I had said no? I teased breathlessly, playfully poking Jonah in the ribs. Called Madison Fong, he said bluntly. I shoved him playfully. He grabbed my hands and kissed them. You're the only one for us, Star. You know that, said Jonah, pulling me back into his arms. Everyone surrounded us, congratulating us one by one. Are you happy, baby? Cooed Zaya, cupping my tear-streaked face. I nodded, not trusting my voice fully yet. He kissed the tip of my nose. The quad's parents hugged me. Thank goodness, I'm ready for retirement, joked their mom. I chuckled. Thank you for saying yes, Luna, murmured Noah as he pulled me into a tight hug. Thank you for asking, Alpha, I chuckled. I know it hasn't always been easy, Princess, cooed Eli, embracing me next. I smiled up at him, stroking his cheek. I know it hasn't always been easy, I said, pausing to brush my nose against his, but it's always been worth it. Chapter 123, Sunday, 6th June, 2021. Star, you look amazing in that dress. Even prettier than your mama, said Mom, fixing my veil. I had decided to wear her wedding dress and start a family tradition. It was a stunning dress, and she let me alter it to suit my tastes a bit more. Thank you, Mom, but you were just as stunning, if not more, I said with a wink. You're a bona fide MILF, Princess Hesper, said Toby, handing me my bouquet of hibiscus flowers and lotus lilies. Mom cackled scandalously and then covered her mouth. "You're too much, Toby," exclaimed Mom. "You're my favorite of Star's friends," whispered Mom, lowering her voice so my maid of honor, Jillian, wouldn't hear. Holly was my bridesmaid and Toby was my bridesman. That's what I had decided to call him. We were getting married in a gorgeous hotel near the cove Zaya had took me to in a summery wedding. I had switched Mom's icy veil for a wreath of tropical flowers on my head. I had also removed some of the layers of tulle in the skirt, so the dress was a little more streamlined in its silhouette now. "Ready, movie star?" asked Harper, coming into my suite. He looked great in his tuxedo. His bandmates were behind him. They would be performing later. Holly and Mom were in bright Caribbean blue dresses. Everything in my wedding was bright and colorful. I wanted an explosion of color to the surprise of Mina and Tina, who had assumed I was a beige and ivory kind of bride. I knew that was the polite way of them saying they thought I was a little boring. I nodded eagerly at my twin. "Great. Let me get Dad," said Harper, kissing my forehead before he ran to the suite next door. Dad knocked on the door. "Everyone decent?" called Dad. "No," yelled Mom, snickering. "Come in," prompted Toby. "I'm confused," said Dad. We burst into laughter. "Come ahead, Dad. It's okay," I said. He came into the room. "I will give you some parental alone time," said Toby. "I'm off to keep Azriel company. He's probably lonely." "Azriel's never lonely with those two imps yapping all day," giggled Mom. "You should come up with a jewelry line. Jewelry that speaks for itself," suggested Dad. "I love it," exclaimed Mom. My parents looked at me. Mom's eyes filled with tears. Dad was holding back tears, too. Holly tried to tiptoe away. "Where do you think you're going?" said Dad. "Come here, Holly," I chuckled. She came over and we all hugged. Harper came back and joined our group hug. "You look like a movie star, said Harper, kissing my forehead. I giggled. "You look so pretty, Star," said Holly. "Maybe you'll wear this dress too," I hinted to her. Harper gave me a warning look. It was supposed to be a surprise. He had decided to take Holly on her first vacation while the Quads and I went on our honeymoon. Of course, not to the same place. "I'm not really family," said Holly sheepishly. "Don't be ridiculous," I said sternly. "You're the only sister I've got, not including Mom, who revels in the glory of being mistaken for my sister." Mom laughed. "Holly, you are very much ours," said Mom, kissing her forehead. "Thanks," said Holly, sniffling a little. I heard the orchestra begin to play. "Oh, my goodness," I said breathlessly. "I'm really doing this. I have something to tell you," blurted out Mom. "What is it?" I asked quickly, her tone worrying me. Harper and Dad had left the room momentarily to organize something. "It's too early, and I'm not supposed to say anything yet," said Mom. "You're pregnant," I yelled. "Shh, honey," exclaimed Mom indignantly. "Well, are you?" I demanded. "Yes," she breathed. "I'm not trying to steal your thunder, I swear," she began, looking guilty. "I'm pregnant. It's really early for me, too," I confessed. Mom screamed so loudly Holly and I jumped. She ran to hug me. "This is going to be interesting," I said, unsure of what else to say. "Congratulations," said Holly, "to both of you." "You'll have to drink 3 times as much champagne in honor of us, Holly," said Mom. "I can't," said Holly softly. Mom and I gasped. We looked at each other. Dad burst into the room. "I thought you were meeting me downstairs, Star," he chuckled. Come on. "Oh, okay," I said, grabbing his hand. He led me down a huge sweeping staircase towards the hall where we would have the ceremony, after which we would have the reception out on the terrace overlooking the sea. This particular room of the hotel was built to incorporate a natural waterfall into its design. One wall of the room was the craggy rock of the waterfall, with water tumbling down it into a huge semicircular pool they had constructed. I smirked. Zaya was always accusing me of having a thing for water, and my wedding was being held by a waterfall and by the sea. "Wait, are you?" I hissed before Holly went into the room ahead of me, escorted by Harper, who was the Quad's groomsman. Their best man was Chet. Holly nodded. "You're what?" asked Harper. Holly laughed nervously. "Really parched. I'm so thirsty," said Holly. Harper went quickly to the nearby bar to get her a glass of water. "Why don't you want to tell him?" I hissed. We're not, to be wed," said Holly, looking wistfully at my dress. "I'm afraid," she admitted. "Holly," I said softly. "Harper would kill me if I spoiled his surprise proposal. Holly, trust me, that's all going to be solved very soon," I said, emphasizing the word very. I hope so, she said. I know so, I replied. Harper returned with a glass of water for each of us. I shrugged and drank mine too, though I had not asked for anything. Harper escorted Holly down the aisle. I peeked into the waterfall room. It looked stunning, with tropical flowers everywhere and vines hanging overhead, intertwined with twinkling fairy lights. The orchestra was playing such a beautiful melody. I caught a glimpse of my mates and my heart almost stopped. They looked so handsome. I adored them so much. I sighed happily. I planned to tell them I was pregnant tonight on our wedding night. I had a sneaking suspicion that they already knew. They had been really gentle in the bedroom of late. Jillian hugged me. I'm so happy for you, Star, squeaked Jillian in my ear. We both are, said Toby, joining our hug. Jillian walked down the aisle, next linking arms with both Toby and Chet. My dad cupped my face in his hands. Ready, Star? Asked Dad. I'm ready, I said brightly. You look beautiful, that said Dad. And more importantly, you're a beautiful person, Star. You care for your family, your friends, and your pack members so selflessly. I couldn't be prouder, said Dad, his voice cracking a little. I hugged him tightly. Thanks, Dad, I murmured. Let's go, he said. I'm not giving you away, by the way. You're still my daughter, he said, giving me a side hug. I smiled. I took a deep breath. I was mildly terrified of making a fool of myself by tripping on my own train. I walked slowly and clutched my father's arm with both hands. Everyone stood. There were smiling faces everywhere. I was instantly reminded of my Luna ceremony. I had been reintroduced to the pack as their Luna just a week ago, right after graduation. On that same day, my mates had officially taken up their posts as Alphas of Viper Moon. I smiled, remembering all the pack members standing on the huge lawn in front of the pack house, cheering as my mates and I had stood on the balcony. Jonah, Noah, Eli, and Zaya had worn their full regalia for my Luna ceremony with vibrant robes over their suits. I had been dressed in another ball gown with regal robes over it and a fey tiara on my head. Solander, clearing his throat, snapped me out of my reminiscing. I had reached my mates, but I was still clutching my dad's arm. My dad gently gave my hand to Jonah, the eldest. They all looked so handsome in their tuxedos. I could not help the blush that crept up onto my cheeks as I gazed at my gorgeous mates. Jonah. Star was a vision in her dress. I could not believe how lucky I was. Her father gave me her hand, and I held onto it, interlacing my fingers with hers. Solander was saying a lot of different things, but I was in a daze, a bubble with just two inhabitants, me and my Star. I love you. I mouthed silently. She smiled, and my heart leapt. Elle était la plus belle fille. I love you, she mouthed back slowly. I grinned. Do you, Jonah Quinn, Alpha of Viper Moon, take Hannah to be your lawfully wedded wife and Luna? Asked Solander. I do, I said immediately. I had almost forgotten that her legal name was Hannah. Star was such a perfect nickname for her. Do you, Princess Hannah of the Ice Moon and the Winter Fae, take Jonah Quinn to be your lawfully wedded husband and Alpha? Asked Solander, turning to Star. I do, she said. By the power invested in me, I now pronounce you husband and wife. You may now kiss the bride, said Solander with a cheeky wink. I cupped Star's face gently and pressed my lips to hers sweetly. There was no need to make out with her in front of her whole family and mine. I stole another kiss, just a peck, and then a third followed by a nuzzle. She giggled. Solander told me to take Star's hand and put it in Noah's. Noah. My Luna was finally going to be my wife. This was something I had not dared to dream of because of the curse. The curse felt like a distant memory now. I do, I said after Solander asked me the question. With all my heart, I added softly. I do, said Star sweetly. Solander told me I could kiss Star. He did not need to tell me twice. I held her gently by the waist and brought her to me. I kissed her, enjoying the tingles that flowed through us as our lips met. I deepened the kiss a little, and Star wrapped her arms around my neck while I tightened my grip on her waist. We broke apart, and we both could not stop smiling. Eli replaced me, standing in front of the altar. Eli, my princess, was adorned like a queen today. My heart was racing. My hands were a little shaky. I'm nervous, I admitted to Star. She looked worried about me. I'm nervous too, she convinced. It's not cold feet, I exclaimed, making sure she knew I had no second thoughts about her. She was the one. I just get a little nervous at formal events, I revealed. I do too, she said softly, her soothing voice echoing in my mind. My heart felt so full. She always knew what to say to make my heart soar. "You're the one, Star, Hannah, Princess, whoever you are," I chuckled. "I love you, Elijah," she said, her eyes brimming with tears. "You are the sweetest guy, and I love every second I spend with you." We said "I do," followed by a steamier kiss than I had initially intended. My tongue slipped into her mouth for a split second there. She moaned softly. We parted, and she kissed the tip of my nose. I grinned and reluctantly stepped aside for Zaya. Zaya. My baby was finally marrying me. I was finally marrying my baby. I had to keep saying it to myself so that I could convince myself it was real. It seemed too good to be true, but I stretched my palm out to her, and she placed her hand in mine. I squeezed her hand. She was real, solid, present. She was not a beautiful ghost or a gorgeous figment of my imagination. She was my wife. It was a done deal. We had said "I do" before dozens of witnesses, and now we leant towards each other. Our hands caressed each other's faces as our noses brushed together. "I love you," I whispered, and then I kissed her slowly but sensually, moving my lips against hers, enjoying the feeling of her soft, pouty lips. "I love you," she whispered against my lips as we parted. The guests erupted into cheers. Everyone rushed to congratulate us. It was all a whirlwind. I found myself out on the huge terrace sitting at one of the many ornate tables, with Star sitting next to me. Eli was on her other side, and our elder two brothers were on the ends. We were all sitting in throne-like chairs, while our friend and family members told a variety of embarrassing stories. After each speech, the speech giver, whether they be relative or friend, would propose a toast. My brothers and I raised our glasses of champagne in solidarity after each toast. We downed a glass of champagne with every toast. I noticed Star wasn't drinking any champagne. "Are you feeling okay?" I whispered in her ear. "Yeah," she mumbled. I kissed her forehead. "You sure, pretty baby?" I asked. She smiled at the word baby. "You love being my baby, don't you?" I asked. It was a rhetorical question, but my baby Star answered it anyway. "I do," she said softly. And she paused, sighing. "I'm having your baby," she revealed. My jaw dropped. My brothers all stopped what they were doing. They had heard. "Star, you can't tell anyone. It's still too early to announce it," I whispered quickly. "Come on," said Zaya, helping me up and ushering me outside. His three elder brothers followed us. We went into the guy's suite and shut the door for privacy. "I know this is a big change, but," I began, worried by their reaction thus far. Without warning, the quads all burst into cheering. They smothered me in a group hug. I giggled. "You're happy?" I asked. "Are you kidding? I'm ecstatic. My baby is having our baby," yelled Zaya, grabbing me up and kissing me passionately until I was breathless. "My princess is having a little prince or princess," cooed Eli, kissing me all over my face. "Our Luna is carrying one of our heirs or heiresses," said Noah, his voice filled with emotion. He nuzzled me and then held me close. I peeled myself away from my Noah, and Jonah pulled me towards him. "La mère de mes enfants," whispered Jonah. "Happy Father's Day," I replied in a stage whisper. Jonah grinned. All my mates laughed. "We should get back to our own wedding reception," I pointed out. "We will," said Zaya. "And soon," said Eli. "But first a toast," suggested Noah. "Champagne for us, water for Mommy," said Jonah, rubbing my tummy gently. I was nowhere near showing yet, but I found his huge warm hand on my torso so comforting. Eli popped a bottle of champagne. Noah handed me a champagne glass filled with water to toast with. "Here's to being Star's baby daddies," said Zaya, raising his glass. "And her husbands," added Eli pointedly. "And her alphas," said Noah, caressing my cheek. "And her fated mates," said Jonah, kissing my forehead. "And her lovers," purred Zaya, brushing his nose against mine. "And her best friends," concluded Eli. "Here's to me being the mother of your children, your wife, your Luna, your fated mate, your lover, and your best friend," I repeated, sniffling. We toasted to all of that, raising our glasses and clinking them. There were tears welling up in everyone's eyes. It had been a long and winding road to our happily ever after. Now that we had made it, we were going to hold on to it and each other. The following is a bonus chapter, one of several that I edited out as the story was long. For those of you who want more quads, I hope you enjoy. Bonus chapter, Star's First Day, back at Viper Moon Academy, Part 1 of 2. Monday, 5th October, 2020. Star. "I'm nervous," I said, standing in my school in front of my mates. They were all lounging on the couch in their suite at Viper Moon Academy as if we were headed to a party and not our first day back at school. "What about?" asked Eli. I raised my eyebrows at him. "Everything," I said. "I've only ever been your poorly kept secret. I know there will be lots of spoilt, shiny people who will not welcome me as your mate." "People aren't as vapid as that, Star. You should give them more credit," said Jonah matter-of-factly. "Well, I'm used to you and Noah and your friends calling me Moon and Cloud and making sure I'm reminded of the fact that I grew up poor," I snapped, not meeting anyone's eye. I could feel Noah and Jonah flinch at my words through the mate bond. "You're marked, Star," said Jonah. "You can't be claimed any more than that." "And we're sorry," added Noah gently. "Really, really sorry. Looking back at everything, joining in on making fun of you wouldn't have made a difference to Georgiana. We thought it was helping the charade, but it was really just hurting you." "We're sorry, Star," said Jonah, sighing deeply. I felt guilty for bringing those days up, but they were not that far in the past, and they were fresh in my mind. "Eli and I never rejected or denied you publicly," pointed out Zaya. "I know," I said softly, looking at the younger two quads who were currently giving me puppy dog eyes. I opened my arms for a hug, and the four of them surrounded me. They almost knocked me over. I emerged from the huddle, giggling and swatting their hands away. "Okay, let's go before we get sidetracked," I said. "I love sidetracks," said Zaya passionately, flashing his black eyes at me. I headed for the door. We did not have all the same classes, so I would be alone in my first class of the day. No mates. No Harper, because he was being privately tutored back in Ice Moon with the rest of his bandmates. No Jillian. No Toby. Not even Chet. I kept my head down and bumped right into someone on my way to the back seats. The person bent down to help me pick up my folders and papers. "Sorry, excuse me," I mumbled, looking up. The head girl. Madison freaking Fong, my she-wolf, growled inwardly. "Welcome back," said Madison with a small smile. I frowned. "Thanks," I muttered, quickly taking the back corner seat. "Want to sit up front with us?" asked a somewhat familiar voice. It was one of Angie's old sycophants. I assumed the us she mentioned included the three girls behind her. I recognized them, too. They were all friends of Angie. They all looked a bit lost without her. There was no clear leader anymore. I stiffened, thinking about how I was the reason Angie was dead. Even though she had been so awful to me, I still felt guilty about her death. I had always foolishly hoped Angie would one day accept me as her cousin, adopted or not, and then we could be friends. "Thanks, but I'm okay right here," I said firmly. The girls sighed. The four of them surrounded my desk. My she-wolf snarled, ready to come out if necessary. I also felt the energy of my fey magic unfurling around me, protecting me. "Look," said the first girl. "Let's start over. My name is Solil," she said. Solil took the desk in front of me and turned around, facing me. "I don't dislike you, and neither do Aspen, Vivian, and Ruby," she said, gesturing to the other girls respectively. They smiled slightly at me. Angie was a lot. We all knew that. She was our friend, but she was just as mean to us as she was to you. "She poured coffee over me when I got her order wrong, for goodness sakes," chuckled Soleil. I raised my eyebrows, surprised to hear that. I knew Angie was snippy with her squad, but I did not know she actually bullied them too. I looked at Soleil, wondering if I could trust her. She was petite, with long, straight strawberry blonde hair. She looked like Jillian, with a salon blowout. "You didn't even get it wrong, though," laughed Vivian. Vivian had dark brown skin and big brown eyes. She had her curly hair in a single long braid down her back. "Yeah, you told the guy skim milk." "I heard you," insisted Aspen, a willowy pale platinum blonde. "It doesn't matter with Angie," said Ruby, shaking her head. "Whoever is around when she's upset about something gets it," she hissed. Ruby had light brown skin with reddish dark brown hair in waves down to her shoulders. She had a light sprinkling of freckles on her nose and cheeks. "Okay, I understand," I said, nodding. "But you're still her friends, and she did torment me for years. Kidnap me and then try to kill me, so it's a little difficult for me to just forgive and forget." "We get it," said Soleil. "We just want you to know that we don't hate you, and Angie bullied us too. She put me on a diet. I was a size 12 when we met. I never heard the end of it from Angie. She would smack food out of my hand or take her bottled water and drench whatever I was eating so I couldn't finish it. I got down to a size 6, but I was miserable and way less confident than before. That's awful, I said softly, but I wasn't surprised. Angie had been the queen of fat shaming. Vivian sighed, taking the seat next to me. Angie caused the split between me and my ex-boyfriend. He had sent me a picture of his you-know-what while I was in the bathroom at Angie's house. Angie messaged back as me, making fun of him. She also sent him a video she took without my permission of me kissing a guy at a pool party before I got with my ex. She made it seem like the video was from a recent event. I tried to explain, but he wouldn't believe me. When I confronted Angie about what she had done, she said she had done me a favor because my ex wasn't rich, so she was protecting me from broke guys and my own bad taste, apparently. I gasped. Wow, that was harsh. Was he your mate? I asked worriedly. I don't know yet. He's 6 months younger than me. He turns 18 on Halloween, actually. What if he is and he doesn't forgive me? Wondered Vivian out loud. If he's your mate, he will. Trust me, I said confidently. Mates did not give up on each other easily. I should know. Aspen sat perching on Vivian's desk with her legs crossed. She flipped her hair out of her face and took a deep breath. My parents are really religious, said Aspen. I was going to come out to them and at school, but Angie said if I came out, she would ruin me. She said lesbians can't be popular girls and I would ruin everything. She said it would be fine if I was a gay guy who could tell her what to wear, but not some manly butch, said Aspen, a single tear rolling down her cheek. Angie had a video of me and my fated, who isn't a guy. She said unless I wanted screenshots of it stuck all over my parents' megachurch, I would keep my rainbow flag under wraps. My father is the reverend of the church, and my mom is the first lady, sobbed Aspen. Ruby hugged Aspen and Vivian patted her back gently. Soleil was crying. I wanted to come out, but not like that. I couldn't let my parents deal with a scandal like that. The megachurch broadcasts are how they make their living, too. I was scared, said Aspen softly. So I did whatever Angie said and looked the other way when she terrorized other people. I felt awful for Aspen. I'm sorry, Star, said Aspen, sniffling. I know what it's like to feel ostracized, and I felt guilty for contributing to how Angie treated you. Ruby was quiet. I looked at her, expecting her to say something. Ruby looked at me warily. You can't tell anyone this, she said. I won't, I said, lowering my voice. Madison Fong and her friends had begun craning their necks from the front of the class to look at us when Aspen had started crying. The teacher was late, so Madison had begun writing the homework answers on the whiteboard as the first objective of the day would be correcting the homework. Madison's friends were all prefects, and they were checking over the answers as she listed them. Angie followed me one day, whispered Ruby. My mom isn't well. My dad is abusive but wants custody. My sister is younger than me, okay? Said Ruby, her voice cracking. I can't let my dad get custody of her. Although my mom isn't exactly a model guardian, Angie got videos of my mom talking to herself and even slapping herself on one of her worst days. Angie threatened to give my dad the videos so he can use it in court to get custody of my little sister. I can't let her go back there. My mom is only unwell because Dad traumatized her. He's scary, said Ruby. I'm so sorry, I said. I stared at Angie's 4 so-called friends. I had assumed they were all bobblehead Barbie dolls. Wannabes. Now, I realized everyone had a story, a fear, a hope, a secret, even Angie. I don't know why Angie was quite this unkind, but I feel sorry for her too. Something was wrong with her. I'm sorry she treated you girls like this and blackmailed you and belittled you. I'm really sorry you all had to go through that, I said. We're sorry we were mean, said Ruby. You laughed at the stuff Angie said about me, but she was the one who said them. I get it. You had your hands tied, I said, shrugging. Well, will you sit with us? Asked Soleil again. We wanted you to know we had no idea that Angie intended to kidnap you or to try to kill you. I know, I won't sit with you, I said honestly, not a fan of the front row. The girls frowned, nodding sadly. You're free to sit with me, I offered. I had nothing against them. The girls all grinned and found seats in the back with me. After morning classes, I had a hard time dodging those girls. They had bared their all to me, and I truly felt for all of them, but I needed a little space. I wasn't ready to be best friends with my former bullies just yet, even though Angie was the main instigator. The fact that Angie had mistreated them was not a guarantee that they were all trustworthy and completely innocent. I didn't want to be the old, naive star, just hoping any and everyone would like me. Girls, thank you so much for sharing what you went through with me. Your stories are safe with me. I hope I'll see you around, I said, waving. It's lunchtime, though, said Vivian. Where are you going? I laughed awkwardly. I have to go find my mates, I said. Oh, the quads, said Soleil. We always sit with them. Oh, she was right. These were the popular girls that the quads were always hanging out with. They had been in the hot tub at Angie's party back at the beginning of the school year. The quads love us, said Ruby with a dismissive wave of her hand. Some of us have even dated some of them. Soleil used to date Noah, said Ruby, counting one with her index finger. I raised my eyebrows and took a deep breath, trying hard not to look as pissed off and jealous as I felt. Vivian and Zaya had a thing, continued Ruby, adding her middle finger to her index, counting 2. Oh, hell no. I was told by Zaya himself that he never got serious before me, I said. Vivian snorted with laughter. When did he tell you that? When you were laying on his chest, chuckled Vivian. I saw red. He told me that too, said Aspen. What? But I paused. Yes, I like girls, said Aspen, lowering her voice. But I was still figuring myself out. I wasn't out and Zaya is really hot. I thought I was into him. Now I'm more sure of myself and I have my mate and Zaya has his. And well, I like guys too, but a lot less if I'm being honest, said Aspen in hushed tones. I wanted to kill Soleil, Vivian, and Aspen, but I also momentarily wanted to kill Noah and Zaya. I took a deep breath. I knew I was overreacting. Zaya and Noah weren't even aware I existed back then. It's not like they cheated on me. When did this stuff happen? I asked quickly. Like last year, shrugged Vivian. You girls are friends, though. Why'd you both date Zaya? I demanded. Aspen giggled, covering her mouth. I did not date Zaya, she said. It was at a party. Never mind, I know you're pretty sheltered, said Aspen gently. I walked away from them without further explanation. I appreciated them sharing their stories with me, but they had overshared. I had heard enough. I marched into the cafeteria, a place of former mortification for me. That day, Angie screamed at me in front of the whole cafeteria was etched into my memory. Everyone's eyes were on me. I heard the click-clack of high heels and realized those girls were behind me, flanking me. I walked away quickly and they strutted behind me. Ugh, my guys were sitting together. Their faces lit up when they saw me. Zaya jumped up to kiss me. I dodged him and kissed Eli first and then Jonah. Mon chéri, cooed Jonah as we parted. I was sitting between Jonah and Eli. Zaya and Noah were facing us. Noah looked at me, pouting. I didn't get a kiss, said Zaya loudly. I glared at him. Those girls sat with us. Aspen was next to Zaya. Soleil was next to Noah. Vivian and Ruby were on the ends of the bench. Everyone started talking about random things. Are we going skiing this year? Wondered Aspen out loud. You've earned your name, that's for sure, joked Zaya. Everyone but me laughed. I want my kiss, demanded Zaya, looking at me. Noah was quietly upset. What did I do? He asked over private mind link. I felt so guilty. He had not done anything per se. Nothing, Noah. Ignore me. I'm just having an off day, I said apologetically. How can I ignore you? I've been waiting hours for lunch, excited to finally have lunch at school with my mate, said Noah, looking at me with hurt eyes. I felt awful. I grabbed Noah by his tie and pulled him towards me as I leant across the lunch table. I kissed him eagerly. Noah cupped my face and kissed me back. He chuckled happily against my lips as we parted. Hi, he said, blushing. Hi, I said. I had to stop worrying about the girls in the quad's past. I had 4 good-looking, rich, popular guys as mates. It would be dumb to think they had no girls in their pasts. So where's mine? Snarled Zaya. Zaya had hooked up with 2 of the girls in their friend group and dated one of the 2. He had also lied to me about never seriously dating anyone before me. I needed a few more minutes where he was concerned. Zaya stood up on the bench. The whole school was looking at him. Some people cheered. He got up on the table and stood in front of me. For goodness sakes, Zaya, grumbled Jonah, putting his arm around me protectively and snatching his lunch tray off the table. Eli was holding my hand, fingers interlaced. He snorted with laughter at Zaya's antics. Zaya knelt on the table, sliding my lunch away so he could be right in front of me. Star, love of my life, said Zaya dramatically. I could not help but glance at Vivian and Aspen to see if they were jealous. I had to know if they had residual feelings for my Zaya. Aspen was clapping and laughing, and Vivian was filming with her iPhone for social media. Okay, maybe they were over him. Zaya saw me staring somewhere other than him and grasped my chin. "Kiss me," he said, lowering his voice and brushing his nose against mine. I kissed him. He coaxed my mouth open, deepening our kiss. I could hear the lunchroom burst into catcalls and cheering. Zaya parted from me and then kissed the tip of my nose. He stood up and took a bow while still on the table. He hopped back into his seat. The room was still in uproar over his display. I barely had time to feel awkward as the new center of attention because Eli pulled me into his lap. Jonah began feeding me, complaining that I was distracted and not eating my lunch. "Feed her vegetables, too," said Noah to Jonah. "As if she would eat them," grumbled Jonah. "Hey," I protested. "You need to eat healthy, Luna," said Noah pointedly. I frowned. "Princess, please eat the lettuce and tomatoes in your sandwich. You always take them out," cooed Eli. "Maybe she just wants them separate," said Zaya. "I'll eat lettuce but not in sandwiches," I said. Noah began feeding me the lettuce from his salad. "She needs protein," complained Zaya, feeding me his roast chicken. Jonah was still spoon-feeding me mashed potatoes. There were 3 spoons coming at me. The only reason there wasn't a 4th was because I was on Eli's lap, so it would be a weird angle. That was until Eli picked up his whole BLT sandwich, after he removed the L and T and put it in front of my face, bumping his brother's spoons out of the way. I obediently took a bite of his sandwich. The girls chatted happily and cracked jokes. I had spent so much time wondering what it would be like to be popular. Now I knew. It was overwhelming. I pushed Eli's sandwich out of my face. "Where's Jillian and Chet?" I asked. Toby had decided to stay a week longer with Azriel before they did the long-distance thing until he graduated, but Jillian and Chet should be here. "At the spa?" said Soleil serenely. "Huh?" I said. "Jillian and Chet are getting Swedish massages today. It's for their backs after their car accident," she explained. I grabbed my phone and sifted through my messages. Jillian had messaged me a little while ago, but I had assumed she was just telling me she'd be late for lunch. She always was. I checked the message. "Getting back massages today with Chet. It's aftercare because of the accident. Our physiotherapist recommended it. Hope you have an amazing first day back. I want to hear all the details. See you tomorrow." Oh yeah, she messaged me," I said. "You know Jillian?" "Jilly Bear? Of course," said Soleil, using Angie's nickname for Jillian. "Chet is part of our group and she's his mate. We're cool." "Yeah, we're cool with Jilly Bear," said Ruby, holding a tube of YSL lipstick in one hand and a compact mirror in the other. "Jillian is my best friend," I said, emphasizing her name, hoping it would catch on. "That must have sucked," said Vivian. "What do you mean?" I asked. "Your bestie, Jillian, being fated to Chet and Chet being all about her, while you were fated to the quads and half of them were pretending not to know you," said Vivian. "We know about the curse," said Soleil. "Everyone does," said Aspen. "It's all over Viper Moon," said Ruby, expertly smoothing red lipstick on and smacking her lips together. "What shade is that?" I asked, changing the subject. "Rose stiletto," said Ruby, her face lighting up at being asked. She offered me the tube. "That's okay. Looks great, though," I said, smiling. Ruby blew me a kiss. I smiled. I was halfway through surviving my first day back, and it was not half bad if I was being honest. I just had to clear something up. "We need to talk," I said to Zaya privately. The following is a bonus chapter, one of several that I edited out as the story was long. For those of you who want more quads, I hope you enjoy. Bonus chapter, Star's first day back at Viper Moon Academy, part 2 of 2. Monday, 5th October, 2020. Star. "About what?" said Zaya, furrowing his brow and locking eyes with me from across the table. "You lied to me," I said. "Oh, did I?" he said, raising his eyebrows incredulously. "You said you never got serious with anyone before me," I said. "I didn't," said Zaya. "Vivian and Aspen are sitting right here," I hissed, annoyed that he wasn't owning up to it. "Meaning," said Zaya. "You hooked up with them," I pointed out, "before we even met." "I would never step out on you," he said, looking hurt. "Yeah, well, you dated in the past, then," I said. "No, I didn't," he chuckled. "I was not a virgin when I met you, but I didn't lie about that. I never dated them. Dating is going to restaurants and movies and yachting to the cove with Bay, he reminded me. I smiled, remembering the cove. So what went on with them? I demanded. Viviane and I had a flirtationship early last year for a few months. We were intimate, but it ended when she wanted more, and I told her I didn't want to be serious. I wasn't as intense as Eli and his mate mantra, but I wasn't about to go falling in love and then stumble upon my mate afterwards. I didn't want to hurt anyone or get hurt when the girl met her own mate. Aspen and I were dancing and doing shots together and getting very drunk at a pack house party late last year. We didn't actually have socks, but I think she thinks we did. We were in my bed and I was shirtless when she vomited all over me. I went to the shower, where I started vomiting. I slept it off in Eli's room. She woke up in my bed without me. What did they say? If they're upsetting you, I'll talk to them. They're normally cool, but if they're being catty with you, I'll set them straight, he said. No, they're not being catty per se, just really candid. They didn't hold back. They're okay. They were trying to apologize for Angie's behavior, I said, feeling a little better. Is that why you held my kiss hostage earlier? He asked. Yeah, I said, feeling guilty. How would you feel if I got upset about guys you talked to before you met me? He asked. You wouldn't have much material, but I get your point. I'm just adjusting. I'm sorry, I said with an inward sigh. I know I took your virginity, said Zaya, smirking, but you really never even kissed anyone or flirted or held hands before me? Nope, I admitted. So I was your first kiss too? He asked. Yeah, I said. Zaya grinned widely. I could not help but smile at his reaction. The sun is shining, the birds are chirping. It's a beautiful day, announced Zaya. It's raining, said Ruby, raising a brow. Zaya sighed. I meant that metaphorically, he said. What? Asked Ruby. She got 51 in Wolf Lit, said Soleil. That reminded me. So did you date Soleil before or after Madison Fong? I asked Noah privately. Noah's eyes widened. He looked guilty. I did something bad, he admitted. What? I yelped, worried. Madison and I had a mutual interest in each other and were about to get together, but I cheated on Madison Fong with Soleil, then dated Soleil but cheated on her with my sorta ex Madison when she was on a break from Eli, then swore off dating until I met my mate because clearly I wasn't able to commit meaningfully in the interim. Also, Madison and I never properly defined our relationship, so that was how she ended up dating Eli more officially for a while. I think she wanted revenge too because of Soleil, explained Noah. Noah? A player? What? You four are full of surprises, I said out loud. Eli's talking about his lettuce plants, muttered Jonah. Lettuce can surprise you, said Eli defensively. Iceberg, romaine, butterhead. The bell rang. Dieu merci, exclaimed Jonah. What's next, muttered Zaya. We have afternoon classes with Star, said Noah excitedly. I smiled. Baby, said Zaya, putting out his hand. I linked arms with Zaya and Noah since I had sat between Eli and Jonah. The class was a blur. Zaya kept sliding his hand up my skirt under the table. I bit my lip and squirmed in my seat. Noah was diligently taking notes and color-coding them with highlighters. You can borrow my notes or we can study the material together, whispered Noah in my ear. I can tell you're a little distracted. Zaya tried to slip his hand in my underwear. I squeaked and grabbed his hand. My cheeks were burning. I gave Zaya a pointed look. Zaya looked at his hand. He slapped it with his other hand. Bad, he chastised his own hand. Behave. I rolled my eyes. Hannah Starr, are Fae and fairies the same? You should know as the Winter Fae Queen's great-granddaughter, said the teacher pointedly. I was put on the spot. Everyone looked at me. Zaya glared at the teacher. He opened his mouth to complain, but I grabbed his hand to tell him it was fine. Holly and my mom had talked about this once at dinner. Technically, yes, they're synonyms, I guess, but human-sized creatures are more likely to use the word fae. Winter fae. Autumn fae, I explained, looking around at all the faces glued to me. And fairies is a word associated with minuscule creatures like spring fairies and summer fairies who are tiny, I said, indicating about an inch of space between my index finger and thumb. The class literally clapped. It had not been that good of an answer, but I appreciated the enthusiasm. At least I knew many at Viper Moon High was looking forward to me being their Luna. It's deeper than that, but I'll accept that as a surface answer, said the teacher. Her name was Brittany Aguilera, and she was very sensitive about that. We were not allowed to point out the human pop stars her name called to mind. She was blonde and rather young for an immortal creature's history teacher. Don't get mad at me again, but Brit is being a because we hooked up one time over summer and she got obsessed with me, muttered Zaya under his breath. She left me 82 missed calls one time. Isn't she married? I hissed. Divorced, said Zaya. She kept her ex-husband's name, so she chose that name. She can't complain, and I can see why he divorced her. She put a tracker on my phone after one hookup. Care to share that with the rest of the class, Mr. Quinn? Snapped Mrs. Aguilera, turning around. She was not as endearing as the people she was named after. Actually, I do, said Zaya with a smug smile. No, he doesn't, I said quickly. Don't waste my time, Zaya and Hannah, sighed Mrs. Aguilera. That's Alpha and Luna to you, Brittany, snapped Zaya. Brittany inhaled sharply. Her eyes practically bugged out of her head. She was so pissed, but she dared not say anything after Zaya flaunted his alpha status. Wolves did not take kindly to people disrespecting their alpha, no matter the circumstances. Even teachers had to tread lightly once the alpha had turned 18. Let's end class early today, said Brittany, almost snapping her pointing stick in half. She did not bother saying good afternoon class or assigning homework. She just got her briefcase and left. The class burst into laughter and jeers when she was out of earshot. A few guys high-fived Zaya. One of the guys put his arm around Zaya. There was a girl waiting on him. Baby, this is your future Gamma and his girl, said Zaya. Sai Sing, said a movie star handsome guy with light brown skin and hazel eyes holding out his hand for me to shake. Preeti Ja, said a drop-dead gorgeous girl with brown skin and lustrous black hair. She's lying, said Sai, annoyed. Excuse you, said Preeti. Her last name is Singh, he said, smiling, showing his dimples. Preeti rolled her eyes. Not yet, she said. Soon, he said. Your mother hates me, said Preeti, folding her arms. Mother-in-laws hate everyone. It's in the job description, said Sai. Preeti sighed exasperatedly. You're my mate. You're a Singh now. Accept it, said Sai, pulling Preeti closer to him. Nice to meet both of you, I said, laughing at their squabble. I have never seen you around before today. How weird is that? Asked Preeti. Preeti means you didn't come to her debates and pep rallies, said Sai. She's class president, said Noah, and leader of the debate team and a great chess player. He's better, said Preeti, nodding towards Noah. He beat me for chess club president and for history club president. Thank goodness he wasn't eligible for class president as the future alpha. You and Noah and Madison Fong can out-nerd each other later, said Zaya, rolling his eyes. Preeti swatted Zaya with her fluffy pencil case. Star, why don't you join debate club? It seems like you're not in any clubs, said Preeti. I would rather be flung around by Georgiana every afternoon than go to debate club meetings. That sounds really cool, but I'm so behind with everything after, all the extracurricular activities last month. I need to review what I missed, I said. I was a scholarship student. Wait, was I? Even though I could afford this place now, I still wanted to maintain the kind of grades that got me the scholarship. I got in here based on merit, so I always had to focus on my grades. I was afraid to lose my scholarship, so I never joined any clubs or went to parties much, I explained. Preeti nodded. Well, grades are important to me too, but a club like debate will help your academics, not hurt it, said Preeti with a wink. I hated public speaking. Maybe I could be on the dance committee, I said. I liked picking out stuff for the castle events. I could decorate for the dance. We had a Halloween dance coming up. That would be great, squealed Preeti. I'll put you down. As class president, I get to help assemble the committee. I'll lose my Gamma position if I let anything happen to the Luna in my presence, and you're boring her to death, Preeti, grumbled Sai, pulling Preeti away from us. Bye, Star, called Preeti, waving. Bye, Preeti, I said, waving. I wasn't bored, just mildly terrified of extra responsibility. The rest of the day was a blur. I practically ran from the last class. Where are you going? Asked Noah, running after me. All the quads had rushed after me. They were all looking at me in concern. I realized I had automatically began walking to my old room that I used to share with Jillian. I knew I still had some of my stuff there. I have to get the rest of my stuff, I said. We have plenty of shoes for you to wear, said Jonah. And clothes, said Noah. Well, Unless I want to wear sky-high heels with risque lace numbers every day, I'm going to need my plain old clothes, I said pointedly. Noah and Jonah looked hurt. I quickly kissed them both and tried to tickle them. They ran and hid in my old room. The door was open, I said, shocked, walking in after them. Yeah, said Jonah, peeking out from behind my curtains. Uh-huh, said Noah, peeping out from under my bed. Probably the housekeeping staff. They have a master key. Jillian and I don't get housekeeping because we're on, I began. No, you're not, Star. When you ran off with Harper, Noah said you were in danger of losing your scholarship according to the rule back after such a long absence, so I just tried to pay your tuition along with some hush money. But the principal said Mr. Jogi had already paid for you. I gasped. Marco Jogi? Harper's adopted dad? I confirmed. Yeah, that was cool of him, huh? Said Zaya. Yeah, I said, smiling. He had not even mentioned it. Your dad tried to pay it too, and me obviously, and Zaya. Zaya and I weren't speaking as much as usual. It was me and Noah against Zaya and Eli half the time, so Zaya had also wired the money to the school. They had to reimburse him because Marco Jogi had already paid. The principal was laughing his ass off at all the guys trying to fund your education, said Jonah, rolling his eyes. He made this stupid joke. He said 2 dads and 2 daddies had tried to pay for you. Ugh, I said. Marco wanted to adopt me, but my granny Hella said no. He knew about Harper and me, I said. Shh, said Eli. Why would she let you miss out on such a privileged childhood? She had just lost her child. She didn't want to lose her grandchild, I reasoned, getting defensive of Granny Hella. People were always insinuating she hadn't been a good guardian just because she was poor. It didn't always work like that. It's funny. Granny Hella didn't want you to move in with the Jogi family, but now she lives with them. She should have just done that before. Offered to be like a nanny for you and Harper in exchange for living there. That would have been awesome for you and Harper, said Eli, smiling sadly. It really would have. The Jogi family and Granny Hella really did you a disservice by not telling you and Harper about each other. You guys felt a connection and didn't understand it. Something you'd both regret could have happened, said Eli, looking mortified. Ugh, don't make me lose my lunch, groaned Zaya. He's right, said Noah. It's called GSA. Good grief, Noah, grumbled Jonah. It's a real thing. Genetic attraction. Look it up, said Noah in earnest. All his brothers groaned. I was not so sure I wanted to hear this either. When long-lost brothers and sisters meet as adults, there's this unusually high chance that they'll mistake their supposedly inexplicable connection for romantic interest. It's far-fetched for them to realize they're long-lost siblings because of all the lies that have probably kept them apart, so they confuse their strong rapport with romantic love until the truth comes out, explained Noah. That was a phenomenon I could have gone my whole life not knowing, reminisced Jonah. Now, I'm going to have to look it up and fall down a rabbit hole of weird research articles and YouTube video story times tonight. Ew, I can just picture the titles, Summer Love or Long Lost Sister Story Time, said Zaya, making a face. Brother fucker, get ready with me video, joked Jonah. Noah tossed a pillow at his face. I could not even begin to think about that without cringing. I was just grateful all that happened was one suggestive dance and nothing else. I could get how the connection could be misconstrued, though. My she-wolf had been Harper-struck, which had been weird because she was always aggressive to any threats to my mate bond. I knew now she had recognized her twin wolf subconsciously. If I had not met my mates already when I had met Harper, I might have been way more confused. Granny Hella and Marco and Mia should have said something. That was insane. Keeping twins apart, I grumbled. I did not like thinking about it because it actually made me really mad and sad at the same time. I had had a really rough time growing up at home due to the lack of finances, and at school due to the loneliness and bullying. I could have used a rich older brother to help out Granny with groceries and protect me and just keep me company. I knew Harper could have made my childhood 1,000,000 times better. It's okay to be hurt, Star. That's normal. I don't know what I'd do if Zaya and I were raised separately and then met as adults. I'd feel so robbed and betrayed. It would be like they stole something from me, said Ely gently. Yeah, and you would totally fall for me the moment you laid eyes on me, joked Zaya. Yuck! exclaimed Eli, throwing a pillow at Zaya, but he dodged it. All my pillows are going to end up on the floor, you guys, I complained, ready to change the topic. I started grabbing up my most comfortable clothes and tossing them in my suitcase. Eli helped me, but he only picked up stuff he liked. A lot of sequins and sparkly stuff made into the suitcase. I remembered he liked shiny stuff on me. Zaya started helping, so all the skimpy stuff I had been gifted by Jillian and Toby, but never actually worn, also made it into the suitcase. I'm all set, I think, I said, feeling a sense of accomplishment. The Quads carried my stuff to their suite in one trip. They actually had a deluxe suite with 5 bedrooms and 5 ensuite bathrooms and a half bathroom for guests. We all tended to gravitate to one bed at nighttime because we wanted to be next to each other, but it was nice to be given my own bedroom in their suite with a bathroom and a walk-in closet. It felt real now as I started arranging my stuff in my new space. I remembered how jealous I had been when I had found out Angie had a set of keys for their suite. The Quads had not offered me my own keys, and I did not want to ask. I wanted to be asked. "Star," called Noah. I was in my bathrobe. I had just gotten out of the tub. My hair was wrapped in a towel. I quickly threw on some underwear and a knee-length blush-colored dress with a plunging but narrow V-shaped neckline that did not need a bra. I dried my hair with a t-shirt. That was a trick my mom taught me. She had really wavy and curly hair, too. Towel drying caused more frizz, but drying with a t-shirt kept the curls more defined. I sped through mascara, blush, and lip stain. "Star!" called Noah again. I was deciding I needed foundation and highlighter after all. I sighed and began dabbing them on lightly. "Coming," I replied. "Twinkle, twinkle, little star, come out wherever you are," yelled Zaya. "You're a phenomenal poet," said Jonah sarcastically. "Princess," said Eli. "Oh, baby, come and save me. I need you like mashed potatoes need gravy," recited Zaya. "The triplets seem so happy," said Jonah ominously. "Maybe we should get rid of one of us." "Yeah, you," snapped Zaya. Zaya, I will pay ya to never say another rhyme in this lifetime," said Jonah. "That was worse than Zaya's," said Eli bluntly. "I've got more material. Check this out," began Zaya. "Mon ange sauve moi s'il te plaît," called Jonah. I walked out of my room and headed to the dining room. I was strangely nervous. The Quads and I had not spent much time together in their suite. When I entered the dining room, my jaw dropped. The table was set so beautifully with a full array of knives, forks, and spoons for a multiple-course meal. The cloth napkins were all folded into stars and were made of a silvery material so they glittered under the candlelight. There were dozens of candles around the room and in the center of the table. There was also a huge bouquet in a vase as the centerpiece. It featured only star-shaped flowers, white and red Hoya flowers, pink bromeliads, and yellow star tulips, whose petals had white tips. I could smell a mouth-watering aroma coming from all the savory dishes already plated artfully and sitting on the table. One dish in front of the only empty seat was covered. The Quads were already seated and grinning at me like cats who had gotten the cream. Eli pulled out my chair for me, and I sat down. "This is so romantic," I said in shock. "We want you to enjoy living here with us," said Noah. "We're so glad you said yes," said Jonah. "We thought you might turn us down," admitted Eli. "Especially because of what dickwads we'd been," said Zaya apologetically. "Thank you," I said. "I do forgive you and I love you." "We love you too, Star," said Noah, kissing my hand. He and Eli were closest to me, and Jonah and Zaya faced me. "Bon appétit, ma chérie," cooed Jonah. "Merci beaucoup, mon amour," I replied. Jonah grinned. I was curious about the covered platter. I uncovered it to reveal a little black cube-shaped box with a silver bow. I looked at my mates, questioning them with my eyes. "Open it," encouraged Zaya. "Before you freak out, it's not an engagement ring. We know you need more time," said Jonah gently. "But it's still a token of our commitment to you, Princess," said Eli. "If not for the curse, you would have gotten these on your birthday," sighed Noah. "No use crying over split milk," said Zaya with a shrug. "Now, open it, please." I lifted the lid off the box. I grinned. I had just been thinking about this. Keys to their suite. They had made copies for me and put them on a key ring with a star-shaped keychain that lit up. I realized the star could open like a locket. Inside was a picture of the Quads and me. "Thank you for making an effort to ensure that I feel welcomed," I said, feeling a bit emotional. "You're our whole world, Star. We'd do anything and everything for you," said Ze. "Did you know the sun is a star?" asked Noah. I had heard that somewhere, probably from Noah at the planetarium. "You're our sun, Star. We revolve around you. No matter what, we'll always be there for you," promised Noah. "You're our princess, Star, and soon enough you'll be the lady of the house, the queen, so we want you to think of our possessions as being yours too," said Eli. Jonah took one of the flowers from the vase and gave it to me. "Ma Belle, it almost killed me to not be able to give you the recognition and love that you deserved right from the beginning, but I'd rather lose your love than have you lose your life. You are my top priority, and I'm so happy that now I can do all the things I dreamt of doing for you back when I had to keep my distance," said Jonah. I sniffled a little. I was relieved to not be a secret anymore. A part of me had been afraid they were ashamed of me in some way, and the curse had just been a convenient excuse. "I love you, all of you, so much," I told them, sniffling. I picked up my new suite keys and attached them to my old house keys. No one lived in that house anymore, but I still kept my old bunch of keys. It was a little token of my old life. It had not been all bad, and it had made me the person I was now. Eli popped a bottle of champagne and poured us each a glass. Jonah shared them out. "Here's to happy endings and joyful beginnings," said Eli. "Cheers," we said in unison. "I'd drink to that any day. X." Bonus chapter antenatal, Monday, 7th June, 2021. Holly? Star's nuptial celebrations came to a close in the wee hours of the morning. I stumbled back to our hotel room with Harper's help. I was not inebriated. I was not even a little tipsy. I was just exhausted. Perhaps I found being with child draining, or maybe I found keeping secrets from my sweet husband draining. When we reached the door to our suite, Harper scooped me up, carrying me bridal style and insisting that he carry me over the threshold. I obliged him, though. I was no bride. I felt a sharp, stinging pain in my chest at the reminder that I was not Harper's bride. I felt justified keeping my pregnancy a secret. What if he was not ready? What if he did not love me the way I loved him? I knew I was being silly, but I was scared. Harper laid me down on the huge bed in the hotel suite. I had to fight not to fall asleep as he lay behind me, spooning me. I was so warm and toasty now. I yawned. I could feel Harper stroking my hair, soothing me. His gentle caresses were lulling me to sleep. My eyes fluttered closed as Harper whispered sweet nothings to me. His clean, masculine scent comforted me along with this heady, sweet scent that was filling the room. "Holly," he murmured. I mumbled. "I love you, baby," he purred. "You know that, right?" He whispered against my earlobe. "I love you, Prince Harper." I whispered back, brushing my lips against his earlobe when I turned my head. Harper sat up suddenly and pulled me up into a sitting position. I blinked, taking in my surroundings properly for the first time. The room was filled with flowers and holly plants. Their sweet scent was spellbinding. The bouquets were primarily of white calla lilies and pink lotus flowers, two of my absolute favorites. There were dozens and dozens of them with sparkling dewdrops on their petals. I wondered what was going on. I rubbed my sleepy eyes, and the dozens of bouquets all remained in the room. "Harper," I said softly, marveling at how the dewdrops were twinkling like stars in the dimly lit room. I knew that was all Harper's doing. I looked more closely and realized the dew formed tiny spectacles, dew dolphins swimming across one leaf, and ballerinas made of dew dancing across another. There was a tiny dew man holding hands with a tiny dew woman, taking her for a romantic stroll along a flower petal. They stopped and kissed. I grinned, laughing at the dew man jumping up and down triumphantly because he had kissed the dew woman. "I love it," I said. I loved Harper's magic. He had a way with it. He grinned at me. He grasped my chin. "I want to spend an eternity with you, with Holly as my mate, my Luna, my confidante, my best friend, the future mother of my children," he said. I felt a twinge of guilt as those words left his lips. I really needed to tell him. "And my wife," he concluded, making my breath hitch in my throat. I was stunned silent. "In fact, eternity wouldn't be long enough for me," revealed Harper, his eyes glistening with unshed tears similar to his sparkly dewdrops. He got off the bed and kneeled before me. "Holly, I love you. I'm in love with you. You are the most beautiful girl in any realm inside and out. Would you do me the honor of making me the happiest man alive by becoming my wife?" said Harper, looking up at me with hope-filled eyes. He pulled a small crystal box out of his pocket. Even the box was dazzling. He opened it to reveal an engagement ring with an opal surrounded by white diamonds on a white gold band. It was so beautiful. I was literally speechless for a few moments, during which Harper's anxiety grew. "Would you?" he asked again sheepishly, looking concerned by my silence. I snapped out of it. "I would. I do. Yes," I squealed, launching myself at him. We tumbled onto the hotel carpet, laughing, and Harper slipped the ring on my finger while we were down there. Soon his lips were on mine, skillful and urgent. I broke our kiss. "Wait," I said breathlessly. "What's wrong?" he asked immediately. "I have something to tell you too," I said. I didn't know how to say it, so I went into my suitcase and fetched the ultrasound the Ice Moon doctor had just done, holding it behind my back as I returned to him. We were both sitting on the bed now, having abandoned the floor. It was really early on, but the doctor was of fae and wolf blood. He used science, his knowledge of werewolves and magic. He had figured out a lot already. "Baby," cooed Harper, cupping my face and bringing me closer. "What's wrong, wifey?" he asked, caressing my cheeks softly. I whipped the ultrasound scan out, startling Harper. He slowly took the print of the scan from me and studied it. I was not sure if he could tell what was going on in there, but it had been explained to me so I could clue him in. "We're having a baby?" he asked quietly, his eyes wide. "We're having babies," I corrected. "How many? Twins like my sister and me?" he asked, amazed. I shook my head. "Quads? Like those? Quads?" he asked, looking alarmed. I shook my head. Harper was silent in thought. "We're having triplets," I squealed breathlessly, getting impatient. He pulled me in for a kiss, and we tumbled onto the carpet again. Harper gasped suddenly. "What's wrong?" I asked. His hands gently felt the tender skin of my tummy under my dress. "Are you okay? Did I hurt you?" "I did that without thinking," he blurted out apologetically. "I'm fine," I insisted, chuckling as I pulled him back to me. He pulled me under the covers with him. He let the ultrasound float above us. "I wonder if this will work," he murmured. "What?" I wondered. "Just animating the ultrasound, like with pictures," he said. He snapped his fingers, and the 3 hearts in ultrasound began to beat, their heartbeats all synchronized. We watched the ultrasound above us like 2 teens at a drive-in movie. Harper taught me that expression, by the way. Thursday, 23rd December, 2021. Star, are you really going to make us miss Viper Moon Christmas for Ice Moon Christmas? Grumbled Jonah. "Let me think about it," I said as I waddled back and forth between my suitcase and my walk-in closet at the Viper Moon pack house. Yes," I said decisively. "But why?" whined Jonah. "Don't you want a snowy Christmas?" asked Noah incredulously, looking at his elder brother like he had grown a second head. "Let me think about it," said Jonah. No. Cute, but we're going," I insisted. Jonah pouted. He threw himself on the bed. "Star, make Jonah stop acting like the youngest. What am I supposed to do then?" asked Zaya, his eyes lit up with amusement. Jonah was laying face down on my bed. We all had separate bedrooms at the Viper Moon pack house, though I could not recall a single night when I had slept alone. I did not always sleep flanked by 2 alphas on either side, though. Sometimes I slept between the younger 2 only, or the elder 2 only, or even just next to one of my alphas. There had been no set schedule, but Noah had insisted on 1 solo night a week, which of course prompted the others to insist upon the same thing. Eventually, that turned into a schedule of sorts. "I want Monday," said Eli, regarding next week. "I'm just calling it beforehand." "Why Monday?" said Jonah, resurfacing from the pillows. "It's the worst day of the week." "Yeah, he likes comforting her on Monday nights for extra brownie points," said Noah, writing Eli's name under Monday in a book. "I can't believe you 4 have a book for this," I said, rolling my eyes as I tried to fit more pairs of socks in my suitcase. My feet got so cold at night during the pregnancy. I had no idea if that was an effect of the pregnancy, but if my feet were cold, then I simply could not fall asleep, so I had to pack many pairs of socks. In addition to this, whenever the room didn't seem cold to me, it quickly became sweltering, and I needed to change my now sweaty socks and nightgown in the middle of the night. It was always one of the 2 extremes ever since I began to show. "It was your friend's idea," said Noah pointedly. Chastity? I asked, my eyes wide. No way, that has Alex written all over it. Don't pin that on Chastity. The quads finalized their days after a brief squabble. So, let's recap the schedule for next week. The book says Eli Monday, me Tuesday, Zaya Wednesday, Jonah Thursday, me and Jonah Friday, Eli and Zaya Saturday, everyone on Sunday, said Noah. That sounds so complicated, I said, stuffing every pair of socks I owned into my suitcase and sitting on top of it. Zaya zipped it up for me. I was huffing and puffing just from the exertion of packing. Baby, you're doing too much. You need to rest, implored Zaya. Well, if one of you had organized the packing, maybe I could have rested, I said breathlessly. We don't want you to go, said Jonah with a shrug. Why not? I demanded. You're almost ready to pop, maman, said Jonah. Tu et le chiot avez besoin de repos. You and the puppies need rest. Nous allons bien, merci, I insisted. We're fine, thank you. Oh, look at you. Tu parles français maintenant? Teased Jonah. You speak French now? Non, les chiots parlent français. Leur maman parle anglais, I retorted. No, the puppies speak French. Their mama speaks English. Jonah came over to me and began massaging my back. I sighed and sat on the edge of the bed. Pretty soon I had 4 masseuses on the job. Would it really be so bad if the pups are born in Ice Moon? I asked, pouting. Well, the future Viper Moon Alphas should hail from Viper Moon, don't you think? Said Eli gently. Even Eli was against me going. Truth be told, I wanted to give birth in Viper Moon, but with my mother present and my twin and my dad nearby, so I wanted to go to my family home for Christmas and convince Mom, Dad, Harper, and Holy to all come spend some time in Viper Moon. I didn't want to ask them over the phone or magic mirror, especially not after being absent during Christmas. I really want to see my parents for Christmas, that's all. It doesn't have to be for the whole season, but for the past 6 months since the wedding, we've been here with your parents for the vast majority of the time, I said, trying to keep my tone even. I only went to Ice Moon for 4 days at the 3-month mark, and that was supposed to have been a week, but I had to cut it short. Because there was a security breach at Viper Moon's borders, after which there was a succubus sighting, interjected Jonah. A succubus star. We had to rush home. Have you any idea how dangerous those things are? And we begged you to stay behind safe and sound with your family until we came back to collect you, but you insisted on going. Pointed out Jonah. How could I have let them face the succubus alone? The family that slays succubi together stays together, I said. Zaya and Eli laughed. Noah smiled, shaking his head. Jonah sighed. I knew he felt a lot of pressure as the eldest to ensure that tradition was observed, and if his heirs were born on different packlands, he would probably be mortified. I promise I won't give birth or go into labor while off Viper Moon soil, I said confidently. Besides, I'm only a little over 7 months, I added. 28 weeks is more than enough time for multiples to come a-knocking, said Noah matter-of-factly. But how about we go on one condition? I waited to hear the condition. Noah and Jonah seemed to be communicating privately. We'll rush back to Viper Moon with the snow globe if needed be for one of 2 reasons, another security breach or a breach of another kind, said Jonah pointedly, trying to tickle my sides. I dodged him, giggling. Okay, fine. Deal, if anything happens, I chuckled. But don't mention any of that anymore. Don't jinx it. I don't want any breaches or breaches, I said in a more serious tone. Breach, please, joked Noah. Jonah sighed dramatically. Not your best, Noah, he said. Just go pack Star's shoes. Stop pretending like you're not anxious to be alone with them, snapped Noah. I already packed them, said Jonah, annoyed. Phew, I was glad to hear that. Noah snorted with laughter. Great job, shoe sniffer, said Noah. Go pack her underwear, panty sniffer, retorted Jonah. I was missing a lot of underwear. I already did, said Noah with a shrug. Noah and Jonah had each packed 1 suitcase. They brought them to me. I covered my face with my hands and groaned. Guys, an entire suitcase of just shoes and one with only underwear, I complained. The one you packed looks like it has only socks, pointed out Noah. There are lots of other essentials in there, I said indignantly. You ready, princess? Said Eli, taking my hand. He had the snow globe in his other hand. I raised my eyebrows in surprise. Yeah, but don't you guys have packing to do? I wondered. Nope, said Eli. We're all set. After we initially said no to the trip, we decided to pack our stuff anyway in case we caved later on. Ah, I cooed, opening my arms. The quads surrounded me, enveloping me in a big bear hug. We can use the snow globe to pop back in on Christmas Day, right? To see our parents, said Jonah. Of course, I exclaimed. I want to wish them Merry Christmas too. I just knew that if I didn't get my stuff across to Ice Moon, the quads would seize any opportunity to go back to Viper Moon, even if it was to fetch a sock. Then they would fake fall asleep in Viper Moon and be too tired to snow globe back, thereby cutting my trip short. We had tried to do a few day trips there, and if I meant to stay 6 hours, it ended up being 2. If I meant to stay 2 hours, it ended up being 45 minutes. I was pretty sure I knew what their real fear was. They were afraid my mom would convince me to visit the Fey realm, which was not that easy to get to, and even trickier to get back from. I had no intention of abandoning my mates. Being away from them would hurt me just as much as it would hurt them, and I had the pups to think about. However, the pups were part Fey too, and I wanted them to see the Fey realm with me someday. I fully intended on dragging all my alphas along for the trip as well. My twin Harper had already seen the Fey realm without me. I did not blame him, though. His mate, Holly, was half Autumn Fey, so she had wanted to visit a few of her fellow Ice Moon Fey who had moved back there. Harper had invited me, Mom and Dad, of course, but the quads had done everything within their power to make every important pack event coincide with the dates of that trip. They were not slick. I knew what they were doing. Guys, you do realize that every time we visit Ice Moon, we come home right, I chuckled. A few mumbled unintelligible responses and awkward shrugs filled the room. And that if I ever visit, I mean when I visit the Fey realm with the pups, I expect the pups to have their dads there, I said pointedly. You'd really go to the Fey realm with just me and Eli, and leave Jonah and Noah behind? Said Zaya, gasping theatrically. The quads began to wrestle. It was their usual match of Eli and Zaya versus Noah and Jonah. At first, each individual quad was convinced that he and he alone had fathered the mini quadruplets I was carrying. Eventually, this turned into Eli and Zaya believing they had fathered 2 each, and their elder brothers none. The elder brothers did not actually adopt this belief, as Noah began to explain the actual science of multiples, saying that technically they likely had one father who provided one fast sperm who fused with one ovum to form something called a zygote, the first cell of a new baby. In a regular baby, the cells multiplied mostly undisturbed. For identical multiples, the zygote split somehow into 2 or 3 or even 4 identical first cells and formed twins, triplets, or quads. A DNA test for the one true dad was pointless as identical multiples share the same DNA. Noah had currently forgone wrestling to re-explain this. That's why identical multiples are naturally occurring clones. If the multiples are fraternal, then the woman released 2 or more ova that month during ovulation, and 2 or more different fast sperm won the races to form 2 zygotes, continued Noah. I know we won the race back when we were one ambitious sperm guys, said Zaya, but why do I feel like we lost whenever Noah starts talking? Noah threw a pillow at Zaya, but he ducked. You and Eli were probably formed from the sperm's tail mostly, muttered Jonah. That's why you're so brainless. Eli tossed a pillow at Jonah, but Jonah expertly dodged it. Actually, it's the nuclei of the ovum and spermatozoon that fuse. The tail, Noah began. Please, please stop, said Zaya, falling to the floor dramatically and beginning to gasp. We're losing him, cried Eli in mock hysterics, cradling Zaya's head in his lap. I knew it would happen one day, gasped Zaya, stretching a hand towards the overhead light. The boredom, it's taking me. No, stay, please, cried Eli. Noah looked actually truly hurt that his younger brothers didn't want to be taught biology by him. Jonah was trying hard not to laugh or smile at the younger two's antics for Noah's sake. I can't wait to see you tutor the pups, Noah, I said sweetly. I'll never have to worry about their grades with a dad like you, I said in earnest. Noah's face lit up. I have a lot of educational adjuncts in mind for the little ones, said Noah brightly. You know, to make it more fun, added Noah sheepishly, as Zaya fake flatlined and Eli collapsed alongside him in fake shock. That's enough, I said sternly. The younger two ignored me and remained unconscious. End scene, I said, clapping my hands. Let's go. Eli groaned and crawled towards the snow globe he had left on the carpet. Zaya jumped to his feet, miraculously healed in a split second. "How'd you get better so fast?" asked Eli curiously as he just reached the snow globe, still pretending to be frail. "Star's sexiness revived me," said Zaya. I rolled my eyes, but a blush spread over my cheeks. "Didn't you die?" "That's more than revival," said Noah dryly. "Fine Star's sexiness caused my resurrection," said Zaya decisively. "The word you're looking for is erection," said Jonah, making Noah snort with laughter. "That too," said Zaya, grabbing a pillow and covering his crotch. "Gather round," I said impatiently. I had thought we were going to leave during the group hug earlier. They were stalling again. "You'll see, guys," I said in earnest as we all held on to the snow globe. "We're going to have a calm Christmas Eve tomorrow. Cold and snowy outside and warm and cozy inside," I said. Friday, 23rd December, 2021. Star. I was huddled under a big blanket between Eli and Noah, with an annoyed Jonah and a grumpy Zaya on the ends. We were sitting by the roaring fire in the parlor of Ice Moon Castle. This fireplace was designed to look like a dragon, opening its mouth and breathing fire. The body of the dragon began at the mantelpiece, and the tail of the dragon was the beginning of the chimney. This particular fireplace was tiled on the outside, and the tiles were shaped like scales. They shone like scales, too. I could not stop marveling at it. Dad was telling a story about a battle he had won despite being unable to shift during it due to a silver shackle on his ankle placed by the enemy. Eli was mesmerized by the story, and Noah seemed quite intrigued also. Jonah and Zaya kept trying to switch with Noah and Eli respectively, albeit unsuccessfully. I felt Noah place a gentle kiss on my neck. I turned to him and smiled slyly. I gave him a swift kiss as soon as Dad turned around, as he had forbidden his children from making out during his storytelling. Harper and Holly were in no danger of making out, as Holly was curled up with her head buried in Harper's neck, fast asleep. Mom was fighting sleep, trying her best to stay awake and make faces at the right parts of Dad's story. I was feeling a bit sleepy too. Maybe it was the pregnancy. Holly and Mom were pregnant too, so that was probably it. I had found out that Mom was having twins again and Holly was having triplets. I was so excited to meet my 2 little siblings, my 3 tiny nephews, and of course my own 4 babies. Mom was having another set of fraternal twins, a boy and a girl. I was so happy for her and Dad. They had missed out on raising Harper and me, but now they could experience those milestones with Henry and Heather, name choices they were now unshakable on. I had liked Hanson and Haley, but no one voted for that besides me. Yes, there had been a family vote involving both Fae and Wolf relatives and family friends at Ice Moon Castle, as well as a few new family members who had tuned in via Magic Mirror, including the aunt I was named after, who was a patient in a psychiatric hospital, unfortunately. I was glad she was getting help, but sad that she needed it. I knew my dad missed his half-sister a lot. He and Aunt Hannah had been separated at a young age, but not before Hannah had saved my dad's life as a baby, so there was definitely a good side to her, though she had done some awful things. Hannah, who went by Orla in her new pack, was the former Luna of that pack, Cold Moon. She had also ruled over Snow Moon. She had 2 sons, my first cousins, Orion and Perseus. Orion and my dad were really close. They had hit it off immediately after only meeting a short while ago. Orion's mate Orchid, who was half human, half wolf, had even let me and Holly be bridesmaids in her wedding. I could not imagine everything Orchid had been through. In a very short space of time, she had been spirited away from her human life by a werewolf kidnapping ring, introduced to the concept of werewolves by Orion, discovered she was half wolf herself, found her real dad, who was one of the Hawthorns, an old alpha family, been falsely told her real dad was not her father due to Aunt Hannah, been kidnapped again by wolf hunters, realized she could grow plants with her mind, rescued herself, met all the Hawthorns, met me and my family, and got married. I was breathless just thinking about it. It was so quiet in Ice Moon without Azriel and his earrings, Aaron and Reen. They were all in Viper Moon, actually, spending Christmas with Toby's family at their lake house. Jillian was with Chet at his family's cabin. In Ice Moon, I was also closer in proximity to my cousins' packs, Snow Moon and Cold Moon. I liked being on such good terms with all the Northern Alphas. I was always so unpopular back at Viper Moon Academy. I felt like a popular girl in the North, the nice kind. The Quads had gone to great lengths to make sure I was treated very well during senior year, though. I was still glad to have graduated early. Never again. I was not about to go to any of those reunions. My lids were feeling heavy. I looked at Holly, who was still out like a light. I smiled, imagining my future nephews. I was keeping my baby names and genders a secret from my twin, and Harper tried to keep his a secret too, but Holly blabbed. Her triplets were all boys. Harley, Harvey, and Hadley were the planned names. That was too confusing for me and my pregnancy brain. I was still getting used to Alex, Calix, and Essex. I always got one of them wrong. Thinking about all that must have put me to sleep. The next thing I knew, Noah was gently shaking me awake. "Star, star," he whispered fiercely. The first thing I felt was uncomfortable. The blanket was soaked. Epilogue. Seeing stars. Friday, 24th December, 2021. Star. One moment I was listening to my dad tell battle stories while my eyelids drooped and my mates huddled around me near the fireplace. The next thing I knew, Noah was gently shaking me awake. "Star, star," he whispered fiercely. The first thing I felt was uncomfortable. The blanket was soaked. "Did you wet the bed?" I whispered really quietly to Noah so as not to alert the others. "Yeah, he did. Every night until age 9, said Zaya. "It's actually you, Luna," said Noah softly. I glanced over at my twin asleep with Holly on the couch and Mom and Dad asleep on the love seat. I looked down at the carpet I was lying on. It was wet too and the fire in the hearth was out. "I wet the bed?" I mumbled, confused. "No, baby, your water," said Zaya, cupping my face. "We have to go right now." "Okay, brill, petite étoile," said Jonah. "I want my heirs born on my pack lands." "Okay, I won't take no for an answer, as caveman as it might sound." I giggled, recognizing the nickname. Jonah had given me a French nursery rhyme book. He had also hung up posters of the French alphabet and numbers in the nursery. "Let's go, Belle." "Vite," said Jonah. Jonah and Noah tried to pick me up, but I resisted, and they did not want to apply any pressure, so they let me sit back down on the carpet. "Princess," cooed Eli, feeling my forehead. "Come on, princess." "We talked about this, remember, baby," said Zaya. "Viper Moon Alphas have to be born in Viper Moon. We're not trying to be assholes. It's a big deal in Viper Moon. Someone could challenge our pups for the alpha lineage. You don't want that for them. They'd lose because my pups would kick their ass in the challenge fight, but still don't set up the pups for a hard time, baby," pleaded Zaya. "Princess? Guys, it's not her really. She's like drunk or something," said Eli. "She doesn't seem to be having contractions. She's sort of enjoying herself," observed Noah. I sighed, flopping onto the carpet, looking at my huge belly in confusion. "No, that's just the effect I have on people. I make them giddy, that's all." "Come on, baby," encouraged Zaya. They all tried to pick me up, but I kept pushing their hands away. I wasn't worried. I was relaxing, and they were disturbing me. On some level, I thought about what Zaya had said about our pups being challenged. That began to worry me, but it soon flew out of my mind. "What's wrong with her?" said Jonah, sounding panicked now. "Nothing. She's just fey," said Holly serenely. My mates almost jumped out of their skins in shock as Holly came ambling over, also heavily pregnant, but she and Mom would probably give birth closer to their actual due dates. The more babies, the sooner they came. "Holly, I know I've been a douche at times, but please don't wake Star's parents or her twin," begged Jonah. "Why not?" asked Holly, surprised. "They'll want to keep her here. They won't want her to snow globe home now and then. The heirs will have the roughest time, just like Dad. He was born just one pack over, though his mom was practically running towards our border to try to have him there. She had been visiting some friends, and she just—" Jonah paused and made a gesture like a volcano erupting. Holly raised an eyebrow at him. "I know what to do," said Holly. "Thank you, Holly," said Jonah. "Hesper," called Holly, waking up everyone. What? "Oh, my baby," squealed Mom, scrambling over to me and kneeling with much difficulty. "Thanks, Holly," said Jonah darkly. "You're welcome," said Holly brightly. "Hesper, Hannah Starr has fey fever." "Oh, my poor little girl," said Mom, feeling my ears. "Her temperature was normal." "I felt her forehead," said Eli, confused. "You have to feel the ears," said Holly, matter-of-factly. "Movie star," said my twin Harper, coming over and kneeling beside me. He felt my ears, too. and nodded at Dad, who looked worried. "This is your fault," said Dad, suddenly angry at the quads. Ela looked. "Fey fever is what people of Fey descent sometimes get during times of high stress or pain to avoid them feeling the physical or emotional pain of it all," said Holly. "Oh," said Dad. "So she's not in pain." Mom shook her head. "She's in labor, but she won't feel it while her Fey fever persists," said Mom. "This is great," I slurred. "Kinda," agreed Zaya. "At least my baby won't be in pain when she has my babies." "Not necessarily," said Mom. "It could wear off. She'll probably be in less pain than others even without painkillers if her Fey fever persists, but that doesn't mean I don't want a pack doctor here with my daughter." "In Viper Moon Pack House, we have the best doctors staying on high alert for this. They're in the house itself. We just have to," began Jonah. "Hesper is a princess. Heath was a commander of the Pack Warriors, and my Harper is an alpha too. Jonah, they know alphas should ideally be born where they hope to rule. They weren't born yesterday," piped up Holly. "We'll take her back to Viper Moon in a second. We just need to do one more thing first." "Oh," said Jonah sheepishly. "Don't make me call the Fey fever police for you, Jonah," said Holly with a sly smile. "They put a special ointment on my ears. I felt them and gasped. They were extra pointy. My ears are so pointy, not medium pointy anymore," I grumbled, not sure if anyone knew what I meant in my loopy state. "They will round out a little back to their usual medium pointy soon, sis," Harper reassured me. I gave him a suspicious look. I was in and out of it while my family and my mates helped me to take the snow globe back to Viper Moon. I awoke in a bright white room. I sat up so suddenly I made everyone jump. I looked around and recognized the infirmary in the Viper Moon Pack House. The pack doctors were here, and I was getting drips. "Her Fey fever should be controlled somewhat. She should be a bit more coherent now," said Mom to my mates. "Mom!" I cried. She came over and held my hand. I was definitely feeling it now. I know, honey," cooed Mom. I gripped her hand. "Painkillers," I yelled at the doctors. "They're dripping," said the nurse, pointing to the IV line. "Open it all the way," I demanded. I thought she would sass me, but she actually opened the IV line all the way and let the fluids pour. I breathed deeply while I waited for that to work. "You have to have a C-section," said one of the doctors gently. "Multiples usually—" "Yes, I know all that already," I said, quickly grabbing the clipboard he was showing me and hastily signing my name to consent for the surgery. "Get these babies out of me," I pleaded. My mates surrounded the head of the bed trying to comfort me. My mom stroked my hair. Harper and my dad kissed my forehead and left with Holly because the doctors wanted a little more space, and I already had 4 mates, each of whom would rather eat glass than leave. Rightfully so. This was their doing. I glared at Eli, who was holding my left hand. I huffed at Zaya, who was holding my right. "We love you," said Eli, reminding me. Humph. I felt like my torso was about to split open. "These drips don't work. They're fake. They're placebos or something," I said. "Shh, they're gonna work, I promise," said Noah, gesturing for one of the doctors to come over. I had to turn onto my side so they could numb my lower half with a special injection. When I turned back onto my back, I expected to feel a sharp pain, but it was just a dull ache now. There was a lot of pressure, but minimal pain. They covered my lower half with a curtain, separating the room into 2. The head of the bed with my support system, and the medical team with my huge belly. I felt like pulling the curtain to see what was happening down there. I almost reached for it, but Noah grabbed my hand and kissed it. "You don't need the whole tour, okay, Luna," said Noah. "None of us do. It's hidden because it's better for you psychologically." "It's my body," I said defiantly. "Yes, and it's your beautiful baby's bodies too, and you want everything to go well," said Mom. "So no touching that curtain," she said sternly. They were right. I had so much anxiety about what was happening, but I could not risk disturbing the surgery. The doctor must have given me more of something upon my mother's request because a strange calm came over me then. I sighed. Zaya was stroking my hair. Noah and Jonah were now holding my hands, and Eli was rubbing my shoulders. Mom was telling me about when I was born. Her delivery sounded so difficult. She did not have Dad with her when I came out. "And even after all this time, I'm so grateful to have my Hannah back, my little star," said Mom. I smiled at Mom. There was a long, tense silence like we were all waiting for something. "That's them," whispered Jonah, playing with my hair. He could smell the pups. "These little guys are eager," I heard one of the doctors say. "Everybody wants to be firstborn," said Jonah. "Understandable," I giggled. I could not swat him because he was behind my head. I pinched his hand. "Hey," he chuckled indignantly. Even though the guys loved to tease Noah, they ended up secretly loving his name idea the most. They had admitted to it recently, so I was ready with the names. The nurse brought each baby to me to spend some time on my chest before he had to go to the incubator. I could still feel the Fey fever making me a little loopy along with the drugs, but I knew I could tell my boys apart already. In birth order, they were Salem, Leo, Phoenix, and Volans, the most random names ever, teased Jonah, grinning proudly from ear to ear as he grabbed Noah's shoulders and gave him a shake. The quads were crowding around the incubators. "Oh, I love it. How creative," said Mom. "You get it?" said Noah excitedly, looking at Mom. "They're all constellations because their mommy is Star," cooed Mom, pinching my cheek. "Yeah, constellations," said Noah, a huge smile on his face. "Star, your mom is so cool." I was loopy, but I was very pleased with myself. It was over, and my babies were healthy, and they were born in Viper Moon. Everything was okay. "Although I named her Hannah at first, but never mind me," Mom muttered. "Mom," I grumbled. "I'm kidding," she said. "I love it. I love the theme," she said in earnest. "I love my grandbabies." She squealed. "You look great for your age, Princess Hesper," marveled one of the doctors. Mom giggled. We were not allowed to tell people she was actually a teenager because she had been frozen in time. I wondered if she had turned 20 yet, though, or if she was still 19. She was very secretive about her birthday and all things age-related. "Calum looks so responsible already," I commented, looking at his serious little face. Jonah beamed. "It's gas," said Zaya. Jonah shoved Zaya playfully. "Leo is so active," I said in amazement, watching my baby trying to squint at everything. Noah grinned. "I think he's trying to look at his surroundings," said Noah. "And Phoenix seems so content already," I cooed as I watched him blink slowly. "He's falling asleep," said Eli softly, looking into the incubator. "Volans is in a secret contest with Leo for most active." I giggled as Volans wiggled his feet and stared unblinkingly. "He's just feeling himself," said Zaya. "One day old and confident." I had to lean forward a little to see my babies in their incubators, but I could only move so much and no more. I had just had surgery. I would heal pretty fast, but it was still quite difficult for me. "Can these things be moved closer to my wife?" asked Eli. "Yes, Alpha," said the nurse, assisting him. "They're our sons, Eli," teased Jonah. "Things? I meant the incubators," said Eli indignantly. "He knows what you meant, Eli," I reassured him. "He's just feeling mischievous because he's happy," I said in an accusatory tone. Jonah swaggered over to me. "Is that how I am, my paradise sur terre?" asked Jonah, caressing my cheek. I nodded. "That is how you are," I said. "If ma chérie says so, then it is so," said Jonah, bending down to press his lips to mine. "Your cherry says you have bad breath," said Zaya. I chuckled, but it hurt to laugh. I groaned. "Stop making jokes," said Eli, and Zaya actually stopped. Noah massaged my shoulders. My dad and my twin came in with Holly. Holly squealed in excitement at the sight of the babies. "What are my nephews called?" she squeaked. Noah listed off the names. "Let me guess who is who," she said. "You're not going to call them Lord or Alpha, right?" teased Harper, tickling Holly's sides. She giggled. I laughed too, but then I felt a searing pain. "Ouch!" "Stop making jokes," implored Zaya. "Oh," said Harper, coming over to me. He stroked my hair. "Hey, twin," he said. I grinned. "Hey, twin," I said. "You did amazing," said Harper, kissing my forehead. "She's a little warrior," said Dad. Dad kissed my cheek. "This one looks like Eli," said Dad, pointing out Phoenix. "They're identical, Dad," said Harper. "Nah, they all look different," said Dad. "That little one on the end said see his face. That's Zaya." "Little?" said Zaya. "From little acorns mighty oaks grow," proclaimed Zaya. I laughed and my tummy hurt. "I thought you said no jokes," said Harper to Zaya. "It's not really a joke. He's just naturally ridiculous," said Noah. I wanted to laugh again, but I held it in for my abdomen's sake. "How do you feel, Mom?" said Dad. I smiled at him, calling me Mom. "Kinda nervous," I admitted. "You will do wonderfully," he said, holding my hand. "God, you have the biggest heart, Star," said Harper. Mom was seeing if Holly was guessing which name corresponded to which mini-quad correctly. Mom had a little cue card she had just written to help herself remember. "She got all right," squealed Mom. "What do I win?" said Holly. "A lifetime supply of epidural," I said, wanting to laugh but forcing myself not to. "I'll need it soon enough," said Holly, coming over to me and holding my hand. "You'll be fine," I said, smiling. "We're not babysitting all these kids, you know," announced Dad. "Heath," said Mom, swatting his chest. "In fact, we're dropping off the new little twins with Big Sis and Big Bro. We'll alternate the days," said Dad. "Heath," said Mom indignantly, pinching his arm. My parents, Harper and Holly, left to go get all the Christmas presents from under the tree in Ice Moon and Snow Globe back to Viper Moon with them so we could exchange gifts in Viper Moon tomorrow or perhaps today. I was not too sure. "Were my babies born on Christmas morning or Christmas Eve?" I asked. 11:11 p.m. on Christmas Eve," said the nurse. "Oh, that's the best time. Wishing time," I said. "Did you get your Christmas wish?" asked the nurse. "Yes," I said. "Even though you won't have Christmas in Ice Moon, ma chérie?" wondered Jonah, touching my cheek. "I'm sorry, baby," said Zaya, kissing my nose. Eli stroked my hair. "I promise we will next year, princess," said Eli. "No arguments beforehand or questions asked too, Luna," said Noah, kissing my hand. "That wasn't my wish," I said, yawning. "I just wanted all my close loved ones together on the day, and we will be. My parents, my twin, my sister-in-law, my little siblings and little nephews, although they're not born yet, but they'll be there. And most importantly, my Jonah, my Noah, my Eli, my Zaya, my Calum, my Leo, my Phoenix, and my little Volans," I said, smiling sleepily. "Volans isn't little, though. They're identical," said Zaya. "Shh, she's falling asleep," I heard Eli say. "She needs her rest," said Noah. "Especially after you wet the bed the last time she tried to sleep and woke her," said Jonah. I was too sleepy to laugh. Their voices were very far away. "Hey, it's Christmas," I heard Noah say. "It's midnight." "She's already asleep," said Jonah. "I wanted to wish her Merry Christmas first," said Noah. "In the morning," said Zaya kindly. "I might let you wish her Merry Christmas first." The doctors and nurses had cleaned me up and bandaged me earlier. They had said my surgical scar was already beginning to heal, but that my mates needed to let me sleep alone tonight so no one disturbed my stitches. The babies were in their incubators, and my mates were all in recliners they had pulled into the infirmary from other rooms in the house. The analgesia was still in effect, and I was thankful for it, and my warm, dry bed. "In case you can hear me," whispered Noah in my ear. "Merry Christmas, Luna, I love you. Good night, MQs," said Noah to the mini quads. "I love you, baby," said Zaya quietly. "Good night, rascals." "I love you, princess," said Eli softly. "Good night, kiddos." "She can't hear you guys. She's out like a light," grumbled Jonah. There was silence. Then just before I completely drifted off, I heard Jonah speak very quietly. He was very close to my ear. His breath tickled me a little. "Je t'aime, mon ciel étoilé. Bonne nuit, mon amour. Bonne nuit, mes fils."